Good Thursday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Glad you could join us. It's Listener Party Eve. Listener Party Eve. And you know what? We never do this. If you're listening right now at the start of this show, let's go. In 5 minutes at 7:05, caller number 5. At 7:05, caller number 5 is going to come to the listener party. How about that? Because you should be rewarded for being here.
Is it a 1 or a 1+1, Del?
It's a 1-on-1. Yeah, it's a 1-on-1. 1+. So, yeah, you get to bring somebody. And you don't want to come up here alone unless you're planning on going home with somebody. I don't know. No, I wouldn't plan on that. Don't make those plans. Don't make those. I don't know who you want to go home
going home with La Raza.
Yeah. Is La Raza coming? Do we know?
I don't know.
He's got to come.
Should be here.
There should be. He was here last time.
Look,
was here last time.
This should be. Yeah, he was here. This should be.
So was Lazy J.
Honestly, this should be a lot. Guy. This should be a lot like. This should be a lot like a golf tournament where you get you just get exemptions.
Yeah, there should be exemptions.
Well,
there should be participant exemptions.
Well, there was an email sent out to everyone who works here for anyone they wanted to put on the list that didn't go through the process of winning or going on the website. So you could do that if you want to put La Raza on your list.
We did.
Someone sent it. They sent an email.
You don't follow or listen to any emails from the station.
Yeah, they sent an email saying if there's any listeners you want to come,
how did you miss
put their name on the list?
Can
Joe
I
George
send it in now?
Yes,
I
imagine.
Yeah, Joe George
filtered
into a list of do not respond.
What? No, I just see. I just see stuff, and
it was clear as day.
Yeah,
I've already sent a couple of people in.
This is the last day we're giving away tickets.
Did you see how the Mariners game ended last night?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh! Bottom of the 10th. They've got Julio Rodriguez on third base, Randy Arozarena at the plate. Arozarena, the bat slips out of his hand, flies down the third base line, and Julio Rodriguez jumps out of the way and then starts walking away to the coach's box thinking, oh, man, I almost got hit by that bat. Dude, still alive play.
Yeah.
Thrown out at third. Catcher throws to third. Ches puts the tag on him. And that's it.
I'll be honest. If I did a radio show in Seattle with the way that Seattle has played, I mean, not just the second half of the year.
Yeah.
It's even before the All-Star break. I would be losing my mind. And then to have a game like – and the Astros lose 2 out of 3 of the Padres, you make up no ground.
Yeah.
You make up no ground. I mean, you play the Yankees, but you make up no ground. You can't. Even though the Astros really aren't playing great baseball, you can't make up ground. You just can't make up ground. And they are now – I would be so furious if I were to lose a game like that or to have an opportunity to win a game like that. And when you have to have it, I would be so mad if I did.
That's just
Seattle
dumb,
radio.
though. That was just dumb.
Oh, no, it is dumb. I'd be mad at my team.
Yeah.
About playing like a bunch of dum-dums. I'd be mad about picking up a Arozarena and it making no difference. I'd be mad at a lot of stuff.
Oh, no.
If I were
you're
in
going to be mad if you're a Seattle. What? Because of all those titles they got hanging there? Because
you got a chance.
They suck.
No, but you had a chance to overtake. The Astros aren't playing good ball.
No.
You have a chance to overtake them at any point, but you can't because your team played so bad.
Well, you're a 500
played so bad
you're
for
a
a while.
team. That's what you are. You are what you are.
Well, I know. I'd be mad about it.
You know who else is mad right now? Minnesota Twin fan. Holy crap. Detroit is a half game behind them to take over. Mm-hmm. Would you rather face the Twins or the Tigers right now?
Right, Twins. I don't want to see Scooball.
No, I'm telling you. You're probably right. You want the Twins to eke this out because you do. Yeah, I don't think you want to face a hot team like Detroit. I really don't. Kansas, they just swept Kansas City. They might even pass Kansas City and play Baltimore. And you might get Kansas City, who you swept just a little while ago. But Detroit is playing some really, really good baseball right now. AJ Hinch, would it be fitting to face AJ and have him get slapped around here?
Oh, okay.
No, get slapped around here just like
say AJ Hinch revenge game.
A little payback for him losing the 2019 World Series here.
What if he beat us, eliminated us, and said, "Take that, Jim Crane"?
Yeah.
You should have had my back. What if he did that?
Well, then I'd say, well, that blows.
Yeah, I would too. I still don't think they're going to make it, though. I think
They've won 9 of their last 11.
Yeah, this is as good as.
And they
This is as good as
beat
it gets.
the Orioles 2 out of 3, and they swept the Royals. They got the Orioles again now. Holy crap! Detroit's
Orioles need to cool them down a little bit.
Yeah, Orioles do.
I'd rather see the Twins.
The Orioles aren't. You know what? The Orioles
are not playing good.
They're
ball.
not good baseball.
They've lost
they got
3
a bad
in a row.
bullpen.
They're 2 of their last 10.
Yeah. Here, I just read an article this morning about contenders that need to, fix their bullpens. The Yankees are one of them. They don't have a closer. They thought Clay Holmes was going to be the guy. The Royals are a mess. The Orioles are a mess in their bullpen. The Mets are a mess, and the Dodgers too, and the Diamondbacks. You would think the Diamondbacks with Brett Strom would be okay, and they're not. They think the best bullpens in baseball are the Astros have the second best bullpen in baseball.
Again.
Huh?
Think again.
What? Well,
no, I mean, I guess
I
on
don't
paper.
think. Do you think Caleb Ort is going to play a major role? Is that what you think?
When is he off the team?
No, stop already. Ort. Leave Ort alone. All right. Ort. No. Ort.
It's what a sea lion annoys a sea lion.
We actually have a
makes.
good bullpen. The Guardians, the Brewers, the Astros, the Padres, and the Braves. And the Braves aren't even going to get in. But they're considered the best bullpens. We got a good bullpen. We're going to be fine.
Stop saying we have a good bullpen. We complain about them all the time.
No.
We do.
Well, we complain about
Brian
Presley.
Abreu.
Brian Abreu
Presley.
is fine. I'm not worried about Brian Abreu
Is Brian
at all.
Abreu good again now?
Yes, Brian Abreu is good again.
Oh, okay. Because, see, he wasn't good the other day.
Now
he's back to being good?
Well, here's the deal. Thank you for not scoring in the 8th inning. Because Brian Abreu and Caleb Ort were both getting ready yesterday in the 8th. And because the Astros didn't score, he put Ort out there. And then what happened? Got ordered. You got ordered. Yeah.
That's your fault.
Astros
are 3rd in the league in bullpen.
Thank you.
In OPS, in terms of the best OPSs and worst, let's see. As far as OPS, they're not. Let's see. OPS against, they are way down here. Way down here. They're towards the bottom. That's where they are. They've got it in reverse order, but the OPS, they've got they're the bottom 3rd of the league in OPS, their bullpen.
Well, they give up They give up home runs, but that's okay.
Oh, that's not great.
That's fine. That's fine. Don't worry about it.
Batting average.
Are you sure it's not the? It's not upside
batting
down?
average against. They're the 3rd worst in baseball.
Are you sure it's the? Are you sure you're going the right way?
Yeah. Look, this is supposed to be. This is a Utah. I mean, ask Wendy. It says bullpen pitching stats.
I know, but are you sure?
Oh
it's
no,
upside down. They're the 3rd best.
No. But look. I'm looking at the numbers because I did this. 221 is the better batting average, right?
Right.
Okay. Look, it goes down and down and down, and there's the Astros, 3rd from last at 260.
Oh,
boy, what an amazing bullpen.
That's nothing.
They're allowing 260. The worst bullpens are the Padres at 265.
That was because of early in the season.
And the Diamondbacks at 264.
Go look at.
Is this right? I mean, this
go
has
look
got
at
to
the
be
last
right.
month or two.
Their home runs allowed. Let's see.
Don't worry about that. We ain't worried.
Hold
about
on a second.
We ain't worried about all this stuff.
No, this says MLB pitching stat. Oh no, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Okay. Yeah, good thing he looked it up.
No. Because look, this is on your wife and her friends. Because look,
what?
if we go all the way here and I put in bullpen stats. Look, this is on Wendy. Best bullpen ERA in MLB. The Walt Disney Company. I click the link and look what it shows me. And it just starts giving me these stats.
Team pitching.
MLB team pitching stats.
2024.
But the Astros, but this shouldn't be right because the Astros team pitching wise.
Oh.
These are hitting stats. This is all. See, tell Wendy to get her mans so that they can fix this website.
You're blaming Wendy?
Yes, she's anything that's Disney. The only person we can talk to is Wendy.
So
forget all the bullpen stuff that I just told you.
Here's MLB playoffs 2024, ranking all the postseason teams' starting rotations. Who's the best? Who's got the best starting rotation for the postseason?
The best starting rotation for the postseason.
Yeah, National League, best team in baseball, Phillies.
Yeah,
Phillies.
yeah, that's right.
Phillies have the best.
Phillies
team.
over Dodgers.
Number 2
in all of baseball.
in all of baseball.
It can't be us.
It's the Astros. Second best, considered the second best rotation in all of baseball. In the post, that's going to be in the postseason, which is all the baseball.
Well, I guess you can't consider the Astros that high because just from a number standpoint, Renel Blanco, who is not going to be in the rotation, but he's helps you. Hunter Brown.
They've got a Fromber, you say Hunter, then Justin, but I don't think Justin starts game 4. First of all, yeah, Justin is off the wild card. He can't be on the wild card. There's no way. Would you start Justin Verlander in game 4? Or would you start Eric Getty or Blanco?
Okay,
if he
you know what? Verlander. He's on the roster.
You would?
Yeah, I think they will. I think they will. He's one of those guys who's kind of a gamer. Like, you remember when what's his name wasn't pitching well at all? I don't want to say autism.
Well,
our pitcher?
Zach Greinke.
Yeah, Zach Greinke.
He called him. Okay, that's awesome. That's awesome.
It's been a masterclass by you in this first segment, Lance.
Yes.
Well, that's what he. Yeah, really has been. Well, because of Wendy's people, but
yeah.
They told me this is where the stats were going to be, and it even said Walt Disney Company, and it was terrible stats. But the worst stats, failing stats. But Greinke really didn't pitch well at all. The second half, he was a mess in 19, and then we had to watch him pitch in the postseason, and that guy just gamed up. Remember, he couldn't get out of the 4th inning.
Yeah,
he couldn't get out of the 4th inning. He was 4 2/3 at best, and that guy had a great game. He was a gamer. I just feel like the Astros would say the same thing about Verlander, unless, of course, he's not on the roster.
Yeah, of course. I don't.
The playoff roster.
Honestly. So Brian McTaggart did a long interview with Dana Brown and talked about this stuff, and they said they haven't really been talking about it, but he has mentioned that Justin Verlander has to pick it up. There is no way when you only have 3 games that you start Justin Verlander in one of those 3 games. Is it something is it a thing that is is Justin Verlander going to be so upset if he's not on the wild card roster that it's going to somehow affect the locker room?
No.
Well,
nothing affects a locker room.
Well, I don't know. Is Justin Verlander going to throw a hissy?
No, you just take his key card away and he can't come in.
Well,
if you're worried about him throwing hissy fits and swinging on people and upsetting the tables that have the food on it, then take his key card away. If this is truly what and puts snipers on the roof and let's just protect against, I think he'll just be a regular teammate, and it will just be. That's the way it is.
More than likely.
It's not going to. I mean, when you position it like you did, I was like, what difference? I guess what difference does it make if Justin Verlander's happy or sad? He's gone.
Yeah, he's going to be gone after this, but you want him for the postseason. Do you?
If you're keeping him off the wild card roster?
Well, because in the divisional series he's going to pitch
later.
In the divisional series, he's going to pitch. Well, he's going to be the 4th starter.
But
you said you would start him in 4th.
No, why? Yeah, but not the numbers wouldn't say to start him.
No.
Why would?
But you would.
But if you don't have him in the rotation at all, why would you? I don't know. I don't.
No,
to me,
you just said it's going to be Verlander, so he will.
Well,
be.
I think that they will just go. I think Jim Crane will want Verlander, his guy.
Yeah.
Would I? I don't know if I would.
No, I
would.
How's
he pitching the next 2 games?
If you want to know the truth, I would rather see Spencer Arrighetti.
But you're Italian.
But, that's not why, because I'm Italian. By the way, the Astros have the 4th best ERA and bullpen ERA at 3.52. The Cleveland's the best, Milwaukee's 2nd, Atlanta 3rd. The Astros are 4th. So there's your.
What about
answer.
their batting average against or OPS?
Their whip is like 10th best. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11th best. Their whip is 11th. What batting average against? They don't have batting average against.
They're way down in WAR.
I don't care about WAR.
WAR's huge.
Who cares about WAR? Okay, stop worrying about WAR. Oh, they're WAR. You know who's the worst? Who's got the worst bullpen in baseball? The White Sox. I bet you didn't see that coming.
Yeah, I saw it coming.
7:15 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 713-780-3776. The number to hang out with us.
We're up there in blown saves too. Of course, we have more games to save.
Yeah, right.
Well, not a ton more. I mean, it's not like we're the top 5 teams in baseball, but
we've done that though.
Their blown save numbers, they're in the top. What is that? 12.
Yeah.
In baseball, most blown saves.
That's what we do. That's right. Well, listen, we've had leads late and we've blown them, and that's why we're only 12 games over 500.
Why are we not? Look, our save percentage is crap. It's below the league average. It's 62%.
We're
like
bad.
save percentage. Oakland, the Guardians are 77%. We're 62%. The league average is 63%.
Well, Guardians have the best bullpen in baseball.
I know, but we're at 63% with save percentage.
Yeah, right. Well, because you could blow a save in the 7th or 8th inning. Don't forget.
I think we're good at inheriting.
Ryan Presley special.
Yeah, and that's what Presley's been really, really good at.
I'm trying to find the stats.
Presley's been really good at that, and Hader's blown some saves too. They got 15 between them, I believe. That's a lot. That's a lot. But that was early on too. Don't forget. And Presley is a little bit has been.
Presley's been consistent.
Yeah, Presley's been doing
Presley's
it all year.
performance has been consistent throughout the year.
Right. Time to talk about GiveMeTheVin.com. That's GiveMeTheVin.com. If you're looking for the best way to sell your vehicle, GiveMeTheVin.com. I'm going through a lot of stuff right now with a title and everything else. Unfortunately, I couldn't sell it. I wish I was selling JT's car. Instead, it was totaled. But here's the deal. I have sold vehicles to John Clay Wolf. If you've got a car or a truck for sale, then you go to John Clay Wolf. You find out what it's worth. If you're buying a vehicle, why don't you find out what a vehicle is worth from John Clay Wolf? You could try, see what he says. You give a license plate of a car you're buying, and he'll say, "Oh, that's worth that." Okay, wait a minute. I'm not buying that car. I don't know. You're working the system there. I'm sorry, John Clay Wolf. I just gave away maybe a secret. But here's the deal. Whenever you need to know what a car is worth, GiveMeTheVin.com. That's GiveMeTheVin.com. John Clay Wolf is the best. You'll hear him Saturday morning on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Wonderful show. Great show. If you like this show, you might like that show. Maybe not. I don't know. But here's the deal. All I know is that if you're selling a car, you have to go to GiveMeTheVin.com because he says if you can't beat CarMax, he'll give you $100. A buddy of mine, Michael, he got $100 from John Clay Wolf. I was amazed that John Clay Wolf couldn't beat it, but he didn't. And if he doesn't beat it, he's going to send you $100 at GiveMeTheVin.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. No more Brevin Jordan. Done. IR'd. Yeah, that's
The real IR?
yeah.
Well, we'll get a lot of Cade Stover.
You know what?
A lot of Cade Stover. I think he's capable of filling in. Although Brevin has really found a niche and had done a nice job. Like, CJ would go to him in some
Yeah,
in
Brevin
some
Jordan is
moments.
surprised. Well, you remember a few in the end zone. And then the one where he outran people, it was like, wow, Brevin Jordan is fast. Brevin Jordan has got some wheels on him.
Mm-hmm.
Big dude that can motor. So that's a loss. Not a huge loss, but it's a loss.
What now means you got to worry about your third tight end now. So from a roster standpoint, I think Cade steps in and does an admirable job in place of Brevin. But who steps in place of Cade? Were they carrying 4 tight ends? Was Tegan Catoriano? Wasn't he on an injured list? Let me check.
Yeah, no, he's not. It was the three of them. It was
That's what I thought. So they're going to have to. They're going to have to add another one.
Yeah. Or a fullback.
PS.
Yeah.
See what they get, because they are going to run plenty of 12. I mean, if you have any injury, you're down to 1. So tight ends right now are just Cade Stover and Dalton Schultz. On the practice squad, do you have a tight end on the practice squad? You do. Chris Myrick, who will not be up with the team, and then Irv Smith. And you may remember
Irv Smith
from Alabama.
Wow. Oh, wow. Didn't know he was on the practice squad.
Yeah.
Well, that's a guy that
maybe Irv Smith. He had time with Minnesota Vikings, so maybe Irv Smith ends up there.
So CJ.
Now Dalton Keene, let's see. I don't think Dalton Keene comes back. I think he's done for the year. Yeah, they may just have to look at free agent tight ends too. They may want to do that.
CJ met the media yesterday, and that interaction with Caleb Williams, where he was little brother in him, went viral. And CJ was asked about it, and he's the same age as Caleb, but he was telling him, "Hey man, keep your chin up. You're going to be okay in this league." That kind of that interaction after the game, and I thought it was a little condescending, but I mean that's just me.
CJ definitely didn't mean it that way.
CJ didn't mean it that way. Here's CJ talking.
Hold on, we'll get to CJ, but if I'm Caleb Williams, hey bro, don't come up to me while you're wearing a wire. And then come up to me, and then little bro me, bro. We hang in the same circles. I know you better than most of the people out there. Don't you? I know what you do on a Monday night. Don't you come up on a Sunday and little bro me while you got that wire on.
Do you think CJ did it because he was wearing a wire and he knew he was going to be picked up?
That would be the disingenuous CJ's a phony angle.
I know.
I'm not going there.
Trying to put you on the record.
No, I don't believe he's a phony. But if I'm Caleb Williams, I'm looking at him a little funny. You got a wire on. You know how the interaction should have gone? Hey man, how's the family doing? Family's good. How's your mom doing? My mom's good. Appreciate it. Hey, good luck out there. Stay healthy. Good luck the rest of the way. That's it. That's all Caleb Williams looking for. I got my ass kicked for 4 quarters. Don't wear a wire and then tell me what I should be doing.
He's not wearing a wire.
Well,
like
I thought about this though. After this, and he's got to answer these questions. Does he wear a wire anymore?
Well, yeah, because that's a good point. I was thinking the same thing. If you take so much crap now because of things going viral that are just moments that weren't even meant for anybody, but the league or whoever released it, like it makes you not even want to do anything. I can't even do anything because now it turns into I got some producer in Houston saying I'm big broing everybody when we run in the same circles.
Not me, Mike Florio
people
said
like
that.
you ruin it. You ruin it for
You're the
for
same
quarterbacks
age.
like CJ Stroud.
You give the bro dap. You go, hey bro, how's it going?
We've been with the same girls you said yesterday.
Possibly. How's your mom doing?
Yeah.
Mom's good. How's your mom? How's family going? Good luck the rest of the way. Stay healthy. That's all you got to do. Don't come. When I try to walk away, don't yank me back. We're the same age. Don't pull me back. I'm trying to go. Hey, bro, come here. Don't come near me. That's another thing.
Well, let's hear what CJ, not you. Let's hear what CJ had to say about this.
I had some of the best advice given to me last year. And, me and Caleb, I was not trying to treat him like I was trying to little bro him or not. He knows that too. I have a ton of respect for him. I told him I have respect for him. But I had so many guys coming to me after games last year, and that meant the world to me. that those guys even thought about giving me advice. So I just try to get back to what the game has given to me. So I wish him the best, man. I want him to do amazing in this league. I think he will. I think that he'll get his groove. And once you get your rhythm, I didn't get my rhythm until like week 3, week 4. So I can see his game picking up from here. And so, and, I don't think he was trying to like, be any towards away. He's just upset that they lost. I totally understand. So I have a ton of respect for that guy, man. I want him to do extremely well, just like any other guy until we play on that day. You know what I mean? And after the game, we can be cool. You know what I mean? But I'm definitely, rooting for him and want to see him do extremely well.
No, not anymore. He's going to come in.
No, I mean,
Caleb's going to come in and say, "Can you help me with my homework?"
Did Desmond Ritter, when Desmond Ritter beat him last year, did Desmond Ritter do that to him? Did Bryce Young do that to him last year?
Did that to you? Bryce Young came up, little bro. Look,
Hey,
you're gonna be okay.
You'll be okay.
You're gonna be okay.
Don't take all them
You're gonna be a
hits.
star in this
keep
league.
your chin up.
Yeah, don't take all them hits.
See,
Keep your chin up.
He has to answer this question like that because of social media. That's the only reason. I wasn't trying to big little brother him because that's a narrative because of social media. He wasn't being disrespectful. He was mad because that's a social media narrative. Like, he has to answer this question in a press conference and give a real answer, all because of what people say on Twitter. That answer is a direct Twitter. Like, he has to address Twitter there.
Not just Twitter. I mean,
it happens on social media.
Yeah, but it wasn't used like Big Bro, but Pro Football Talk went after him. They're like, since when are you Tom Brady? I mean, NFL, the NFL.com or whatever.
That's exactly why. I'm going to tell you this. It's going to be hard to put a mic on him again because he's going to go, I don't need this. I don't need this. I don't need to be answering questions about what I say to guys in the league. I mean, that sucks. We may never hear him mic'd up again.
Just say, how's my mom doing? That's all I'm looking for from you.
I'm looking at
is that how you say it?
No.
How's your mom?
No, how's moms? How's moms? Don't say,
how's your mom?
Yeah, how's moms? How's the family?
You do that with what's her name?
With who?
Mary.
Mary,
yeah.
I just say, hey, Mary, how's mom? How's your mom? Tell
what
your mom
said.
I said hi.
Yeah, that's what he's doing.
Her mom called into the show.
I know, but that's what Bryce is. I don't know. Maybe the moms were doing stuff before the game. You saw
they're hanging out.
Yeah, they were hanging out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
he knew how his mom was.
So
you don't need to answer that.
No. I'd rather him
He
show
knew
a
how his mom
leadership
was.
role.
He saw her before the game.
He's showing a leadership role.
Bro, don't come hear me when you got that wire
Then don't
on.
walk away when I'm talking to you.
Exactly.
That's what I would say to my kids if they walked away.
Don't put me in a position when we're the same age that I don't walk away from me when I'm talking to you.
I would say,
your kids.
Because there's nobody who's ever been the boss of somebody who's the same age or older.
And how annoying was that?
Oh, wait a minute. So is this going to be like P. Diddy and Justin Bieber?
No P. Diddy
where
stuff.
You pat him down
no.
before you pat him? Did you see him patting down Justin Bieber?
Yes, I did see that. Yes,
he was patting him down to see if he was wearing a wire. Is this what guys are going to do now to CJ? Are you wearing a wire?
Hold on. Wait. Did P. Diddy do the patting?
Yes.
That wasn't to see if he was wearing a wire.
It was
That's
on the
a
chest.
Diddy move.
It was in the chest area, though.
Yeah. Do you see the Diddy move where he also was getting him drunk when he was under 18?
Yeah.
But
this is a terrible person.
But you see those team-produced things where a guy's wearing a wire, and he'll go up to his teammates and say, bro, I'm wearing a wire. I'm wearing a wire.
Yeah,
just
they do
just
that.
to inform them that, hey, just watch what you're saying. It could, even though the team's going to protect them.
Too much.
CJ got to be like,
that man just tried to have a moment where he was trying to be a leader. You know what? I'd rather my quarterbacks be leaders.
I'm sure you would.
Than be fighting with people on social media.
You know what you call? You know what you call that? Entrapment.
Not entrapment.
CJ entrapped Caleb Williams.
I'd rather my quarterback be wearing a wire than be dizzy all the time like yours.
We don't make concussion jokes in the NFL.
We don't.
No, we don't. We got an email.
Oh, really?
We got an email saying this is protocol when we're talking about concussions. I said, got it. I read it.
So it excludes you from this particular comeback of mine. I'd rather my quarterback be dizzy than have his back blown out.
How about this?
Yikes.
How about I'd rather my quarterback listen when a quarterback who's better than him is telling him
my quarterback
is trying to help him get better.
Bro, I see the girls in your DMs. Don't big bro me.
Time to talk about Coors Light. Time to talk about how you're watching that game this Sunday or Saturday, all day Saturday. What about tonight's game? What? It's Thursday. It's time to start thinking about cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. I think I'm going to have a few. I do believe that we're going to watch the games, and we're going to have a few. We're going to watch the Astros. We're going to watch some Thursday night football. There's some college football as well. We got it all going on. and we're going to have them blue mountains. Them mountains are going to have to be blue for us. All you need is a cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Climb on, brother. It is the world's most refreshing beer. I can't tell you how happy I am when I've got me a cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. And oh, by the way, we're going to have some here tomorrow night. Okay, we got another beer that's sponsoring, but I'm going to be bringing my Blue Mountains. That's what I'm going to be doing, and you should too.
You're bringing your beer to your own party?
You're damn right.
He's done that before.
It's BYOB party?
Well, it's a BYO
for him.
me.
For you.
And for me, it is.
Not for you guys.
BYOC.
You guys
No,
are not
you don't
allowed to
bring your own.
BYOB.
You, don't worry, we got it.
Yeah, BYOCL for
That's
John.
right. Just cold, clean, crisp, refreshing. I'm going to keep Texas chill. You keep Texas chill with cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You know, the ultimate. So you probably are like me in that if you came up at a certain time in life, if things get hard, you have to find ways to overcome. You don't want one of the worst things that we've done is just remove obstacles from people's way, right?
Yeah.
Like from our kids, especially, in a general sense, removing the obstacles, clearing the path, making sure everything's as easy as possible,
Right.
because they don't learn to overcome adversity. They don't learn to get stronger. That's what Mel Kiper's doing. Mel Kiper now believes that too high safety looks should be outlawed in the NFL because it's making it too hard on the offenses. We're going to outlaw a coverage now because you're making it too hard because the passing trends have gone down. All we've done for over a decade is say you can't hit quarterbacks, you can't touch wide receivers, you can't do this. They've done everything they possibly can to make it
for
easy
whatever reason,
for
though,
offenses.
the quarterback position has regressed.
Well, because they're making them. Look, in college, what do?
Listen,
You
Tampa
have
2
one-on-ones and you take one-on-one shots. It doesn't tell you anything
Tampa
about
2 was
quarterback.
around in 2002.
Uh-huh.
So what all of a sudden now, 22 years later, we can't solve it?
Yeah.
Really?
Well, you know what you do to beat it? You run the football. And teams are running football and they're running it better. You know what else you do? You throw short. But Mel and basically all the NFL people are like, well, we got to get back to 50 touchdowns a week passing. We can't do this where passing's not. this is just the ebb and flow of football.
How about you run a fast receiver and draw the safety over there and then bring somebody in on a post route? And you know what? If you've got multiple receivers, like some team
There's a way to beat.
There's a way to beat.
There's a way to beat every coverage. You're just, being upset that you don't have more explosive plays and there's not more man coverage. I'm sorry. Then bust the ass of the zone coverage.
You know who beats two deep high safeties? You know who beats it? Nico. He goes up in between two guys and grabs the ball.
Well, he did that one catch.
Well, he did that, but he did it. That's who beats it.
And CJ has not been explosive because they're running a bunch of cover. They're not cover 2. They're running cover 4 shells. They're running quarters coverage on them. But that's fine. Then take what they give you, just like Peyton Manning used to do against that coverage. You go down the field and you score. Don't kick field goals, score touchdowns. Run the ball so well that they have to bring a safety into the box.
Yeah.
Run the ball so well that a safety has to come up, and now you've changed their coverage. Like this idea that you got to outlaw coverages to make it easier for all. When does the offense not have all the advantages? When are they not trying to make it as easy as possible?
And yet, look how touchdown passes are down. I mean, yeah.
Well, they basically said we're taking explosive plays away.
Yeah.
And and usually defense coordinators didn't like doing that because it's easy completions underneath. You're facing soft boxes like 6-man box. And guess what? Then the offenses will take those. And it's just the ebb and flow of football. It's cyclical. This is the new thing that will happen. The running games will get big again. Maybe running backs will get paid more, but I don't think so. But what is going to be interesting is if this continues, these 2 high safety looks where you don't throw as many touchdowns and the numbers come down. What does that mean for receivers and quarterbacks?
What does it mean
financially? Does it mean anything?
No.
You still have to keep paying wide receivers a handful of money for 8 touchdowns.
You absolutely are. You absolutely. I mean,
I wouldn't.
Touchdowns have gone down, and yet it's out of control.
If this becomes a norm,
they're still the stars.
I'm not paying crazy amounts for all receivers. I will say at this point, it's pretty much just star receivers.
Maybe safety should be at the most money. Okay, because they're impossible to beat.
Well, they're just playing way back.
Well, that they're impossible to beat. So you know what? They changed the game. So you know what? Pay that man.
Pass rushers.
I'm just worried about safeties making their money. Nico's banged up, hip and a foot.
He's fine.
He didn't practice yesterday.
He's fine. He's tough.
Joe Mixon's got his ankle.
Damian Pierce didn't practice either.
Who?
Pierce and Mixon didn't practice.
Pierce and Mixon and Juice.
Just some stem cells or something.
And Juice. Okay.
Let's get us some stem cells.
We're banged up a little bit now.
We're good.
Justin Jefferson did practice yesterday, which is bad.
He's probably going to play.
Yeah, I didn't like that.
Aaron Jones limited. Yes. Jordan Addison dealing with an ankle injury.
Yes.
But okay, these guys didn't practice. Van Ginkel, Dallas Turner,
pass rush.
Ivan Pace Jr. and
starting linebacker.
Garrett Bradbury.
Starting offensive lineman.
Center, yeah.
With injuries or vet rest? What was the
I think I'd rather Bradbury actually play.
You would?
Yeah. I'm hoping he plays.
Apparently he didn't get a really good draft grade.
No, he did, but he's not. He's just too small. He's athletic and small, but he's not. The guys are too big for him.
I believe Scruggs and Patterson were out of practice yesterday. Both centers didn't practice.
Oh, that's awesome.
Kenyon? Are we snapping Kenyon?
Oh.
They were off to the side, I believe.
They were both.
They were at practice, but did not participate.
It's hard
They're
to practice when you got nobody that can snap the ball.
Yeah, it's difficult.
That makes it that much.
Well, by the way, I was looking through free agent list of tight ends. Here are a couple names. Keep in mind: Jeff Swaim from Arizona. He was last at Arizona. He's okay. CJ Uzomah is the best. It's probably the best option. He's almost 32 years old. You've got Jimmy Graham's 37. Forget it. Tyler Kroft could play for you. He was last with Miami. He's almost 32 now. Yeah. Blake Bell, the Belldozer. No, thanks. It's not a great list. I'll just tell you that now.
Every team's got 3.
Now, we do have some guys that I gave lower draft grades to that the league got wrong.
So you're getting into the 70s now of guys. Every team's got 3, and there's some hurt. You're getting into the 70-something, Beth. No,
oh, yeah.
No. You're getting into the hundreds. 32 teams times 3, 96. Then you got some injuries, Who's the 100th best
It's
tight
not
end?
even the 100th.
That's what you're getting.
It's not. It's because you got some of the practice squad too.
Yeah, right.
But if
Well,
you
I would say
110, 120.
no.
Yeah.
CJ Uzomah, unless physically, he's had some issues with Achilles in the past, but unless CJ Uzomah, that may also be a financial thing too. He made $8 million last year. So
Good. God bless.
I would. I mean, he would be a guy that would make some sense. He's not a great blocker though, but he played with Joe Burrow in Cincinnati. Was actually good in Cincinnati. He's had some moments. That might be a guy they take a look at. That might be, but
yeah, there
who
should
knows?
be.
The Texans are going to have a third tight end.
Yeah,
Like you have to.
there
on
shouldn't
that
be
roster.
anybody sitting around right now that's any good.
Won't they
No.
just elevate Irv Smith for Sunday?
Irv Smith Irv Smith would make the most sense. He played at Alabama. He was second round pick, I think, for Minnesota. I mean, Irv Smith has played fullback at Alabama. He's played tight end. He's not the biggest guy, but that would be the one that would make some sense to me, is just picking. I mean, Irv has been a starter in the NFL. Irv Smith's probably the guy that they would elevate, is my guess.
All right.
Matter of fact, I would look for that today.
Yeah.
I would look for Irv Smith to be elevated from the practice squad today, I'll bet.
All right. I need you to elevate your life, okay? And how do you do that? How about buying a home instead of renting a home?
I talked to your boy.
You did?
Yeah. I was asking questions about – he was great. Kent Jones you're talking about.
He's
fantastic. I was asking about this interest-free loan. A buddy of mine in New York has it where – and he's like – he told me all the pros and cons. He goes, I don't like it. Here's why, but it could work in this particular scenario. He really does get into it.
He loves it.
And he said, hey, he sent me a text after we got off the phone. He says, hey, send me what you were thinking about, because I was just looking at something, and he sent me all this. He ran numbers for me, and it was crazy.
Yeah.
He went well beyond what I was expecting.
I tell you?
Yeah.
I mean, dude loves this stuff.
He's really good, and
He's
he does
really
explain what the best and worst case scenarios for you. And
ask if you've got questions about this stuff. I'm telling you, Kent Jones is a guy he loves this stuff, loves it. And he loves to save people money and give them the best advice that he can possibly have. Of course, he wants you to sign up with him, right? If you're going to have a mortgage, this guy will tell you everything about the mortgage game and how you can, I don't want to say work the system, but you're going to save thousands of dollars. And if you don't have a guy that cares, you're not saving thousands of dollars. And Kent Jones cares. He cares all the time. He's got, and just out of the blue, Lance called him. It doesn't mean anything to him. Maybe Lance might not use him, but he doesn't care. He's going to help you.
He said, if you get something out of state, I don't do out of state, but I'll help you find the right guys.
Yeah.
And I'll run all the stuff for you and tell you what you should be looking
He's
for.
unbelievable. Yeah. I'm telling you, I've been singing his praises for a while. This guy really, really cares. And if you are if you're in the market for a mortgage, Kent Jones is the guy. Dream Rate Mortgage, 713-520-5626, 713-520-5626, or 713-520-LOAN, or 975loans.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You want to in? Thursday. John Chill's going to join us today. All right, we've got that to look forward to. Tomorrow, 5-Star. 5-Star had a good weekend. 5-Star was kicking ass last weekend.
3-0.
3-0 last week.
2-1 the week before.
Yeah.
And then, he's 5 of his last 6.
I took his advice.
Actually,
and took the
technically 6 of
Steelers.
the last 7 because he had money line Steelers the week before, or maybe it was money line Miami in week 1. But so he's won 6 of his last 7, but he's 5 of his last 6 the last 2 weeks. So he's done a nice job. Had Arizona it was UNLV. Remember, he took UNLV plus the points. They
plus
went
9,
up.
and they won.
Went straight up.
Yeah. So he's on fire. My man is on fire. So
The only game he lost was trying to fade the Longhorns against Michigan. That's the only game he lost the last 2 weeks.
That
was his
yeah,
loss
he
last
took
week.
Michigan. Yeah, he had Michigan in that one. That was dumb. 5-Star. Don't do that again. Don't bet against Texas 5-Star. That's just ridiculous. It kind of is ridiculous right now. 713-780-3776, the number if you would like to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Astros lost last night. They got Caleb ordered. By the way, I said that Hader and Presley had 15. They have 11 combined blown saves. Hader has 3 and Presley has 8. So there is that.
Wait, Presley has 8 blown saves?
Presley has 8 blown saves. Yeah.
What about your boy Abreu?
Abreu does not have 8 blown saves.
Okay.
I don't know exact number right at this point in my life, but I do know that Brian Abreu does not.
You know who has no blown saves?
Ort has, see,
You don't put Ort in a save situation.
all of those just barely got over the wall. They could have been flyouts. So,
remember how deep San Diego used to be? It was like 390
yeah, right.
to left field.
And
it's insane how far you had to hit it.
Now
The wall was about 28 feet high.
Machado one-handed that out.
Yeah.
He one-handed that.
Uh-huh.
That's ridiculous. Okay, stop already
Are
with
we
that.
talking considering what happens in our left field?
Yeah, I know. We got a valid left field.
Do we?
Yeah.
We can pop it out
Yeah.
there.
And now if you hit a pop-up and it goes straight down, yeah, that's not great.
Yeah.
But you could hit a line shot that
And-
keeps on rising.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just
that's
because that's not going to
legit.
hold that. That park's not going to hold that.
That's legit. That's
You know what my son said yesterday? It was the 8th inning, and Dylan Cease was just, we know what happened. He was
Dylan
crushing.
Cease is a beast.
My son goes, Dad, are you watching this? Some rando is just murking the Astros. I said, Mason, he's not a rando. This is Dylan Cease. He's second in the league in strikeouts.
He's got a
Cease is-
Cy Young.
I mean, he's 14-11. He's 15-11 now. So and his ERA is like 3.4 or something. So it doesn't look as great, but I was like, yeah, Dylan Cease is really good. Dylan Cease is not a rando.
Some
Mason
rando.
didn't even know yesterday that you could have. He goes, are you allowed to switch batting orders in the middle of a game? I'm like, no. Why are you saying that? Because I'm looking at this, and the Yankees, the first 3 guys have fewer at-bats than Jazz Chisholm does. I'm like, well, then they probably walked, or there was a sacrifice or a hit by
What's
pitch.
going on in that home? What are you teaching him about,
I have to teach
about
him
sports?
like he doesn't know basketball. He knows everything. Baseball, he's all of a sudden gotten really into the Astros and really into baseball.
Okay.
All of a sudden out of nowhere. And then I realize, oh my gosh, he's saying things like, first of all, some randos beating him, Dylan Cease.
Well, I'm staying corrected. Dylan Cease did not. He finished second in Cy Young voting.
Okay.
But he had an unbelievable year.
Yes.
I mean, he had literally one unbelievable year, but he's
not a rando.
He's not a rando. And secondly,
now the Astros did
Brian Abreu has
did get murked.
6 blown saves.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah.
Your boy's up there.
Yeah, he's up there.
But this is the 3rd best bullpen.
Yes, it is.
Is what I was.
Yes, it
is
is.
what somebody told me.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
So that's 15. So that's 8, 6, 14, 17 blown saves between those 3, the big 3. Okay.
Yeah. That's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry
No,
about our
I
blown
like that.
saves.
I like blown saves better than saves anyway. They're more fun.
Blown saves are better.
Because you have a chance to come back and win and be like, what an unbelievable comeback.
You might get extra innings.
This is not the bullpen I paid for, by the way.
You didn't pay for any of it. You might get extra innings too, which is fun. You want more baseball.
Nah, not if you're an Astro.
Wait.
We're not as good.
We have our blown saves have led to extra innings.
Yeah, and we're not as good in extra innings.
No, we suck in extra innings. We don't want more.
We don't like men on base at second.
No,
we're not as good when we have men at second base. We're not as good as the other.
Oh, by the
teams
way,
consider
this
to be.
is with all those blown saves. This is still a really good bullpen. Really good bullpen. Yeah,
I guess so.
yeah. I mean, apparently, you're not watching other teams.
Apparently not, because this is not for me a good bullpen relative to the Astros.
No. If you're not a Yankee,
It's
fan
not a bad
or a Dodger fan, or
you're
they've
right.
got bad bullpens.
It's not a bad bullpen. It's just it's a bias because I expected much better, and this team has not lived up to what my expectations. Really, any Astros fans' expectations were.
Mine.
It hasn't lived up to it.
They've lived up to mine.
No, they haven't.
Yeah.
17 blown saves is not living up to your expectations of greatest season ever.
It was.
There's no chance. Maybe you would have that if they were actually a really good bullpen.
It would be actually get those 17 back.
You'd have. Can you believe no team's going to hit 100 wins this year?
How about that? I mean, do they need to eliminate the double high safety?
What we need to do is eliminate. We need to.
Oh, you know what? You know what happened? Maybe no shift. Maybe no shift has done it.
Well, we
eliminated the shift. Look what happened.
So there's fewer wins?
Yeah. It's harder to win now for everybody.
You can still shift.
No, it even the playing field.
Yeah.
No, you can't shift anymore.
Yeah, you can. You just can't super shift.
No, well,
we still shift.
You can't.
How do you think
can't be.
How do you think Kessinger was able to get
no
that ball?
infielder can be in the outfield, and
those are super shifts. You still shift. We still move.
We still move. Right.
Yeah, we
but
shift.
You can't be on the other side of the base.
Well, that's not even real. That's softball stuff. We were doing like second baseman and right field. That's not baseball. But a too high safety look is football. It's actually football. That's like Mel Kiper saying, we got to move the 3-point line up because no one's shooting well from outside this year. The 3-point shooting's down this year. Let's move the line in. Well, make it easier.
Except that's what they do. They
no,
do
they
stuff
don't.
like that. They move it around.
Well,
they moved it around.
What are you talking about? They've never moved it around in NBA since they got started.
They moved it in college.
I thought they moved it out.
Yeah, they moved it out in the NBA. Yes.
When?
Yes, they started it at the top of the top of the key
in the NBA in the early
when
80s.
It first started.
When did it?
I'm pretty sure they moved it back. Yes. Maybe not that much, but they have absolutely moved it back. And in college they've moved it around as well.
Well, yeah, because they didn't have one standard.
And
remember the ACC
in baseball, they moved the mound down because it was too high.
All right, here it is. Yes, the NBA moved the three. That's right. The NBA moved the 3-point line once.
Yes.
From 1994 to 95 to 97, 98.
Mel's onto something here. If the game is bad, you adjust.
How about we just take a safety off the field?
No, this is what they did. This
11
is what
on
they did.
10? We're going 10?
Yeah.
This is what they
11
did.
11 on 10?
As long as it's a safety off the field.
Shorten the 3-point line from 23.9 to 22 feet.
Have one safety.
Around the basket in an attempt to increase scoring in 94, 95. Yeah. So what they did, but then they moved it back to the original distance in 97, 98. They were like, this is a dumb rule. Why are we doing this? They finally figured out, your scoring is down because you allow hand checks and because, frankly, the coaches they would gobble up the play clock. It was the way basketball was being played. That's what I'm saying. They went back to the original 3-point line. They're like, why are we making this easier?
But there's a lot of changes that sports make that they keep.
No, but that's not one of. We don't make changes.
We need one less safety on the field.
No, stop.
11 on 10 on offense.
That's
you
what
want
we
the
have to
offense
go
to score? Or no.
Yeah. Do you want the offense to score? Have an extra man advantage.
Is actually not even in the game.
Now we have long advocated for eliminating offsides in soccer to increase scoring.
You guys have done that certainly.
Yeah, I think you should.
Soccer's pushing back on that.
You should cherry pick.
But 11 on 10 in what you would consider obvious passing downs, because if because we need them on the field for run stuff. But if it's third and
safety off the field,
3rd and 6 or greater, safety off the field. And
let's see. That's a good rule, Del.
Thank you. Me and Mel thinking alike. Mel, you didn't go far enough.
Del Kuiper.
You didn't go. Del Kuiper. I like that name.
Mel didn't go far enough with this 2 safety thing.
Mel Olaleye.
3rd and 6 and greater, off the field.
That a boy. We got it solved. That's it. It's solved. Time for you to solve people's jewelry needs.
Yeah, with Zadig Jewelers. Not just that, but this Saturday is going to be their Watchtoberfest. It's going to be, Watchtimberfest, because we're September. So it's Watchtimberfest. And what they're doing is they're taking like an Oktoberfest vibe and taking it into the store. And you're saying, what do you mean Oktoberfest? They're going to have beer there and pretzels. Actually, they are. They're actually going to have beer and pretzels, Bavarian pretzels. They're going to have beer on tap. They are going to be waiting for you with their beer and their pretzels. They're turning their 28,000 square feet into a beer garden. So we are going to have a lot of fun there. You're going to have beer, you're going to have pretzels, and you're going to check out the awesome selection of watches that they have that are considered the best in the state. And the reason's simple. They have timepieces and exclusive timepieces that no one else can touch. And so how are you going to enjoy your timepieces? Do you have one yourself? Do you have one that, that is something that you collect, or maybe something that's very important to you? You have an old family heirloom, one that's in the family. Why don't you go in, have it appraised? You can buy, you can sell, you can trade with the good people over at Zadig Jewelers, because they have the best watch selection you could possibly find. It Zadig Jewelers, ZADOK.com. Don't miss out on a cool beer garden concept that they've got this Saturday from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard.
All right. So it's Thursday. We got football tonight. NFL football. Jets and Patriots. When are the Jets going to look like the Jets? When are the Jets going to look
What
like
do you
the
mean?
team that
Well, I don't
acquired
know what that
Aaron
is.
Rodgers?
You mean what we expected?
Yeah.
They may not. They were talking about that on the show before ours about Aaron Rodgers as a game manager, and game manager is not a bad word. It's not a bad phrase. You're just you asked to run the system.
Ask if Aaron Rodgers if he wants to be known as a game manager.
Aaron Rodgers has never been a game manager. He's been a special elite talent, one of the best quarterbacks we've ever seen. So this would be a different role for him. But sometimes, as a matter of fact, the Jets, frankly, are not. Yes, they have Breece Hall is really good. Braylon Allen appears to be pretty good, the rookie running back. Garrett Wilson has not been a factor down the field. And some of that is the too high safety taking away the deep ball. But they got to get Garrett they got to get Garrett Wilson more involved in intermediate throws. Like they got to get him, the too high safety look gives you 15-yard throws. That's a chunk play. Why not take advantage? Well, it's not actually by passing standards, but I would take it. I would take that all day. Right now, the Jets are not a team that is explosive at all. Their other wide receivers are just kind of Alan Lazard was one of the guys Aaron wanted, but he's not a guy that gets open easily. He'll be covered. Mike Williams, when he gets back, he's old now. He's not going to be anything special. They need to start using Malachi Corley, I think, who's a catch and run specialist. I think they need to start getting him involved, but we'll see.
All right. The Texans are 1.5 now favorites over the Minnesota Vikings at Minnesota.
I guess you don't believe now because they keep going. The number keeps coming down. I guess do you believe now?
Yeah.
You're going to. I was thinking about this. This game is going to determine if the Texans are a 13-win team or a 10-win team. If they don't win this game, they're probably more like a 10-win team. The schedule will catch up with them here and there. They'll go 10-7. If they win this, they're going to be a 13-win team and fighting for the number one spot and it may seem like a little thing, but this is one of these trip-up spots where a not good team would come in there. Like San Francisco got rolled. And I'm not saying they're not a good team, but they got rolled. You just saw that happen. They just whipped you in an offense that's similar to yours. So Bobby Slowick's got to be going to school on, okay, what did Brian Flores do? Because we're going to – and Brian Flores, specifically designed a defense to beat what Purdy and Shanahan does. So now they laid the blueprint out there for what they're going to do. So if Bobby Slowick, he needs a game plan that CJ needs to play well. You got a better pass rush than – well, you don't really have a better pass rush than San Francisco necessarily. You might. Actually, you might.
Listen. I mean,
Sam Darnold cannot win.
Is there
start 3-0.
Is there a pair in the NFL of defensive ends that you'd rather have than Hunter and Anderson?
Would you still rather
TJ Watt and Alex Highsmith are pretty good.
Would you still rather have? They're older, Bosa and Mack.
Who?
Bosa and Mack.
No. Joey Bosa's never healthy.
Well,
is he even playing right now? Is he in an IR somewhere?
No, I believe he's playing right now.
Bosa and Mack are pretty good, but they're older.
Who's on the other side of Nick Bosa?
Was Chase Young, and now it's not. I don't know. Let me look. Who do they have there now? That's a good question.
And just to be clear, Joey Bosa has 2 sacks through 2 games, but he is questionable coming up here. But he has played his first.
He's already questionable. Yeah, whoa.
No stuff. I was going to say no.
Leonard Floyd is on the other side.
Leonard Floyd, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty sporty too. Leonard Floyd. And
I'd still rather
Nick
have
Bosa.
Anderson and Hunter than any of them.
I don't think Hunter's a great run stopper. Of course, neither is Leonard Floyd. And the talk is that Hunter may not play as many early downs once Autry gets back. He may be a defensive end, and he may be playing power end actually, and not defensive tackle.
Yeah,
you may see him playing some of that, and then move down to rush inside on third downs. That's some of the talk right now. That's the scuttlebutt. Is that you may see Autry playing base end to stop the run on early downs, and then Hunter comes in just to rush.
Hunter, I think his percentage was about 80% of the plays last. In week 1, he played 80% of the plays.
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to be out of the. He's not. It's not going to.
I saw some good reps from Derek Barnett.
Yeah,
I saw him have some good reps the other day. The rush for the Texans, and you look at the interior defensive line, and they're getting sacks. They're getting after the quarterback.
Yeah, Edwards is getting in there, and Foley's a little banged up again now. I think he sat yesterday too. So that's not a good thing because they need to stay beefy in there. Yeah, Autry is not a defensive tackle. That's the thing about him.
He's a 3-4 defensive end. He's he's a tweener.
Yeah.
So for D'Amico, I think the best way, because he's not as big as Mario Edwards. So, yeah. So I think the best way to play him might be early down defensive end. It may be playing both positions. We'll see. But I think he's going to be some early down defensive end so you can stop the run. And then here comes Hunter on the field. You get to keep him fresh. He gets to rush a passer. And I think that's what he's going to be. Danielle Hunter is going to be a quarterback hunter. That's what his role is.
Desperate. Okay, we're not in this category. We're one of the rich. How about the poors right now? Baltimore, 0-2. Desperate. Going to Dallas, who, after last week and they're at the ass kicking the Saints game, might feel like they're a little bit desperate right now. They're 1-1, and they don't look good. They don't look good. Cincinnati, 0-2. Hosting Washington on Monday Night Football. Jacksonville, desperate, right? They're 0-2. They're at Buffalo. That's not a good way. That's not a good place to be when you're desperate.
Only 6, by the way, only 6 teams, talking about the Ravens and some of the other teams you're mentioning, only 6 teams have made the playoffs after starting 0-3. Only 6 teams have been able to do that. Yeah.
Really?
The 81 Jets, they finished 10-5-1. The 82 Buccaneers, their final record is 5-4. I guess it was a scrub season. You got 11 of the Chargers, the 92 Chargers. They finished 11-5. You got the 95 Detroit Lions. They finished 10-6. Would that have been Fonts? Maybe. Then you've got the 98 Bills, 10-6. And then finally, you've got the 2018.
They end up going to the Super Bowl, didn't they?
And finally, you got the 2018 Houston Texans. They started 0-3 under Bill O'Brien, and the great Bill O'Brien took them to an 11-5 record. Remember?
Yeah,
we were here for that.
9 straight wins.
Yeah. And for some reason, we never believed.
No one cared. Who could overcome an 0-3 start best? Probably Baltimore
Ravens. Who are the other ones?
Cincinnati, 0-2, but they're playing Washington this week. I don't feel like they're going to be
at home.
0-2.
At home or on the road?
Yeah, I mean, decent teams that are 0-2 right now. What about the Colts? They can't survive 0-3.
They can't survive 0-3.
There's no way. Tennessee can survive 0-3.
Your answer is the Ravens.
The Giants can't survive 0-3.
The Giants couldn't survive 2-1.
Jacksonville's 0-3. Are they cashed? Are they done?
I think so.
They're at Buffalo on Monday.
I mean, it's a soft division, so you can beat opponents in your own division.
Now that the Texans start 3-0, it ain't
theoretically
soft anymore.
But I mean, Deshaun Watson beat you at your home.
Yeah.
That's like the measure of trouble. If Deshaun Watson's able to beat you nowadays, I know he's one of the highest paid quarterbacks in the history of the world. But when Deshaun Watson beats you, it's a sign that you're in major trouble.
Yep. Yep.
And he didn't play, poorly. It's like he beat you with 2 punt returns and a defensive, interception pick 6. He actually helped to move the ball some. He wasn't terrible.
And that's a big plus.
Yeah. So, I mean, you lost to Deshaun Watson. Huge
upgrade for him.
You didn't lose to just the defense, which they got a really good defense. Obviously, Cleveland does. But you didn't lose to just the defense. You lost to actually Deshaun Watson. I mean, look at this. I mean, this is good. Quarterback rating of 78.8. He threw for 186 yards, no touchdowns, but no interceptions.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty good for him.
No, that's real good.
No touchdowns, but no interceptions. For the year, he's got 1 touchdown and 2 interceptions, which is, But if Deshaun beats you, it's really a problem. How many yards did he run for? 5 carries for 20 yards, but he rushed for a touchdown.
You're looking at the micro. Sure, Deshaun won a game, but he continues to help the trend of ending the tyranny of the white quarterback. He took out another one on Sunday. So the agenda remains. Jacob, me and you.
Wait, what happened?
Oh, you mean beat Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, he took out another white quarterback, just proving Jacob's point.
Yep.
So
yeah. Well, no, Trevor
we're
Lawrence.
Thriving.
We ain't leaning on Trevor Lawrence.
He's one of yours, though.
Okay.
He's one of yours.
Josh Allen. Go beat Josh Allen.
I love how Civil War quarterback is now a thing.
Sorry. We keep winning.
Yeah. Oh, can he beat Derek Carr? No.
Yeah.
No.
Derek Carr might be the best in the league right now.
The best quarterback in the league ain't okay. He's
Derek
white.
His name is
and
Derek.
real white.
You think the best
His name is
quarterback
Derek,
in the
but
league
it's
is
not
Derek
with
Carr?
a CK at the end.
Look at the stats. Stats don't lie. Okay, the numbers don't lie.
Those 200 yards he threw for against the Cowboys
Look at his
got you all
touchdown
excited.
percentage.
The 200.
You claiming Derek Carr?
Yeah, we always have. I've
Yeah.
never doubted Derek Carr.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Okay, just wait.
You know,
You want to stick with
Kyler
Derek
Murray.
Carr all year?
Yeah, you can have Kyler Murray. We'll take Derek Carr.
Yeah, Kyler
We don't
Murray.
want Will Levis either.
That's yours.
Is he though?
Yes.
Is he white?
Will Levis?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Is he though?
I don't know.
What?
Are
What
you
else
the-
could he be?
are
Oh,
you
come
the-
on in. Come on in.
What questions
Okay.
do you have?
All right, are you coming?
Get
Let's
that
go.
chair. Get that chair.
All right, Melissa's here.
Get that chair. Now, this
Come
time
on, Melissa.
yesterday, turn on all the mics. I don't know, Dell. Whatever works.
Whatever
I
that
guess.
one is.
This time yesterday, turn that one on, John.
What?
You said that if our listener, we asked you yesterday, are you going to come to our listener party?
Yes.
Because you're on the same floor
Melissa
as us.
Blanco is with us. For
It's
those of you
kinda
that
like-
weren't here yesterday, she came in studio.
She's on Twitch.
And
right-
if she got
YouTube
10
right now.
Instagram invitations to our party, she was going to come.
Yes.
Okay. How many did you get?
It was a lot of people. Thank you guys. You guys are the best. You have the best listeners in the world. No wonder why you're doing the party for them.
Yeah.
It was like so many comments that, I was a little bit distracted during my show trying to reply everyone. I didn't want to be mean. And then a lot of people start following. So thank you also for calling to my attention that you guys were not able to slide on my DM because it was blocked somehow. So I
Yeah.
unblocked it.
You
So-
unblock your
Yes.
DM?
And so they
So
were able
it's
to not
working.
People
slide
are
into-
now sliding in?
No, because I don't want them to slide like you mentioned, like
Yeah,
just
just
being
to-
friendly, being friendly.
just to go into
To
Yes.
go into the DM.
But they were so nice and they
No.
start like
Yeah.
inviting me for the party on Friday. So I'm going to be here at 6 p.m.
That's how
Yes.
about that?
There you
Melissa
go.
Blanco's coming to the party.
That's
Yes,
right.
Okay.
thank you.
How
So-
long are you staying? 6:30? 6:15?
Like
no, she's gonna hang out.
6:05. No, I'm kidding. No, I'm going to stay for a
Yeah,
little
you're
longer.
staying.
Yes.
You
yes.
okay? There's gonna be free beer and tequila
You said there's going to be shots.
shots.
You're
Yeah,
trying to
we're
make
gonna
her
do
take shots yesterday.
We're gonna do shots.
I'm not really a drinker, but I would try.
Well, good. No, that's better that you're not a drinker.
I'm in a challenge
Why
of
is that
running
better?
It's just better.
Why is that better, Del said?
because he's going to drink my shot.
Okay,
Yeah.
you're gonna
I'm
drink
in
her.
a personal challenge of like trying to run for like 15 days in a row. So if I drink tomorrow, it's going to kill my,
Oh, you're
You know,
running?
yes.
That's boring.
I it's
Do you
the
like to run?
it's so out of my comfort zone, so I'm just trying to challenge
You're trying-
myself. Like
oh, yeah.
I love to work out, but running is like I hate it.
Yeah.
That I'm trying.
No. Well, good for you. Yeah, don't worry. I've run plenty hungover. Yeah, you can do it. You can do it. Anytime I run, I'm hungover because I'm usually just hungover. It doesn't. What day it is? That's I'm
Now,
hungover.
did any of our listeners like creep you out at all with their messages?
No, they were super nice,
They were
super
nice.
Yeah.
respectful. Yes.
Good.
Not only English speakers, but a lot of like Latin people also that
Oh, yeah.
listen to you guys. So I was
Oh, yeah,
kind
we
of
do.
surprised.
Oh,
So
nice.
Sometimes
I'm
John
trying
speaks Spanish on
I'm
the
trying to
show.
steal those listeners too. No, I'm kidding. No, I'm
Speak
kidding.
Spanish to her on the show. Like, I
What
want
do
to
you
see
want
if
me
you
to
can do like the rest of the segment in Spanish.
Well, no, I'm not going to speak.
¿Por qué no?
Spanish.
Habla
Puedo, pero no-
español.
Bueno, sí.
Pero
Pero
hablas
ellos
bien.
no entienden.
¿Ustedes entienden
Sí,
español?
No.
Ellos
No,
Sí,
ellos
hay
no
algunos
entienden.
que se entienden y
No,
se
¿cómo
sienten
que no?
Claro que
orgullosos.
sí.
No, los tontos, ¿no?
Ay, ¿por qué llamas así? Don't
Sí.
come to the party. He's calling you bad things. Don't be like that. I thought you were nicer.
No, I'm not.
He's not nice.
Why would you ever think he was nice?
Yeah, who said
If
that?
you do the show in
Who told
Spanish,
you?
I'm gonna move over here because that's
Yeah.
that's
Yes,
so
welcome.
so me, like English I think is, they say when you speak two languages, your personalities are different.
Yeah.
When you speak in one language than
Oh,
in
I
the
didn't know
other.
that was a thing.
So
Yeah.
I don't know. Yes, they say
No,
that
I've
because
never heard
they're different on your brains, different parts of your brain that are working. So your personality changes.
Oh, so
your
are you
voice
nicer
pitch.
now, or are you nicer there?
I think I'm nicer in English
In
because I have to be
English.
softer. Like
Yes.
I have to double think what I'm saying. Like yes.
Yeah, so you're not.
I know you're not.
So you're mean
You're
over
not
there?
nice in Spanish.
No, I'm not nice in English or Spanish.
Yeah.
No,
No.
no,
Either?
I'm not nice.
Okay.
I'm just not
But
nice.
do you feel your personality changes when you speak Spanish? Or?
No, I'm pretty much a jerk, but in English and Spanish.
Oh,
Yeah.
Pero es lo,
Yeah, yeah.
lo mismo.
so nothing to do with you. What about you?
No, my Spanish. Yeah, I'm very nice in Spanish and very nice in English. I'm actually a very nice guy. That's why I just have to fight back against
Melissa,
this.
you don't know him. You don't
No,
know
no, Melissa, I am.
No, you don't.
Thank you guys for the invitation. I will be
Yeah.
here.
Okay.
If you want to keep following, I don't mind.
Yeah.
Yes,
keep
Meli
following.
Blanco PR.
Oh, don't,
MELI Blanco PR.
Yeah.
MELI Blanco PR.
don't
and I
worry.
see you Friday.
They're
Bye,
not gonna.
guys.
They're not gonna
Thank you.
stop
See,
following.
look.
Tomorrow night.
See,
Tomorrow
the
night.
stations
What,
are coming
I said-
together, one host at a
Yeah,
time.
see?
They're not gonna.
What? Okay. A quiz for Lance. What is their number?
Power 105.
Point.
We just say Power 105.
0.3.
I think a 0.7, right?
Point
Or
three.
0.3.
Yeah.
It's all
See?
across the windows
It's
when
right
you walk
there.
in
And
here.
then
You walk in
Cheto,
every
I know
day.
Cheto, and then Melvi,
You
I
didn't-
think. Something
You
like
didn't invite
The
Shadow.
that. Nah.
The curvy one. Did you find out her name?
No, she
She doesn't work there anymore. We
Oh.
found
But
that
we
out
can
yesterday.
still invite her.
Yeah, why not?
Well, that's true.
What
She
else?
didn't have to work there.
Yeah, she don't have to work there. Oh, invite the curvy one. All right, we got a break. 818 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Time to talk right now about Robin over at Houston Powder Coaters. Love Robin. She's awesome. She is going to make sure that you if you got metal that is, and if it's patio furniture. Now, we talk a lot about patio furniture because I think that's the thing that they do most, but any kind of metal, whatever it is that you got boat parts or you got bumpers or any kind of car parts or the wheels of the car, anything that is metal, okay, they can make. And I saw they were doing the mags and they were doing the wheels of some cars, and man, they can make it look really cool. They can make it look really, really cool with hundreds of different colors. There's no limitation to what they can do color-wise. So whatever you're looking for, however you want it to look, you want it to look like your favorite team. How cool would that be? Your car looks like your favorite team, blue and orange, or maroon, or burnt orange, whatever it is that your whatever your favorite team is. You could do that with your patio furniture. You could do that with anything. So look, if you're looking to powder coat something, you want to keep it nice. Robin is the way to go. Free pickup and delivery. It's the best. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin you heard it right here. So, guess who's coming to my house today?
Well, hopefully you've been talking about it so much, it's going to be Aqueduct Plumbing Company.
Yeah, I called yesterday, and Jessica answered, and she listened to the show. I said, "Is this Mary?" And she said, "No." And I said, she said, "It's Jessica." And I said, "Oh, Jessica, hey, this is John Granado, and I do the ads." And she goes, "Oh, I know who you are. I listen to the show every day." And I was like,
Oh, yeah?
What? Jessica.
Good.
Shout out to Jessica. And she said, "We'll have somebody there tomorrow." I've got a sink that I've used the drain. It doesn't work. And now it's filling up with water. The sink is actually filling up. If you use the other sink in the bathroom, then this one fills this one up. That's a bad thing. It's a bad thing.
They're going to figure it out, though.
They'll figure it out because they're really, really awesome. So They're coming today, and they're going to fix it. She said, I can get somebody there today. I was like, no, tomorrow morning's fine. Just let's do that. And they can't be more accommodating. They can't be nicer. They can't be better at what they do. I'm telling you, you got a problem. 281-488-6238. You need that number in your phone because you never know when you're going to have some kind of a leak, kind of spring a leak, any kind of problem whatsoever. You got to have Aqueduct Plumbing on your side. 281-488-6238. Oh.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Oh, wow. Just invited somebody to the listener party.
They said no.
Lord, no. No, he can't. Actually, he texted back and said, I can't. We got a celebration of life thing going on out of town. So otherwise he would come. Yeah, so the party's tomorrow night. It's going to be fun.
My wife is coming.
She is?
Yeah, I was like, why are you coming this year?
Well, that's great.
Yeah. She's like, what do you think I should wear? I'm like, it's casual.
Yeah, there's no standard.
What are you going to wear, Del?
Are you wearing a jacket?
Del?
Or
A jacket?
and tie?
I haven't really thought about it. Whatever.
Well, call me with what you're going to wear.
No,
Don't
why?
wear a tuxedo.
I'm not going to wear a tuxedo. Why? Why do I need to call you?
I want to see what you're going to wear so I don't wear the same thing.
Do you think we have
We
a
clash.
similar style at all?
Yeah, I don't want y'all to
Oh, okay.
wear the same thing.
Nah, you got a fresh cut. So
I don't know what. There's not a standard of dress, right? Just make sure you're clothed. I think is really the standard, right?
yeah,
You've got clothes on, pretty much.
Just wear clothes.
Yeah, don't come naked. That's
Pretty
all
much
we're really
wear
looking
clothes.
for. And maybe keep the flip flops out of the building.
People can wear flip flops if that's their style.
At night, flip flops at night
Yeah.
in a building.
Matter of fact, now I'm wearing my flip flops.
Go ahead. I'm not gonna look at your feet.
No, you're not wearing flip-flops.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna do it.
Look, I'm not gonna be looking down unless it's to avert my eyes from people, so they don't think I want to talk to them.
Hugs? Are there hugs in
No
store
hugs.
for you?
No, this is not a place for you just to get your jokes off at my expense. No,
Hugs. I think that's.
don't hug me.
Do not hug.
Hang out, have a good time. There are gonna be a lot of things going on, mainly food and drinks, and just enjoy being around everybody. But don't hug me.
Let me see how many out of the top 10 top selling jerseys you can get
Caitlin Clark won.
in the NFL.
Oh, okay. Do they have a Caitlin Clark NFL jersey
They
yet?
don't.
No, not everything
That's
revolves.
Frank Clark, and you don't want one of those.
Yeah, they're completely different types of people.
Yeah.
Not an ally to the women.
No.
Top 10 NFL jerseys.
You get 3 errors.
And it's from March to May.
from March to May. Probably Caleb Williams would be one.
Caleb Williams is not
The
one.
first pick of the draft is not one of the top.
Now, I don't know.
Jersey
Where did you
sales.
get the March to May
That's
thing?
what I saw.
Oh, I see it too. I
Yeah.
see it too. Yeah, March to May.
Oh, March to May. So no, it couldn't be Caleb because
He was drafted.
it
in
wasn't
what?
until the end
late
of
April?
April where you would have even found out. All right. Let's see. Who are fan bases that would have? I don't think they care about age. I don't think they care about Jalen Hurts enough to make him one. So I'm not going to say Jalen.
I would though.
Is he in there?
He's number
Top-
6.
Jalen Hurts is top 10.
Yeah.
Okay. Jalen Hurts, and then Burrow's not. He's always hurt, so you can't wear his.
Well,
jersey.
he's 5th.
Okay.
Those are 2 wrong
I mean,
answers already.
Cousins? You gonna tell me? All right. There's no way Kirk Cousins is in there.
No, Kirk Cousins
Okay.
is not in there.
Okay. Josh, are Josh Allen?
Josh Allen's not in there.
Lamar
so you,
Jackson will
So
be.
so far you have 0.
No, you said I got.
Well, you
2.
said they're not in there.
Oh,
Yeah,
well.
you're wrong.
yeah, you.
Oh yeah, I guess technically that's
No, it's not
not
technically.
right.
It's just
Okay,
not right.
So Josh Allen will be. I mean, Lamar Jackson will be in there
Lamar Jackson is not in there.
Wow.
So
because
far,
they've
you're
already
over.
bought.
You're missing number 1, who is so obvious.
That
Not CJ.
CJ's number 1.
I guess because the come up. So yeah, because there's already been a ton of Lamar Jackson jerseys sold,
Yeah.
and Josh Allen, CJ's the come up. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That's number 1. Are they all quarterbacks?
No.
Number 2. What about
The
Barkley?
the best
Barkley
player
running
in the
back
league.
jersey.
You're really struggling on this. The best player in the league.
According to the
Justin
players,
Jefferson?
it's Tyreek Hill.
Patrick Mahomes is number 2.
Oh, he's not the best in the league.
He's by far the best
Justin
player
Jefferson's
in the league.
way better. Have
Not
you seen what he's
according
done with
to the
Sam
players.
Darnold?
The players didn't vote Patrick Mahomes number 1.
Well, they're dumb because Patrick Mahomes is by far.
Sam Darnold. Do you see what Justin Jefferson did with Sam Darnold?
Yeah.
That's your that's your best player in football.
Well, he put it right on
It's
the
Justin Jefferson.
I mean, he couldn't have thrown a better ball.
Who got open?
Aiden Hutchinson is 3rd.
Come up.
Amon-Ra St. Brown is 4th.
Detroit fans showing up.
Joe Burrow, Jalen Hurts, Saquon is 7th. Jahmyr Gibbs, Micah Parsons, Brock Purdy.
Good Lord, the Lions fans are all in this year.
Yeah, they are.
I saw the new odds that come out for MVP, Rookie of the Year, Offensive, Defensive Player of the Year, all that stuff. You've got Aiden Hutchinson as a new Defensive Player of the Year. I mean, he had 3 or 4 sacks this week against a bad Tampa offensive
Somehow
line.
they still lost that game.
But he is and they lost. But he is the Defensive Player of the Year favorite now. Rookie of the Year defensively is a guy that I told y'all to bet on before the season started in the NFL article, Jared Verse. Although he has 1 sack in 2 games. I'm not sure why he's the favorite. But Dallas Turner's banged up, and he was the favorite. Quarterback, Caleb Williams is now 3rd. Jaden Daniels 2nd. And 1st is now Marvin Harrison is the favorite.
Well, he
actually scored a touchdown unlike the quarterback.
Last week, your Heisman favorite was Quinn Ewers. This week, it's back to Cam Ward from Miami is the favorite to win the Heisman right now. But these things are bouncing around and changing.
If Cam Ward
what do we know about Cam after those games?
He just puts up numbers, and he's been really good. He sees USF on Saturday. So
where's his losses
playing
coming?
a decent team?
Yeah, but where's his losses coming?
What are we gonna do about it?
He's gonna have stats.
Schedule. What do you want?
What do you mean? You make your own schedule.
Yeah, they schedule Florida, and it turns out Florida sucks. What do you want?
Well, yeah, that's not a real team.
What?
He's going to win the Heisman if he keeps winning, though.
No, yeah,
because the stats are going to be good
Absolutely.
too.
You know, the biggest accomplishment in Cam Ward's career is even being a favorite with Mario Cristobal as his coach. I don't care if he wins it. Like this accomplishment right now, going into week 4,
the biggest accomplishment of his life.
I don't care about all those touchdowns you threw at Washington State or Incarnate Ward. The fact that through 4 weeks or 3 weeks through a season, you could be the number 1 favorite when Mario Cristobal is your coach. Shout out to Cam Ward.
Yeah. For a quarterback?
Yeah,
that's a good point.
Shout out to Vanderford Air.
Vanderford Air should get a shout out because I got a message from somebody on Twitter the other day that talked about they came out. He had them come out for his checkup. You know, they'll come out and do a checkup for your systems. And even if you're not really having any issues, they come out. He goes, I had a checkup. I did that because I like to make sure I stay preemptive and don't have any issues. And he said, man, they came out there. My emergency drain pan was all gunked up. They took care of that. There were problems inside the unit that they had to, just things that were unscrewed, problems like that they went and took care of. They did little things to make sure that they didn't become big things. There was an issue. He had the same thing that I had where some lines had been almost cut through because of a yard guy's weed whacker. The weed eater actually almost cut through some lines that were on the outside that have been taped up. These are things that could have turned into major issues. And just what Vanderford Air does with their basic checkups, they were able to find these issues and correct them before they became major problems. Vanderford Air is a company who is going to take care of your air conditioning needs. Whether it's a brand new unit or just something that needs to be fixed, Vanderford Air has got you covered. They can do it same-day service within 24 hours. They are out there at your property making sure that you are taken care of and you are cooled down. You want efficiency. You want a cool home. You want Vanderford Air. 281-557-COOL. That's 281-557-COOL.
So I don't know what kind of windows you got. I don't know if you can tell if you walk by your window and it's hotter near your window, then your window is you're losing a lot of air conditioning, okay? Because it's leaking through there. If you're standing by your window or you're not standing by your window and you're hearing noises in the street, then your windows are not that good. I got the best window in the market here, Gulf Coast Windows. The selection is incredible. Aesthetically, you're not going to find a better window. You're value wise, you're not going to find a better window because you're going to get the best window in the market. Of course, you have to pay for it, but you're going to get the best window that you can possibly get. The value and how much it's going to increase the value of your home. That's another thing. Okay. If you're building a home, use Gulf Coast Windows. You can get double pane, double glass. You can get hurricane windows, doors. They got French doors, sliding doors, storm doors, whatever. Performance, it's second to none. They got the Performer 1, Performer 2 window, hurricane window, wood-clad window. And again, if you're building a home, this is the window that you want because you want that home to be the best it could possibly be. Get the best window you could possibly get. All at GulfCoastWindows.com. Jim Fumey's been doing this for over 35 years. He's got the best. It's the best. GulfCoastWindows.com, 713-849-5454.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-377. No, zero. I mean, nobody wants to talk about the Texans and the injuries right now. Is this not a problem with us?
So Lance,
is Juice Scruggs and Patterson not practicing yesterday not a problem?
So I wanted to ask Lance this because he said if they go in, this is proof of concept and they could win 13. If they lose, it could be 10. So you're not taking injuries into account. What if they're down a starting center, down 2 running backs, and you're leaning on a guy you just benched in your previous game to be your bell cow in the run game? Are you still using this as a game that means a lot if they're just hampered by injury?
Yeah, who's going to be out?
You're probably not going to have both your top 2 running backs. Cam Akers, who you benched, is going to start likely.
I don't care. Cam Akers is good enough to win this game.
Yeah, Cam Akers. I agree with that. Cam Akers
and
Cam Akers and
Ogunbowale is not. Yeah, I don't think that's a huge drop down, to be honest.
From Joe Mixon?
Yeah.
I mean, Joe had that great game against the Colts, but we may have to. I'm still in a holding pattern now. Like, it was good. I watched him run. He looked really good, but man, did the Colts look terrible last week against the run again.
So you don't. So the center issue isn't a concern
I
of yours.
To me, that's not enough. Is your best cornerback still on the field? Yes. Are your 3 wide receivers still on the field? Do you have starting tackles? Is CJ there? None of this. Are your best pass rushers there? None of that bothers me. You should still win this game. I don't care. One of the centers will be available to you.
Do we know that?
Yeah, we know that.
No, we don't.
I can tell.
By what?
Just
how?
History, the way history repeats itself.
Okay.
Centers usually.
It's unlikely that
very few teams lose 2 centers. Actually, it happens more than you think.
Yeah. So why are you so sure?
I just feel sure.
Okay.
I just feel quite certain, actually.
Nico's going to be full go.
Well, I don't feel quite certain that they'll win. I feel quite certain that this should not be a factor in the game. I really don't. And I think if you win, it's one of these games. It's a good test game. You know, you're better than the Minnesota Vikings, but they're playing good football right now.
They just beat the 49ers.
They just came off the 49ers, which they run a similar, same family tree of play calling. So it'll be a good test. So if you go in there and beat them, I think that's a sign that you're headed for a 13-win season.
Okay,
you're headed for a really good season. If you don't, then maybe it's a sign that the schedule will catch up with you more than,
But this isn't. Listen, the Vikings were not going to be on the schedule first. That's not a first place schedule team. You're playing that division team.
No, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Like if you don't beat them here in this spot, 10-7 is probably your record. If you do beat them, I would say this is a team that can go in and win games they're supposed to win, which would make them maybe a 13-win team.
I think this particular defense and the play caller is going to test the Texans' issues as far as their ability to pick up games. We saw some of that be a factor against Chicago where guys were being turned free, and we saw CJ do what he had to do what he had to do to make plays happen. Brian Flores is going to put pressure on that offensive line, whoever's playing. That's why I was asking about the injury.
Doing a lot
concerns.
of catch and run stuff with my guys underneath. A lot of shallow crossers. I mean, they'll be playing zone, so it's not like you're gonna, you'll just have to hit them in the right spots. But to me, this is gonna be a big game for I think Tank, and I think Collins probably goes under the 100 this time, and I think the other two wide receivers have bigger games. A lot of dinking and dunking, and let's just complete. And run the ball too. I'm fine with that too. Let's run the football. Let's make it easy. Let's shorten the game a little bit. Let's get out of there. Let's force Sam Darnold in the offense to sit on the sidelines a little bit. I think you can put Sam Darnold in shell shock situations. That it will be interesting to see if he blitzes Sam Darnold. Maybe not as much as he blitzed Caleb Williams because they're not a heavy blitz team. But let's see if D'Amico says, you know what? Let's see if Sam Darnold's got some PTSD from all those years in the league being chased around. Let's heat him up and see if he doesn't lose his confidence. I think it's a pretty good strategy, maybe to show Sam, get after him early and then show him pressure and back out late.
But it's funny, that wasn't very D'Amico like all those blitzes. I mean,
break tendency.
Yeah. But a young quarterback, you could see him doing that with. Sam Darnold isn't a young quarterback.
No, he's not, but he has been a quarterback who's seen ghosts in the past because the pressure's been so strong on him.
Yeah.
Can he now?
He didn't have Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison. I mean, it's a little different now.
Even Kevin.
It's a lot different.
He didn't even have
and
Kevin O'Connell.
a play caller.
Yeah, Kevin O'Connell's good.
Yeah, Sam Darnold wasn't slappy coming out of college. And
sometimes Sam Darnold was awesome.
Maybe Sam Darnold becomes an average NFL quarterback. Maybe this is his opportunity to show that. Maybe Sam Darnold is an option for a team. There's certain quarterbacks who are not talented enough to overcome their situations. They just, I would argue most aren't.
No.
I would argue that we are overpaying for average quarterbacks at a rate that is astonishing by NFL standards. Astonishing how much money some of these guys make who can't overcome anything. They're just guys unless they have the right system and the right. I mean, right now, Derek Carr has a Kubiak calling plays for him. All of a sudden, he's really good after 10 years in the league. Now you have Sam Darnold. He's got Kevin O'Connell. By the way, same family tree of play calling, basically, and it's working. Oh, you don't say. Brock Purdy, 7th rounder, same family tree. You don't say. Offensive Rookie of the Year, C.J. Stroud, same family tree of play calling. You don't. Oh, really? Is that right? Matt Stafford, when he won his Super Bowl, Sean McVay, that family tree, same family tree. There's Jordan Love, just got paid tons of money and had made this huge jump. That's the same family tree of play calling. So, I mean, this isn't hard to me. These quarterbacks are as dependent upon coaching as they've ever been because they don't learn to quarterback in college. You basically have a ton of one-on-ones, and all you do is you get to throw it up. This is what my buddy Rex Hogan from the Jets used to be at the Jets. He said, I've been going back and looking at, like, why did we miss on Sam Darnold? Not Sam Darnold, Zach Wilson. He said he's out of football right now, but he'll get back. And he said, I just want to go see why we as an organization missed on Zach Wilson. It's not like they thought he was better than Trevor Lawrence at the time, but he said, I want to go back and find out. So he's looking for clues and he's looking for little hints. And I said, for me, Rexy, it was just about watching him play. And when he played against better competition the year before, he wasn't. It was very average. Then when he played against lesser competition as last year, I said it was way better. But you watch the games like against U of H, he would just throw the ball up. He was just throwing it up because he had one-on-ones and he had bigger receivers. And his bigger receivers made catches over smaller cornerbacks that Houston had. And to me, that's not NFL football. You just throw it up a bunch of one-on-ones. Not at all. As a matter of fact, if you're a quarterback in college who's living on that one-on-one throw, like, man, did you see this throw? I don't know how many times during the draft I see people talk about, watch this throw. Oh, you mean a one-on-one throw that your wide receiver's better than the cornerback they're playing? Well, what are you going to have? What's going to happen when you get a double high safety look and you've got to actually be a quarterback and throw in windows and things like that's NFL quarterbacking, not throwing it one-on-one deep sideline where there's no safety even involved over the top. That's like 7-on-7s. That's not real quarterbacking. And so you better have a good, nowadays more than ever, maybe you better have a great scheme, a good play caller, and you got to put a lot of help around these quarterbacks.
Yep.
A lot of help. Look at Tua. Tua's hapless as a quarterback. And until you gave him good, until you look at him, he was floundering. Miami wanted him out. The fans hated him. All of a sudden, he got all these.
True, and John's doing something that probably he shouldn't do. None of that floundering, hating thing from the fans is true. You made all that up.
Yeah. He was floundering the first 2 years. Until you got Tyreek Hill.
They won 10 games in his second year.
Not because of Tua.
No.
How come Brian Flores never won any games without him? His record without him stunk.
Tua stats.
How about Brian Flores?
Oh, terrific, Dell. 27 touchdowns, 15 interceptions. It's actually better than I was expecting.
All right, then.
1,800 passing yards. Woo.
He didn't start
what a quarterback.
Because George Godsey was
2,600 passing yards.
He didn't start all the games.
This guy was a baller.
He didn't start all the games, and hey, Chad Osei, George Godsey calling plays. That's comforting.
Look at him this year. 2 touchdowns.
How unappreciative is Brian Flores? Okay,
I know.
Dude, that's all he did for you is win.
Well, and try to ruin a quarterback. He did that too.
Yeah. 8:45.
Him and Bill O'Brien. All they did was win divisions.
No, Brian Flores never won the division.
But almost. Well, he almost got in the playoffs.
He gave up 56 games. He gave up 56 points in a win in your end game.
Hey, do we not give Bill O'Brien enough credit? I said something about Bill O'Brien, terrible GM. Good coach.
Oh, he's a good coach.
I said terrible GM, good coach when they were winning this weekend. And somebody goes, whoa, not good coach.
Yeah, he's a good
he was
coach.
a 9-win coach and all this stuff. But I feel like Bill O'Brien is a good coach.
He is a good coach. No, we got to do that on the other side, though. Right now, I got to talk about Chastain Ford. I talked to Tony over there yesterday, as a matter of fact. We're heading over there. We're going to find the perfect truck for my son after he was just sitting at a light and he got hit and totaled his car. And here comes Chastain Ford to the rescue. He's getting his check from the insurance company, and he's going to put it all into a new truck. And I told him, he's like, okay, where do you have to be? How much do you want to spend? This is the important thing, not, you know what? He's going to find the perfect vehicle. He's already got some pre-owned that we're looking at. We're going to look at a new truck as well. But everything cannot be a better process. It just can't. You're looking for the best way to get into that car or truck. People who care about you, they care about how much you're spending on this vehicle. They care about getting you the best vehicle that they possibly can with the best service they could possibly get you. And, oh, by the way, every truck or car that they sell, every single vehicle that they sell at Chastain Ford this month, they're sending $100 to Texas Children's Hospital for cancer research. It can't be nicer people. It can't be better people. And that's who you want to deal with when you're buying a car, not somebody who's trying to just make as much money as they possibly can. No add-ons, no markups. You're going to get the best deal at ChastainFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown Chastain Ford.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, 850 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John Chill going to join us on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So listen up, and he's got some winners for you. He's got some trends for you. The trend is your friend. Okay, that's a kind of a big deal. What the trend is doing with the betting. So make sure that you study that as well every week, and then you're going to find some winners if you go against what everybody's betting on. That's basically the deal. Basically, the deal is bet against what everybody else is.
Can I just tell you something I just saw, because I have ADD and I just saw it, so you have to know it now. Jimmy Walker's only 7 years younger than John Amos. JJ was only 7 years younger than James Evans.
Yeah.
In good times, in real life. Did he strike you as that on the show? James Evans always looked older.
Young. He didn't. Yeah. I think
James
he
Evans
looks
always
older
looked
than
older.
he is, and I didn't think that JJ looked that young. Yeah.
I guess not, but he was only 7 years younger than James Evans.
Wow.
Maybe it's just more James Evans.
Apparently,
A.K.A. John Amos looked a lot older, because he was like 20 years younger than his wife, Florida Evans. Damn.
So, he wasn't happy that they were doing all the dynamite stuff.
Shucking and jiving with
and
JJ.
jiving.
He's like, I've got one son who wanted to be a Supreme Court justice. The other one, she wanted to be a brain surgeon or a doctor or surgeon. And then we got a guy with a chicken hat on saying dynamite every third page. And they wanted to he was the big one they wanted to promote. I got my other children were, I thought we could have gotten a little more mileage out of my other children. Hey, dynamite sold t-shirts.
No, that's right. That's exactly. No, that was the catchphrase of the show.
Yeah.
Like, kiss my grits.
Yeah.
Right?
Catchphrases were big.
They were
like,
huge.
we don't have, like, keep those egg rolls.
Where's the beef?
Catchphrases were huge back then, Del. You had, kiss
Dale
my
don't
grits.
know nothing about catchphrases.
You had,
what you talking about, Willis?
What you talking about, Willis?
Yeah.
Was one. It was huge. You had to have a catchphrase.
Yeah.
A catchphase. Gilbert
Thanks.
used to have one called "Keep those egg rolls frying."
Yep.
And that's when he was never bigger than
What
"Keep
about-
those
what
egg
about
rolls
this one?
frying."
Oh, Lance.
Well, that's yours.
That's yours.
For Lance.
I don't do.
No,
who does
John
that?
he used to do that to you. Oh, Lance.
When? I don't remember that being a thing.
You don't. Tell.
It
Okay.
was. I mean, it wasn't mine.
John's
I never
catchphrase
said
is
it.
you
John
don't-
said it about you.
chances.
John's catchphrase is "You don't know,"
You don't know.
That's true.
That is true.
and mine is "I'm a numbers guy."
Yeah. I'm all about hope though. Or
Hope.
something. I don't know why I got that one.
Hope.
Yeah, I don't know.
Solo?
That's why I got that poster.
Oh.
Because I was all about hope.
Should just say "dread."
Yeah, the listener party tomorrow night. Melissa's coming. All you pervs out there.
Well, you don't need to be pervs.
Jeez.
Well,
If you guys weren't pervs in her mentions, which apparently you weren't, she says you guys are very nice. Just be nice.
yeah, but you know what? Sometimes you can act nice, but you're really still perving.
But keep it to yourself.
Yeah, keep it to yourself.
Keep that locked
please.
up tomorrow
Please.
night.
Well, try not to, I mean, are we going to put Melissa with Sam and Abigail and the three of them together?
Jeez.
Going to hang out?
I mean, I don't know if they're going to be all in the same group, but they will be there.
They will all be there.
Yeah.
But
We're not going to
keep your perviness to a minimum. Okay?
Yeah.
just be a normal person.
Yeah.
Yeah, just be a normal person. It shouldn't be keep your perviness to a minimum. Just be a regular person.
Yeah.
Who doesn't get arrested for, stalking and things like that.
Yeah, that stuff. Yeah, try to be a decent human being for a change.
Lance wants to talk to all of you guys. So, heck, Lance is going to welcome all of you. Talk to Lance as much as you like.
Yeah.
I'll be there 6 to 6:30, so you guys got to get in early.
You don't get a 30-minute
6
interval.
to
Going in?
6:30.
Yeah, I'm eating some Philly flats. Some
Your
halal
wife's
guys.
coming.
Well,
She
just-
wants to hang out. She wants to drink some beer with us.
She doesn't drink beer.
Well, she will tomorrow night. That's
No,
what we
she
got
won't.
going on.
She
What
doesn't
else do
drink
we
beer.
have to help? We have
Vodka,
some
Space City
She drinks
vodka.
vodka.
Space City vodka. Well, now
She
here
may
we go.
bring her own mix.
Now here we go.
But regardless of that, we're
and-
coming. We're getting Philly
And we're
flats.
going to end up at
halal
Lachey's after.
guys. No. Negative.
Yeah. We're going to end up at Lachey.
She's training for the London Marathon. She thinks she's going to get a spot in for charity. So I got to help her raise money to get into the London Marathon. But she wants to run it before the knees are just too bad an issue, because the only reason she's able to run is QC Kinetics. It's the only reason she can. But when you have bone on bone, QC Kinetics helped out with what they did. It's not a commercial for them. I'm just saying they really did a great job. But she's like, I got to get London in, and then she's got to decide about Tokyo, because there's a big 6. So if you get all 6 of them in, it's New York, Chicago, right? Boston. It's not Houston. Where's the other one? Berlin, Tokyo, and London. Those are the 6. And you get a special medal if you do all 6 of them. So she wants to do all 6 of them.
But
She
you
didn't
said
start
she
running
might.
until
you
like
said-
a decade
Is it
ago.
like a church medal or
A
what do you mean?
church
A
medal?
What do you,
church
I
medal.
mean,
What is
yeah.
a church medal?
You get medals from church.
You get
You
medals
do?
from
Yeah,
I never
from
got a medal
Catholic
from
Church
church.
has medals.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Catholic
No,
Church.
it's more like a medal of valor. It's
Of-
more like a Purple Heart.
A
type of
purple.
Is
thing.
she gonna wear it around? Can she bring it into the,
Oh,
the
she's
listener
got her.
party?
Oh no, she's got her.
It's a purple
we always
heart.
bust her. Oh no. She
Wow.
went out after the New York Marathon, got all liquored up, and was trying to use her. She's like, yeah, I ran a marathon. She got her marathon going on,
Placard
and we
on?
went to
She wore
No,
her
she's got her-
placard out.
placard. No, her
If you
medal.
finish one, they give you.
She's
a
got her
medal.
finisher
Yeah.
medal on, and she's getting liquored up. And we're at this place called Tell No One, I think it's called, and it's in New York, and it's in a hot dog place. But behind this, there's literally a phone booth there, and you go through the phone booth, and you can get into a speakeasy. And she starts, and we're having to wait a long time. And there's this super sassy doorman who you try to get in. Like, we put our name on the list, and you just wait. You just have to wait. It is what it is. And she didn't want to wait anymore. So she went over with her medal, and she told the guy, and we saw this happening, like, this is it. We're done.
This
And
is
she
bad.
told the guy, and she's like, we started talking. She shows her medal. Like, that's the first time somebody's been from the New York Marathon in New York.
Right.
And he just said, you know what, girl, I am so proud of you. Here's what you should do, sis. You should take your medal and you should go party on the town. You should go find some place right now, as a matter of fact, that you can go. And like, we're out. Okay. So we're off the list now.
Nice.
So thanks, good job. I didn't do anything. Shut up, Nicole. I mean, we are celebrating you, but you can't be running around with your medal acting like you're gonna acting like you can just get by a sassy doorman. His zest was not feeling that at all. So we basically got iced.
Is this true? Take that. P. Diddy's catchphrase.
Yes.
Yes, it is true.
It is true.
In
Yes,
songs,
it's true.
yes.
Take that.
Take that. Yes,
That was his. Okay.
that was actually his.
That was P. Diddy's. What's the context of take that?
It was just something he said in songs.
Just something. I'm sure there's no context.
Okay. 857.
we were truly finding out. Did you hear any of the
it's
charges against him?
It's ugly.
Like, P. Diddy is one of the worst people I've seen. I mean, obviously there's serial killers and there's horrible people, but he's in that next tier of really bad people.
Yeah. No.
Sounded like someone where he was forcing, his coercion involved guns and making people perform sex acts for him and other people. Like, it was really bad.
Ugh.
Like things that Liam Neeson would go after and slaughter him for if he did it to his
daughter.
Yes.
John Chill next on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. My bookie. Listen, you're going to hear John Chill talking about all kinds of odds. You're going to hear him talking about trends. You're going to hear him talking about all kinds of stuff. And you're going to hear him. He's going to give you some picks that he really, really likes. And that's kind of a big deal. But here's the deal. I'll tell you where you can bet him. MyBookie.ag from the computer. Now, you can go to DraftKings and Lake Charles, and I highly recommend that as well. But MyBookie is right there on your laptop in your living room where you can bet, win, and get paid, where you can double your deposit, okay? If you make a deposit right now, and MyBookie will say, you know what? I'm going to give you double to play with. Now, you have to play and to be able to qualify for that stuff. And no, you can't just take, you double my money, I'm just going to take it out. That's not how it works. So here's the deal. What's today? Thursday? Oh, free bet today. Well, who gives you a free bet? You bet on the game. And if you win, you get paid. If you lose, it's okay. Don't worry about it. That's unbelievable. And by the way, they've also got a thing called now MyBookie Plus, where the more you play, you advance in tiers and whatnot, and all kinds of great giveaways and all kinds of other stuff. You're looking for the best way to play, win, and get paid. Anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, but you got to put in promo code BET975. All right, welcome back. John Chill, CFO, Golden Nugget Lake Charles, joining us now, talking about the DraftKings Sports Book, where you can get your bet on all day, every day, because they got kiosks where you can bet. Oh, it doesn't matter what time of day that you're there. You can put your bet down. So John Chill's joining us right now. How did last weekend turn out with the UFC and boxing and college football and pro football? What kind of week do you have?
John, it was insane. We was on. I think it was our third busiest week we had, and it was just crazy with the mariachi band. We had football in the afternoon, and then boxing and UFC, and it was one big party, John. We had a good time and watched the fights, and made a little bit of money here. We had some upsets. I don't know if they were upsets. I got bet down them. For Miley losing and Grosso losing, we were able to have some fun here at the sports book. But yeah, it was a good weekend overall. And then Sunday with the NFL, we had some upsets, and we went through we had a good time there. And then kind of weird, I was just looking, who would ever think Geno Smith, Sam Darnold, Derek Carr are 2-0, and Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, and Matthew Stafford are 0-2 going into the first 2 weeks of the season. But yeah, it's been an interesting weekend, and we continue to party it up there at DraftKings every weekend. So,
and
games.
So you got football. Obviously, you got football this weekend. What's the side events that you got going on?
We got that. We got baseball. Baseball's starting to heat up, and you're starting to see some future bets in there as well. We're starting to see some actions, in there as far as baseball starts, and we're continuing to, monitor the Astros, see where they're at, and continue to look at that as well. So being interesting, got that coming up, starting to see some futures on NBA. People are starting to look at that. I think training camp starts in a month, so we're starting to look at those as well. But it's mainly football right now, and college Saturday and NFL on Sunday, and you get the game tonight. So we'll be a packed house again all weekend. So tonight's game, kind of we're seeing both sides a little bit. Jets are -6. What's interesting, we're seeing a trend this year, is especially in the NFL, there's more prop bets. A lot of people playing the team totals, touchdown prop bets, and and I think the market's starting to adjust to them. I think it was Barkley Monday. I don't remember seeing a lot of in years past of like anytime touchdown scores. I believe he was like -120. He always was plus money for the TD prop. So I think the market's adjusting to some of the prop bets, but they're still being played a lot, and we're seeing that trend continue in the NFL week over week as people are playing those.
So we got a couple of big games, couple of good games, but you seeing any early trending on college or pro games?
Yeah, the Oklahoma-Tennessee game, it's interesting. That opened up 3 weeks ago. Oklahoma was -4, now Tennessee's -7. So you're seeing a lot of love for Tennessee right now. At Oklahoma getting 7 at home. You got Nick Anderson coming back this week, his debut. So you're definitely seeing money there. I think it'll probably end up 6. You're starting to see it come down a little bit, but definitely the market is loving Tennessee at this point. And why not? I mean, you look at this, I know, are they even going to punt, against Oklahoma? But looking at it, I kind of like Oklahoma if it stays at 7, I kind of like them to get a touchdown at home. And, but yeah, they're definitely seeing movement there. The other one's Utah, Oklahoma State. It's depending on, it looks like the market's thinking that Rising's not going to play. So you're starting to see them at +2.5. They were -2.5, I believe, 2 days ago. But Oklahoma State right now is -2.5. So I think that's due to the quarterback. And then the big game, Michigan, another one's Michigan, USC, Michigan at 5.5. That's interesting. We're starting to we see a lot of bets on team totals and unders in that game. And, with Michigan changing their quarterback, I kind of like the under at 44. I think it was at 45.5. So the market is definitely going down here in the last couple of days, the over under in that game. But I think Michigan's new quarterback, he's a running quarterback, try to stay on the field a little longer than he did with Texas, and maybe that game gets grinded out and be an under. So,
are you noticing that line makers are adjusting lines quicker early in the season? It used to be kind of a slow roll, and maybe it still is for some teams, but you just talk about the Oklahoma, Tennessee. It feels like line makers feel maybe as comfortable with their updated numbers as they ever have, because it was a slower movement chain that we would see happen. But now it's like, hey, I'm going to trust what my eyes tell me. I'm going to trust what the numbers tell me early on.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's, I've never seen where, you go to bed and maybe see a 0.5 point movement. You go to bed and wake up and you're seeing a point and a half, which is interesting, especially like on a Wednesday or Thursday. You might see a little bit of that on Friday night, Saturday night for college and NFL, but I agree with you. I think they're changing the lines more rapidly and at bigger numbers. And
is that a result of what they're seeing with their eyes on the football field, or is that a result of sharp money is coming in early while that number is off?
Yeah, I think part of it is, more, as a sports book has come more global, I think they're able to see where the money's coming in more. And I think that's definitely part of it, is that they're able to see, okay, the sharp guys are playing this, we got to move it, and we could do it more rapidly and at bigger numbers.
Yeah.
To offset it. So, yeah, definitely an interesting dynamic that, these numbers are growing or decreasing and moving as fast as they are at the speed. So,
the Thursday night game right now would probably be the most bet game, right? Or is there anything that anybody is that you're seeing? Is there a big number on any a big number bet on any of the Sunday games?
For the Sunday, we're seeing a lot of Texans, and then we're seeing. I didn't write it down.
Which way are you seeing the Texans?
We're seeing a lot of Texans.
Texans
yeah,
money.
Texas money, and the team total. And I got to write it down. I believe 24. I could be wrong. We got to look at it, but we're seeing a lot of the team total money on the Texans as well to be over.
To be over the team,
yeah.
the team total 24. Is that a number? You like that number?
I kind of like them to open up this week. I think finally, I kind of like that where I like a -2 better than the team total. I think the Texans are going to come out and open it up this week.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about the team total. I do think there's values on team totals.
They shut down San Francisco.
It's funny. The thought was that we would see more overs because the new kickoff rule has not been the case. So we've seen a lot of teams going under and teams playing under. One of the things I want to get back to quickly, I saw a stat like this hasn't happened a whole lot. A team has been a double-digit favorite 3 straight weeks and has lost all 3. Florida State. Florida State cannot cover a number, and they can't even win straight up. How quickly, John, right now, do you think bettors are saying, "Oh, surely this is where they get it"? It's that weird line of demarcation where you have to figure out, is this a team that just sucks and we were way off on them?
Right.
Or are they going to start playing good football? Because at some point you have to say this is just too much value and they're going to turn it around. And at other times, and that's kind of your thought with Oklahoma, Tennessee, at some point you just say numbers, there's too much value in a number. I'm not going to overthink this. I'm just going to try to play the value. But boy, you can, bookmakers can get busted up pretty good if the sharps are against the team and the lines keep getting put out there like they're a better team than they actually are.
Yeah, and Florida State's a good example. Again, are we overreacting? It's just 2 bad weeks. They're still a good team. I mean, they're -2.5. Cal, they're traveling. This is the second time they'll be traveling to the East Coast, and that's usually trouble for a college team. And it's Cal, and you got Florida State at only -2.5. So I agree with you. I think you get through week 3 and 4, then you realize it. But there might be value in Florida State this week. Just how the markets overreact to what you're seeing the first couple of weeks. You look at the NFL as well. I mean, a lot of unders. Last week or 2. Again, the kickoff. I thought there'd be more field possession. Just kicking in the end zone and getting to 30. I saw a stat. What was interesting, the percentage of scoring goes up about 8% if they started at the 35 instead of the 30-yard line.
Really?
Yeah, which is an interesting stat. So I'm thinking they're probably going to be looking at that next year, that maybe they started at 35 next year. But I thought there would be more returns, trick, some stuff that would go on with that. But it was an interesting stat that it almost goes up 8%.
Up 8%. That's a lot for 5
Yep,
yards.
For 5 yards.
Wow.
But yeah, to go with you, I think this is a week where you look at certain teams and you look at their value. Is Michigan that bad against you? Is USC that good? That's another one where Michigan's getting 5.5. And are they that bad? I know Texas is probably the top team in the nation right now. But do you take the points?
Yeah, we'll see if that orgy changes things. If he changes things for Michigan, that'll be interesting to see. That's John Chill every week right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, live from the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. John, we appreciate it as always. Thanks, and we'll talk to you again next week.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, guys.
And I want to talk about the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles, because that's where I love to go. I mean, it is so much easier. And you hear, it's a place is just, it's rocking and rolling, man. Especially with the DraftKings Sportsbook has made a huge, huge difference there. It is just, it's incredible. You've got all the amenities of a Las Vegas casino right here, 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. In the time that you have to go to the airport, by the time you take off, you could be in Lake Charles. Okay, you could be gambling already, and and I'm telling you, the rooms are first class. The pool is awesome, and oh, by the way, it's Louisiana. It's going to be hot. It's going to be great. The golf course is excellent. I love their poker room. I play there all the time when I go. Their casino it's a Las Vegas casino. It's just it doesn't get any better. 12 different restaurants to choose from. Nightclub, the Blue Martini, awesome. It is the place to go. I mean, it's so much easier. You're going to spend so much less money on no airfare. It's probably cheaper than the Las Vegas hotels, and if you play a lot, you get the discounts as well. So you're looking for a great place to play. It's awesome. I love Golden Nugget Lake Charles. GoldenNuggetLC.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Houston Restaurant Weeks is ongoing, extended through September 30th. Dine out and do good. We're a proud sponsor with Houston Restaurant Weeks. And one of the restaurants you should take a look at is FM Kitchen. Of course, you can go there anytime to watch the Astros. There's a game every night this week. But tonight, it's Patriots versus Jets, which means steak night. Just check out their IG story, the FM Kitchen Instagram. You can check out what is on hand They're going to do a 12-ounce New York strip and a twice baked potato. Begins at 4 p.m. And obviously on Saturdays, college football. You can go there and watch the Cougs versus the Bearcats, USC versus Michigan, A&M versus Bowling Green. Of course, Texas is playing ULM. And Sunday, go watch your Texas there too. Go out to FM Kitchen. Great food, great sports. FM Kitchen.
Did you guys?
Big fan. They brought food to us last. Are they bringing food every week now, or what are we doing?
I don't believe they're doing that every week.
I think they should.
Well, you weren't
While
here
I'm
last
here.
time.
While I'm here, they should do
Yeah,
that.
you know what? Let's just wait a little while before we bring food.
The Houston Texans rank first in tackling efficiency through week 2. Just a 6.4% missed tackle rate.
It's good.
Next gen stats.
That's good.
Did you hear what D'Amico had to say about Al-Shaair on the sideline, the Bears sideline?
Yeah, I was surprised. Do we have it? I was surprised. He was he had his back.
You got it?
He had Al-Shaair's back. Like, it might be, there's a lot of people around him. He was on the sideline. He was worried. The staff was around him. Here, let's hear from D'Amico Ryans. Like, from what I read it. And I'm just like.
I heard him. And I was with you. I was like, not, dude, don't throw punches. But
he may have said that privately.
Well, I will say this. D'Amico's a team guy, and this was all about team.
From my, perspective, seeing Aziz, he had a big hit on the quarterback, and everyone goes, everyone gets a little antsy when the quarterback gets hit on the sideline, and but if the quarterback stays in, he's gonna get hit. And now I think everybody's a little sensitive when there are big hits in the league. Like, we still play a physical game, and you're gonna get hit hard if you're playing against us. That's just how we operate here. And what happened after that, Aziz is, of course, he's surrounded by a lot of their players and also some staff, and they're surrounding him. They got people pushing Aziz and so we have to, as the game, we have to be better, right? From protecting all players involved, especially when something happens on the opposite sideline, just have to be better. And we know, from Aziz's perspective, we, can't throw punches or anything like that, but just overall, we just have to be able to protect players, and it goes both ways. When you got guys surrounding one of our players and ununiformed staff that's surrounding, and in that little mix-up as well, that's a problem, and we have to get it fixed.
Okay, so when they watched the film the next day, do you think D'Amico was up there going, hey, where is everybody? How is Aziz sitting there all by himself, and you guys ain't running over to that sideline?
What I heard was there are bad people on both sides.
I heard, get your ass to that sideline and protect your teammate.
You heard him. The bad people on both sides.
No, I don't think he's. Yeah, I mean, maybe. I don't think he said it like that, though. I don't think he yells at his team. I mean, Fotakasi came over. Fotakasi was there. His players, I thought they went over there. They went over there, and he wouldn't extricate himself from the actual business.
That's not what I heard. That's not what I heard D'Amico just say. We need to get over there, and we need to be in that mix when our teammate is surrounded by not only players, by ununiformed staff.
Yeah.
Okay. We need to get over there in a hurry and protect our guy.
Okay.
Hey, I'm surprised. I'm surprised. Now we can't. He also said, "Now we can't be throwing punches."
Now, this is also and this is also a guy who played the position, but he played on the field. He knows he's been in those situations before, whether in Houston or Philadelphia. So I mean, he's got a unique perspective that maybe someone else wouldn't have.
He's a big team guy. He's team.
Well,
and
listen,
he also said, what would he have thought of Joe Bitonio slapping Deshaun's hand away when he's trying to help him up?
I wouldn't have liked that much.
No, he wouldn't have liked that at all.
Nor should he.
That ain't being, no, we're all in this together.
Nor should he, but he also might not like
Deshaun.
Bitonio. He might not like Deshaun.
There's bad people on both sides.
Right. And so that's something to say, too. He might not think he's the best team guy.
Yeah.
But I'll just say this. did you also notice my favorite things that he said was, if you play us, you're going to get hit hard. I mean, that's why he brought. It's why he brought Alshire in. He's got a nasty attitude. He's chippy all the time. He was chippy against his own teammates. That's who he is, and that's what he wants to be.
But let's face it, Alshire was better this week than he was last.
Yeah, he was.
He was better.
But he wants to hit everybody.
One of Lance's favorites, not Lance Erline, says, you guys didn't play the full clip. D'Amico also said our guys need to step back and stand by.
He didn't say.
He did say that.
Are they Stroud boys?
Well, aren't we all Stroud boys?
Yeah, I guess technically.
Yes, we are.
I guess technically CJ's teammates are Stroud boys.
Mm-hmm.
And he asked them to stand back and stand by. D'Amico did?
Apparently that clip isn't being floated around.
Not enough. Certainly not enough. 713-780-3776. You better get in a hurry because we got one more segment. Then we got News of the Weird coming your way on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Is this Melissa? Is that Melissa
Blanco?
Yeah,
Look
Melissa
at the
Blanco.
click on the picture. You'll see her Instagram.
It is.
handle.
Oh, that in the bathing suit? That's
Yes,
Melissa?
that is her.
Wow. It doesn't look like her
Wow.
face.
What do you mean, wow?
No, it doesn't look like her face. Jason Holcomb said, Wendy's in California, and this is what John Granado invites to the listener party?
That's disgusting.
Yeah. No, I'm not.
Well, to be clear, Lance invited her.
Huh?
Lance said, yeah.
No.
Yes.
I said because I'm a team guy, just like D'Amico.
She's not actually on our team.
She's on this floor.
She's not on our team.
She's on this floor
You're bringing
inside.
her into the
She's
team.
got the passcode to get into that door, doesn't
What
she?
does that mean? So do other people. El
They're
Chetto's
teammates.
not coming. What's his name? What's his name? El Chetto?
What's
How
come
he wasn't invited?
Is he on our
what's
team?
Nicole going to say when Lance is surrounded by
what?
by all these different women here at the party?
Yeah.
Is she going to
Tons of them.
Is she going to come running up? Okay,
No.
and
She'll say-
help him out?
It's going to be a
help
bunch
him
of
out.
dudes.
How-
As a matter of fact, I'm going to go
Zerline
to
team person.
I'm going to go into my office and lock the door.
You can't lock the door.
I just can't wait to see if he gets up to 90 degrees again.
Well, they say they're going to have that handled.
I've heard that before.
What?
It's a new day.
Oh well, if it didn't sweat, that's all right. Okay,
Nah.
everybody's sweaty. It'll be fun. It'll be a good time. Had by all. Worried about sweating.
You're going to show people how to watch film, right?
Yeah.
Plus, I can just go down to the conservatory and go get a drink if I need to there and just get in the air conditioner. Take a break.
So what are you complaining about?
No, I'm not
there are
teaching
outs for
people to
you.
watch film.
You're not.
No.
This is how you beat a too high. Unlike Mel Kiper, I know he doesn't know how to do it. This is how you beat too high. You
I'm
show him how
watching
to
the
do it.
Texans and Bears. CJ's taking all the right throws. Like all the right throws. It's not there's not a lot of explosive plays to be had. And frankly, I don't know why. And it was talked about last year that, the too high look is what you have to run, and you give up a lot of easy first downs sometimes, but you have to run it to keep the big plays. So,
You know that picture you reference of Melissa that
She's in a bikini.
that Jason Holcomb sent us.
So for those of you that are listening, didn't know what I was referencing. Melissa, who works right over here, is in a bikini and she's coming to the event.
Jason, you got to do a better job of cropping the photos you send, because I see like 8 pictures in your gallery. I'm not sure what they all are, but it shows the last 7 pictures he decided to grab. Do a better job of cropping stuff out for just in future reference, because who knows what could have been in there.
What is in there?
If you click on the photo, like you can't see that until you click on the photo itself, and then if you click on the photo, you see all the other pictures he's grabbed. Like there's a picture.
Oh, I see. Yeah, on the bottom.
Yeah, there's a woman. If you zoom in, there's a woman who seems to be bearing enough cleavage that he might have screenshotted.
Yeah,
through her story. Jason, come on, bro.
Jason,
the lessons are be better at cropping. Now I know the last 6 pictures you decided to save.
Now I gotta look.
There's
this
a
up.
Joel Osteen meme in here, I think.
What?
I'm looking at it. That's clearly Joel Osteen. I'm not sure why Jason decided to save maybe a headline or an article about Joel Osteen, but I see a picture. Jason,
I'm never going to grab a picture and post it, ever.
At least not from your gallery, where I can see the other stuff you've grabbed.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know anything like that, anything about it. But now I know. Don't grab any pictures.
Don't screenshot.
Don't
do that.
Don't do it. I do know this. What I did do is I went to Doc Linville, and I had the best experience. Because I had the other experience, as a matter of fact. I had the experience of cutting and the back of your head, and it leaves a scar. And boy, it still is. I mean, to this day, it's the worst. That's the worst process. I don't know what other guys are doing. I do know the neo-grafting by Doc Linville is the best experience that I had. Okay. The other one, I did it because I was going to speak for that company, and I couldn't speak for him. I said, I can't do this. I'm not going to endorse this. This is terrible. Doc Linville, when I got done with that, I was like, man, I'll tell the world about, I'll stand on a mountain and scream about how good the process was with Doc Linville. He's the best. Neo-grafting is the way to go. The process is awesome. The results are awesome. A PRP is also an option for you because you might just need to stimulate the growth of your own hair, and that's cheaper too. So you'll talk to the doc. But if you're somebody that is your hairline is receding, or that bald spot is growing, or you're just too young to have a bald spot, okay? You don't need that in your life. You need Doc Linville. 975hair.com, 975hair.com. Tell them you heard it right here.
Let's talk about John Daspit and personal injury lawyers. Let me hit the mute button here. Personal injury lawyers around not just Houston, the state of Texas, the country, kind of have a reputation. In some ways, it's very well deserved. And the first thing when you meet John Daspit is he tries to distance himself right away. He's like, I'm not one of those guys. I'm not the slipping Jimmy from Better Call Saul. I'm not the guys on TV throwing hammers at things and jumping on trucks and setting, with a flamethrower, torching things. He goes, my job is to get out there and work for people, and to get out there and work hard for people to get the best settlements possible for people who have been injured in accidents that weren't their fault. And insurance is on the other side to cover that, to cover your hospital stay, to cover your medical bills, to cover your physical therapy and surgeries, to cover, the time missed from work, and yes, to cover your pain and suffering. That is something that is out there as well. What is your pain and suffering worth? Not much to the insurance company, but if you're somebody who's going to be affected because of an injury for the rest of your life, or if you're somebody who is in tremendous pain and you can't get rid of that pain for the rest of your life, I guarantee it means quite a bit to you, since that's your life. So make sure that you have somebody who cares about you and what you're doing and spends the time necessary to get the right settlement for you. And that's John Daspit. He's got a big group of lawyers ready to help you now. It's John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or go to daspitlaw.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right. Tongue Dart Chris wants to get in here. Let's get him in here, and then we got some. I got some questions for you about the NFL. Tongue Dart Chris, what's up?
Hey, good morning. So I've been wanting to call in and talk about Justin Verlander, and I think I figured out why he's been having so much trouble since he's came back. We did just pass the 10-year anniversary of the fappening, and I was wondering if y'all could touch base on that thing.
Oh no, we're not doing that. You don't even want to indulge what he just asked.
What did he
I
say?
don't even know what it is.
It was a leak, as he mentioned 10 years ago.
Did he say the?
Yes, you don't even need to repeat it.
Is that? But that was 10 years ago.
I guess
that was
so.
only 10 years ago.
No. Wait. Are you talking about with Justin
the bathroom
and Kate?
picture with he and Kate?
No, it's not simply. It was a lot of celebrity women whose photos were leaked 10 years. I guess 2014.
That was 10 years ago with Justin and
I
her?
don't know if he's correct.
I thought it was more recent.
But
I thought it was further. I thought it was longer away.
You did?
But
yeah.
The actual event he's talking about, if you want to call it that, I think it was not just about those two. It was about like celebrities in general. Just someone grabbed all the photos and leaked them at the same time.
I can't Google search that on this.
No, you cannot.
No, you can't.
Use your phone if you want to.
So that was 10 years ago, he said?
He, I guess, would know. I don't know. I wasn't keeping track.
I thought he said 10 years ago, but
okay.
Who all got leaked? Do you remember?
You could probably think of anyone.
Really? It was that many?
Yes, it was a lot of celebrity women whose photos made their way on the internet. I don't know. I didn't go through the folders. I'm just telling you, a lot of women were leaked.
Sandra Bullock.
I don't know. I just told you.
All right, I'm gonna play a game called I'll name the actor / actress, and you tell me if they've ever had leaks. Scarlett Johansson.
I believe that's a yes.
Is she? I haven't seen him.
Google it on your
No,
computer.
don't do it, John.
All right.
I can do it on mine.
But
Jennifer Lawrence.
No.
She was one of the headliners.
Jennifer Lawrence has actually done a nude scene.
About it. She's actually talked about what happened, about the photos being out there.
Did she?
I've seen the
She did a nude scene, and I'm like, whoa.
She did a nude scene in her last movie.
Yeah.
That comedy.
And it's actually a pretty good comedy.
Is it?
Yeah.
I forgot what it's called, but she's like an older nanny type.
She's supposed to just. It's like something you'd see
from the 80s.
In the 80s,
yeah.
Okay, your job is we're going to hire you, and you're going to be like a tutor, but we want you to take our son's special.
You could just say virginity.
Hope.
It's virginity.
Okay, yeah, I guess that's not a bad
special
word.
No,
hope.
virginity.
Take his special hope. What?
Okay.
That's a weird thing.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, it's virginity. That's like something you would have seen in the 80s.
Yeah.
Like, it was a throwback.
I didn't see the movie, but it was pretty good.
I
Yeah,
haven't
she just
seen
whips off her top and her bottoms
Okay.
and just comes walking in, and I'm like,
hello.
this isn't a body double. This is real. Pause. So let's see. Yeah, Jennifer Lawrence. Not Halle Berry.
I don't know that.
No, because she's just. It can't be stuff that's been on screen.
No, these were
It's
legitimate
private
private photos that they didn't want out there. John, didn't you have NFL questions?
Yeah, I did.
Del, what about Kit Harington? Do you think he's been leaked?
I don't know if I don't know if Jon Snow's been leaked. I don't know.
I don't really care.
Not about that.
Early season surprises.
Sofia Vergara.
Early, just after the first couple of games. Will they continue or will they end? Will the Colts be able to stop the run at any point?
At any point?
Well, they
yeah,
lost
when
the Forrest Buckner, he went to IR.
when they want to run a safety down into the box, they will. When they want to scheme it, yeah.
Well, okay. Will they do it?
Yeah,
will they stop the run?
They'll really have to. But
you have better defensive back. So if
man, I don't know if their defensive backs are good enough.
Yeah, right. Exactly. So they're trying to protect their defensive backs, and meanwhile, they're getting run all over.
Like, dude, you spent a lot of money in draft picks on that defensive front.
They lost one.
You better rush the passer rush the quarterback like a mother, and you better start stopping the run.
Well, losing Buckner ain't easy.
Yeah, Buckner to the IR. IR is not going to help that.
No, that ain't going to help that at all. The Steelers winning without scoring touchdowns.
No.
Will that continue?
No. But I think they can win at a high enough pace, yeah. This isn't a high-scoring league right now.
Yeah.
So you have a good field goal kicker, and you defend. Absolutely.
By the way, nobody has a better field goal kicker than the Texans right now.
Nobody.
Nobody.
We're way better than Justin Tucker's a sucker.
By the way, he missed a field goal last.
Yeah, it was 66.
Yeah, but no. He missed
another one too, right?
Earlier, yeah.
He is now like one out of his last seven and we're for 50+ yards.
Really?
Yeah.
Kaimi
And how's
Fairbairn's like,
Kaimi?
he's like 18 for 18.
Well, Justin Tucker's the one kicker in football who can't make 50-yarders anymore.
How about that? And who did I pick when I had the first kicker? Brandon Aubrey. Remember?
Yeah, I remember you.
Yeah.
That was
What was-
Josh Bund or whatever.
What was the
made
name
fun
of
you.
the Wisconsin guy? We got a lot of run out of it. He was they took advantage of it was a big court case. It became a reality show. His name was Brandon.
Oh yeah.
What was his name?
Brandon Dassey.
Brandon Dassey. Every time I hear Brandon Aubrey, I think of Brandon Dassey.
We had a lot of fun with it.
Yeah. Every time Brandon Aubrey's coming up the kick.
Making of a murderer.
Yeah.
Making of a murder.
I think of that.
Brandon Dassey. Wait, was Brandon the kid?
No,
or was that
he was the one. He was the dumb one that said he helped or something, wasn't
Yeah. Yeah. Am I going to be out to watch the wrestling
he?
after
Wait a
this?
minute. Which one was Brandon? Was
That
he
was
the
Brandon
friend
Dassey.
or the?
Yeah, he was the one.
He was the one. Okay.
No. I think Brandon Dassey was the one who wanted to watch wrestling. Like he thought he was going to leave the
It was
station.
Stephen Avery and Brandon Dassey.
Yeah, Stephen
Brandon Dassey is not smart.
No. Gardner Minshew has been precise and accurate in the first two games. Will that continue?
No, he's a backup quarterback.
Okay, we'll see. Justin Herbert has thrown for only 274 yards. Will that continue?
Kaimi Fairbairn 6 of 6 from the under 50 so far.
Yeah.
And last year, your boy, who you at one point were bad mouthing, was 5 of 6 last year. So he's now made 11 of his last 12.
Who's that bad one's not bad mouthing him?
And the year before that, he was 6
bad
of
mouthing
6.
Bill O'Brien.
He's made 17 of his last 18 50-yarders.
Good on him.
Is he the greatest kicker that's ever lived?
In the history of kickers, yeah. Justin Herbert has thrown for only 274 yards. Oh, you know what?
Justin
He's
Herbert,
not
what
gonna-
now?
He's only thrown for 274 yards in 2 games.
Well, I'm sorry. Jim Harbaugh's your head coach.
No, that is going to continue.
Who did you think? Did anyone not think this was going to happen? Like, I will say, Aaron Rodgers and Justin Herbert, no 200-yard games is a little surprising, but there's not a lot of 300-yard games right now. We're going back, baby. We're going 2 tight ends. We're running the football. Bring back the fullbacks and 260-pound inside linebackers. Like, we're going back, John.
Yeah,
we're doing this. That's 350-pound Cowboy offensive lineman. This is how we're doing it.
The Green
Speed is over.
The Green Bay Packers. You know how many interceptions they have already
on defense?
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably more than 5, I guess.
5.
Okay.
In 2 games? That's pretty good.
It is good.
2 games, 5 interceptions.
Got some good defensive backs, too.
And the Cleveland Browns, do you know how many turnovers they have already?
Created.
Oh,
8?
0.
Oh, I thought you were
told you
me a high number.
Zero.
You tricked me.
Told you it wasn't Deshaun's fault.
He trapped me.
While you're giving out all this NFL information, maybe someone has an idea about who they should pick in the Beat the Warehouse Guy contest. We need a contestant.
Ooh, for tomorrow?
Yep.
Ooh, who wants to beat?
Who won last week?
Beat the Warehouse Live.
Justin again.
Justin did again.
Again?
Well, he only had 2 wins.
When you try to double bang Justin, you're going to get
wow
phrasing.
That's
clean that up a little bit.
No, people try to double bang him all the time, and when you double bang Justin, it's not going to work out for you.
Sorry, Justin. I know you think
you're going to be in a lot of pain if you try to double bang him. Trust me. At the end of the week,
Justin, I think you believe you're among friends. Clearly, you're not. Listen to these guys.
It's true.
No, it's not these guys.
The double bangers, you try to give him a double banger, and you come out the worse for wear.
That's
true.
That's not what you said at first.
So don't double bang. So the moral of the story is don't double bang.
Don't be trying to double bang Justin.
He doesn't like
the
it.
Warehouse.
In fact, he says don't do that.
He doesn't like it, and it's going to be painful for you when he wins.
Yeah.
When he wins, you
all right.
Don't get those tickets.
Hey,
or
Gallagher,
whatever.
we get it. Thank you.
At 9:45.
Understood.
You want to play Beat the Warehouse Live Guy? For those of you who don't know what it is.
Warehouse. See, what about the commercials? You can see Heart Punch of Death. Like some of the people who play, the metal bands that play at Justice thing.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah.
It's like I feel like it's a comedy skit. Like, Heart Punch of of destruction. Like,
Yeah,
that's
right.
the name of a band?
It's a band, yeah. No.
Merciless death to all small people. Like, what? That's you can't have that
sounds
name.
discriminatory.
Yeah.
No,
That's not a name.
Justin loves that. He loves him some hard rock. Justin
Oh,
does.
no, he's a metal guy.
He's a metal guguy.
I'm gonna see
You
who's
want to
playing,
play at exactly 9:46. 9:46. You call in 713-780-3776. You play Beat the Warehouse Live guy. And if you beat him, he's got a limo ride and tickets to a game. 4 tickets to a game.
Yeah.
He had 4 tickets to the Astros. I'll probably be another Astros game.
Yeah, you got to be available at 9:30 tomorrow.
Yeah.
9:30 tomorrow.
play.
If you can be available. So what's the number? Caller number?
713-780-3776.
So whoever is in first?
Oh, no. Call number 5.
Caller number 5 at 9:46. You got a minute.
Yep. You got 1 minute.
Can we let Dell enter and win
No.
to win tickets?
Do you think Dell would beat Justin?
Emo
You
Night.
know what? You want to take him on one day?
Emo Night's coming up September 27th.
Ooh, Emo Night. You could go to Emo Night.
You could win tickets to Emo Night September 27th.
Or I would just go and let someone else try to win something.
Oh well.
How about that?
How about Astros tickets? You could win those, Dell.
Why would I want to have a boring night?
Oh my God! See, that's
It's the end of the
awful.
season. I'm waiting for the playoffs.
Yeah,
No.
that's true, though.
Yeah. Hey, see if you can print that for me while I talk about hoops.
Okay, sure.
Sporting goals and equipment.
All right.
Hoops. Listen. No, I got a date with the DMV.
That sounds terrible.
So here's the deal. Produnk.com. If your kids, now we were just talking a little while ago about some basketball. Your kids want to play basketball. This is something that you can do in the driveway. This is something that the kids want to do. They want to be able to, and oh, by the way, Dad, get that little girl out there and she's shooting and she can shoot. Maybe you got a little Caitlin Clark out there, but you know how you're never going to find out if you don't have a goal for them to play on. Okay. But here's the deal. They want to play on a goal that they can actually reach, especially if you got 4-year-olds, 5-year-olds, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They can't reach a 10-foot goal. I mean, it's no fun. Even 11, 12-year-olds, they want to lower that goal and they want to have some fun. They want to hang on it. They want to play, they want to dunk. They want to do all the fun things, Dad. So get the best goal in the history of goals, the Pro Dunk goal, which you push of a button, you're raising and lowering the goal. You got the perfect goal. It just doesn't get any better. It will last forever, okay? And the kids will be in your yard, in your driveway, as opposed to somewhere else where you don't want your kids, or in the house playing video games. They'll be playing Pro Dunk goal. Produnk.com. Tell Keith Tate you heard right here.
It's time for me to tell you about Underdog Fantasy and a chance for you to play tonight, man. Tonight you got a football game jumping off. Are you going to be in the action? You can. While you're watching your games, you can play along with Underdog Fantasy. Now is the opportunity. Over 1 million fans across 33 states got in the game last year trying to make picks against Underdog in the Pick'em Challenge with a chance to win a ton of money. And this is what you can do. 1,000 times your money just by choosing higher or lower. Yes, they have that opportunity when you use the Scorcher picks, and you'll see that when you sign up. Look, here's the best thing to do. Go to the website, underdogfantasy.com, or just go download the app yourself. Head over there, get that, sign up with promo code Lance, and Underdog's going to give you a free pick to use on your first cash pick'em entry, plus up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you deposit. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code Lance, to claim your new customer special of a free pick and your deposit offer. This has never been easier for you to get in. It's legal in the state of Texas. It's real money we're talking about, and it's a chance to make the games that much more fun and make that real money. Underdog Fantasy. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
Man, this is something that you need desperately. Mogo hiking pants. They're motorized pants that increase your hiking ability 40%.
Ooh.
Yes. They retail at about $5,000.
Ooh,
yeah. But still, if you
like
got to go hiking, you don't even have to. It's like you don't even have
Mogo?
Mogo. M-O/G-O.
Doesn't sound like a very good.
Mogo hiking pants. They're perfect for you. Do you want to
Mogo
increase?
Chinese food?
Yeah.
Mogo portable outdoor movie projector.
That's Mugu Guy Pan. That's
no,
different.
it's called Mogo.
Okay.
Mogo hiking pants. Here we go. Men's hiking pants. Let me see.
Okay, how about this? Vladimir Putin is urging citizens to have sex during work breaks to address Russia's dire birth rate. Do you think we should have here at 97.5 should have sex during work breaks?
I don't know. That definitely feels like something could get you fired, doesn't it, Dale?
I'm not
to
even
ask
gonna
and answer that question.
No, I'm not answering the question.
Well, I'm just saying, if they can do it in Russia, okay, why are they so advanced? Why are they so ahead of us?
You think they're ahead of us?
Russia's ahead of us?
Well, yeah.
Breadline Russia?
Yeah. Yeah,
Russia,
way ahead.
I never look at Russia and think, you know who's really way ahead of us?
Advanced.
Russia.
Yeah. No.
I mean, these are the same people who fight on cargo ships.
Well, do you
find
want
new
to
ways
move to
to
Russia
fight.
now that you get to have sex during breaks at work?
No.
I'll just try to do that. No. They fight in cars. They have car fighting, MMA fights in cars.
They do.
That they sanction. Yeah. Russia doesn't look fun. I'm just going to be honest with you. Russia does not look like a fun place
It
to
looks
be.
like a great time. All right.
Which part of it?
A python.
You like that cold weather in Russia?
A python squeezed a woman in her kitchen for 2 hours before she was rescued by police. Oh, would you like to be squeezed by a python for 2
I
hours?
know you're going to ask me, would you like to squeeze a woman in her kitchen for 2 hours? But you did it. You asked a different question.
I went the other way.
Yeah.
Should have gone that way.
Would you like to squeeze a woman in her kitchen for 2 hours?
Body roundness index may be better health indicator than BMI. Body mass index. Okay.
BMI has always been considered terrible.
It estimates body fat percentages, but body roundness might now be it. Do you feel
BMI is awful? Here's why. You have a bodybuilder who is 6 feet, 240 pounds of solid muscle. They're considered obese. I feel like maybe we're not going deep enough in the formula here on this one.
A woman in Surprise, Arizona was arrested. They have a law that bans criticizing officials.
Like political officials?
Yes, you cannot criticize city council.
I noticed that we're trying to get more and more of this snuck in here. We're like, if somebody says something, then we can target them. If they say something negative about, like, historically that's happened. You know, we could go back to history and see other countries that's happened, and it typically ends poorly. If you go to history and say, where speech has been muted by the government, a lot of times it ends
It's-
very poorly
That's
for those countries and those
called
leaders.
communism.
Yeah. Or dictatorships.
A study says that breathing might bring microplastics into your brain. Do you feel like you should stop breathing for fear that you could get microplastics in your brain?
Look, I want my brain to be healthy, but sometimes the brain's got to
What
take
if we
an
just
L.
put on those masks? those
Researchers
breathing
in
masks,
Germany
like-
and Brazil say that 8 out of 15 autopsied adults had microplastics detected within their brain smell centers.
if we had remember when Laramie Tunsil had that mask? If we wore that mask, we probably wouldn't
we'd
breathe
be
as much
high.
microplastics.
We'd be high.
We don't have to stick it into a bong.
Well, why? I mean, that's the only
We don't have
reason
to
you
do
would
bong
wear
heads.
that.
They give you microplastics.
Unless you're breathing, unless there's microplastics in that bong. Okay.
No, there's a chance there are.
Yeah.
Is that the reason he false starts so much?
The
There were microplastics in that
The
bong that
twitchy-
night, and he's
That guy
never
makes me so
recovered
mad. 2 a game. Okay, over under right now.
in
1.5.
Minnesota.
1.5. Call it over under.
over.
He's hearing this all game long.
It's true.
He
Because
is
that's where
gonna-
that came from.
That is where-
Yeah,
That's the
that is
Minnesota
where that
Viking
came
We're
from.
horn.
gonna
That's where
hear
that came
that
from.
all game long.
That doesn't really sound like the Vikings horn to me. I
You want to hear it again to make
broke
sure?
up on me. It's and telling me it goes, oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I sound like.
well, you do this with me whenever you talk
Well,
about
that's
me.
why. That's because I don't
That's
sound
how
like
you
that.
sound like that.
You sound like
no,
that.
you sound like that.
No.
Hey, hey,
Wendy, Melissa. That's what you sound like to me, no matter what you say.
He does do that voice with you.
And finally, airport gate anxiety is the latest phenomenon among travelers. Do you get
What is it? Tell me what it is.
when you're at the gate? You got gate anxiety.
No,
When you're
tell
at-
me what it is. There's got to be a
It's when
definition.
travelers continuously check their gate at the airport, even though it's listed on the airline's app. I do that.
I have done that because it's changed on me before. And one time I missed a flight because I looked at my ticket. This is when I had printed a ticket. I was supposed to go to Portland, and I was actually looking at my seat, and I thought my seat was my gate. So I went to like
I could see
12
you.
or 14C. I went 14C, and I told my wife, "Oh, we're A!" And we start hauling ass across, and it takes forever. We get there, and they're shutting the doors. I'm getting there. I'm like, "Wait," and the lady's like,
And she closed it?
"Yeah," and I was so pissed
Oh, my God.
because I was getting paid to go there and do SUC guy. And my wife, like a
Oh.
champ, got us set up for the next flight. Like I was busy kicking things, I was acting like a Spirit airline flyer who was getting ready to fight a gate agent. But I was just mad. I was mad at myself mostly,
But yeah.
but a little bit of
You
them.
should have, but
I'm like,
probably
just open the door back up.
Yeah, right. Well, she was closing it, and you said, "Hey."
Yeah, and she tried to act
Yeah.
like she didn't hear. I saw her try to pull it, just like when people hit in the elevator when they start pushing
Yeah.
the button fast, so they think it's going to close faster on
I
you.
don't. I usually just hit next to the button. Oh, sorry.
Oh, no. They hit close button as fast as they can.
close. Oh, yeah.
Sometime I'll take the actual doors and push them together faster.
I pretend like I'm trying to save you. I tried. Sorry. Time to talk right now about mybookie.ag, promo code bet975. It's the way to go. It's the way to play. It's the way to win. It's the way to get paid. It's the way to bet on your games this weekend. We talk a lot about the lines and everything else. And if you listen to this show, you're like, hey, you know what? I kind of like that. I like 5 Stars going to be here tomorrow giving you winners. Where are you going to play it? You're going to play it at mybookie.ag, promo code bet975. That's where you're going to play it. You got to put in the promo code because you get to double your money, your initial deposit, okay, or your deposit at all. If you're on there and you're like, hey, I need to put more money in, make sure you put in promo code bet975 to double that whatever money you put in. It's the best play. Today is Thursday, right? So you got a free play tonight. It's Thursday free bet. I don't know how they doing this. I don't know. But if you win, you get the money. If you lose, they don't subtract anything. That's awful cool. Isn't it? That's awesome. So play, win, get paid, have the best site, double your money. There's also MyBookie Plus where you go, the more you play, the more you get back. It's awesome. You're looking for the best way to get involved in these games this weekend. MyBookie.ag, promo code bet975.
At what point do you think Caleb Ort knew he was in trouble? Do you think it began as soon as he started warming up, where he was like, I ain't got it tonight. I can't tell him that I don't have it tonight, so I'm gonna go out there and try. Was it the first home run? I imagine the second home run he knew. So I'm not gonna use that as an answer. The Astros go down. Caleb Ort gave up back-to-back-to-back home runs, over a span of about 10 pitches or so. And then, of course, he got pulled. I feel like it was something we feel as regular people, like when we're in school, and we know that our normal way of getting ready for a test, when we kind of feel like we got it, today we know on this particular day, we know we don't have it. Like the recall isn't there. You try to recall some information and it doesn't pop. You got to check your flashcard. I'm dating myself, obviously. Or you check your notes app. Oh, yeah, today's not the day for me. That was Caleb Ort yesterday. I'm going to go. When he walked out of the bullpen, he knew, I'm going to have to gut through this, man. I ain't got it. I ain't got it tonight. And he did not, as he turned a close game into a bit of a runaway as the Astros fall to the Padres and drop the final game of that series. They lose 2 out of 3 to the San Diego Padres.
I think it's when you start warming up on the mound.
Oh, once he's already out there getting the final couple pitches.
I think in the bullpen, you probably feel like
you can psych yourself.
And it's a little bit of, I would imagine, Dell, this is going to surprise you. I was never a relief pitcher in the MLB.
I do love when people go, I'm not a doctor. Yeah, I know.
I picked that one up.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Yes, not a former reliever in the MLB. However, I imagine in the back of your head when you're warming up in the bullpen, knowing you're coming in, and if you still don't feel all the way there, in the back of your mind, you're like, I still got like 8 pitches on the mound to.
Yeah, I'll get there, right?
Yeah, to get this right. And then, I don't know, after pitch 6 or 7, you're like, ooh.
Okay. I guess we'll see what we got.
Yeah.
And he had next to nothing. 4-0 the final. Caleb Ort struggled out there. Obviously, the ERA is still pretty good, but you give up 3 home runs over the span of 9 pitches. You can't feel great about that. But he's been pretty good if that happened to him, and he still got an ERA under 3. So, and Brian King came in to finish that inning, but the Astros go down after another great Fromber start. Fromber goes 7, strikes out 6, only gives up the 1 earned run, and it was all solo shots for the Padres against the Astros. In the 6th, Manny Machado hit 1 off of Fromber, and then of course Tatis Jr., Machado again, then Solano off of Ort. So. Sure, Ort is the story because you give up 3 straight home runs. How can we not talk about you? But the Astros bats, where were they? Dylan Cease says, I appreciate you coming into my ballpark, but you're not going to have a good afternoon. And they did not. Dylan Cease shut the Astros down. He goes 8 1/3, and he would have gone a full 9 except for an error in the 9th. It's funny watching him because he was at the end of his, as far as how high they wanted him to go with his pitches. And he turns around, like pumps his fist because he thinks he's getting the double play. And the infielder has that ball go right under him, doesn't get the hop that he wants. So they pull Dylan Cease, and didn't matter. Scott comes in, gets the final 2 outs, and the Astros go down. So they're not playing particularly well, but neither are the Mariners as they lose another game in embarrassing fashion because of their base running. Maybe they all channeled Altuve in that Yankee series. Another blunder by the Mariners where they have 1st and 3rd in with no outs, a strikeout, the bat flies out of the batter's hand. Was it Rodriguez on 3rd?
Yeah, it was Arozarena
at the plate. Rodriguez on 3rd, and he avoids the bat, and he goes, "Whew, man, that could have been rough, right?"
And he's just kind of chilling.
Yeah, I guess what he forgot is the umpires don't give you dodge the bat timeout. That's not a thing in baseball.
Yeah, I was trying to think what he was thinking. I was thinking maybe he thought it was a foul ball or something and Rosarena also let go of the bat, and so he was like, "Oh, I got time." But yeah, it was such a brain fart.
Yeah,
crazy.
So he gets doubled off a 3rd. Was a Cal Raleigh comes in, and then that's the final out. His at bat doesn't lead to anything, and the
and the Mariners go down again. So that's 2 straight base running errors for the Mariners. The comical
Honestly,
team.
back-to-back nights of something happening on that third baseline.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
it's not even there's trying to stretch singles into doubles.
basic
It is like
stupidity occurring down that third
you're
baseline.
about to score. Just be normal.
Yeah, Tuesday night it was bases loaded,
Mhm.
3-0 count. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna try to steal home. Wait a minute, that guy is not throwing strikes. You could just probably walk home. Why are you putting in the effort? Just wait. He didn't want to wait, and he gets thrown out at home, and just an absolute disaster for them. We don't have to worry about them in the sense that they're frustrating us night to night. It's just funny to watch the Astros, muddle through the last part of this year and then look to the Pacific Northwest and go, man, that team is screwed for multiple reasons.
Yeah, to continue your test taking metaphor from the start of the segment, this is very much like not studying and getting away with it.
Yeah, that's what the Astros are doing. Yeah,
it's not studying and getting or maybe like working on a group project and not pulling your weight,
like
and still
Tyrese
getting an A.
Halliburton, like he won a gold medal and didn't play. Yeah, it was like it's like you think you're screwed, and then you look and you find out the teacher's sick and he's not coming in, or he or she's not coming in. The professor is out, so you get another day to try to find a way to pass this test. The Astros are going to pass through their own great run earlier in the season, and of course, the numbers you can pick and choose where you want to start the turnaround from. They're still one of the best teams in baseball from a certain point of the year. I wouldn't say the last month or so you could say that, but doesn't matter. This division hasn't been great, and thankfully for them, they've taken advantage of it. So Mariners go down 2-1 in extras to the Yankees, while the Astros are getting shut down by Dylan Cease. And yet it does not matter, as the Astros still lead the division by a full 5 games. They do have a series against Seattle, but they're going to walk in there even with a sweep. Now, it could make the Guardian series one that's very important, but we're at a point now where count down the days. Who will they be facing in the playoffs? That's still up for debate, because the NL Central is getting a little wild. I mean, AL Central is getting a little wild, but right now it's the dog days of September. That's not really a thing, but I'm going to use it as we wait to see who the Astros face. Now they have some control. They have the Angels coming up here starting Friday, and then I believe it's the Mariners, then the Guardians to close out the year. So, but so far, the Mariners seem to be willing to do the Astros all the favors, do all the favors that the Astros need to kind of be relatively comfortable as we close out the month of September. Eric, you want to talk about Caleb Williams? I have my thoughts on the media's I wouldn't call it obsession, but interest in the Caleb Williams, CJ Stroud back and forth. We'll hear from CJ Stroud on that topic when we come back. I don't know how Caleb Williams feels about it, but I would feel a certain way if I'm Caleb Williams, considering what he's dealing with after it. People questioning his body language. I've seen a lot of that. I've seen he should have just stood there and taken CJ Stroud's advice. Oddly enough, I'm a contrarian on this when it comes to that particular point of view. I know Texan fans and Texans media certainly applauding CJ for being the humble servant that he is and willing to give Caleb Williams advice. I have different thoughts on that. Mike Florio chimed in. People aren't thrilled with him. No one really is ever, but he asked why. Since when did Caleb Williams become Tom Brady, and that upset Texans fans and Texans media? Okay, whatever. We'll talk about that when we come back. Eric Wong, anyone else want to get in? 713-780-3776. Some other things we'll get to. We do have our final day of listener appreciation tickets. We also have Coug tickets to give away as well. So if you want to go to the Cougs game, or you simply want to join us tomorrow for the party, stay tuned for that. And of course, you can call in about anything else. We got an NFL game tonight. We got some Texans injuries that could affect what's going to happen on Sunday with the Vikings. Some offensive line questions at running back, and hell, Nico Collins popped up on their injury report, although Aaron Wilson says he's expected to play. So we'll certainly get into that before we get done here today. 713-780-3776 is the number. But first, I want to talk about my bookie. It's Thursday, which means you can bet big, and it may not cost you if you lose. That's their promotion on Thursdays here with my bookie. Thursdays is that time to take advantage. You like the Patriots tonight? Bet on them. And if it comes back where the Jets have a great night, so what? My bookie says today is the day that we will do you the service of refunding. Hey, don't worry about it. That's Thursday for you. Take a look at that on mybookie.ag. And of course, they also have MyBookie Plus, which is their rewards program. It's tiered, so the more you bet, the more you have a chance to win prizes in return. So they're going to make your money go further, whether it be with their promo code. If you're a new member, sign up, use Bet975, and that means they'll double your deposit up to $1,000. That sounds great. If you're new to gambling, you want a little extra added benefit or inducement to sign up, there it is for you. Whether it's international soccer, baseball, UFC, football, college, or NFL, MyBookie has something for you. Just go to mybookie.ag. Bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
It's Thursday, but something that happened on Sunday night continues to be a topic of conversation regarding the Texans. At the end of the game, well, after the game, actually, the requisite quarterback on quarterback conversation meetup after the game, because that's part of the NFL ritual. The quarterbacks must talk to each other after the game, no matter what happened. So Caleb Williams and CJ Stroud met. CJ was mic'd up, and we had we had something that seemed very, I don't know, mundane to me, but it turned into a big conversation regarding etiquette, I guess, as far as how you handle advice after a game. The original Eric Wong, did he call as that with that, or did Sean just want to let me know that it's the one, the only Eric Wong? He wants to talk about Caleb Williams. What's up, Eric?
Hey, it was an honor calling the number one sports show in the Houston area.
That's not what we
for
are,
the
but whatever.
third straight month in a row.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Caleb Williams. He just what do you think? Does he think he's too cool for school? You can't do that to C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud's mom the side. First of all, you listen to C.J. Stroud, and when he has to tell you, he's just trying to give you pointers, young man. Don't be acting like a diva already when you haven't done anything. And are you going to watch the Penguin tonight? I'll hang up and listen. Thank you.
I will. I thought it was a Sunday night show for some reason, but it is Thursdays. I will watch it.
I think they're doing
a special
Thursday
premiere.
and then Sunday's going forward.
Okay, so they want to go against the NFL. Not that they may have a crossover fan base, but it's interesting that that's the case. Will Sunday be a second episode, or will it be the first episode over again?
I think the episode 2 will be next week.
Okay.
So today will be Thursday, and then this coming Sunday will probably just be episode 1 again.
Okay.
And then it'll start.
Oh, I guess an early showing for everyone who decides they want to watch it, and then you get to see it Sunday night as well. Okay. I will watch it, and it really all depends how quickly I get to it. It will depend on how entertaining or non-entertaining the Jets-Patriots game is tonight. Got a feeling it won't be that entertaining. We will see. Okay, the Caleb Williams thing. Well, let's hear from C.J. Stroud. We'll play C.J. Stroud's response, and a lot of what Eric said is kind of what you've seen, unless you are Mike Florio and Nick Wright. Those two have pushed back on Caleb Williams. Just sit there and let C.J. Stroud give you advice. Here's C.J. Stroud on everything that came from his mic'd up conversation with Caleb Williams.
I had some of the best advice given to me last year, and me and Caleb, I was not trying to like treat him like I was trying to like little bro him or nothing. He knows that too. I have a ton of respect for him. I told him I had respect for him. But I had so many guys coming to me after games last year, and that meant the world to me. That those guys even thought about giving me advice. So I just try to get back to what the game has given to me. So I wish him the best, man. I want him to do amazing in this league. I think he will. I think that he'll get his groove. And once you get your rhythm, I didn't get my rhythm until like week 3, week 4. So I can see his game picking up from here. And so, I don't think he was trying to like, be any towards way. He's just upset that they lost. I totally understand. So I have a ton of respect for that guy, man. I want him to do extremely well, just like any other guy until we play on that day. You know what I mean? And after the game, we can be cool. You know what I mean? But I'm definitely, rooting for him and want to see him do extremely well.
I don't know how close Caleb Williams and C.J. Stroud are. I know they've had at least some interactions because they were both in New York for the Heisman ceremony, the one that Caleb Williams won. I'm sure on the circuit, the award circuit, they might have spent time together. But I don't know the extent of their relationship. Not sure. That's my logical, fact-based approach to it. But that's not how the show works. You guys know that. So let's hear the actual interaction, and then we can get into some of our nonsense afterwards. Here's the post-game interaction between C.J. Stroud and Caleb Williams.
Good job out there, bro.
Yeah,
hey,
keep going.
Stop taking those hits.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, learn from those mistakes, and everything that you got, bro, is in you already, bro. You're gonna be a hell of a player in this league.
Yeah.
All right, boy.
Appreciate it.
For sure.
If I'm Caleb Williams, you can't wear a wire and then big bro me. Don't come up to me wearing a wire and be the humble, I'm just giving you advice guy. Nah, we're the same age, bro. That would be my approach. I just got my ass kicked for 4 quarters physically. We had a chance to win that game with a final drive. I couldn't come through. Well, you know what I want to hear from you, CJ, at the end of the game if I'm Caleb Williams? Hey, bro. Hey, man. Good game. Stay healthy. Hey, how's the fam doing? How's your mom doing? Good. How's your mom doing? Oh, she's good. Cool. All right. I'll see you. That's all I want from you. Don't give me any advice. And don't come hear me when I'm walking away.
That's the worst part.
Don't come hear me. That is what an older player does to a young player. When that's what
Look, come here.
learn from it.
Mistakes.
Learn from your mistakes. Come here. Learn from your mistakes. Now don't unk me, bro. That would be my approach. I don't know how Caleb Williams feels. We don't know. I don't know if the Chicago media has asked them about it. Maybe they feel beneath them. Maybe they want to talk about the actual game. But if I'm Caleb Williams, don't grab me. Don't bring me back and give me more advice.
It's the come here.
Come here. Hey, come here. Yeah. Nah. I get it. CJ's a nice guy. He just wants to impart some wisdom. Don't take all the hits. You think I want to take all the hits? Did you see anyone open? Don't take all the hits. That's the other thing. Hey, don't take all the hits. You think I was looking for that? You think I wanted to get pressured by Hunter and Will Anderson a combined 36 times between them? No, I wasn't looking to take hits. That's just how the game went.
You're gonna be a hell of a player in this league.
You can't say that to me.
No.
if we're drafted 1 year apart, you can't be like, hey, one day you'll be a hell of a player. It's like, shut the hell up, dude. Like you said, we're at the Heisman ceremony.
We are the same age. We were less than a month apart. I won the Heisman.
We were both at the Heisman ceremony I won.
A couple years ago, I was deemed the best player in college football over you. We were in the same building, and they voted me number one. So respect to what CJ has done, but in that moment, in that moment, let that man dap you up, bro hug you, talk about the family, and walk away. You know what I don't remember ever hearing? I don't remember ever hearing that conversation between two guys who are in the same age range ever. I don't remember it.
You don't think Mahomes was like walking up to Josh Allen
after he beat him in the playoffs again?
One day you're going to be great in this.
I don't think I bet you Mahomes. I think Mahomes has probably said that, but not in the tone of "I'm going to give you advice." Hey man, you're a warrior.
Stop taking those hits.
Yeah,
Josh Allen.
I bet he's told him you're a warrior out there. I love how you play. I love watching you play. Good luck. We'll probably see you again. Something along those lines. Mm-hmm. But he didn't. If Josh Allen tried to walk away, I bet Patrick Mahomes never was like, "Hey man, come here."
Put his arm around him.
Don't big bro me. That's all. And even if I'm not going to go.
Pull your pants up, young man.
I'm not even going to go to the extent.
What CJ Stroud said?
I'm not going to go to the extent that CJ was attempting to big bro. I'm like, I'm gonna talk to this. Look, I'm gonna talk to him like that. But the vibe is, I'm gonna impart some wisdom to you, and in that moment, Caleb Williams would be right to say, I don't want to hear that from you.
Yeah, I don't think CJ Stroud intentionally.
No, I don't think so either.
Disrespect him.
I don't think so.
But it does come off that way, and I 100% understand Caleb Williams being like, "Yeah, okay,
thanks,
yeah, got it, dude.
Understood. You got one division title in the AFC South under your belt, and now I gotta listen to you. Come here, man.
Come here. Nah. You're gonna be a great player in this league.
I do think it's interesting how odd people are treating it. Like, well, CJ was well within his rights to. And why would people were judging Caleb Williams' body language? Like, I don't like how he pulled away. This man, CJ Stroud ain't 35 years old.
Yeah.
Like if I'm Caleb Williams, I'm like, I'm the same girls in my DMs are in your DMs. You can't talk to me that way. You won't talk to me that way. It's one game, and sure, the development track, CJ's ahead. He's had the year. We know how great he's been. But a lot of people, I think, tend to forget, like, they're not just football players. They're like people.
They're 22-year-olds.
Yeah, they're 22-year-olds, and immaturity, whatever you want to use to describe it. There are just some things you understand. Like Sean, I mean, it's different. But let's say Andrew Carson, when he was here, if he tried to big bro you about producing, how would you respond? Like, hey, you're gonna be a great producer in this game, but
one day,
yeah. But hey, those delays, got to work on those.
Yeah.
The timing, got to work on that. That would never happen here. Never.
Hey, stop taking those hits.
Yeah. Yeah. And I don't know what the equivalent is for us as producers, but whatever it is, you know, it doesn't happen. We don't big bro each other. We don't, hey, come here. You know what I've never done? Hey, come here, Sean. Let me show you. No, it's never going to happen. So think about it in your own job. All the people who are rushing to criticize Caleb Williams. If someone your own age was in the same was on the same path you were in your job, but hey, was a year ahead of you, got into the job a year ahead of you, and was on the right track. But you know this person. You've hung out with this person. That's your, I don't know if you're boys, but you know of them.
Mhm.
You've been around them, and they big broed you. You would feel a certain way.
Yeah.
And I don't even know if Caleb Williams felt a certain way, but if he did, he would be well within his rights.
Like,
I think.
Austin Rodriguez and I are the same age.
Yeah.
And I do not.
Do you big bro Austin Rodriguez?
I do not. I mean, you might have to ask Austin
How he feels about it, right?
Yeah, but maybe I'm the CJ Stroud where I don't think I'm doing anything
Yeah.
wrong.
Yeah, you know.
And that's where I land on this. Like, I don't think CJ Stroud did anything wrong.
I don't think so either.
I don't think Caleb Williams did anything wrong
No.
either. Being like,
all right, man.
yeah, all right.
Appreciate you.
Yep, sure.
Yeah,
Yep.
let me get out of here.
He was giving a lot of the yep when you're trying to end a conversation.
And the guy won't let you.
Yep. Uh-huh.
Yeah, the
Yep.
evidence was.
Yep.
Hey, come here. No, I want to go. I want to go. I don't want to be out here anymore talking to you, man.
I want to go and cry with my mom after this game.
Oh, see.
Oh.
I don't. Was his mom there? Was Caleb?
Yes.
Okay.
They were.
Did they do a little thing where was Stroud's mom and Caleb was? See, our moms know each other. Just talk about the family. That's all. That's all.
Oh, come here.
Like did Matthew Stafford do that to Jared Goff on the previous Sunday night? Although Jared Goff won.
Jared, I mean, even that one, Jared Goff is like.
There's actually an age difference, a real age difference. But even then, Matthew Stafford's not imparting wisdom to Jared Goff. I think there's an etiquette.
Do you think CJ Stroud did that to Anthony Richardson?
No chance.
But I mean, CJ Stroud started so many more games than Anthony Richardson.
But they were even drafted in the same draft class. That would be even worse to be drafted in the same draft class.
But Anthony Richardson probably has less starts than Caleb Williams.
Yeah, for all the people who are telling the world that, hey, CJ has had some success. He was in the league a year older. What's the cutoff? Who can CJ Stroud not do that to? Like, could Desmond Ridder have done it to CJ Stroud last year, and you would have been okay with it?
I was about to ask, can he do it to Sam Darnold this week?
Yeah,
he's been more successful.
Since
than
it's
Sam
all
Darnold.
about, hey, CJ's had success in this league. He's the humble king. He's just imparting some advice. Can he do that to Sam Darnold? How old do you have to be before CJ Stroud can't talk to you that way?
Jacoby Brissett.
Let's go through all the quarterbacks he's going to play this year and determine, can he do that to them, and can he okay?
Just go through the schedule instead of win-loss.
Yeah.
Go, can CJ Stroud?
Well, is he allowed
Hey,
to?
come here.
Yeah.
Can you say, hey, come here?
That's the line. Can he come here? Can he come here to? Who's next after
So it's
Sam
Darnold. It's Trevor Lawrence.
Can he do a come here to Trevor Lawrence? Hey, come here. Didn't they play each other in a playoff game? Was
in a college football playoff game?
Was
I think that
CJ Stroud the quarterback for one of the Clemson teams? I mean, the Ohio State teams.
Fields.
Yeah, you're right, Justin Fields. You're right, Justin Fields.
Field. That was
Can he do it?
why Fields got drafted. Like,
Do they? They don't play the Steelers this year, do they? Do they? Or they
no,
played him last
played
year.
him last year.
Yeah. Oh, could he have done it to his former, the former teammate,
the guy who was
ahead of him?
Yeah, he was the backup too.
Yeah. Can he do it to Justin Fields, the guy who probably brought him in on the recruiting trip, who probably showed him around campus? Can he do it to
either him or Burrow?
Yeah. Who are the guys that CJ Stroud can big bro?
Yeah.
At the quarterback position.
Lawrence Allen.
Josh Allen, yeah.
Yeah, Josh Allen. Brissett.
These are all no's, right? He's better than Jacoby Brissett, but he's way younger.
But if it's Drake May.
If that's the game that Drake May gets to start,
yeah.
Can he big bro Drake May?
I think so.
If he can big bro Caleb Williams, he can big bro Drake May.
And then Jordan Love / Malik Willis.
They're both older.
I don't think he can do it.
Jordan won a playoff game just like CJ has.
Yeah.
So he can't do it to Jordan Love.
And Jordan Love is also 25.
That's what I'm saying. He's older.
Yeah. And then Richardson again. Probably can't. Aaron Rodgers, no.
No. He doesn't even like Aaron Rodgers as a quarterback, apparently.
Now that's going to be an interesting.
Yeah. Aaron Rodgers.
That's probably the next time we're talking about a post-game.
Yeah. Well, Aaron Rodgers, big bro. Oh, he definitely can.
He can do whatever he wants.
Yes. He's won a Super Bowl. He's allowed.
Hey, come here.
Hey, yeah, don't walk away. Come here.
Jared Goff cannot go, hey, come here.
He can't do that.
I don't think anyone can, hey, come here each other in that.
No, I don't.
Although Goff has made a Super Bowl.
and been into another NFC title game.
Hey, let me tell you, this game is in November. Like, hey, let me tell you about the stretch run.
Mhm. He's allowed.
Dak.
No, he can't.
No. But I think Dak could. Hey,
impart some advice. Yeah. It's all good in your rookie year. People love you in your rookie year.
They'll love you.
Yeah.
Whoever the Titans will be starting in late November, Will Levis? Question mark.
I don't know who their backup is, honestly.
But the coach seems pretty through with Will Levis.
Yes. I think if it's a young quarterback, Texans fans will think CJ's well within his rights to big bro, whoever is the Titans quarterback.
And then Lawrence again, either Tua or Tyler Huntley.
Or is Skylar Thompson going to make it?
Thompson.
Probably not.
Mahomes.
No.
Lamar.
No.
And then Titans again.
So whoever the Titans quarterback is, unless they sign a veteran, and then Drake May, if he's starting for the Patriots, those are the people. Those are the guys left on the schedule where he can big bro. And people are like, well, you know what?
He should try it against Love. Just try it against Jordan Love. See if the people really got your back.
I don't think he can get away with it with Love.
He's played more good games
as
an NFL player.
That's true. So, and that was part of the reason they think he should be able to do it to Caleb Williams. I don't think he could do it because...
Also do it to Darnold. Do it to Darnold.
There's no chance he does it to Darnold.
Hey, come here.
He will never do it again, I think, considering what's happened.
No, he will.
Not if he's mic'd up, he won't.
That's true.
I think the next defensive player who sacks him should wand him like they're checking for bugs. Let's check him to see if he's mic'd up again. That would be how I would celebrate. It would be very inside. No one would really know because how do you mimic wanding and people will understand what you're doing? That's what I would do.
Give him a pat down. I think that gets a flag if you try to give him a pat down.
I think that's what Sam Darnold should do at the end of the game. Just pat him, check him out. All right, we're good. We can have a conversation.
Or actually, what you should do is say you're Jonathan Grenard or Blake Cashman, who make
former Texans. Yeah.
As you bring him down, go, hey, come here.
I want to tell you about avoiding pressure.
I'm taking those hits.
Yeah, exactly. Me. And the funny thing about it, he had I think what you would consider a better football conversation with Jalen Johnson, the Bears corner, that part of the mic'd up segment that was floating around, where he was listening to a podcast. Jalen Johnson was doing a podcast, Richard Sherman's podcast, and talked about a coverage. I think they're playing the Vikings. I think it might have been Kirk Cousins at the time, and he faked a coverage because he really wanted to make a play. He didn't want to give up a short pass, and Kirk Cousins threw it to another receiver, and Jalen Johnson made a great play to get back to his actual zone as opposed to the one he vacated and make a play. And CJ saw that podcast and referenced it and said, Jalen, you're not going to get me. I saw what you do. I know what you do. You're not going to get me on that. That would have been the one I would have been focused on, but we had the Caleb Williams thing, so that became a topic of conversation. So will the big bros continue? We'll see. Sam Darnold and the Vikings play the Texans on Sunday. There's some injury news surrounding the Texans that we'll get to. Some things that are a little concerning with the offensive line, and your running back depth has taken a hit. We'll talk about that when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
You know the deal. If someone calls in, it will distract us from what we were going to talk about. We were going to get into more Texan stuff, but Willie P wants to talk Champions League. A couple of Americans scored in the last couple of days in Champions League. What's up, Willie P?
Hey, good morning, Dale. How you doing, man?
Good. How are you?
Not bad, not bad. You know what they say. I don't need to repeat it, but so I'm going to question you. You remember last week when I called and I was complaining about the U.S. men's national team, and I was like, Christian Pulisic isn't what we think he is. Well, I'm not gonna lie, I had to get a big bag of crow the other day because when AC Milan took on Liverpool, he was good. You know, he scored the first goal after 3 minutes, and he was pretty much the only person who showed up. And I was starting to realize after that game that I think that he just plays down to the people who are around him and to the competition, because he's a killing in Italy, and then he's in the Champions League, and then he comes to the United States and they lose to Canada, and he can't beat New Zealand. But I think that Pochettino will probably bring the best out of him, and I underestimate who he actually really is. And second thing, real quick, my actual first name is Eric, and so I'm not trying to be like Eric wrong or story good or anything. But ever since I saw Fallout, I've had this like Ella Purnell. I just been pining for that woman. And then I just saw the trailer for Sweet Pea. Comes out the day after my birthday, and let me ask you a question. Is that not a must-watch show just because she's in it? I mean, the whole premise is amazing, but I want to hear what you think. You guys have a good day? Sean A. Mate, what it do, baby? Peace.
So, yeah, Sweet Pea is the latest thing she's in. Ella Purnell, she is the lead actress for, I know, connection wasn't great, but he was talking about Fallout show that got a lot of Emmy nominations. It's on Amazon Prime. Yeah, I've seen her in other things. She was a child actor, and obviously grown up now, 28 years old. I'm gonna watch Sweet Pea. She's one of those actors that I'll give any show she's in a chance. Not because of your affinity for her. I know you want to distance yourself from Eric, but I get it. There's some women that you're going to at least give their show a chance. But I've generally enjoyed the stuff she's in, so I'll give Sweet Pea a shot. What else did he mention? Oh, Champions League. Yeah, Christian Pulisic scored the goal, and then AC Milan fell apart at home. Weston McKennie scored a goal for Juventus in their Champions League match this week. So you've got a couple of Americans who are starting in Champions League games for some of the biggest clubs in Italy and scoring. So when I have these conversations with the uninformed dopes that are the hosts of the morning show, and they discuss, well, how much talent do we have? Look, we're not that talented compared to everyone else. Well, the argument, as always, is how come these guys can thrive, particularly Christian Pulisic, for AC Milan, and they look a certain way when they play for the United States. Now, not all of our guys are at the Pulisic, Milan, or McKennie Juventus level, but we had 3 guys who play for PSV Eindhoven, which is a Dutch team, and I think they were the team playing Juventus. So, or was it? I think so. At a point, I think we had 5 guys playing Champions League football on the same pitch. What does that say about the talent? Maybe we were misusing them. Maybe we need a coach.
They just don't fit Berhalter's system.
Yeah, what a system. Apparently, Berhalter's in line to get an MLS job. That report came out. And he mentioned Mauricio Pochettino, the new manager for the U.S. national team. In talking with the heads of U.S. soccer, the goal, in an interview he did with, I think it was Gary Neville, he said that the goal was stated a quarterfinal in the World Cup, which would mean they win a knockout round game in the second round, which is what I think is something that can be accomplished at a minimum. You're playing at home in a World Cup, making the quarterfinal should be your goal at a minimum. He has talked about, Pochettino previously had talked about in his presser, be introduced, that the goal is to win it. Now, of course, winning a World Cup for the U.S. in about a year and a half, probably a little extreme, but going on a run to get yourself into a quarterfinal And then once you get into a quarterfinal, who the hell knows? A card here, a card there messes with the opponent, and maybe you're in a semifinal. So yes, I think a quarterfinal is reasonable. I'm glad that goal was set by U.S. Soccer. That should be something you can accomplish in 2026. I just watch international soccer, and we got guys playing everywhere, playing Champions League football, and we got to talk about maybe we're not that talented. Go get a good coach, and we'll see. A guy not named Greg Berhalter, and we'll see how talented we are, and see how they coalesce and come together, and see if there's a chance to outperform expectations. You cowards!
It'd be great if they won
A World
God,
Cup.
That'd be crazy.
It'd be nuts. It would be nuts
if they just got like the most Mickey Mouse run to like the luckiest.
They
draw.
kept winning on penalties, something like that. They
bad calls.
Whatever it took. Whatever it took, and they got to a final and they won it. Yeah, it'd be great. It'd be nuts. I don't know if it would change the trajectory of U.S. soccer in this country, but it would obviously gain a level of respect for the sport here. That the women, despite what they've done, haven't been able to reach. I don't need to talk about gender roles and how people treat sports depending on the gender. But yes, if the U.S. turned that summer into one where we were waiting for these matches because we're seeing Argentina in the semifinal, whatever it would be. Yeah, it would change the sport a little bit in this country. But then we still have to go back to watching MLS or not watching MLS. So be it. Okay. Appreciate that, Willie P. Anyone else want to get in? 713-780-3776. We'll also do a giveaway before we wrap up the first hour. It'll be for the listener appreciation party, so stay tuned for that. We'll do that in the next segment. Once again, we also have Cougar tickets giveaway. They've got they had a nice win against Rice, so we'll give away more tickets today, and then it'll go on next week as well. And if you're listening to us, I'm glad you are, but you do have another option if you're driving around the city, and depending what spots you hit, the quality of the signal goes out. You can try 97.9 if you have an HD2 signal or an HD2 radio. 97.9 on HD2 gives you this crystal clear version of 97.5 and 92.5, no matter where you are in the city. It takes a little bit to kick in, so wait a moment. It'll kick in, and then you're good to go. 97.9 HD2, as long as you have an HD radio. Pena, I see you. Will get you when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Pena wants to get in. This will be short because we were irresponsible with our time in the first 40 or so minutes of the show. Pena, what's up, man?
Hey, what up, Dale? Hey, so Miami this weekend is going against USF. How do you like Cam Ward going for over 322 yards, and who's his number one target? Thank you. Have a great day.
This is what Pena has become, like props. I would say I like it mostly because Miami hasn't shown that they've been able to run the ball early, and Xavier Restrepo is number one target. So I don't know what the number is on Restrepo, but he's that guy. If Cam needs a play on third down, he's looking for Restrepo. They haven't had to face a lot of third downs like Cam Ward has. He's either I forgot which quarterback he was compared to, but the number of 20-plus yard gains he's had this year matches up with a past Heisman winner, I think. I think it might have been Joe Burrow through his first 3 games of the 19 season. It might be him. I think I saw that. So I would say Cam Ward, take the number. No matter who the opponent has been, they do enough passing of the football for him to break that number, even when he's playing limited snaps because of who they're blowing out in FAMU and Ball State. I just think now they get a couple offensive linemen back, Miami, so maybe they'll run the ball a little bit better. They don't have to lean on him. But even against Florida, when they were healthy on the offensive line, they threw the ball quite a bit. Florida's not great, obviously. They still probably have a better defensive front than USF, although USF did give Alabama some trouble, but that was mostly because Alabama had hurt offensive linemen. Miami should be pretty healthy. They'll try to run. It's Mario Cristobal. He's going to try to establish the run, but even he has learned that it's pretty nice to have Cam Ward.
Actually, our best player is our quarterback.
Yeah, hey, Bobby Sloyd. Your best quarterback, your best player, the quarterback. Throw the ball a little bit more on first down. We had that from Mina Kimes and others, and it became something that I think we have on our YouTube channel and on Instagram as far as our thoughts on that. You can go find that on ESPN Houston on YouTube. Yeah, take that. Take Cam in the over until proven otherwise.
I do like that Pena is now just like
he's a prop guy. He's looking for angles.
Yeah.
I don't mind it.
Use Prize Picks.
Do what you got to do there, and we'll talk about. Well, Sean will talk about Prize Picks later. Yeah, take our advice, and then go to Prize Picks. Now he called up earlier this week about the tight ends, Dallas Goedert and Kyle Pitts. Neither one of them got over the number. I think Dallas Goedert had more yards. At least I checked that at one point, just because I remember the Pena call, and we told him to go with Goddard. Now neither one of them broke the number he was looking for. So if he bet either way, if he bet the over on either one of them, I think he lost. Hey, my best advice was no AJ Brown. They probably are going to throw the ball to the tight end. Turns out Brent Covey got all the targets of all people. Can't predict what Kellen Moore and Jalen Hurts are up to.
Can't predict them.
No. We will get some Texans talk because I mentioned AJ Brown being hurt. The Texans have a couple guys who could miss Sunday's game against the Vikings. The running back position is in flux. We've got a couple of offensive linemen who did not practice yesterday. Today's a big day because Friday's a walkthrough. So sure, you could be limited, and then maybe either get a full designation as far as practice on Friday, and obviously that makes you think they're going to play. But can they get out there today? If we get a do not practice again from some of those offensive linemen and those running backs, then it may be the Cam Akers show. And are they down to a third string center? We'll see. Although I think Juice Scruggs is expected to play. He just didn't practice yesterday. So we'll get to some of that when we come back. But first, before we do, I want to let you know, this is our final giveaway for the Listener Appreciation Party. So call in right now, 713-780-3776. Caller 8 wins a pair of tickets to the Listener Appreciation Party. We're going to have food from BB Tex Orleans, Halal Guys, Lanes, Space City Vodka will provide the drinks along with Tejas Beer. You're going to be able to take a picture with the 2022 Astros trophy, a thing they won for accomplishing something they also won 5 years previous. You get what that trophy is, right? You guys are going to get to take a picture with that. So caller, what did I say? Do I even remember?
I also forgot. I was hoping you'd say it again.
Fine. Caller 7. Caller 713. That's the number. If I didn't say that, that's the new one. 713-780-3776. Caller 7. We will be back. We've got our winner from the listener party. I think I might have said 10 at first, and then I didn't remember that and then said 7. So sorry to hypothetical possible caller 10. Apologies if you would have been 10 and didn't win. I'm doing a lot of stuff here. Just talking and talking and talking. Sometimes I forget.
You will never know if you were number 10, though.
That's correct. So you don't know if you got screwed.
Yeah.
Yes. But I can say it's very possible. It could have been you. There's a non-zero chance you could have been 10, and that's on me. Sorry about that, listener appreciation party. You have a chance with the Killer Bees and Gallant George. Your final chance is to win it that way. You can also go on ESPN 975. I think you can still do that, ESPN975.com, and click on the promotions tab to try to get your tickets there as well. Okay. The Texans had a couple centers not practice yesterday. Juice Scruggs and the backup, Jared Patterson. Patterson filled in for Scruggs on Sunday against the Bears. This is from Aaron Wilson. The expectation is that Scruggs will be back in the lineup, but if neither one can play, it will be Kendrick Green, the green they picked up from the Steelers. That would be the starting center. So you're down possibly to your third string starting center, or maybe both of them are healthy and available, but they did not practice today or yesterday. We'll see if they're on the field in a limited capacity or a full go today. If neither one of them practices today, that should be of some concern. The running back situation, as it stands right now, looks like Joe Mixon will not play. Damian Pierce is still dealing with an issue. So at this point, the only healthy running back beyond Dare is Cam Akers. Now, Cam Akers, the last time we saw him was fumbling near the goal line, and it got him bitch for Dare Ogunbowale. So you go from bench to starter. Cam Akers, he's not a fumbler, but he's had some high-profile fumbles. He fumbled in the playoffs against the Bucs in that game where I think it was the Cooper Kupp from Matthew Stafford play that got the Rams in a position late to win that one in Tampa against Tom Brady. But he's not like a big fumbler. But it is interesting that it's funny how coaches think. We'll bench you, but if it comes down to it, you're still clearly our number 3, so we'll start you. So it was about a punishment of about 10 plays, and now he's back to being the starting running back if those other guys aren't healthy. I don't think Joe Mixon's going to play. Damian Pierce, what is it, a hamstring? I think I saw that appears to be, he had a mild hamstring strain that sidelined him against the Bears. He didn't practice yesterday. Look, according to Aaron Wilson, a league source says Pierce is close to returning. That's another guy. If we see him practice today or even in a limited capacity, then you'll probably have a real shot of seeing him on Sunday. But at this point, it looks like Cam Akers is their healthy back along with Dare. So, and we got the Brevin Jordan news. Now, he is going on IR. The Texans did bring in former Viking Irv Smith, signed him to the practice squad. So Irv Smith seems like he is in line for an elevation. D'Amico Ryans talked about the loss of Brevin Jordan and what he was becoming before the injury. Brevin Jordan was a third day pick who has hung on with this Texans team. He was drafted before D'Amico Ryans came on board, and when you're drafted in that position, there's always a chance you're on the cutting block. But he's found a place. Had a big touchdown in the playoff game, and D'Amico talked about what Brevin Jordan had begun to do to solidify himself on this roster, and it's a disappointment that he won't be available going forward.
Yeah, first and foremost, it's really heartbreaking losing Brevin. Brevin was on his way to a breakout year. I feel sorry for Brevin, and the injury. Anytime guys go through these injuries, it's always tough. So first thing first, it's about Brevin and him just attacking rehab the right way and getting back as soon as he can. But was really excited with where he was headed. And we have some slack to pick up there. Cade, Dalton, everybody they had to step up.
We saw Kate Stover. He made a play in the game on the 4th and 1, the one I said was probably Bobby Slowick's best call of the game. Early in the game, 4th and 1, for all intents and purposes, it felt like a run play. And heavy package in there. Tight formation. And they slipped Kate Stover out of the backfield from the fullback position. Big gainer, set the Texans up for a score. So he's going to get more snaps. And he was the guy D'Amico Ryans and a lot of people who saw practice praised. So maybe he'll get more traditional tight end snaps going forward as opposed to the spot duty and being a fullback. So look for Kate Stover and Dalton Schultz to be your top 2 tight ends. We'll see if they elevate Irv Smith from the practice squad. Okay, Sam Darnold is a guy who we don't think CJ's going to big bro. He's older.
I think he should try.
I think
just for the bit.
I think he won't do that for the foreseeable future, particularly when the guys are older than him. The same age, he'll do it. But Sam Darnold's a little older, so I don't think we'll see it. Sam Darnold has been good if you just look at the numbers you would see on his ESPN stat line. He has a passer rating over 111. He has a passer rating over 111, which is currently 6th in the league. Some of these numbers come from John Crumpler, who I believe is one of the guys from Texans Wire. I want to give him some credit for looking it up because he goes deeper than just his passer rating. So Sam Darnold with play action, passer rating of 97.9. Play action or screens, that has him at 13th in the league, and it dips all the way to 62.5 when he's under pressure without play actions or screens. So that's under pressure, normal dropbacks, the straight drop back game, no benefit from the play action or screen. So what do the Texans have to do to change what has been a really good year from Sam Darnold? Put pressure on him. They did it with the Bears. Now, do they blitz Sam Darnold like they blitz Caleb Williams? Does D'Amico Ryans have more respect for how Sam Darnold, the guy who once said, I'm seeing ghosts out there, does he have more respect for the veteran quarterback and how he'll handle blitzes and how that, more importantly, I guess, how Kevin O'Connell and that Vikings offensive line will handle blitzes and the prospect of leaving Jordan Jefferson alone on one of your corners? Now, the Texans corners have certainly held up. They gave up some plays against the Colts, but against the Bears, other than some short stuff, they held up on deep throws. We saw a couple picks, one that was taken off the board for Kamari Lassiter, and then obviously Derek Stingley had one as well on what I would say was an underthrow by Caleb Williams. But I think if you believe in your corners, can you go away from what is generally believed to be D'Amico's philosophy? He's not a big blitzer in his history, but he decided, I'm going to force this Bears offensive line and the young quarterback to deal with it, and they did not. It was a bad night for Caleb Williams. So, Sean, do you think he goes against the grain again, at least what we perceive his philosophy to be, and blitz Sam Darnold and the Vikings?
I don't think so, because of the way you mentioned that it is against his philosophy. And there's a lot of things going against it. It's against his philosophy. The quarterback is older, at least more experienced, and older. The offensive coaching, you probably like the Vikings offensive coaching better than the Bears with Shane Waldron. And then lastly, Justin Jefferson being left one-on-one with someone, even if it is Derek Stingley. It's a little bit different than DJ Moore, who's good. It's a little bit different.
Just a bit.
That guy went 97 to the house with 2 defenders on him.
Hey, Justin.
He was double teamed, and he still took it 97.
Hey, Justin. The Texans did a pretty good job handling DJ Moore. What can you take from what you saw on film to try to exploit some of their coverages? Respectfully, I'm not DJ Moore. What if that was all he did? What if some reporter wanted to extend the bit and he compared Justin Jefferson to the number 1 wide receiver of every team that played his upcoming opponent in the previous week and go, hey, they had a pretty good day against them.
Yeah.
Respectfully, I'm not him. He's not Garrett Wilson, and he showed that against the 49ers, as Sean mentioned, that big play. He is expected to play despite his concern about injury. So Jordan Jefferson will be available, it looks like, unless he suffers a setback. So the Texans will have to deal with him. Now, the other wide receivers for the Vikings have some issues as well. Jordan Addison is banged up. So it's only week 3, but it's the NFL. So, of course, guys are going to be in and off, the injury report. And right now, the Texans are dealing with a couple of injuries, but maybe there's a lack of concern because the names aren't C.J. Stroud or Tank Dell or Nico Collins. By the way, Nico Collins is expected to play, but he's dealing with something too. So,
at this point in the season, everyone's dealing with something.
Thank you for trotting that out.
In the National Football League,
no one's healthy at this time of the year. It's week 3.
No one's healthy. They've played 2 football games. Do you know how bad playing 2 football games is for your body?
I feel like Davis Mills is healthy.
He hasn't played two games.
That's why
he's
I know.
had great seats.
So there are some people that are healthy.
Yeah.
They just haven't played any football. So
Tim Boyle's also completely healthy too.
Tim Boyle's probably healthy and disappointed. He thought last Friday, he thought to himself, man, I'm going to be on the active roster. And then the news of Tyler Huntley being signed by the Dolphins, he's like, oh, man, got to keep this. I got to wear
I'm sure
Dolphins
there's a bonus.
issued gear.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a bonus that comes with it, too.
Yeah, you get on the active roster, you get a game check. He's getting practice squad money. Sorry, Tim Boyle. That's your lot in life. You're never going to be.
I don't think you're sorry.
You're never going to be anyone's second choice, Tim Boyle, for their quarterback.
Yeah, I really don't think you're sorry because of that comment.
No,
you said sorry. I don't think that was
it's much like respectfully.
Respectfully.
Clearly.
I'm not Tim Boyle, is what Tyler Huntley's saying.
Yeah, respectfully. I'm getting a game check this week, whether I play or not, as the Dolphins head to Seattle, where they have some concerns too. DK Metcalf dealing with a hand injury. Kenneth Walker. Hey, Pena, if you were thinking about betting Kenneth Walker over, don't. Unlikely to play. See what Zach Charbonnet's number is if you want to get a rushing prop in that game. So there it is. The injuries for the Texans. Once again, today will be a big day to determine who will be available for that game of 2-0 teams. That matchup of 2-0 teams. Texans probably held in higher esteem than the Vikings. Probably because one team has CJ Stroud, the other has Sam. I'm seeing Ghost startled. Change the narrative, Sam, against that DeMeco Ryans defense, and maybe the Vikings are a team people start to consider.
I'm trying.
I just beat the 49ers.
Do you know how much work I have to? Do you know how much I have to? Jared Goff is just now beating the
Sure.
I'm Jared Goff,
and he just lost to Baker Mayfield. Two guys. That was like change the narrative. That was a change the narrative bowl. And for right now, Baker coming out ahead. Now Baker's getting asked questions about how young quarterbacks deal with failure in the past. He's at that point in his career where they're asking him about Bryce Young.
Do you think Baker's going to go, hey, come here to Bryce Young?
He would be allowed.
It would be disrespectful because Andy Dalton's the starting quarterback.
Yeah.
Normally they don't run to the middle of the
You
field.
shouldn't go find the backup quarterback. In fact, I don't know how much milling around after the game Bryce Young's going to do. Oh, speaking of insulting, we're not going to play the clip. It's pretty short, but Dave Canales was asked about Bryce Young. He's done an extraordinary job handling the scout team. You don't want to hear that 3 games in about your first overall pick. He's doing a great job running the scout team. If that ain't a kick in the, well, you know where. Depending if you're a Bryce Young stan or just Bryce Young's family, if you brought a Bryce Young jersey,
Bryce Young muse,
whatever it is, to hear the new head coach saying he's done a great job running the scout team. Rough.
The Bryce
Rough
Young
times.
thing. Bryce Young thing just makes me sad.
It's very sad
because someone said, like, I wish he was like a bad dude, or like I wish there's something.
There's
like,
nothing about him that
like
says we're rooting against him.
Like just Marcus Russell, where it's like, oh, he's just not trying, and he's on that syrup. Like, of course, it's like no, Bryce Young's doing everything the right way. He seems like a good guy. It's just too small. It's just too small.
Yeah, and a offensive system, at least last year, that was not conducive to him, and maybe there is no system conducive to Bryce Young being successful in the NFL, which is unfortunate.
Did you see the video of him after killing it? I'm sure, or no, maybe it was probably walking in to practice before killing it as the scout team quarterback. He went and signed an autograph, and the fan told him to keep his head high. It's like that's never a good spot. You're the number 1 pick, got benched, and even the fans are just like, man, tough break.
Yeah, we're not even We're not giving you the Daniel Jones treatment.
Zach Wilson's like, what?
For all the pushback,
I got crapped on for 3 years.
For all the pushback Giants fans are getting for getting after Daniel Jones as he was walking out of the facility, I feel like he'd much rather have that than, hey, keep your head up, Daniel.
It gets better.
It'll be okay. Football's not everything. There are bigger things in life.
Yeah, no, it's like, I don't want your pity.
Yeah, yell at me. Tell me I suck. That's better than what I'm getting now where, oh, man, poor kid. Sorry, Bryce Young. It'll get better. Probably not with the Panthers, but somewhere. Okay, we'll come back with something I found very funny. ULM is the opponent for Arch Manning in Texas this week. And there are a couple quotes that came out of the ULM press conference from their defensive coordinator struck me as, all right, this guy, honesty in press conferences. I appreciate it. Unlike Raheem Morris, which we will hear from too. Dishonesty and honesty. We'll compare the two when we come back.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
Okay. Sean and I were having a discussion about this upcoming sound during the break. Sean's not going to be here or in Austin on Saturday. He's going to be in Lake Charles. The bullpen will be where?
In LaBerge.
LaBerge. They go there quite a bit.
Yeah, we're doing a show Sunday, 10 to 12.
All right. Awesome.
Texans
awesome.
pregame.
Listen, I don't think you're allowed to call it that.
Texans before the game starts.
Unofficial Houston football pregame show.
Houston before the National Football League.
Something like that. I just don't think the rights holder would be happy about what you just said. So
I can't even say those two words.
I don't think you can say the show you're working on is a pregame show for the Texans.
I didn't say it.
Not well. Okay, you didn't say it. We'll pretend like you didn't say it. Sure. All right. So ULM, otherwise known as Louisiana Monroe, the Warhawks, are going to play Texas on Saturday. And depending on when games fall on the calendar, their preparation tends to be different. Like Texas had a walkover in week 1. I'm sure all summer they were planning for Michigan. It looked it. They were dominant in that first half, just the way it goes. It's not even just about the players paying attention. It's about the coaches. How much prep do they put in for a particular game? Well, the ULM defensive coordinator, I believe his name is Ernest Hill. I believe that's his name. He probably leveled some honesty that you don't normally hear from coaches about prep work. Here is the ULM defensive coordinator about how Texas is treating his team coming up.
Texas, they know they playing against a mediocre group of 5 team. Let's be honest. They're not going to prepare like they normally do. That's why we are, and we're going to try to go and do our best and, just see where the chips fall.
I mean, it's not he's not wrong. He isn't wrong saying that. Texas fans who are under, like we pulled that from Twitter so people can comment on the video and the sound, and people are like, maybe the Texas team from 2 years ago, not the team we have now. No, trust me, Sark ain't breaking out the special stuff for ULM. He's saving that not even for Mississippi State. Probably he's keeping the special stuff in the tuck for Georgia. So that's a coach telling you the truth. I mean, he called his own team mediocre. That's just self-deprecating there. But he's not incorrect. That's how it works. I'm not even talking about your players for Texas fans who may have been upset by that sound, about your players not taking them seriously. It is about what you put into your game plan because you think some of your regular basic day one stuff is probably going to work against ULM.
I'm reading the comments.
Yes, it's all like, hey, not us, not this Texas.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. And then there's from Parker. Why would he say this with a man named General Booty at quarterback?
I guess it's a funny line, but I don't know how it makes any sense.
Someone going to tell him Tom Herman isn't coaching this team anymore?
He is not saying that Texas won't take them seriously, or
Bro just needs to keep quiet and take the check.
Or yeah, that's some of the things I've read. I don't know why. I know why, because fans always overreact to things. But logically, you're not getting the best Sark stuff. You're not getting who's your DC?
Pete Kwiatkowski.
You're not getting the best Pete Kwiatkowski stuff on Saturday against ULM. That stuff's not coming out. They expect to beat on ULM with their basic stuff.
Yeah, that was the same thing with the Colorado State game. All they did was rush 4 and just play zone, and they shut out Colorado State doing that.
Yeah, they probably think, and rightfully so, they can get away with that against. Yeah. Maybe ULM is probably better than Colorado State. I'm not sure, but they can get away with their basic stuff and go run up the score, and then go get their backup quarterback snaps.
Yeah, the difference with this isn't Texas from 2 years ago. That is correct. This is not Texas from 2 years ago, but that does not mean that they will not prepare. Whatever 94% instead of 100%. Right?
Yeah,
they're not going to take a little bit of a game planning step back this week. It just means that 2 years ago they would have been tied at halftime And this year they're
going to be up by
probably
30.
won't.
Yeah, your team is better, so you can game plan in a way that gives away nothing of what you want to do against better teams and still blow them out because of how good the recruiting has been and where you are as a program. Relax, Texas fans. The coach just delivers some honesty. I don't know the entirety of ULM's schedule, but there's probably someone on their schedule that they don't game plan for the same way they would game plan for a conference rival.
They started the season against Jackson State, so that's probably it.
Yeah, it's how all coaches and all programs work.
They go at Auburn later in the
season. They probably are going to game plan for
that one.
Auburn's not great, but they're going to game plan for Auburn differently than they game plan for Jackson State. So that's honesty and a pressure from a coach. Let's move on to a coach. Look, he's protecting his player, but you ain't fooling me, Raheem Morris. We all saw what Drake London did. We talked about it on this show, and Sean Mapes brought up the defense that Raheem Morris used. Sean said, no, look, if you missed it, after the game-winning touchdown, well, eventually turned into the game-winning touchdown because the Eagles threw a pick on their final possession, Drake London did like a gun thing in the air. And it looked as if we were putting a gun in his hand, he was shooting guns into the air, bullets into the air. He did it right next to a ref, and the ref was like, hey, you ain't going to disrespect me like that right next to me. I'm going to throw a flag. Raheem Morris was incredulous. Of course, it made their extra point longer. They made it, so instead of being tied, they go up by one. Of course, as I said, they go on to win the game. So Raheem Morris was asked about Drake London's celebration, and maybe he was listening to this show, or maybe he and Sean Mapes have the same brain. Maybe you're next up to be a good DC and future head coach in the NFL. Here's Raheem Morris answering questions about Drake London's celebration and subsequent penalty.
Initially, I didn't see it, and I guess it was the use of a weapon, how people interpreted that as a fine, as a penalty. And Drake is he's a great kid, and his intent was not as a use of a weapon. He probably was shooting T-shirts into the stands, to be honest with you, though, because he's just that kind of a guy. But he was excited. He got excited. He's one of those guys that plays with great energy. He immediately apologized on site before I can even get a chance to correct him.
Hey, Raheem Morris, I don't care how great Drake London is as a person. That wasn't a T-shirt. That was him spraying imaginary bullets into the crowd because of the play mitt. You're right. I don't know. But I've seen a lot of those celebrations, and no one has ever gone, T-shirts. You want a T-shirt? No one ever does that as part of the celebration. Yeah, the thing that he did isn't a T-shirt gun. The T-shirt gun has a different mechanism.
He had one hand holding it and one hand on the trigger.
But it was semi-automatic what he was doing.
he wasn't and then stopping, pausing, reloading.
Yeah, he wasn't stuffing another shirt in the imaginary gun. Raheem Morris, who do you think we are? Cut it out. You won the game.
Maybe it was a dude.
Drake London, I'm sure, is a great individual, but he was firing imaginary bullets into a crowd.
Drake London should be like, it was coach was right.
Why did he apologize? It was just a T-shirt gun.
Well, he was putting the team in a bad spot.
Oh, okay.
He should have. He was apologizing for not explaining to the ref beforehand that it was. Hey, Drake is such a great guy.
Hey, when I cooked Darius Slay on this route and I scored a touchdown, I'm going to do this. Was he like a receiver where they look to the right and go, Am I on the line? Am I back enough? He should have done that.
Or declaring as eligible like an offensive lineman.
Yeah, declaring his eligibility. Yeah, stop it, Raheem Morris. It's fine. You won the game. No harm done. But don't lie to me.
Yeah.
Be like Ernest Hill. Tell the truth.
Tell the truth. So guns, not allowed. T-shirt guns, apparently also not allowed.
Yeah.
Bow and arrows, 100% okay.
Yes, you can. Yeah, Brandon Cooks can get away with that celebration anytime he wants.
A weapon.
Yeah.
Brandishing a weapon.
Sure, if you're Robin Hood.
Can you do sword play?
How far down the medieval trail can you go?
I think swords are
What about a mace? One of the things where you swing. Can you do that? A broadsword is okay. Daggers, throwing knives.
I think daggers gets you in trouble because you specifically have to do the stabbing.
What if you're throwing? You throw knives. Because if you throw a throat slit, you can get penalized. I've seen that.
I don't know. I think you'll be fine with that.
Draw and quarter?
Well, Antonio Smith got away with the
Yeah, he got away with the sword on
ninja
Saturday.
staff.
The sword, the ninja. Yeah, it was a ninja. Hey, you're a ninja. Unlike Drake London, he told everyone, "Hey, guess what? I'm a ninja.
What I am doing,
I'm practicing my ninja moves.
I'm
I am not.
depicting a ninja move."
I am not trying to I'm not doing something where I'm in an imaginary way hurting a quarterback. I'm doing my ninja stuff,
And boom.
and no penalties.
Yeah, you just have to declare on the front end.
A guillotine?
I think that because that you have to have a group celebration there.
Well, you can't have group celebrations now.
Yeah. So what, you have some guy laying down and then one guy pulling a string, dropping a thing, and the guy's helmet pops off,
which is a penalty when you're on the field. That's the problem.
That's
it's
where
not
you
the
get in trouble.
celebration; it's when your helmet came off.
It's
That's
like
the penalty.
It's like the Key and Peele sketch with
Yeah.
the pumps.
Yeah. So Drake London, T-shirt gun, according to Raheem Morris. No, it wasn't.
Woo!
No, it was.
Everyone loves it when Toro does it.
Yeah, because I can actually see the T-shirt gun.
Uh-huh.
I appreciate Raheem Morris trying to protect his player for an event that no one cares about anymore. No one actually thinks Drake London is a bad person because he's celebrating with an imaginary automatic weapon.
He apologized, but Drake London did apologize before
I'm glad
Raheem Morris had a chance to yell at him.
Look, the only issue they would have had if the kicker would have missed, then we got a real problem. But since it was made, it's all been forgotten. It's fine. But I appreciate the differences in how coaches will handle things depending on the subject. Ernest Hill, my guy. I'm gonna watch that game. No, I won't. I'm not gonna watch that game. But I will pay attention to the score, the box score, and go, hey,
I'll text you during the game. Was my thought.
Don't worry about it. Hey, ULM, a couple stops. Ernest Hill getting it done.
Wow, it's only 21-0.
I feel if it's 21-0, I feel bad for Trey Owens, the Texas third string, but now second string.
Yeah,
that means less real snaps for him, because if he's just handing off the ball in the fourth quarter, who's looking for that? You want to play. You want to throw.
Yeah, give me some of what Arch Manning's getting to do.
Yeah, Jackie asked, would a spear throw be legal? Like if you mimic throwing a spear.
I think that's fine because it kind of looks like a football.
Yeah,
honestly.
Who's gonna tell? I mean,
it's like the confusion with the gun versus the t-shirt gun that Drake London was
To be
doing.
fair, if you throw a spear, you mimic throwing a spear, it'll just look like you are an actor trying to play quarterback.
Yeah.
You won't even be able to tell. You're like, oh, look at that actor.
Yeah. Oh,
who they never taught to throw a football.
He's doing a bad throw.
Yeah. So I hope we've cleared that up.
A cannon. Light it. Put your cover your ears.
I just think guns aren't allowed. T-shirts, water guns, no matter what way you try to make it softer, you can't mimic a gun.
Do a super soaker.
Like at Florida State practice.
That's if they ever score a touchdown, that's what they need to do.
Yeah. Who they have? Cal?
Cal. They host Cal.
Barn burner.
Watch out. Undefeated Cal versus nothing but defeated
Florida
FSU.
State. We'll see if they go to their backup quarterback, Brock Lynn, a young guy that everyone's just please anyone but DJ. We don't even think Brock Lynn's that good. Just we're tired of looking at DJ play. All right, coming up, we don't have tickets to Florida State Cal. You don't want those tickets, but we do have tickets to the Cougs. We'll give away those tickets when we come back. We got a couple more segments here left on the show as we close it out. But first, I want to talk about MyBookie. MyBookie is the place you can bet on Cal versus Florida State if you want to be miserable watching a football game. But hey, maybe you like getting some action on a game you normally aren't interested in. That's what MyBookie is for. And it's also Thursday. Of course, that means Thursday Night Football. But what it also means is the special Thursday deal from MyBookie. What am I talking about? You can place a bet on a game, and if you win big, obviously you keep it. And if you don't, MyBookie's like, don't worry about it. If you don't win, don't worry about it. We'll give that back to you. You don't lose anything in your account. MyBookie doing you favors all the time. Just go to mybookie.ag to check it out. Whether it's the NFL tonight or you're looking at college football throughout the weekend, use that promo code BET975 if you are someone who's just signing up. They'll match up to $1,000 when you sign up. And if it's not the NFL or college football or soccer, just sports betting in general, that's not your thing, they have a live casino. And whether it be baccarat, blackjack, poker. You can play those card games. They have a live dealer. So it's not just cards popping up on your screen. They've got a dealer that's going to deal those cards and make the game more fun. So they also, you need to remember, have the My Bookie Plus program. It's their loyalty program. The more you bet, the more chances you win to move up in tiers and get more prizes from MyBookie. Just go to mybookie.ag. And remember, you can bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
We gave away tickets last week to the Cougs' victory over the Rice Owls. Cougs dominant defensively. That's 2 straight weeks where their defense has played really well. They only gave up 14 offensive points to the Sooners. Remember, the Sooners scored a safety. So the Cougs lost that one 16-12. They gave up 7 to Rice, so that's 21 points given up in the last couple weeks. They're going on the road this week to see Cincinnati. But when they come back, they're going to be in town on September 28th. Is it still TDECU, or is it now, or have they changed it officially to Space U? Because I think
I don't know when
that change is happening.
Yeah.
Okay, the copy says TDECU, so we'll stick with that for now. But it'll eventually have a cooler name. Eventually, imagine that, a Houston property using space in the name. Odd that would happen, but let's get to this. September 28th at TDECU Stadium, the Cougs are going to take on Iowa State. It is family weekend and their Hispanic heritage game. It will be a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, and unforgettable moments. The Friday night special is 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, and 4 drinks, just $80. That's Friday night. It's family night special. Family night special, 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, 4 drinks for just $80. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS now to get your tickets. Come early, be loud, wear red. So if you want to go to that game, be caller 5 right now, 713-780-3776 to go see the Cougs versus Iowa State in Big 12 action. The Cougs open Big 12 play this Saturday against Cincinnati, but their home opener for the Big 12, Iowa State. The Iowa State Cyclones. Caller 5, 713-780-3776. I was not aware that Iowa State and Iowa, they played a couple weeks ago now, had the nickname of El Assico. In some ways, I did know because of how those games normally go, but I did not know that that was the official title of that game. El Assico was a thriller with Iowa State coming out on top under Matt Campbell. So they're going to be feeling pretty good about themselves, at least from the fumes of beating Iowa on the road. And they're going to come to town trying to get a Big 12 win. The Cougs got a chance to get their first one of the season. So, well, hopefully it's not the first one. They go on the road and see Cincinnati this Saturday, and then they'll host Iowa State next Saturday here in town. Okay. Sean's taking care of that. After this, we'll have one more segment to go, but I did want to get to this. Fan annoyance rankings. This comes from the Action Network. The Action Network polled fans from every NFL team and asked them who are the most annoying fans in the league. As you might imagine, Cowboy fans lead the list at 20%. Eagles fans are a distant second at 9%. The Raiders at 8%, Packers at 7%, and the Steelers at 6%. That is your top 5. Now, if you divide it by fan bases, as you might imagine, Texans fans hate Cowboy fans. The vote share for Texans fans, as far as who they find most annoying, the Cowboys come out ahead with 39%. And as I just go down the list, there's a lot of people who dislike Cowboy fans. As far as who the Cowboy fans dislike the most, it makes sense. The Eagles fans at 22%. The Texans fans don't make the list anywhere as far as hate it. Is it because they're a new franchise? Is it because no one cares that much about the Texans? Their team, the Texans haven't really taken anything away from another fan base. Like the Texans aren't looked at as a team. Wow, some of my worst moments were when the Texans beat my team. They're not there yet. That might come with CJ and the rest. But right now, they are not hated by anyone. So congratulations to you guys. You're not out there ruining other people's days by your interactions on Twitter. They break this down even by political parties. The most annoying team by Democrat fan response, the Cowboys at 23%. Republican fans think Cowboys fans are annoying too, but the percentage is lesser at 17%. So no matter what side of the line you fall, Cowboy fans piss you off the most.
I was gonna say that's almost like just general, just two party.
Yeah, the two-party system. Once the Cowboy fans come out ahead when it comes to being hated. Okay, there it is. Cowboy fans rejoice. Lazy J, I know you're out there someplace. Okay, it breaks it down into over-the-top public displays of affection. Bronco fans hate PDA the most at 31%. Titan fans at 27%. The Texans fans make it here. Texan fans are 6th most annoyed by people not removing their hat or standing during the national anthem. 43% of Texan fans polled hate that, don't like it. Colts fans lead the league at 49%. So no fan base is above 50% when it comes to that. What happened to my country? Where's the patriotism? No fan base above 50% when it comes to people not taking off their hats and being annoyed by it. The values of this country are slipping, Sean. Who do I blame? I'm not picking a president to blame. You ain't catching me. I'm not slipping up there. You can blame whatever president or political party you want for the slippage of patriotism from NFL fans. But no fan base gets above 50%. Which fans are delusional enough to believe what they do will affect the actual outcome of the game?
Philadelphia Eagles.
Titans fans.
Oh,
they
wow.
lead at 49%. They believe that their rituals and other things they think lead to wins, they at nearly 50% believe they have an influence on the game.
That's crazy.
Bills fans at 45%.
That makes more sense.
Colts fans at 44%. So that's why that guy makes those songs. Why he whinnies at the end of his songs. He thinks it'll affect the outcome. Go Colts. There he is. They break this down in a lot of ways. Who do you think is the NFL's most annoying player, Sean?
Ooh, most annoying player. Or who do I think will win this?
Okay, maybe it's not who you think the most annoying player is. Who do you think NFL fans think the most annoying player in the NFL is?
I don't know.
It's one or two guys. These are the only two guys who make the list.
As
far as percentage, high enough percentages.
Okay. Probably Aaron Rodgers. probably gets.
You are correct.
He's at least one of the two.
He is number one.
Okay.
At 27%. He voted by NFL fans most annoying player in all of the NFL.
Is it the other guy, Mahomes or Kelsey?
They're both on the list as your top 5.
Okay.
But Patrick Mahomes is 4th. Kelsey is number 2. I can guess where that comes from.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I was thinking. At first I was trying to think of like actual annoying guys. Then I was like, wait, no, this is for like the list, like this kind of list.
Yeah.
So like CJ Gardner-Johnson probably isn't going to be on this
he's
list.
Probably very annoying, but he does not make the list.
Yeah.
Travis Kelce at 2. Odell Beckham somehow still annoying people.
I did think Odell Beckham.
He is still annoying people at 3.
Well, because it's just such a bit like for a certain amount of people, that's just the last NFL player that they remember.
Sure. He's at 10%, and Patrick Mahomes at number 4 at 8%, and Dak Prescott comes in at number 5 at 5%. Dak Prescott, I don't feel he's annoying. He just happens to play for the Cowboys, so people get pissed off about that. So for Texans fans who they find most annoying, Travis Kelce.
Huh.
At 20%, that's the largest share of the fan base believes that Travis Kelce is the most annoying player in the NBA. I mean, in the NFL. And really, 3 years ago, would you have felt that way? No.
Even like 2 years ago.
Yeah, that's the power of one. This is where you like mention her whole name, but I don't know her middle name, so I'm just gonna go. You know how this is because of Taylor Margaret Swift. I don't know her middle name, so it's Taylor Swift. We all know you hate the pop star, you hate the attention, and so Aaron Rodgers and Travis Kelce are the two guys. If you go down all of the list of teams, it's either one of those guys ranking highest as most annoying. So I don't know who's going to break that. I feel like those two have a stranglehold on that list for the foreseeable future.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think the Texans are going to get on there.
No.
Or a lot of things would have to happen. Honestly, Caleb Williams was closer to being on that list.
I think Caleb Williams is far more likely to make the list
next year
than CJ Stroud. Unless the only thing that's going to come from that could make that happen is if CJ Stroud just starts winning all the time.
Yeah, it's the Mahomes thing.
Yeah.
It's like why Mahomes is 4th or whatever.
Yeah, because he wins all the time. We got one more segment to go here on the show. But before we do that, Sean, let's talk about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks. Thursday Night Football is tonight. Do you want to get in on a little bit of action? Maybe you know something about this game. Maybe you've been watching the Jets, you've been watching the Patriots, and you go, aha. I know that Aaron Rodgers likes to throw the ball to Garrett Wilson a lot. Maybe you take a more on 5.5 receptions. Maybe you know that this defense is going to have Jacoby Brissett's head spinning, and so you take more than 0.5 interceptions. And maybe you also like the Jets to establish the run a little bit because the NFL has still, for some reason, not banned the too high safety look. I don't know why. But on Thursday tonight, they're still going to let them put too high safety. Maybe like Breece Hall to tote the rock a lot, maybe get over his rushing yards projection. You can do that at Prize Picks. If you know things about football, you can make money on Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app with over 5 million active members. Download Prize Picks app today and use code MAPES to get $50 instantly when you play $5. Code MAPES gets you $50 instantly when you play $5. You don't even need to win to receive that money. Prize Picks, run your game.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
We love to close a plot hole on this show. We ended yesterday's show trying to figure out exactly why Woj was leaving ESPN. And, of course, we get more information. It was burnout. It's a young man's game. He was tired of the hours, tired of not sleeping, tired of turning his life into a news gathering apparatus. So he's leaving ESPN not only to help out his alma mater, but just wasn't the life he wanted to live anymore. That makes sense. I got to deal with Joe Cronin. I got to talk to the Blazers GM. I don't want to do that. I got to write puff pieces about Joe Cronin.
What?
Why? What for?
Sean Marks is still texting me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do think it's funny that we talk so much about, especially college coaches trying to get out of the game because, yeah, they make so much money and now they have to work so much harder with the NIL, the transfer portal stuff that they look and they either try to make it, go up a level in either into the NBA or NFL, or they are getting out of coaching and for somehow Adrian Wojnarowski had a job more stressful than that, and he wants to get into college athletics, and especially being the GM of a mid-major team where I imagine you're in constant threat of the transfer portal taking your best players, and then you have to take someone else's best player, and it's just it seems like a very stressful job that he just signed himself up for as a way to de-escalate from how stressful his ESPN job was.
Yeah, and the AD Bob Beretta for St. Bonaventure said he's going to be at an entry-level position, behind the scenes and exempt from overtime. I'm not sure why.
They said he was a general manager.
That's the title, but if you're talking to the AD, I feel like, is Woj just a figurehead?
Yeah, is
that what that is?
$12 an hour?
Feels like an underestimation of what they're going to pay him. He's doing it because he loves this institution and he wants to make a difference in young people's lives. But trust us, we're not making him anyone that's that influential, according to Bob Beretta. So don't expect Woj to be out breaking down film, showing up at AAU events.
I kind of expect him to stand there with his arms folded,
crossed with the Bonnie's polo on. Yeah, just hanging out, sitting next to who did we find out what did we find out was the name of that guy's
Mark Schmidt?
The coach, Mark Schmidt, standing next to Mark Schmidt while some kid from Saratoga,
whispering in his ear.
Covering your mouth to make sure people can't read your lips. I thought that was Woj's life. Apparently not. He's not going to be traveling on weekends to check out the best young talent in the game.
It seems like what he'll be doing, because it says it says his duties will include like name, image, and likeness, and recruiting, and some other stuff. And I guess when we read NIL and recruiting, we imagine him like actually recruiting. I bet it's more behind the scenes stuff, like the logistics of setting up
booking official visits. You think he's doing that? Making
probably.
sure official visits go off the way they're supposed to?
And then DMing Tipton and Hayes Fawcett to get the recruiting graphics out there.
Do you know how many
the Final Fives?
I don't think I've ever seen a St. Bonaventure commit edit from Hayes Fawcett. We're gonna see some.
You're gonna see, the first time they get a 4-star, you're gonna see it.
Even if they don't, we're gonna get stories about how influential Woj was in making this happen.
Or like someone who transfers down, who started at Arkansas and then transferred to St. Bonaventure.
I really like what they're building there, and he credits Woj for.
I believe in Woj and Coach Schmidt's vision.
Coach Schmidt's like my vision.
Coach Schmidt and Woj's vision.
He goes, my vision. That guy.
I've been here for 15 years.
As I said, as our AD Bob Beretta said, entry level. It's my vision. He just happens to be here. He just happens to be here.
It has 10 million followers.
Yeah. We're going to use him the way agents use him. We're going to tell him what to write, when to write, and it's all for the benefit of St. Bonaventure.
I really do want to know what his day-to-day is like consisting of now.
Something that's less stressful That's what it's been couched as. He wanted out of the grind.
Man, I should work for a mid-major college program.
So well, I'm sure the benefits and the pay would be an upgrade. So we got two of the biggest grinders running from it in the last couple of years, in the last couple of NBA off seasons. First Dame, now Woj, both running from the grind, and
Wow.
both of the transactions happening a mere month before the season. I think they both happened in September. The trade
and Joe Cronin, the cause for both? Question mark.
Woj, after writing that puff piece about Cronin, embarrassed him so much he had to get out of the trade.
Looked himself in the mirror.
He goes, "What the f am I doing here? I got to get out. If I'm writing pieces about Joe Cronin."
I was gonna say I don't know if he's a religious person. I just remembered he worked and he's working for St. Bonaventure.
Yeah,
probably religious.
Probably is
he
some
was
religion.
Like, did God put me on earth to carry the water of NBA GMs?
For all of NBA GMs, Joe Cronin, who ran Portland's king out of town. Woj, running from the grind. That's how we're ending this show. We're done. Coming up next is Gallant George. So if we're done, what does that mean, Sean?
We did it!
We did. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow.
Hello and welcome aboard Gallant George. It is Thursday, September 19th, 2024. The Astros lost 2 of 3 to the Padres in San Diego. They're back at the Juice Box tonight against the Angels. 4-0. They lose yesterday. It's a game where Fromber pitched well. He gives up a homer. The offense doesn't show up. Yada, 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 Joe.
Yeah, yep, that's yada, yada, yada. That's how I feel, too. They got dominated in yesterday's game, but Fromber was excellent.
I like seeing that at least.
Yeah, you can't ignore that. I mean, it was an excellently pitched game on both sides. Dylan Cease was electric, though, in yesterday's game, and the lineup Felt like they had no prayer. Like they had no shot yesterday to win that game.
Yeah, it's frustrating that this seems to happen like once or twice a week where the offense appears completely listless. But hey, could be worse. You could be the Seattle Mariners, and we're just going to shift our attention to them because we don't want to talk about the Astros loss yesterday. We want to talk about how the Mariners found yet another way to poop their pants and give the Astros a 5-game lead in the American League West.
Mariners 2-2. So look out, the bat almost hit Julio. And Julio's got to get back to the bag. Oh, my goodness. Oh! Two incredibly bad base running mistakes by the Mariners back-to-back nights.
Oh, you'd love to see it.
I mean, what a way to lose a baseball game.
I mean, at least in the game that the Yankees smoked the Mariners Tuesday, it was 11-2 at the end. But this one's in extra innings, and Julio Rodriguez is on third base. A bat comes flying at him. He ducks, but he never goes back to third.
It's like he just didn't realize the. I don't know what.
I don't either.
Because I get it. I get the first part of this, right? Don't be murdered by a baseball bat.
Yeah, I don't want
that. I understand that instinct.
Would it have killed him? I don't know if it was going that far. It would have hurt. It would have hurt for sure, but I mean, Julio's a big guy. He could have taken it.
I mean, we've all seen what are those movies now? The ones where like you see like the roller coaster and then the car accident.
Final Destination.
Yeah, we all see Final Destination. Like you never know.
I doubt Julio Rodriguez, who I think is 23. I doubt he has any idea what the Final Destination movie franchise is. Perhaps I'm assuming a little bit too much. No, he wasn't going to get killed by that.
Yeah, maybe that's how the next one should start. Like if they're going to like bring back Final Destination,
but
like start there.
You would have to have a lot of people get murked by said bat, and I mean, it would have to be, I think, like a possessed bat to move around the time.
I mean, you never know. People just fall down the stairs, like, you know.
The dugout stairs or something. Jeez, you got a dark sense of humor today, Joe.
It's like a truck, like a Dick's Sporting Goods truck full of bats.
See, I watched it this last week. I was
wondering.
Okay.
I was wondering where that
to the bottom of it.
Yeah,
it was just on TV, and I was like, yeah, why not?
Yeah. Okay. Well, that makes a little bit more sense. So you take a look at the Astros and what you're looking out of them for the rest of the year. I believe the magic number is now 9, and you got a 5-game lead on the Mariners. I mean, you're in great shape. This thing's pretty much done.
Yeah, and it's the Mariners. We talked about momentum yesterday. Like now, this is when you're losing games like this on back-to-back nights.
Oh, man, that's brutal.
It's just like your season's over.
Yeah. They have a 1.6 chance to win the division, a 1.5% chance to clinch a wild card spot. In total, 3.1% chance to make the playoffs. The Astros now at a 98.4% to win the division per Fangraphs, 5.5 though percent to clinch the bye. That dropped a lot. Yesterday it was 12%.
Mm-hmm.
So they lost a lot. So I think the bye's over too.
Yeah, it probably just is at this point for the Astros, and then it's obviously over for the Mariners at this point. They have no shot to win this division. The way they lost that game and the day before, their season's over. For the Astros, I guess the bye's out of the picture, but that's okay. I'm kind of just ready now for like the AJ Hinch versus the Astros playoff series. I'm excited for it now.
You want to fast forward to it?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, September baseball blows.
I've been ready.
Let's just get to the playoffs. None of us want to be here, you know? Like everybody else, they want to be here. The drama doesn't exist for us. We have expectations. The expectation is you're in the playoffs by right.
I mean, by Monday, it could be over by Monday. Like basically over.
Yeah.
They might have to win they'll have to beat Seattle one time. So it could be totally over by Monday next week, and then it's like you have 5 more games left of just nothingness. You play the Angels 4 times at home. This thing is done. Like there is no on Monday. There was a little nervousness just because even though you came off a weekend sweep against the Angels, the Mariners were holding tough. Then you lost the game versus the Padres, but you've lost 2 of the 3 against the Padres. and your magic number has shrunk because the Mariners just can't get out of their own way.
You take care of business against the Angels. You win 3 of 4. It's at the Juice Box. You got Yusei tonight, Verlander on Friday, Blanco Saturday, Arrighetti Sunday. Take 3 of 4. I'm not concerned at all about the last 2 series of the year, and I feel like that actually helps the Astros, and they can potentially load manage. But you got to take care of business in this series. In fact, a sweep would really just give you the biggest of legs up on the Mariners, and I guess you would sort of be back in the race with the Guardians, but it does feel like that bye is it's a door that's been closed.
Yeah, I mean, what, you're 6 games back right now? That's a lot of, even though you play them the last 3 games of the season, that's a lot of ground to make up. I mean, would you even, okay, let's say they're within 3 games, but they've clinched the division. Would you rather them rest players and start to set up their playoff rotation, or would you rather them chase the bye?
Rest.
I think so too.
Rest.
Yeah.
It's such an uphill battle. You're not going to get it. You're not. You have a chance, I guess, but we all have a chance to win the lottery too.
I mean, look what happened last night. Like, last night's the perfect example. Your ace dominates a team, and you lose because your offense can't score. Like, you could go into the Guardians series and ask Fromber to be excellent to win you a game, and he might do that. But one, bat comes flying your way, or just one ball falls into the Crawford
You're
box.
really a little too scared of the flying bat.
No, just saying. And you lose, and it's all over. See, I just rest. Get to the point where you can give guys days off. Kyle Tucker, Jeremy Pena's played so many games this year. Jose Altuve, like you're not healthy right now. They're getting healthier, but just get as healthy as you can before the playoffs. That's all that really matters at this point, because they're going to win the division, and I have no more concern.
None at all.
No,
not a worry in your heart.
Nope.
That's nice.
It's not a worry in the world.
That's where I've been already, because it's September and the NFL's on.
The NFL is on.
College football's on as well. There was an interesting piece in The Athletic really quickly. Did you see Jose Altuve say that if it were up to me, I would pay Alex Bregman whatever I can?
I find that interesting because I don't think he's done that before. I don't remember an article from anyone about Altuve saying that about Correa.
He's talking about Crane's wallet now.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but like it's at least the tone feels different. Like in the past, like I'm sure he said, like, yeah, we'd love to have Springer back. Like Springer's an Astro, like he should be here. But this article, I thought, was more directive. Hey, I'm the captain of this team. You need to keep Alex Bregman as a Houston Astro. I found that very interesting.
Here's what Altuve said in this piece in The Athletic from Chandler Rome about Alex Bregman. Quote, I don't see any chances of him leaving. That might be just me. I think it is just you. I really think that at the end of the season, our front office people, GM, and ownership are going to get a deal done for him. I'm sure that we are not only a better team with him, but we are a better organization with him. We really need to make it happen. I am curious if Jim Crane listens to Jose Altuve. I mean, he is our favorite child.
Mm-hmm.
Is Daddy-O going to reward his favorite child a little bit more? I know they gave him the extension, but you could argue that the extension doesn't exactly give Altuve all that he could theoretically get, given what he has given to the city of Houston and to the game of baseball as well. So I wonder if Jim Crane hears this at all, or if he's just like, whatever. I hope that he listens. I would like to see Alex Bregman stay here. I realize it's probably going to cost a lot of money to do it, though, and that is probably over, just like the AL West is over.
Any chance that Jose Altuve, the reason why his contract was so affordable and so good, little handshake agreement, I take a pay cut, I don't pay you, you don't pay me what I'm worth, I take another team-friendly deal, you pay Alex? Or at least that was the expectation when he signed the dotted line. Like, I think you have to listen to Jose Altuve. Would you rather listen to Jose Altuve and overpay Alex Bregman, or listen to Jeff Bagwell? Jose Altuve.
There we go.
Jose Altuve should be the one making the shot, calling the shots, not Jeff Bagwell. So they should just pay Alex.
Couple of texts. One of them says, clean up on aisle Paul. Magic number is 6. Sorry about that. I don't even remember what I said. From the 281, they are making a new Final Destination, Joe.
Awesome. Can't wait.
I suppose they can't tell what the accident is going to be, but I think there's 5 of them.
I think that's right.
Yeah.
Is that gonna be like a little field trip?
It could be.
I know in 2025 that we'll have to take one is that when the new Fast comes out, Fast 11?
Whoa.
I'm inviting myself.
I don't know.
Oh, no.
I don't know. That's a Sean and me thing.
I've also been rewatching that.
No, I
watched Fast 5 last night.
You watched it last night. That's fine. But
you're watching a lot of movies lately.
Listen, we're not like the Fast and Furious family, okay? We don't just welcome people in.
What are you talking about? Vince gets welcomed back in right before he gets killed.
Right, exactly. We're not like that. We're a little more
I'm not
exclusive.
I'm not a cop.
Pickier.
I'm not a narc.
Look at that.
Why'd you bring it up?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that that mustache tells a different story.
You are a
mustache
cop.
does.
You are 100% a cop.
Yeah, that's a fair statement. I can't really argue with that one. I've backed myself into a corner.
We're the crew in the first movie where Vince is, by the way, right the entire time, but somehow the bad guy. No, this guy is a cop. Why are you trusting him?
How do I become part of the family then? What do I? I'm gonna need like a list.
When you know, you'll know.
Yeah, just a quarter mile at a time. That's how you.
Yeah, that's all you can do. Exactly.
I felt like when we got to the point where you could look me in the eye and say that I'm dead to you, like meant we were family.
No.
Okay.
No. In fact, you still are, but hey, another day, another dollar. Am I right? He's Joe and Paul. We got Sean behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call to text. This NFL controversy involving CJ Stroud and Caleb Williams is so funny. Why is this such a big deal? I love it. It's turned into a chaotic bleep storm. We'll discuss the latest where CJ Stroud basically apologized yesterday. Stick around. But first, Joe George.
I want to talk to you guys about O Athletic, 767 North Shepherd in the Heights, oathletic.com. You can find them on O Athletic on Instagram as well. When you go to their website, you can see over 100 classes that they offer per week, and you can sign up for whatever you want to do. You want to do Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, you want to do agility training, weightlifting training, all different kinds of classes that you can take. And of course, you can sign up for a personal trainer as well. And that will work to your schedule, to whatever you want. If you want to do 1 day a week, 3 days a week, 5 days a week, you can do that. They'll find a trainer that fits your schedule, that will help you meet your goals. And they don't just work with you right then. They give you long-term advice. Like Cam has been great for me, the guy that I work with, because he's been helping me with diet, what to do at home when I can't make it to the gym on certain days. So it's always been a great experience working with him. I can't recommend it enough. Check it out, oathletic.com and 767 North Shepherd in the Heights.
It's Gallant and George,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Comment on the Twitch. Mr. Brostash says, I say chase if you're 3 games back of the Guardians. I think it gets you into that playoff mentality ahead of the postseason. That Cleveland series could be treated like a playoff series in a way because you are playing for something with a purpose. You kind of are, but you're not. And then you have to play that BS wild card series right after if you don't make up the ground. So, okay, hey, I'm open to it if you're 3 games back, but do we think they're going to be 3 games back on that day? Because it would assume that they are going to probably win 3 of 4. It assumes that they are going to probably sweep Seattle, which has given them issues in the past. Like, you're going to have to win a lot of the next 7 to get to that point.
And you need the Guardians to lose a lot of the next 7.
Correct.
And you basically need to be like 6 out of, like, they need to lose every game. The Guardians are playing the Twins right now. Then they have 5 games before they play the Astros. So they need to lose a majority of those. And you need to win all your games. It feels just unrealistic that that's going to happen right now. I now the way it's set up, as of your projected starting pitching, at least on ESPN.com, it sets up as the final 3 games of the season would be Verlander, Blanco, Arrighetti. So if that's who you're going out there with, then you have Fromber and Hunter Brown to start game 1 and game 2 of the first 3-game series versus the Tigers or the Twins, and then you would have JV probably available for that game on October 3rd, that game 3 if you need it. So you can still chase it without moving your rotation around. At least that's the way it's set up right now. But I would just rest my guys and just say we're gonna get through the first round and focus on what's next.
And it's just unrealistic to think it's gonna be 3 games. They're 5.5 up. They're playing that last game against the Twins, and then before they play the Astros to end the year, they're playing the Cardinals, who stink, and the Reds, who are dead. So I feel like those are 2 things just to keep in mind. But hey, appreciate the thoughts, Mr. Brostash. You can also text and call in 713-780-3776. Or join us on Twitch at ESPN 975, on YouTube at ESPN Houston. I am really getting a kick out of a scandal that happened during a handshake between CJ Stroud and Caleb Williams after the Texans beat the Bears 19-13 on Sunday night. If you haven't seen it, we played the audio yesterday, but TLD watch. Stroud goes up to Caleb afterwards, and Caleb seems annoyed. He wants to go into the locker room, walks away, doesn't seem to be listening to CJ Stroud. Stroud pulls Caleb back, and everybody has been overanalyzing the hell out of this back and forth, Joe.
Yeah, I can't believe that this is such a big deal. It seems really bizarre to me that, like, we have it's becoming a major topic. Everyone's talking about it. Like, it's all over national media.
It's one of those top stories on ESPN.com. Right
Yeah,
now.
I mean, I guess that just shows that, like, football sometimes it gets in the weeds a little bit, and we got to find a story out of everything. And that's what this. Look, you do have the number 2 overall pick from last year, the number 1 overall pick from this year, guys that were in the Heisman race together in college. CJ Stroud dominated the NFL as a rookie, and Caleb, people have those expectations. So maybe that's what it is. Like I don't know if this is the same, if this was in a couple weeks, and if this was Drake May. I don't know if it gets the same hype.
I think it
around.
would.
You think it would?
I think it would. I think it's 2 different things here. I think 1, is CJ Stroud good enough to be giving people advice? 2, is Caleb Williams an a-hole? Because a lot of people don't like Caleb Williams. I think it's these 2 dynamics have created an interesting conversation. I like sitting back and watching the chaos because I feel like Stroud, having played one of the best rookie seasons we've ever seen from a quarterback, I feel like even if I'm the same age as him, if he's offering me advice, I'm at least going to be respectful when I hear it.
Mm-hmm.
I might be annoyed to hear it, but just given the setting, there's cameras everywhere. I would just listen. What's wrong with listening here? I get that you're the same age. I get that you beat him for the Heisman. But Stroud was awesome in a situation that wasn't very good, at least we thought going into last year.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't see what the harm is in listening. But I also can see how some are looking at Stroud and saying, he's kind of acting like Coach K used to do, head coach of Duke, going into other teams' locker rooms to offer words of wisdom after they skull bleeped them by 30 points.
Yeah, like if I was going to pick one to be more critical of, I think I would be more critical of Caleb here. I don't think CJ's trying to embarrass Caleb Williams or overstep his bounds. Like, I do think this would be a weird moment if this was CJ Stroud and I know he's not playing, but Tua. Like that would be strange, right? Even though CJ had great success his rookie year, if he tried to give those same exact words of encouragement to Tua,
well, that
after
definitely
a
wouldn't
game.
happen. Too.
Exactly, though. Like, but that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think it's that weird. I also get why Caleb's upset. But if I was going to be more critical of one, I would be more critical of Caleb Williams here, because you are in a position to where getting advice, free advice, good advice from people that have been through what you've gone through is a good thing for you. And just walking away with it, like from like in that situation, you're potentially missing out on good things.
Before all of this turns into the hot take offs that we got courtesy of a variety of different people weighing in on this, including ourselves. This is what CJ Stroud had to say yesterday about this moment between he and Caleb Williams.
I had some of the best advice given to me last year, and me and Caleb, I was not trying to like treat him like I was trying to like little bro him or nothing. He knows that too. I have a ton of respect for him. I told him I had respect for him. But I had so many guys coming to me after games last year, and that meant the world to me. That those guys even thought about giving me advice. So I just try to get back to what the game has given to me. So I wish him the best, man. I want him to do amazing in this league. I think he will. I think that he'll get his groove. And once you get your rhythm, I didn't get my rhythm until like week 3, week 4. So I can see his game picking up from here. And so, I don't think he was trying to like, be any towards way. He just upset that they lost. I totally understand. So I have a ton of respect for that guy, man. I want him to do extremely well, just like any other guy until we play on that day. You know what I mean? And after the game, we can be cool. You know what I mean? But I'm definitely, rooting for him and want to see him do extremely well.
Stroud is already one of the best in the game. He's also the same age as Caleb Williams. If you're going to talk to Caleb Williams and give him advice, maybe be a little less obvious with it, because the advice that he gave him was don't get hit as much.
Yeah, criticize the advice. Wasn't that great?
The advice wasn't that great.
It wasn't like the best, like, hey, man,
but
just don't get hit.
But I truly believe CJ meant well there.
Yes.
I don't think that CJ was trying to be a jerk. And I also, in Caleb's defense, my God, it was a rough day. He got the absolute bejesus beaten out of him. 7 sacks, 11 QB hits, 20 pressures. He wanted to get out of there. And this is probably the last thing he wanted to hear is from somebody that's about the same age as him, that was on the Heisman podium with him, where Caleb Williams, takes home the Heisman, not CJ Stroud.
It is a situation where if I am in CJ Stroud's shoes, I do not think I did anything wrong. I think he was earnestly just trying to give some words to Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
I also, in Caleb Williams' shoes, completely understand just being like, all right, dude. All right. Yep. Because in the clip, he gives a couple of the, yep. Like when you're trying to end a conversation.
Yes.
When someone's talking to you.
And then it gets pulled back in.
Yeah. The comeback is, I really think that's where CJ not overstepped, but that's where it made the clip more awkward.
100%.
Where Caleb Williams is obviously like, all right, cool. I'm done with this conversation. CJ's like, no, come here. You're going to be a great player one day.
And there's a couple of different reasons he might have told him to come here, because he might have felt like, hey, he hurt his feelings, like there was some beef or something like that. I don't think this was like, hey, you got to listen to me, person that's the same age as me. You got to listen. It wasn't that.
Yeah, it could just be like, hey, like in the moment, it's like, I think he needs like some more like reassurance here. Yeah. In the moment of yesterday was a disaster. That game was a disaster.
Yeah,
it's like when you have like an awkward moment and then you keep trying to recover it and it only makes it a little bit more awkward. It's like a version of that where it was like, I don't really like where I left off. Hey, wait, come back. And now that has made it worse.
And you already, on top of all this, have, as he gets into the locker room, pissed off DJ Moore, who even weighed in and said, like, I probably should have toned it down a little bit during the game. And you have Roma Dunze's dad is posting clips of Roma Dunze being open the first couple of games.
I love that move.
So
I don't.
I love it from the dad.
It's a good dad.
Yeah.
He's a good dad. But this has blown up, and we got people in Chicago. Don't call him Bernstein.
What a loser.
Bernsey had at 670 the score in Chicago, had Mike Florio on his show, and Florio and Bernsey took issue with CJ Stroud.
Did CJ Stroud become Tom Brady? He's not there yet. So I think it was just a weird thing all around. I think it's not CJ Stroud's place to preach to a guy who's just 1 year behind him by way of experience. And from Caleb's perspective, look, you just lost a game. You really, you don't want to hear it. But I wasn't surprised. I was disappointed, but I wasn't surprised that the knee-jerk reaction by most was, oh, who does Caleb think he is?
No, that wasn't my reaction at all. My reaction was, and I said,
who does
CJ Stroud think he is? That's exactly what Dan's reaction was.
We're the same age, man.
Yeah, that's the other thing. They're a year apart in NFL playing experience, but they're a month apart in actual age. And I think
they're more than a year apart. I believe. I think CJ Stroud is so much better than Caleb Williams right now. But that's just me. Perhaps I'm a little biased watching CJ Stroud on a weekly basis, Joe. I think the Chicago people, they're getting a little salty because Caleb is not what they all thought he would be because of the core of weapons that are around him this year.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you're trying to defend your guy. I can't get over the fact of like the guy. So it's the guy after Florio talks who's talking about this. It's the same guy we played the audio from last week, in which he got upset at a guy from Barstool for calling him his last name.
Yes,
in which the show name is Bernstein and Holmes. Like I find it terribly ironic that he's the one that's criticizing people for their actions when he's that much of a child himself, and honestly just like a total like loony bin at this point.
Didn't they delete the post?
Yeah, and then they deleted the post.
They deleted this post, which was a good clip to get the show engagement, but I don't know, maybe because they're getting trolled so much by all those stoolies.
I don't know why they deleted it.
I'm guessing it had to do with them. They're being trolled a lot, and they're like, oh, great, now we got Houston on our ass, too. Jeez, it's the last thing we
Aren't
want.
these guys Astros fans?
Like,
we don't want these problems.
The Astros fans know it's September. They're sidetracked. They're like, oh, let's be Texans fans and bully this random Chicago radio host.
I will say, like,
we can't fight a war on two fronts here.
it was like it's bully mode. Like it was bully mode time in Houston Twitter streets again yesterday. It was kind of nice to see it be the Texans being defended with honor instead of just the Astros.
Couple of texts from the 281. Does CJ just talk too much? That is an interesting question. I don't think it's possible for a quarterback to talk too much. I think all quarterbacks say pretty much the same thing. They're trying not to step on toes. I have really enjoyed what we have gotten out of CJ Stroud to this point, and I hope it continues because there will come a point where CJ Stroud is sick and tired of talking to us and says nothing. I get that some people are annoyed by what he says. I actually enjoy it. I think he's a thoughtful guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, at least he's interesting.
Yeah. More texts from the 713 and from the 832. Emotions high after a win or a loss. It's not CJ's job to offer advice. Just say good game and walk away. You're not a therapist, CJ.
Okay, but like what did this from the other side, happened in 2 weeks, and it was Matt Stafford who was doing this to Caleb Williams. Like this is what veteran quarterbacks do.
Yeah.
So the real question is really just after a year, does CJ qualify?
How veteran are you?
Yeah, because like if Caleb walked away from Matt Stafford, there would be no defending Caleb Williams. He would be getting destroyed relentlessly. But because it's CJ and he's only been in the league for a year, the question is more about, is Caleb in the wrong or is CJ too young to be giving this advice?
I'll say it. He's veteran enough. I've seen some people pushing back like, oh, he can't. I'm sorry. He's light years ahead of Caleb Williams right now. He's light years ahead of pretty much all rookie quarterbacks in his second year. He is top 5. Like I don't think that's debatable. What's really interesting is how close to Mahomes do you want to say he is? I still think there's a pretty big gap between him, but I feel like CJ Stroud is closer to Patrick Mahomes than Caleb Williams is closer to CJ Stroud.
Not even close.
Yeah.
It's not even close. CJ Stroud he's like top 3 in MVP odds. He's top You know, his team is top 5 in Super Bowl odds. They're plus 1,100 to win the Super Bowl this year. The Bears are probably like plus 25,000.
Caleb Williams hasn't thrown a touchdown pass yet. I do wonder, and this is where we went on the Dell show. Can CJ Stroud do this to Anthony Richardson?
No.
Okay.
Should.
Yeah, I was going to say, Caleb Williams has probably played more football games since high school than Anthony Richardson. Actually, he definitely has.
You said CJ Stroud with Anthony Richardson. Caleb Williams with Anthony Richardson, you mean?
No, I mean CJ Stroud doing that to Anthony Richardson.
Yeah, he can. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
he's played 3 games. Like he's.
I don't
can he
know,
do it to
man.
Can he do it to Sam Darnold
Honestly,
on Sunday?
I think Anthony Richardson could use a little obvious advice,
just
like,
think-
"Hey, don't miss wide open guys by
Stop
5
taking
yards."
hits.
Yeah, I mean, that would be funnier advice. Hey, guys, you should try to complete the ball.
Yeah.
I mean, I will say, like, I think I said this yesterday. I do think Caleb, like, after the game, I hope there's more of a conversation, because when you look at what Caleb went through in week 2, getting sacked 7 times, CJ Stroud was sacked 11 times, 5 times in week 1, 6 times in week 2 against the Colts as a rookie. Like, if he literally knows exactly what you're going through, he lived it last year. It's not just that he was a rookie. It's in his first 2 games. He got his ass kicked up and down the field, and he didn't even win one of his first 2 games.
I'm with you there. From the 832, why does age matter when it comes to advice? I actually agree with this. I feel like every now and then you can learn something from a young person. Now, some young people are exceptionally arrogant with how they talk to you. No doubt about that.
Stop looking at me.
I'm older than both of you. I'm older than both of you. But
You made eye contact. I'm talking about arrogant young people.
whatever, Sean. What I'm trying to say here is that a young person can sometimes point out things that you don't see.
Mhm.
And if you're someone who's curious, self-aware, reflective, are you just going to shut that out every single time? Sometimes it's warranted, but I don't think it always is. So I agree with that texter.
I mean, I just, we should just try it out here. Like, we should get everyone's takes on this, right? And then figure out, okay, which one responds the most to middle management Joe, who's 32 years old. Like, I'm gonna talk to Granado, who's, no offense, twice my age. See how that goes.
That's not happening.
Hey, John, I really think when you're going in and out of break, you gotta be a little more crisp here.
John, you got to stop being so negative about Astros wins right after they happen.
Hey, John
That's
Lance,
generally Lance.
Let's try to follow the clock a little bit, huh?
No, I mean, the only one I would say is,
far.
hey guys, turn off your mic when you're coughing.
No, I like that.
I
like that.
I don't think they'll respond very well, because maybe it'll depend.
If you want to weigh in on this, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. It's the new hit game that's sweeping the United States of America. Up next. How far is too far? Stick around.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
We got some more comments on that on YouTube at ESPN Houston, talking about CJ Stroud being too big bro with Caleb Williams. World of Warcraft Spartacus comments.
What a name.
At least that's what I assume it is. It's WOW Spartacus. Thing is, CJ went through the exact same thing last year, being sacked a ton the first 2 games, then stopped taking hits and was great. It's not like CJ can't relate to Caleb. That is true. We thought CJ was going to die the first 2 games of last year.
Mm-hmm.
We all thought that. He was getting killed, and he did become better about avoiding it. But I will say, I feel like it's not for lack of trying, Caleb Williams trying to evade pressure. He was trying his best. The Texans eventually just stopped respecting the Bears' game plan and said, we're just going to blitz and blitz and blitz some more.
And then they had no prayer against him in that game. They had no shot at all. So, hey, he survived, though. That's what CJ should have said after the game. It was like, hey, man, at least you're alive. At least, we've seen broken or busted spleens. I know that was in college football, but we've seen worse. Like, Caleb, at least you're alive.
From the 281, yo, don't get sacked. Great advice. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that.
Yeah, it wasn't the best advice.
It was don't get sacked and, hey, keep your head up. You'll be a great player one day. That is, again, from Caleb Williams' perspective, I get can I go? Can I leave now?
All right, guys, it's time to play the hit game that's sweeping America. It's a Joe George creation. It's called How Far is Too Far? Where
do you want to start with sports or non-sports?
Up to you.
We're going to go non-sports.
Non-sports first. Okay.
We find a topic and we see how far we can go.
I think that's too far, not sticking to sports.
Lame. All right, so there's this viral video going around right now of this nurse, and she's telling the story about how her food gets taken every single day from the fridge. And so she decided she was going to plant something in the food to find out which one of her coworkers was stealing her food. So I went down a YouTube rabbit hole of this. Okay. So I want to see how far is too far to find out if Paul Gallant, if someone is stealing your quinoa and turkey or whatever it is every day that you're eating, and you wanted to plant something on the interns to see which one was stealing your food, how far is too far? Putting habanero pepper in your food.
That would probably make it good.
Okay.
So that's not too far.
Ghost pepper then, I guess. What's
that's too far.
That's too far?
That's too far, yeah.
That's too far?
Yeah.
That's not even what she did.
What
she put laxatives. Is that too far?
Yeah, that's
too far. Too far?
That's too far.
But every day your food gets stolen.
But then you don't get to eat your food though. There's got to be some days where the food doesn't get stolen.
She
what happens
like it was every day.
I think this one you walk in going, this is a bait day.
Yeah, I think you're like, I'm gonna make something that looks extra good and put laxatives. So what about intentionally undercooking your food?
That's way worse than laxatives. Some light salmonella.
But here's the thing: you're not going to find out who did it if you give him laxatives.
Yes, because you could see the other nurse. She has video of it in the video. It's so funny. Of this nurse going back and forth to the bathroom.
The little desk that she's at is right in front of the restaurant.
So it worked.
Yeah, so you could tell which one was running back and forth the whole shift and had to go home early.
Okay. Listen, I just keep it on me, and the reason I keep it on me is I freeze it too, so it's thawing a little bit. Then I put it in the microwave. My frozen ground buffalo quinoa. Yeah,
I have seen that. That is like a typical radio issue. It hasn't happened here in a while though.
We had someone do it though before, right?
Yeah. Back in my day,
taking a single bite.
Yeah, my first stint at Gal Media, an intern took a bite of Rahil's food and then put it back.
I respect the
which is a
entitlement.
wild.
Did we find out who it was?
Yeah, I don't remember the intern's name, but yeah, they figured it out. Yeah, they figured it out.
There wasn't a laxative situation.
Yeah, it happened when I was at iHeart too, where not with an intern, but an employee stole someone's lunch and
just stole it.
That's egregious.
I think that's a crazy.
It is insane.
Like, here's a bad teammate. Bad teammate. You need CJ Stroud's advice.
You're a thief.
Yeah,
you're probably a Californian because you think you won't get caught because it was less than $1,000.
Yeah, or you just won't get punished for it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so now I have how far is too far. This is my own top 10 list for my Bryce Young bust power rankings.
Okay.
So I have 10 busts.
Mm-hmm.
I need you to tell me if Bryce Young is more or less of a bust than this quarterback.
Okay.
It's quarterbacks only.
Okay.
And I also went with quarterbacks that were drafted in Mike. So like Achilles Smith is not on this one because I don't remember him playing. Number 10.
Wasn't that long ago.
I know, but I just
Damn,
don't
dude.
remember it. Number 10. He's number 10 because he won a playoff game. Tim Tebow. Drafted number 25 overall.
Bryce
Right.
is more of a bust.
Okay.
The expectations for Tebow were perhaps always overstated. But yeah, I'm going to say right now, because he hasn't done anything, he's more of a bust than
Okay.
Tebow.
Johnny Football.
Less. Manziel's one of the worst.
But he's picked number 22 in the draft.
But
Don't care.
I think Bryce has played more games than Johnny Manziel.
Manziel doesn't
has.
care. He
Yeah.
never cared, doesn't care. Manziel's one of the biggest busts in NFL history. The lack of care.
I didn't realize I had Johnny Football too low on my list.
The lack of care is ridiculous for Manziel. Like, that's what bothers me about him. He truly did not give it a damn about it.
He started 8 games
I
in
know.
his career.
Yeah.
But I had him ranked 9 because he was drafted 22nd. So I feel like the difference between 22 and being picked first overall.
I get
Yeah.
that. It's to me, it's more he just didn't care. And I'll respect someone who at the very least tries and isn't good enough. Someone who does not try, F yourself.
Okay.
I have no respect for Manziel. None.
Okay, well,
he's funny, but I have no respect for him.
Okay, so now I just feel like my list is wrong.
No,
at
keep
least
going.
according to you.
Keep going.
Joey Harrington. Number 3 overall. He started 76 games, which I did not realize.
Well, guys back then started like 4 seasons.
He started 76 games.
And then David Carr.
Still didn't bench him. So I'm going to say, hang on.
Yeah.
So
Bryce is more of a bust.
Young is more of a bust than 100% Joey Harrington.
Okay. And Tim Tebow.
And Tim Tebow. And David Carr's the next one you're saying,
David
right?
Carr's next on my list. Started 79 games. Drafted to an expansion franchise. I mean, Carolina.
Tony Baselli got hurt. You can make excuses for David Carr. Look, they benched Young after 1 year and for Andy Dalton. Carr has a Super Bowl ring as a backup. I'm Young is more of a bust than Carr.
David Carr went 7-9 as a starter.
Yeah.
Young is more of a bust.
K. McCown, picked number 12 overall by the Bears.
Ooh, that's a tough one. I don't remember Cade McNown that well. I just remember it was quick.
Yeah, it was quick.
You set it out pretty quick. I'm going to say they're on the same level.
Okay, Matt Leinart.
There were so many expectations with Leinart, so Leinert's a bigger bust.
Okay, Josh Rosen. I think it's very similar to Leinart. Like, he was picked number 10 overall.
But Rosen wasn't Leinart. Leinart was a rock star.
Yeah. Leinart won a Heisman and then came back and won titles, lost a title game. So yeah, I think Rosen's less of a bust.
I'll say they're on the same level.
Okay. Trey Lance.
Rosen was more unlikable, so I'll actually say Rosen more of a bust.
Okay. Trey Lance. He's only started 4 games. It's the number 3 overall pick.
He had some bad luck.
He's on his second team.
But you could argue Young had bad luck too. I think they're on the same level.
Okay.
I'm sorry I'm saying the same level for a lot of these.
What would you say? Would you say Trey Lance or Young?
I'd say, yeah, Lance is tough because he hasn't even gone on the field. He hasn't been good enough to get on the field. And I get there is some bad luck that goes into that, but at least Bryce Young played. Like at least he had a year. So yeah, give me Young is less of a bust than Trey Lance.
Final 2. Is Bryce Young more of a bust than Ryan Leaf?
No. Leaf, same thing. A-hole.
Yeah.
Didn't try. Still kind of an a-hole from what I hear. Leaf is one of those guys who came in, thought he knew everything, clearly did not, did all sorts of dumb things off the field. At least Young's trying, and we haven't heard any of these things yet.
And then Jamarcus Russell.
Russell is the worst.
Yeah, Russell. I feel like he's
Leaf, Russell, and Manziel. They just did not care. They didn't put in the work. No respect for you.
Yeah, I think
especially for Leaf and for Russell getting the guaranteed contracts, what they were back then. At least Manziel was, I think, the first couple of years of the new rookie contract system.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, I mean, what's hard for me with Manziel and Tebow, and why I put them at the back of the list, is I don't think anyone besides the Broncos and Browns would have drafted them in the first round. Like, I just don't. So it's almost like they shouldn't be on this list because Johnny should not have been taken in the first.
I was gonna say they're bust because of what they were in college. Like they're big college stars, where they had kind of inflated expectations. But if you really thought about it, it's like, really, Tim Tebow? Like you just watch Tim Tebow throw footballs, you're like, I do not have expectations for this guy.
Yeah.
I'm surprised as the Twitchers are saying no Mitch Trubisky, no Justin Fields.
I mean, Mitch went to the playoffs.
Yeah.
As a starter.
Sure. Yeah.
Mitch is a Pro Bowler.
Okay, is doing a lot of work there.
And you
Mitch was a Pro Bowler.
Mitch made a Pro Bowl.
Justin Fields is still starting quarterback in the NFL.
There's a big asterisk. There's a big asterisk by both of them.
I got Cade McNown on here.
But you are right.
Rex Grossman or
someone saying
he went to Super Bowl.
Sam Bradford. Someone saying Bradford got paid a lot. Bradford was overpaid.
Yeah, I think
Nothing
Bradford
bust.
was the last big contract.
I think he's the reason why it died.
Yeah, and the next guy was Cam Newton, and it's like, oh.
Bradford had a lot of contracts and got traded for a lot of valuable draft picks.
Yeah, Sam Bradford got traded for a first-round pick.
He got traded for a second-round pick after getting traded for a first-round pick. It's insane. Man, there's someone brought up Tim Couch. Oh man, there's another one I'm trying to think.
I feel like I could have just like made this list and been like, okay, which 5 are going to be Browns, which 5 are going to be Bears.
Then just take them out.
Throw in a lion or two.
It's like, hey, just like switch them in there a little bit.
This is on the table still. 713-780-3776. We'll just power through here. Okay. Interesting point to make about the Houston Texans right now. You could argue that Kaimi Fairbairn is their second best player.
Remember when everyone freaked out about his contract that O'Brien gave him?
Yeah.
I think that's a second best player. I have him in front of Nico or Stingley. I'm going to say yes.
He has now won AFC Special Teams Player of the Week 2 weeks in a row. So by default, he's going to be AFC Special Teams Player of the Month.
You're right.
You could argue that Kaimi Fairbairn is better at his job relative to the rest of the NFL than everybody on the Texans roster if we really want to go down that rabbit hole.
Yeah.
Oh, is he a better? Is he?
Stroud is towards the top of quarterbacks, but where would most people rank him? 5.
Mm-hmm.
Nico Collins is showing he's one of the best wide receivers in the NFL, but there's so many good wide receivers. Are we putting him above 5 yet?
Leads the league in receiving yards.
He does.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Listen, I don't disagree, but we're talking about relative to the rest, and I think that most people would still push back a little bit on Collins. Honestly, I'm starting to look the other way. The guy's so fast, so strong, so big, and smart too. Clearly knows how to find the right spots in the defense, but while there's other good kickers in the NFL, like how many are better than Kaimi Fairbairn?
Like the only
Brandon
one
Aubrey is the only one I can think of.
Yep.
Like with the Cowboys, and even then, I feel like it's a back and forth between the two.
Yeah, I mean, just because he's got such a boom.
I was gonna
leg.
say Aubrey just has the length.
I mean, he was doing an interview today where he's like, I think he wants to try a 70-yard field goal in a game, and I think he can make it. I think he can make it.
I think both of them would have a chance of making it.
Yeah.
I want to see Kaimi Fairbairn get an attempt of that long.
Yeah, I'd say Kaimi's got to be top 3 at worst. I mean, he's better than Justin Tucker. Harrison Butker's still pretty good. So is Kaimi Fairbairn the second best Texan on the team?
The thing is with Butker being a devout Catholic is going to be held against him like it's the 50s or whatever. So the people will not agree with that, even though they are probably right. Butker has been very consistent over the course of his career.
Yeah, I'll ride with you on this one, Paul. I'll go with it. Kaimi Fairbairn, number 2 player on the Houston Texans.
Yeah.
Maybe should be number 1.
The only way I know how to look up who the best kickers are or who it has been is just to go to the fantasy app and look who's leading the scoring, because that takes into account the distance. And it's literally Aubrey, number 1, Fairbairn, number 2, and then Chris Boswell, because he made 1 million field goals for the Steelers.
He did make a lot.
Jake Moody.
Unbelievably, CBS Sports apparently does this. They ranked the top kickers in the NFL.
Oh wow!
They have,
every week.
I don't know if it's weekly or like I mean, I know we need football content, but like, I don't know.
Surely this is not getting the clicks.
Like you think it's going to. They've got Kaimi at 5. They have Bucker 1, Aubrey 2, Chris Boswell from the Steelers 3.
Oh, get the hell out of
They
here.
still have Justin Tucker number 4, and then they have Kaimi 5.
Oh, you got to Tucker's out. Tucker's out.
This list is bad.
Tucker is out.
I think we have a top 3.
I like Tucker, but he is out.
I think we have a top 3 with Aubrey, Fairbairn, Boswell.
There we go. There we go, guys. All right. Sean Mapes behind the glass. Joe George to my right. I'm Paul Gallant. It is Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We heard from Astros GM Dana Brown today. And is there any chance that Jim Crane will listen to Jose Altuve? Those are on the table. Stick around, Gallant and George. So the Astros lost yesterday. Magic number, 6 games for them to clinch the American League West. Mariners lost in hilarious fashion last night. Blah, 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 blah. I don't want to linger on a loss as they move on to take on the Angels for 4 starting tonight. There was a piece in The Athletic from Chandler Rome, and a quote from Jose Altuve jumped out. It's about Alex Bregman's future. Here's what Altuve said about Bregman, who's a free agent after the year's done. Quote, I don't see any chances of him leaving. That might be just me. I really think that at the end of this season, our front office people, GM, and ownership are going to get a deal done for him. I'm sure that we are not only a better team with him, but we are a better organization with him. We really need to make it happen. I am wondering if Jim Crane listens to that, because this article continues to say Altuve remains a realist. He is not confident the Astros will retain Bregman. He said, it's not like I'm confident. Maybe it's just that I don't want to see it happen, Bregman leaving. So I don't think about it. I don't have control, but if I could, I would just pay Breggy whatever he wants. His professionalism, his desire to win, and his desire to get better at the stage he is. He's a superstar. That's really hard to find. You don't find a lot of guys trying to get better like he does every single year, every single day. We really need to reward guys like him. Damn, Jose.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear him just say it, because it's so obvious in a way, but sometimes you need guys within the organization to speak out like this to maybe get the message through. And if Jose Altuve is telling you how important this player is, and your medical staff thinks that Alex Bregman's going to hold up over this contract, then you probably should. Because who's playing third base next year?
I don't know.
Bryce Matthews?
He is at AAA, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he is there now, and he's playing third base some, if not pretty consistently at this point, I believe. But I know it's worked out with Pena being the shortstop and replacing Correa. I know Kyle Tucker obviously easily replaced George Springer. Somehow you've replaced Keuchel and Cole. You replaced Verlander, and then you brought him back pretty successfully. You've successfully replaced all these major assets that have just walked in free agency. It'd be nice to keep one, not named Jose Altuve, and Yordan Alvarez. They extended him as well. But I'm with Altuve here. I would find a way to keep Alex Bregman. He is a core part of this. I just think he's so challenging to replace.
He really will be. And I mean, the only short-term replacement is probably going to be expensive, not as expensive as Bregman would be. I'm curious to see what happens. I'm sure that Altuve has spoken about other potential leaving Astros. I'm sure he's said things about George Springer, maybe after the fact, Carlos Correa, among others. But I can't remember him speaking in detail like this about a person who's about to be a free agent. And I do wonder if Astros ownership hears him and says, let's make our boy happy.
Mm-hmm.
He's our favorite son, the oldest boy.
You have money to do it. I mean, Alex Bregman's he's $30 million towards the luxury tax this year. I don't think his contract will exceed that. Justin Verlander's contract is going to be up at the end of the season. He is not going to be back.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he'll be back. There's a good chance Ryan Presley is not back, next year.
So there will be some open money to work with.
Yeah.
And if that doesn't work, look, Jim Crane's rich enough. Just get a credit card. Just put it on a credit card. And then when you don't make the payments on that credit card, transfer it to a zero interest credit card. And then when that credit card's promo deal expires, then you transfer it to another credit
one.
Card. Yeah.
How many credit cards you got, Paul? I think he's using 2 hands.
8.
Whoa. 8?
And you know what's crazy? My credit score, impeccable.
Really?
Yeah, that's what's surprising.
So the transferring
does work.
It just works.
But I mean, moving back from Seattle was expensive. So what do you want from me? It was a little expensive. I didn't have any money at the time, and I was like, oh crap.
Yeah.
So you gotta do what you gotta do.
I understand that. We're still in debt from our wedding because we were just like,
you went ham though.
Yeah, we did.
It's a good time.
It was a fun wedding.
You'll remember it forever.
Yep.
See? Especially when you look at your credit card bill.
Yes. Any like correlation you think like you see the Altuve story, but then we had the Scott Boras story earlier in the week when he's openly talking about Bregman playing second base. I know it. Today starts potentially his last homestand as a Houston Astro in the regular season. Like this is regular season affordable ticket prices. This is your last chance to potentially watch Alex Bregman as a Houston Astro. Do you find any is it weird to you that all this is coming out at once instead of it like being sporadic throughout the year? Because we really haven't talked about Alex Bregman's contract. Like there's been really very minimal stuff from Dana Brown or from Scott Boras or from Alex Bregman. And then now all of a sudden you've got Altuve, Scott Boras, Dana Brown. They're all talking about it. Is it just the end of the season, like panic a little bit that just nothing's been done?
I don't know if it's that. I feel like kind of going back to what we were talking about with Adrian Wojnarowski yesterday, and this is not me calling Chandler Rome's integrity into question, but I imagine conversations are being had. Slow point in the year. This is interesting stuff. And hey, you want to get more access to players? Well, talk to their agents about their contracts coming up.
Yeah.
And look, Boras has weighed in on it, and I think it's very interesting that Altuve weighed in on it, but it makes sense. I mean, they've been together for the longest time, and if Altuve is the only guy here, if Verlander leaves this offseason, if Bregman leaves this offseason, I mean, he's the last guy.
I mean, technically, Lance is still on the team.
True, that's true. I always forget. I'm sorry,
but they'll be the final two, and the only one playing will be Jose Altuve. Will be the last man standing from the 2017 World Series team.
That's true.
Like it's just the fact that they kept as much of it together that they did, I think, is incredible. And the fact that
especially considering they're not the Dodgers, they're not the Yankees, they're not the Red Sox, they're not the teams that are considered to have the most money in baseball. The Mets too. So it's been great that they were able to keep it together. And I know Jim Crane gets a lot of flack. Sometimes it's deserved, but it would be great to hear Jim Crane listen to Altuve. I wish there weren't the limitations that there were in baseball to make it competitive for everybody. But the Astros, to their credit, they have spent a lot of money of late. We do this segment every single week. Whenever Dana Brown joins the Astros flagship station, we determine whether or not we are down with Dana Brown. Are you down with Dana B? You down with what Dana B is saying about Alex Bregman? When asked about his contract on the flagship this morning, make no mistake, said Dana Brown, we're going to have some conversation about Bregman. Bregman has done a lot of great things for this organization, and we would love to see him stay.
Yeah, I listened to him say it. It was just a lot of, he's awesome. I hope he's here. I'm going to say I'm not down. I didn't like the urgency in which I heard. He also said,
describe the tone.
The more laissez-faire. Like he said, he talked to Scott Boras. He talked to Scott Boras the other day when he saw him. Whenever I guess Chandler was able to do the interview, Dana Brown talked to him. He said they talked for like a minute. I was like, "Hey, we're gonna talk about this, right?" And Scott was like, "Yeah."
Oh, this is like two guys that see each other out in public and they make future plans, but they don't actually want to talk to each other.
Yeah. Like, hey, we're gonna get that beer, right? Eventually, yeah, just hit me up. And then the text never gets sent.
Guilty.
I think
raising my hand. Yeah, everyone.
I mean, yeah. To be fair, everyone is guilty of that.
This is just your boilerplate GM saying everything politically correct without saying anything more. More. Are you down with Dana Brown? He was asked about Justin Verlander. Last start was pretty good. He really turned a corner. So we are hoping he continues to build off of that. Did he turn a corner in his last start?
I had to put that one in there.
Yeah, a corner. I don't know. I mean, he wasn't terrible.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean turn a corner where I come from.
Yes. He was, because he also was using the word grinding through the game. If you're grinding through a game, I don't think you're turning a corner. You might hit the wall as you turn the corner, but you're not just like turning it. So I'm gonna say also on this one, I'm a no on this one. He didn't turn a corner.
Yeah, I don't see that either.
Like, I don't see that at all.
More from Dana Brown on the Astros flagship. Are you down with Dana Brown? Asked about the top of the lineup struggles. No, not at all. Not worried about the lineup. These guys will be dialed in. They've done it before.
Okay,
You down?
Yeah, I think I'm down with this one. This goes back to the beginning of the season when we started this segment. And we would just like give them a hard time for saying they're going to win 8, they're going to win 10.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't do it. But then they finally did it. So this is one of those where I'm like, yep, they're going to do it. Like they're going to dial in and be good in the postseason. Not worried.
They don't suck at home this year, so that's good.
And they can always, paint the batter's eye a little more if they need to.
I would like somebody with, let's just say, a little bit more work ethic than me to do the before and after this year of the most recent paint job of the batter's eye.
Mm-hmm.
Are they better? Are they worse? It was not that long ago, but it's been enough time where I would imagine there's a sample size to look at.
I think it's just Jordan is the one that matters. Because they talked about last year how I think it was lefties that was affecting the most. And he had gone, like a month and a half at one point without hitting a home run at Minute Maid.
Lefties are demons.
And then he started just like going off at home. So I'm gonna say fix Jordan. If that's who it's for, then do whatever he says. It's like Altuve with Bregman's contract. But if Jordan wants something, make it happen.
I'm with you on that. One last one. This is about Kyle Tucker. Said Dana Brown, I feel strongly that by the postseason, he will be in baseball shape.
The
home run he hit over the weekend, that seemed like that was baseball shape.
Yeah. Do you feel like you feel like he's not in baseball shape when you watch him play baseball?
I mean,
I don't know. Like, I just watch him like he looks okay to me, but I guess not.
I don't think baseball shape's a really high threshold to cross. No offense to baseball players.
I mean, look at some of the guys we've seen be successful.
Exactly.
In
That's what I mean.
I mean, who? Pablo Sandoval.
I think he'll be in baseball shape. It's he's had enough time to come back. In terms of play, he's also had a lot of time to come back from the fracture that he suffered that the Astros called a bone bruise.
Contusion, bone bruise, fracture, snapped in half. It's all the same.
Right, Ben Gamble?
Yeah. Ben Gamble. Poor guy. Broken leg.
That would really bum me out because we were very team Gamble.
Yeah, we're becoming Gamble heads.
That is Down with Dana Brown. Up next, we got a deep steel blue pill for you. Oh, how good is this Houston Texans defense? And, man, the Titans are down bad right now. Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
The Texans defense was a little shaky week 1 against the Colts. The plays of 50-plus that they allowed to Anthony Richardson, 3 of them, 2 for touchdowns, concerning because we saw it last year. But then Sunday against the Bears, and it was a rookie quarterback with not a great offensive line in front of him, but they held DeAndre Swift to 12 carries for 14 yards. They sacked Caleb Williams 7 times. They hit him 11 times. They had 20 pressures. It's going to be very interesting to see what that defense does Sunday in Minnesota against a Vikings team that has been making it work on offense. And Joe, before we get a deep steel blue pill talking about how good the Texans defense is, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions about Sam Darnold.
Okay.
Where do you think Sam Darnold ranks among all quarterbacks in the NFL in terms of yards per attempt, which I actually believe is one of the best ways to measure how good a quarterback's been?
I mean, gosh, just because the 96-yard touchdown pass, I'm gonna
Does
say,
help.
I'm gonna say 5th.
3rd.
Wow.
First place, Derek Carr, 11.4 yards per attempt.
Of course.
I know nobody cares. I cannot believe I'm starting Derek Carr in fantasy football this week.
Listen, I did it all last year with Jared Goff.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
I did 2 years in a row with Jared Goff, and Goff got me a lot. Baker Mayfield, 9.7 is second.
That's who I'm starting in fantasy football this week.
Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, like career resurgence, and Derek Carr. Like, it's the year of the comeback.
Sam Darnold is tied for 3rd in passing touchdowns with 4. Can you guess where he ranks in QBR?
I'm gonna say 2nd.
Tied for 4th. Close.
Okay.
Can you guess where he ranks in passer rating? Say you don't buy into his QBR.
Which one's normally higher? I can't remember.
Passer rating is the weird.
It goes to 158.3.
And QBR is out of 100.
I know he's throwing it like at least. I'm gonna say 6th.
5th.
Okay.
Guess who he is one up on?
CJ?
Yeah. CJ 6th. So Sam Darnold's been good. It's probably more Kevin O'Connell than it's Sam Darnold. It's also definitely Justin Jefferson, who's probably the best wide receiver in the NFL. Anyway, time for a deep steel blue pill because the Texans defense is getting some love. Texas Swarm! If you're watching on YouTube and Twitch, I just had a little mini seizure.
And like the whole, good thing this desk is like bolts it down. I can still feel it shaking.
I just got so excited hearing Clay Walker. Clay Walker did screw up the national anthem, by the way. Sorry. I had faith. I had faith in him. Luke Kuechly was a really good linebacker for the Carolina Panthers, and then he walked away from the game.
Mm-hmm.
He is a big fan of what the Houston Texans are doing on defense. Some would say he glazed them here.
7 sacks, a ton of pressures, and they're deep too at that position. Jerry Hughes has been around for a long time. He's obviously had a ton of success. And then Derek Barnett was a first-round pick with the Eagles. So it's not like Will Anderson and Donnell Hunter come out and then they put in 2 backup guys that aren't any good. They have depth everywhere. And D'Amico Ryans played in the league for a long time, super good player. He knows what he's doing on the defensive side of the ball. And I will say one thing about playing defense, you get a lot of confidence knowing your offense can score points. And I know they didn't score a ton last night, but when you have CJ Stroud and Tank Dell and Nico Collins and those guys, and you know you can score at any moment, you play a lot harder, you take more opportunities, there's more chances to be had.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I mean, kind of your run-of-the-mill, very basic. Like, hey, they're good. And you know what? The offense is good too. And that makes them confident.
Yes, but he is right. I mean, Stingley can be more aggressive. You can go for a pick 6 when you probably shouldn't. You can go for, Lasser can be more aggressive what he's doing. I think that's also part of it too. Like as much confidence as your offense gives you, that pass rush has to give the entire defense so much confidence because They have so much talent that any given day, any given Sunday, they're going to wreck a football game.
Complementary football where you have a team that can score points, that can throw the football, and has a pass rush on the other side. That works. Does it always get you a Super Bowl? No, but I think we all remember the Indianapolis Colts in the AFC South over the first half of Houston Texans' existence, where, I mean, that was it. Peyton Manning was going to score points on you, and then when you were down 2 touchdowns, David Carr, Matt Schaub, whoever, was running for his life from both Dwight Freeney and Robert Mathis.
You think the Texas defense can be better than the offense this year, the whole season? I'm starting to lean yes.
Wow.
And it's nothing against the Texans offense. I'm really having a hard time not buying into this Lassiter hype. And
Mari did almost have 2 interceptions on Sunday. These first of which getting called back was not his fault.
Yeah, sometimes those are hard things to judge against each other because I think the offensive stats are a little bit easier to digest than defensive stats for the whole team. But yeah, I'm starting to lean towards the defense might just be because of who your coach is, because of what they invested in that as well, that the defense will be better than the offense this year.
Interesting. We'll write that down. I'm not even going to push back.
Yeah.
I'm interested in that. The way that they fly around and hit people is something else. This is a defense that lost 2 guys that they are literally playing on Sunday. Jonathan Grenard, who was very good for them last year. And on top of that, Blake Cashman, who came out of nowhere and had a great year at linebacker for them.
People have been gushing about how good he was last week.
Yeah.
For Minnesota.
But, I mean, did you miss him?
No.
First off, I love Azeez Al-Shaair. I love that guy. I would go to battle with that guy any day. I mean, he's taking on 6 guys at once on the sideline. He punched him. It's illegal. Whatever. I don't care. I don't care about that. That guy brings an attitude with him, and it's clearly the other players are feeding off of it. Henry To'oTo'o was not a good player last year. Now, all of a sudden, he's violent. Jalen Petrie in this nickel role is a real playmaker and is hurting people out there. Yeah, you got a lot of talent on this defense. So I'm not pushing back on that.
Yeah, I just think it's going to be your defense. You're typically the best side of your ball will be what your head coach represents. Also, and you have a defensive coordinator as your head coach. Like that's where the majority of his time is going to be. And just seeing the way that they attack Caleb, like I'm very curious what they do this weekend against a quarterback who, yes, Sam Darnold's been impressive, and maybe a year under Kyle Shanahan and not playing last year really is going to turn around his career. Like it seemed like maybe it did for Baker Mayfield being with Sean McVay and not playing there much. But I believe in the defense. They seem very fun. Like it seems like they're going to hurt a lot of people in a clean way. Sometimes not clean.
Well, hang on. No, you got to pick one or the other.
No, because
you can't hurt someone in a clean way.
No, because you have like the hit on Cole Kmet, which was clean, and then you have the punch in the face from Azeez Al-Shaair. So like it's gonna be a mixed bag, man.
You're gonna like tackle them and like slowly lie them down.
No, but also like
put some chloroform on their face and give a pillow.
CJ Stroud is going to have a lot of opportunities to say, hey, stop taking those hits after games.
That would be really funny if he just does that every single week. The next time they play the Titans, he says that to Will Levis.
Yeah.
Like, hey,
that's deserved.
Stop getting sacked. Hey.
No, that's actually bad advice. Will Levis needs to learn to just take a sack every once in a while.
Take the sack. Stop doing crazy things. Also, don't upload spicy things to the cloud. Just don't do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Would you? I mean, I'd rather.
Does seem kind of on brand for Will Levis. Just throws things out there. He probably should.
If I had to pick one, I'd rather him be loading. Like if I was a Tennessee Titan, if I was a member of the organization, and they said, "Hey, Will Levis is going to upload 1 sex tape a month." Or every football game, he's going to do the dumbest play you've seen.
He didn't upload it.
Which one would you choose?
To be fair, he didn't upload it, but yes.
A sex tape will be released. It's like a hostage situation.
Honestly, here's
you take the tape all day.
Here's the funny thing. The really funny thing about like sex tapes and how some people have literally written a sex tape to stardom. It is kind of funny that like for a NFL player to have that leaked, it's no big deal because they're like, oh yeah, good for him. The poor girl that got it leaked, like that sucks for her.
Yeah.
But yeah. Anyway,
you just gotta capitalize. Kim Kardashian, Paris Hilton.
yeah, you
Like,
gotta lean into it.
It's the
But,
life
I mean,
we grew up in.
You gotta have a real level of self-confidence and money.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, Kim Kardashian was on television before her.
Paris Hilton before that.
Yeah,
I mean,
well, she was Paris Hilton's assistant.
Kardashian literally copied Paris Hilton. Nobody talks about that.
I'm now exposing more of myself as someone that watches trash television, even when I was younger.
Hey, listen, you got to do what you got to do when you're around the wifey. Speaking of Will Levis, I did think this was noteworthy. We don't need to go full South Side for this. Someone found Will Levis's phone number.
Oh.
So he had to change his phone number. The guy's having a rough week. I mean, part of it's self-induced.
Again.
But the phone number, someone apparently found his phone number. He's been getting unwanted messages since the game. And he has to change his phone number.
I think he kind of like asked for this to happen.
No, he didn't ask for it, Joe.
Because he told the story about happening on draft night.
Oh.
Maybe this is a Will Levis problem. Like it happened for the draft and now.
Reckless. He's just reckless.
Yeah, like it just like maybe he's just dishing out the number to people and then they're spreading it around.
A lot of turnover.
He's trying to pick up hot chicks and they're just, hey, mail boy, I got his phone number here. Also, this happened to Dan Campbell, but it was his house.
Dan Campbell's house,
He
right?
had to
Dan
move.
Campbell is selling his house now because prankers doxed his home address after he lost. What? How is that a prank, by the way?
I don't know.
It's just a prank, bro.
Also, he's the Detroit Lions head coach and it was one loss. They're not Alabama football. Like you're gonna have to live with one loss every once in a while.
But that's like people think this like swatting is funny. Have you ever seen that happen?
I've seen it.
Oh
yeah.
yeah.
Like to Twitch streamers, but
Yeah.
they think it's like the funniest thing in the world. I'm like, that's not funny.
It's not funny.
Like people can get killed doing that.
They
I don't
really can.
I don't understand.
Yeah. Anyway, it's Gallant
What a
George.
segment.
Don't dox people.
Don't dox people.
Maybe Will Levis. It's
No,
kinda funny.
stop, Joe. God.
You can't say that.
I mean, it's your fault that Jeremy got doxxed.
No, it's not.
You
I just retweeted something. I literally retweeted it. Wow, Jeremy was being a jerk to an entire fan base. I just retweeted it. He got the exposure he wanted.
You said, "Let's get them, boys." That's what you said.
I did not say that.
You quote tweeted and said, "Internet, do your
That
thing."
is a lie. That is entirely a lie. A couple other little notes. Jordan Love might be back against the Titans. Bears at Colts on Sunday. Real quick, who would you rather have, Anthony Richardson or Caleb Williams right now? Joe's walking out of the studio. What?
Come on.
I think it's a fair question to ask.
What?
Right now, who would you rather have?
Caleb.
Okay. You're saying it so confidently. Anthony's had some fun moments. Has Caleb had any? No.
He had some great
Similarly an
sour
experience.
boys.
Hard Knocks was fun with the slip and slide.
Who'd win in a fight?
Anthony
Richardson.
He would get hurt.
Come on, dude. Look at the size of these two guys.
Yeah, I know.
His fists would get hurt on
Yeah, he
Caleb's
would
face.
punch Caleb in the face and his hand would break.
And then on Monday Night Football, Jags at Bills. Jags about to go in 3.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, it is Gallant and George. He's Joe and Paul. Up next, our 10-minute drill. In the 10-minute drill, all-time defense of Drake London's touchdown defense and another great Jim Harbaugh line. Stick around. we do have a Thursday night football game. My New England Patriots, the New York Jets. It's in New York. It's on Amazon Prime. The Jets, last I checked, mybookie.ag, promo code BET975 for an awesome first deposit bonus. The Jets are 6-point favorites. That seems like a lot.
Give me the Patriots +6 in this one.
Hell yeah, dude.
I mean, the Jets barely beat Will Levis last week. Like they are lucky to be 1-1.
I think the Patriots are going to cover a lot this year because they run the football well and their defense is good. And I feel like there's going to be a lot of low-scoring games, and they're probably going to be heavy underdogs in a lot of them. So I'm with you here. I don't know if they win. I hope they win. I hate the Jets. Hate them, hate them, hate them, hate them, hate them, hate them, hate them. Why are you laughing?
I love how much you hate them.
I almost got in a fight with Jets fan the first time I ever drank alcohol in an NFL game. It was Patriots-Jets. The Jets beat the Patriots in the divisional round of the playoffs in 2010. And you know what bothered me? It wasn't the Jet fan talking trash because they won. It was then the guy started talking trash about the Celtics and about how the Knicks were going to beat the Celtics. And I was like, well, this guy's an idiot. I need to punch him in the face. I'd had 3 Guinnesses too many. I ended up breaking up with the girl that I was talking to at school at the time because she gave me crap and I did not take it well.
Crap or crabs?
No, crap.
Okay.
When she texted me something along the lines to bust my balls, I told her to F off.
Wait,
she did. That's on brand for me.
I have a going to a Patriots game question now. Is that what people drink at Patriots games? Is
They had Guinness there. Guinness on draft. Yeah.
Interesting.
Well, it's an Irish people.
I know, but I've just never seen it before.
Yeah.
Like, that's great.
Yeah.
I love Guinness. So I would be all over that.
Big Guinness fan. Anyway, yeah. I hate that guy. I still hate him. How dare you think the Knicks would ever be better than the Celtics? Like any Knicks fan, just a complete moron fan base.
Was that like Linsanity times?
I remember Mello, yeah.
I think it was during the time where the Ubuntu Celtics were falling back to the pack, and the Knicks, I think it were Mellow time.
Or they just signed Amari Stoudemire.
Yeah, it was like that. They were, we're going to take you down this year, and I that put me over the edge. Anyway, Paul's still a crazy person. 10-minute drill. I love Jim Harbaugh. I don't know what Jim Harbaugh was even talking about here, but a reporter asked him a question, and he just speaks gold.
What about his coaching style, or what about his kind of like teaching philosophy lends itself to such good like running production?
He's just a great coach. I mean, one of the best I've ever been around. Like Moses, I'm gonna die leaning on my staff. Roman, Jesse Minner, Ryan Fick, and those coordinators are, in my opinion, some of the best in the business. And
I have no idea what that means.
I think he was asked about the running back coach or the offensive coordinator.
But how does that relate to talking about that guy? Like Moses, I'm just gonna die on my staff.
I'm gonna die leaning on my staff.
He leans on his staff.
He's leaning. Yeah, he's gonna die doing it. Oh, maybe he's talking about Greg Roman.
I think it was Greg.
That makes sense because Greg Roman's the OC there. What a what is what processes in your mind?
Well, you think staff,
Moses,
famous people with staffs, Moses.
Did Moses die leaning on his staff? Is that how he died?
I forgot if that's how he died.
I don't remember.
I don't either.
But at this point,
I used to know the Bible pretty well.
Yeah.
But
he's normally depicted with the staff like parting the Red Sea.
Yeah, that's what he did with the staff.
I'm just glad that Jim Harbaugh's back in the NFL.
He didn't say I had to say dying leaning on my staff. He could have just said lean on my staff. He made it more dramatic than it had to be, saying that he's going to die with Greg Roman at his side.
God, I wish he was the coach of the Bears.
Yeah, I can't believe they weren't able to figure that out.
Well, Eberflus earned himself an extra year.
Just think about that. Imagine if you had Jim Harbaugh and Caleb Williams. Like, how are you not the Houston Texans? Even if you're 0-2 right now.
I know.
You're like, the vibes would be immaculate.
Joe's like, I know.
Sorry, I'm rubbing it in.
I didn't make the decision.
He
But like,
played there.
but these quotes are just. I mean, his quote. I'm just glad they're back in the NFL.
Yeah.
Because they get put on a different pedestal when you're the NFL coach of an NFL team versus at Michigan.
And you see all the like the highlights from all the interviews, like the Wednesday practice interviews, where like the Wednesday practice Michigan interview, like no one listens to.
Yeah, like no one cares.
Continuing to go across the National Football League, we all saw Monday Night Football where Drake London could have cost the Falcons after scoring a game-tying touchdown. He did a dance where he moved around in a circle, seemingly firing some sort of gun into the sky or at Eagles fans. He was penalized 15 yards. Younghoe Koo had to kick a nearly 50-yard extra point to give the Falcons the lead. They make the kick. They go on to win. But Raheem Morris was asked about it this week. And guys, this was just a classic misunderstanding. Drake London, that wasn't what you thought it was.
Initially, I didn't see it. And, I guess it was the use of a weapon, how people interpreted that as a fine, as a penalty. And, Drake, he's a great kid. And his intent was not as a use of a weapon. He probably was shooting T-shirts into the stands, to be honest with you, though, because he's just that kind of a guy. But he was excited. He got excited. He's one of those guys that plays with great energy. He immediately apologized on site before I can even get a chance to correct him.
Why do you apologize if it was a T-shirt cannon?
I love that spin zone.
I love
That's
it too.
so funny.
I love it too. Raheem Morris, you know what? If you're going to give me spin zones like that, okay, you can have the job over Bill Belichick.
Yeah, like
in
right
Atlanta.
now, like that puts him at the top of my like coach of the year power rankings.
That was an all-timer.
Like him and Harbaugh, quote for quote right now.
That was a good one. It's just a T-shirt
It's a
cannon,
T-shirt
guys.
cannon.
I believe him.
And then
If you look at it, it looked like a
But
T-shirt.
it is so much funnier than that. At the end of the quote, he says he already apologized. And it's like, why? T-shirt cannon.
Oh, because there was a penalty. He put his team in a bad
No,
spot.
he apologized because
He's such a good guy.
he made them think that they were going to get free T-shirts and they didn't.
Oh,
Yeah.
good point.
He's got to give at least 2 free T-shirts out.
Sorry, sorry, coach. Sorry that the ref had a misunderstanding with what kind of weapon I was shooting.
Anyway, that's the 10-minute drill, everybody. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. Do you think the Astros will listen to Jose Altuve asking to pay Alex Bregman? That's on the table. Did CJ Stroud do too much? Talking to Caleb Williams, that's on the table as well. First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie. MyBookie.ag. You use promo code BET975. When you use that promo code, your initial deposit is going to be doubled immediately. Thursday Night Football. It's in East Rutherford, New York, and the Jets are hosting the Patriots. The Jets are 6-point favorites. The over-under for this game is 38.5. I do not think it's going to be a high-scoring game, so you want to take the under on that? You can. These are two teams that are defensive-minded. You've also got, in the Patriots, as 6-point dogs, I think, a bit too respectful of a line for the New York Jets. Am I biased? A little bit. I am wearing a Patriots shirt right now, but I feel like I know this team pretty well. They're good on defense. They're good at running the football. They're not good at protecting the quarterback. So I do think the Jets win, but I think the Patriots cover that 6-point spread, which you can get on right now at mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. You can even bet on the election. Donald Trump plus 100. Kamala Harris minus 125. You can also bet on all sorts of randos out there. You can bet on Mark Cuban or Oprah to be president. They're both plus 30,000. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.ag.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Free stuff. Free stuff. Your University of Houston Cougars, they're taking on the evil Iowa State Cyclones. Too soon for a Cyclone to be coming back to Houston, in my opinion. In a year where we had a derecho. In a year where we also had a hurricane. I believe they should be canceled for glorifying storms that damage a city. But guess what? It's coming up. Saturday, September 28th. Family weekend. Hispanic Heritage Game. Thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, unforgettable moments. Caller 3-713-780-3776. You're getting a pair of tickets to see the Cougs and Cyclones. If you don't end up getting those tickets, it's a family night special. 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, 4 drinks, just $80. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS now to get your tickets. Come early, be loud, wear red. I don't stand for Cyclones. I don't. I think they're bad. I think they're evil.
I think that's the one thing I've never
seen a tornado.
You've never seen a tornado?
No, I've never seen a tornado.
That's the number reason why I don't miss Illinois.
There are a lot.
Not a lot, but
enough.
At least I know a hurricane's coming. A tornado just
Comes
pops
out of
up.
nowhere. Yeah.
It's like a normal night, and all of a sudden the sky is green, and then the sirens start going off, and you're just running down into the basement.
The derecho is the closest thing I've seen to one, I guess, but I never actually saw it. I saw like videos that were kind of blurry of it, but yeah, Cyclones. How dare Iowa State name themselves after a storm like that? Not cool. Miami Hurricanes, F you. F you. And Dell, he supports the Miami Hurricanes. Huh. Interesting. What does that say about him? Okay, if you want to weigh in on Altuve talking about signing Alex Bregman, you can. You can also weigh in on C.J. Stroud and Caleb Williams, the big brotherly moment that's become such a controversy. But Joe likes to call things washed.
Yes.
And it inspired a new segment. It's going to be called Washed Watch. We were going to do it on Wednesday so we could get true alliteration, but I can't read, and I forgot it was in the rundown yesterday. I legitimately...
It's okay. Okay.
So on a Washed Watch Thursday,
Yes.
Joe, once again, you are going to present to the class people that we have to decide if they're washed or not.
And sometimes it won't be people. Sometimes it'll be things.
Things too. Okay.
So we're going to start with a thing today.
A noun is the name of a person, place, or thing.
Yes. I don't. Now, this one I don't have any experience on anymore.
Okay.
It's been a while. But I did meet my lovely wife. She is a Tinderella. We met on Tinder.
Oh.
So I have to ask, based on our conversations, I thought it was fitting the first time we did this. Are dating apps washed? Because I lean yes, based on what I hear from you.
I don't think they're washed. I don't think I can handle them.
Okay.
So I'm going to say they are unwashed.
Okay. Are they washed?
They're dirty.
For the purpose of dating. Because that's what I've heard mostly, is that they're no longer used for dating.
Well, I mean, the first date that I went on with the person that I was seeing for a little bit of time, I will say that our first date was at 11:30 on a Saturday. So, hey,
AM or PM?
Don't make PM. So,
it wasn't a brunch. Okay,
it wasn't a brunch. I'm not going any further with it, but I can see how dating apps are definitely used more for hookups these days. But I can't go on them because I just look at my phone all day, and because I just want to see more and more and more.
You ever run out of swipes?
All the time. I actually did something where on a couple of times I paid a little bit extra for just 1 week with the special privileges on the dating apps. Okay. And guess what? It works better when you pay.
That does not surprise.
Yeah. So if you subscribe to it, I would imagine they are very, very dirty. They're very unwashed. So I will not call dating apps washed, but my phone addiction issues, my ability to handle the dating apps like an adult, that is washed.
Okay, that's washed.
I can't do that anymore. That's why I'm off them.
I feel like you share a fair amount on this show. I think I'm trying to start to share more.
You don't have to, by the way.
No, but we're gonna make Sean.
I
Sean,
gotta-
are you on dating apps?
No.
Okay.
Joe, I've gotten in trouble for this. So just like I remember one
For
time.
sharing?
Oh yeah, for sharing. Yeah, yeah. One time, I kid you not, a girl that I had been on a few dates with. Nothing had happened to that point, but I remember I said something that implied that she had spent the night, and guess what? She was listening with her parents, and they're
Oh.
religious.
Yeah.
That was it.
Yeah.
that was it. It's a shame. She's a great girl.
It's okay. I've been there before. I got in trouble like 2 weeks ago.
You did?
Yeah, for eating certain things on the air that I'm not supposed to eat anymore.
Tobacco?
No, pork.
Oh.
Yeah, I got caught because we were eating boudin.
Damn, dude.
I
wouldn't have known boudin. Anyway, a washed watch continues.
All right, now we got a player here.
Yes.
Kyrie Fairbairn, top 5 kicker, top 3 kicker in the NFL. This year in the NFL, kickers are 35 out of 37 on 50-plus yard field goals. The 2 misses have come from the same person. This person is also 10 for 21 on 50-plus yard field goals since week 1 of 2022.
I know where you're going.
Is Justin Tucker washed?
I'm going to let you go first because this is your baby.
I'm going to say yes.
I'm with you.
He's a good kicker, but he's not Justin Tucker anymore.
Justin Tucker
He's
as
washed.
Justin Tucker is washed. Justin Tucker is a good kicker, not washed. He's dirty.
Mhm.
But Justin Tucker as the best kicker in the NFL, undisputed, that has been washed away.
Mm-hmm. Sean?
Yeah,
Unless-
I think as best kicker in the NFL, he's no longer the best kicker in the NFL. But like the over 50 yard stuff is bad. The under 50 yards, he's still like basically automatic. Like he's missed from 49 to 40. He's missed 3 since 2020. under 40 or under 49. So I think he's still good. But yeah, I think as far as best kicker in the league, guys automatic all the time, washed.
Okay. So I think, but that means he's definitely on like the watch list for being totally washed.
Yeah,
Because once the 50-yard field goal goes,
Yeah,
like, what's next?
And in like today's game, it's like
Yeah.
Sunday Night Football was talking about. Everyone can kick from 50 yards, and he's also only 34. So it's like for a kicker,
that's surprising too. I
Yeah,
would've
for
thought
a
older.
kicker, that's like a little surprising.
And I mean, he got bullied by Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce before
did.
the AFC Championship game.
I was thinking about that this weekend when I was at the Texans game. Just seeing the special teams guys like on the opposing fields, I'm like, I could see why, like seeing it in person. It'd been a while since I'd been to a game. I was like, I could see why this bothered Justin Tucker. And now they were being pretty aggressive with it too. But just even just being on the other teams.
You mean Kelce and Mahomes?
Kelce and Mahomes,
Yeah.
yeah. But even just like being on the other side of the field for a special teams guy has to be a little annoying, even when they're not intentionally trying to bother you. Like Kyrie is out there and he's just surrounded by Bears players. It's just so bizarre how they do it. I get why they do it.
I
but
would crop dust him.
Or it's like there's like rules of war where it's like oh no, we don't shoot the medics. Like we don't bark at the kickers. But if a defensive back comes over on this side of the 50, then we have a problem.
It
But
makes me really view them as like not football players.
yeah.
Because like they're like,
Or-
yeah, you can be on the other side.
It's like in Civil War, the press.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
like they're wearing like a blue hat to let them know that you can't. They're not combatant.
Mm-hmm.
Washed watch with Joe George.
So dating apps washed.
Dating
Or at least
apps.
Paul's used to.
Dating apps. My ability to use a dating app is washed. My ability to use Instagram also washed. I should have deleted it from my phone again.
I thought you did.
I know, but I keep on putting it back on so I can repost things from
from like Texans games and-
games
yeah.
and stuff. And then I keep forgetting to take it off. And the next thing I know, I'm in a rabbit hole about
You know what?
Paul Gallant washed.
Warhammer 40,000. I don't even know what they, but I'm fascinated by the lore of
You know what I think you
Warhammer
need?
40,000.
Paul, I think you need a second phone.
No.
I think you need like
No.
I feel like Paul's like the opposite. I need less.
You need,
like
you
to
need
have
a
a flip
phone
phone.
with like just Instagram, dating apps.
No.
Put all your bad apps on one
No,
phone.
because then
And
I'll
then you just turn the phone off.
well, you you act like I have the self control to not use this phone. All
I mean,
day long. I don't.
Paul, you delete the apps
My
and then
dad
don't
called-
immediately re-download them.
My dad called me out on my vacation to Massachusetts. He's like, "Is all you do look at your phone?" And like my only excuse was it's for my job, but like it wasn't. I was lying. It was just straight lying to his face.
I tried that with Dana, like with my wife, for so long when she would get mad at me. I'm looking at it for work. She finally just caught on. She caught on.
She caught on.
Yeah. No, it's not an excuse anymore. It doesn't work. I've lost it.
So there you go, guys. Watched everybody.
I'll take suggestions also.
I like it. I like this segment. I like that you call things washed.
You know, well, you gotta call your shots sometimes.
Sometimes you gotta call your shots.
Yeah.
Joe George with a mustache, not washed.
Yeah, I think I am gonna keep it.
I like the stash.
Yeah. It's still, I do kind of get like startled though.
You do?
Like,
you're like, who's this
like
guy?
I just like look in the mirror one day.
How thick are you gonna let it get?
That's a great question. I think I might push it. Like push the
Yeah, you can go a little bit further. I will say, as somebody who did the stash for a little bit and has had I used to have a really thick beard like about 5 years ago.
Yeah.
It gets super itchy. It does get super itchy.
Yeah.
And you will look like you're picking your nose all the time. If you're like me, that's why I keep it at a certain level.
Because it so it doesn't itch.
Yeah, because I mean I constantly look like I'm picking my nose. I know that on YouTube.
I mean, we all know, but sometimes it's
Picking
okay.
your nose, not washed. CJ Stroud does it too.
I was gonna say the best quarterback in the NFL. One of them picks his nose.
Oh, he got caught digging for gold.
Yeah, I mean, look, sometimes it just happens
on Sunday Night Football.
Yeah, I mean, CJ Stroud, my 3-year-old, just digging for gold up there.
All right, it is Gallant George. He's Joe and Paul. Got Sean behind the glass. Up next, did CJ Stroud take it too far with Caleb Williams? And are you concerned about the amount of injuries that the Houston Texans are dealing with? They got some good news on that front, at least today. It's Gallant George. Stay put. I can't believe this is the biggest scandal in the NFL, but CJ Stroud, being a big brother, a mentor for Caleb Williams, has created a lot of controversy. For those who didn't see it, at the end of Sunday Night Football, CJ Stroud's mic'd up at the end of the game after beating the Bears 19-13. He goes over to Caleb Williams. Caleb just wants to give him a handshake. CJ Stroud wants to offer him words of encouragement. Williams seems like he's done with the conversation immediately. He walks away. Stroud pulls him back in. And then it wraps. I imagine in the moment, neither of them thought it would turn into this. But yesterday, it got to the point where CJ Stroud was asked about it at his weekly press conference. Here's what he had to say.
I had some of the best advice given to me last year, and me and Caleb, I was not trying to like treat him like I was trying to like little bro him or not. He knows that too. I have a ton of respect for him. I told him I have respect for him. But I had so many guys coming to me after games last year, and that meant the world to me. That those guys even thought about giving me advice. So I just try to get back to what the game has given to me. So I wish him the best, man. I want him to do amazing in this league. I think he will. I think that he'll get his groove. And once you get your rhythm, I didn't get my rhythm until like week 3, week 4. So I can see his game picking up from here. And so, I don't think he was trying to like, be any towards way. He's just upset that they lost. I totally understand. So I have a ton of respect for that guy, man. I want him to do extremely well, just like any other guy until we play on that day. You know what I mean? And after the game, we can be cool. You know what I mean? But I'm definitely, rooting for him and want to see him do extremely well.
It's so clear that like it was not. At least there's no maliciousness.
And he says afterwards, he's not trying to be like a big bro. He was offering, I think, words of encouragement and advice that, let's be honest, Caleb Williams could take it if he wanted to. He just in that moment was clearly ticked off. I don't think that he was being demeaning intentionally to Caleb Williams, but it's funny. And yesterday I did bring this up. I can see how some people would think this is a lot like Coach K with Duke doing this, going into other teams' locker rooms and being all preachy with them about how they're supposed to play the game, how this is a learning experience for you. Like that would annoy me. And this could annoy me. But I also feel like Caleb Williams can't act like he's better than CJ Stroud's advice here. But I want to play a couple of reactions to this. First off, this is Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk with Dan Bernstein. Who's the other guy in this show, Joe?
Actually, I don't know who, though.
It's on the Dan Bernstein, but don't call him Bernstein, and some other guy show on 670 The Score in Chicago.
Did CJ Stroud become Tom Brady? He's not there yet. So I think it was just a weird thing all around. I think it's not CJ Stroud's place to preach to a guy who's just 1 year behind him by way of experience. And from Caleb's perspective, look, you just lost a game. You really, you don't want to hear it. But I wasn't surprised. I was disappointed, but I wasn't surprised that the knee-jerk reaction by most was, oh, who does Caleb think he is?
No, that wasn't my reaction at all. My reaction was, and I said,
who does
CJ Stroud think he is? That's exactly what Dan's reaction was. We're the same age, man.
Yeah, that's the other thing. They're a year apart in NFL playing experience, but they're a month apart in actual age. And I think
the last guy, by the way, his name is Lawrence Holmes.
No, that's not Lawrence.
That's not Lawrence?
Yeah, Lawrence is out. So that's why I didn't know who it was.
Okay.
Sorry. I should have clarified that.
Fair enough. It's a guy.
Yeah, because Lawrence I actually respect quite a bit. I interned for him.
Oh.
Dan is a weasel at this point, but it's just I don't really get I really don't get it from the negative view of either side. Like he lost. Wouldn't it be worse from Caleb's perspective real quick to be like all like happy go lucky and cheery that he lost and then was getting advice?
He would get criticized for that too. And this is part of it. People are looking for reasons to tear Caleb Williams down because he's strange.
Yes, because he paints his fingernails, because he has very expensive bags, and because he cried when he hugged Smoke.
There's a lot of people that don't like him.
Yeah.
I don't determine who likes and who doesn't like certain famous athletes, but there's a lot of people that seem like they don't like him and they're looking for any validation to not like him. On Stroud's end, perhaps Stroud is in offering that advice, not offering much. Don't get hit. Like he could have offered a little bit more, I think.
Yeah.
But I'm with you. And I do find it fascinating that this has blown up the way that it has. This is the only hot take about how CJ Stroud, he's not Tom Brady. He shouldn't be saying stuff like that to Caleb Williams that I heard. Here is Nick Wright, formerly of the Texans flagship station, now on First Things First.
Yes.
Talking about this incident.
Caleb handled it as well as you could have, given the fact he had to be absolutely furious. That is so they are contemporaries. That is not a big bro, little bro situation.
It was, though.
That's not. No, first of all, do you know how old Caleb Williams is? He's 23. He turns 24 in a few weeks. Do you know how old CJ Stroud is? He's 23. He turns 24 in a few weeks. This is Caleb Williams and CJ Stroud. Do you know how Caleb looks at CJ, I would imagine? He remembers this night when they were colleagues on the dais at the Heisman Trophy ceremony, and Caleb won the award. Like the idea that this guy
Irrelevant.
means nothing. I totally disagree with you.
We ain't in college no
that's
more.
That's fine.
I'm 8 times better than you.
Okay.
Listen to me.
No, but that's not how it works.
I'm trying to help you.
Okay. No, but Bruce,
I'm serious. That's what he should have done.
People don't want help from people they are competing with that are their age and generation.
I don't know. In 2024, I feel like more people are open to talking to the people they're competing against and perhaps taking advice.
Yeah.
I'd also say if you are CJ Stroud in this moment, you are better than him. You've been through some experiences that he is currently going through. The first 2 weeks of last year were rough for Stroud. He got hit a lot. Hang in there. Have faith in yourself.
Mm-hmm.
All that stuff. Because we haven't really seen a moment yet through 2 weeks where Caleb Williams looks special other than when it comes to eluding pass rushers.
Yeah, and kind of with CJ, I would rather him be this guy than be, pouty, because even though his team won, he didn't have the best stats. Like if this is the worst part, the thing that people are going to criticize CJ Stroud the most about is because he goes on podcasts and he speaks his mind. And I said, sometimes he talks a little too much, but you got to back it up. As long as you back it up, you can say whatever you want. If this is one of the worst things he's going to do
with limits,
then okay. You're gonna try to have a positive conversation with Caleb Williams. Would I think it'd be weird if he did this to Sam Darnold a little bit? Yes. But Caleb's a rookie.
Yeah.
Caleb's a rookie. He needs advice. He needs, hey, how do I join a franchise that is in the worst position ever and help turn it around? I wish you could have a conversation like that off the hot mic. But I think people are pushing it a little too far to try to make it seem like CJ is doing something disingenuous here.
Yeah, I definitely sense that from the Twitch, but that's just who they've been consistently with CJ Stroud. Hey, whatever. Respect everybody's opinions. From the 817, someone said age doesn't matter. We talked about that earlier. Yeah, I don't think age necessarily stops somebody from giving advice. I do think it might affect how one takes it, but I wouldn't be opposed to advice from certain people who are younger than me if it's presented to me in a way that's not demeaning, etc. I am curious about this. If you're an Irish twin, Irish twins, it's I believe where there's a separation.
I think it's a year apart, right?
I think it's 15 months. I could be wrong. I think I'm very close to being an Irish twin, but I'm not quite because my sister's 15 months older than me. I think it's a separation, say it's a separation of 9 months or something like that. Say you are an older brother by less than a year.
Mm-hmm.
How does that work? Are you the older brother definitively? If you're the first twin who pops out, are you the older brother? These are things I don't know. I did not have brothers, but I am curious. Say somebody is slightly older than you. Do you take more advice from them? Because I'm assuming you're going to be in different grades.
I think
and just like CJ Stroud is
yeah.
technically in a different grade than Caleb Williams because he's been in the NFL a year And Caleb Williams is in his first year.
I think there's if you have a sibling who's less than 2 years apart from you, there's moments where like you're really like the big brother. When you're in middle school and they're in elementary school, when you're in high school and they're in middle school, when you're in college and they're in high school. But I do feel like once you like are both in high school at the same time, even if one's a freshman and one's like a sophomore or junior, like what are you gonna tell me? Like which teachers are bad?
Yeah, I think after it's no longer the context of school, I think it just does not matter.
Yeah. Once you're grown,
once you both have driver's license, I don't think it matters.
Yeah.
Driver's license, another key.
Oh yeah,
word
how to
that,
get your
that could
test.
be a differentiator.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, and twins, it definitely does not work like that.
Yeah, I think
Twins.
But then but what if like the younger brother technically is like what if he's bigger? Like what if like he gets the height genes and he's the football player and the other one's the band geek? Then I think the younger brother becomes like the de facto.
Is this a sitcom that you're writing right now?
He like becomes like the de facto big brother, like even though he's younger.
I don't know.
On YouTube, at Miller says, next topic, please. Do y'all have nothing else to talk about? This is the second segment about this already. Didn't know this was a Dr. Phil show. Do you think Dr. Phil would be talking about like who could give advice between two young whippersnappers in their early 20s? I hope so. I'd watch that.
This is more of a Springer thing, I think.
Yeah. I think one day we should do some kind of raffle and let these people, the commenters, just like try to pick what topics we talk about for a whole show.
Oh, I'd like
see,
that.
And see what
I've got range, baby. Improv.
See what stupid things they want us to
I took
discuss.
improv class. I would do it. I would gladly do it. I could just show up. I don't have to prep. I could do it.
Just like,
I would do it.
That's the secret
Like,
genius.
I would love that.
You guys give us our takes.
Yeah.
We always make that like a segment. Like give us a take.
I would love that.
Just like the week after the Super Bowl.
Right.
Yeah, like this is like a summer thing for sure.
SU_Mello_2K1. This whole topic's dumb AF. Sports media is dragging it out for likes. Yes, that's how we work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
That's how we work.
make sure to drop a like.
Like and subscribe while you're at it. Thank you, Sean. It is Gallant George. He is Joe. I am Paul. 713-780-3776 if you want to weigh in on this. I'm going to give you some fun Minnesota Viking facts as we try to know our foe before Sunday's showdown at US Bank Stadium. The stadium that's killing the birds in Minnesota. Stay put.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
So the Texans are playing the Vikings Sunday in Minneapolis. The Vikings have a stadium that they built in 2016. It is a beautiful stadium. I'm also told it's a very loud stadium. It cost the Vikings a game in early September last year. Kirk Cousins wasn't able to communicate what was going on at the end of a game, and they ended up losing because of it.
Bad fans.
Yeah, I think it's perhaps not knowing what you're supposed to do in the moment. The Vikings were a playoff team the year before. You should know better.
Mm-hmm.
Their stadium is covered in sound reflective panels that redirect all the noise back to the field. And on top of that, they have a very cool tradition. Some would claim that this is a ripoff of, I believe, what the Icelandic football team does.
Okay.
You might see them in the World Cup from time to time. They're always scrappy. But this is a pretty sick way to kick the game off. This is from a game where the guy who shot and killed Osama bin Laden ends up doing the thing that you hear at the very end, which I'll explain in a moment. You have to kind of hear it. So that horn is the Gjallar horn.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm saying it right. Sorry to all our Swedish friends. We don't want to alienate our Swedish audience. But
sounds right.
That thing that they do is legitimately cool, and it does bum me out that all we have is Texans Swarm. But it's growing by the day. More and more people are embracing it thanks to this show, The Pioneer. The people in Houston who are trying to make you the best football fans you can be. That's me and Joe and Sean.
And we're trying our best. That's all we can do. I love that. It's one of the, it seems like one of the cooler states. You haven't been there yet, right?
I have not. I've never been to Minneapolis.
Oh, okay. It's been a long time.
I'm little concerned that a riot might break out at a Target.
I was young when I went, so
Okay.
went to the Mall of America.
Oh yeah, they got the big mall, right?
Yeah, the biggest mall in the world.
Didn't they play an Arena Football League championship in that?
Oh, I think they did recently.
Yeah.
Yeah. I went there, was very young. I went like the Twins, whatever the old Twins stadium used to be.
That's also where my friends got into a fight on the radio. That was fun. Josh
Yeah,
Innes,
it is.
One of my friends, Josh Innes, and my other friends who were eventually my co-hosts, Seth Payne and Mike Melton. That was fun. Just imagine
what a day.
You're doing show prep and you go on Deadspin, and all of a sudden you see that your three friends are getting in a on-air radio fight.
When was that? Was that
2016?
2016?
Patriots, I believe, versus the Eagles Super Bowl.
So I guess I was here on the network at the time.
Yeah.
It was Yahoo Sports Radio.
Mm-hmm.
Well, those are the days. What a viral videos those were.
I mean, the thing is, if we had better cameras, I think that would have been even bigger, because the person who recorded it was somebody that actually was technically a coworker of mine, because I used to do weekend stuff for a radio station in Boston. So Kirk Minahan, please do not call me during my radio show. Thank you. Bye.
So Kirk filmed it?
Kirk filmed it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And that's someone that helps make things go viral, because he's a very, very popular person. But yeah, I mean, it's a cool stadium. Like, I like the skull chant. We'll see if the Texans get their first ever victory against the Vikings. That one was kind of jarring. I mean, they've only played 5 times, but I feel like the Vikings have to be one of the only teams that the Texans have never beaten. I know they don't have the best history since they've been born, but the last time they played was here in Houston. Billy O got fired.
That's true.
The next day.
That's true. Also, the last time that I remember the Texans in Minnesota, Brock Osweiler, he played horribly, and that was when we all realized he's not good. He's not good.
I just can't believe it took so long for people to realize that Brock Osweiler wasn't good at football.
Yep.
But the Texans paid him a lot of money, and always to defend the Texans a tiny little bit, the Broncos tried.
Yeah.
The Texans just got outbid by like $1 million.
They did.
The Texans are 0-5 against the Vikings. 0-6 against the Philadelphia Eagles. They've beaten every other team at least once.
Guess we'll have to wait till maybe next year to get that revenge on that trash city. I'd rather live in Minnesota where it's cold all the time than Philly.
I don't know. I like Philly.
Yeah, but wait, you like Philly?
I like it.
But you hate the Eagles.
I hate Eagles fans and their arrogance.
You hate Eagles fans? Who else lives in Philadelphia?
Yeah, but at least I know people in Philadelphia. Half my family's from Philadelphia.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I always do find it funny when you say that, and it's like, yeah, my family are Eagles fans, and you hate their fans. Like that does put you in a tough spot.
Yeah, but I mean, you can hate, you can sports hate, and you can hate.
That's true.
It's just a sports hate.
It's true.
Please stay out of my mentions. I'm sure there was an Eagles fan calling in right now. Hey, what you said 2 days ago about us being white trash, but you are white trash. It's fine. I'm white trash. We're all white trash when you think about it. Hey, fun facts about the Minnesota Vikings: the whitest of trash, because Scandinavia Vikings.
Yep,
they were white trash. Well, see what the Vikings were doing between the 8th and 11th centuries? White trash behavior.
A lot of bad things.
It was like, hey, listen, they farming, nah. We're just gonna steal people's stuff. We have our own trailer parks. These are the boats that we ride across the North English Sea.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're named after the Vikings because a lot of Scandinavian folks settled in the Minnesota area.
Makes sense because of the cold.
Offensively, looking pretty good. Justin Jefferson, arguably the best wide receiver in the NFL.
On track to play this weekend.
Kevin O'Connell, head coach. Hell yeah. That's fun. He's been really good. One of the better coaches in the NFL. Sam Darnold, incredible fun facts about Sam Darnold. He's 3rd in yards per attempt in the NFL. Tied for 3rd in passing touchdowns. Tied for 4th in QBR. 5th in passer rating. 9th in passing yards. 4 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. I think 476 yards passing. He's been sacked just 4 times to this point. He has been good.
It's 2 games. You buy into it at all? Or you think because beating San Francisco is impressive. I mean, that drive at the end of the game they had last week, Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison were not on the field. And TJ Hawkinson, who's hurt right now. You buying into the Sam Darnold redemption tour?
No, I'm not. I think there is going to come a point where this all blows up in their face.
Yeah.
Darnold makes a lot of mistakes. He clearly has talent. He was in a bad spot in New York, but he has a little bit too much of the turnover bug in him. So this could be a good one for the Texans because in Derek Stingley and clearly in Kamari Lassiter, they have 2 guys that actually can catch playing cornerback.
Yeah, that would be the turnovers is probably why it doesn't work, but it's just, Baker's just really figured it out in Tampa. So part of me is just maybe we are going to start to see these quarterbacks like really fail in bad situations. And then if they can just stick it out, I think, I guess put another Jets quarterback in this conversation too. We've seen it with Geno Smith, really turned his career around. So I'm not all the way in on Sam Darnold, but I'm at least open to the idea that maybe this will actually work for them. And I kind of just for the drama, because I always like off-season drama. It's always a little interesting. Like if Sam Darnold takes them to the playoffs this year, what happens to JJ McCarthy?
I was thinking about that last week.
You bench Sam because but what if you win a playoff game?
Gets Trey Lanced?
JJ McCarthy gets Trey Lance.
Yeah, you just make him wait another year. Or maybe you trade him to Carolina to replace Bryce Young. I don't know.
I mean, it should be a matter of can he earn his way onto the field?
Yeah.
Yeah. And we're doing 2 games with Sam Darnold. Let's wait for the next 15.
Yeah.
But yeah, I
also look, JJ McCarthy, what was he? The 4th quarterback taken in last year's draft?
5th, I think.
Yep, you're right. 5th quarterback.
You were in a good spot. You like the guy. You took him, but you're not married to a guy just because you took him 10th overall. You shouldn't think to yourself that you have to stick with this guy. If you don't think the guy's the guy, you think somebody else is better, then you can move on. Guess what the Panthers are doing right now? Moving on from a guy. I will give them credit from this perspective. Bryce Young doesn't look like the guy. Doesn't look like he'll ever be the guy because he's not about to grow 8 inches. Well, sorry to hold that against him, but it should be held against him.
No, you're right. It's probably why he never should have been the top pick.
They are a disaster of an organization, but I actually will give them credit for having the stones to bench him. Another team would have ridden this out all this coming regular season.
Yeah, I mean, I will say I expect him to start again this season, though.
Yeah,
Like,
because
even-
Dalton's probably going to get hurt.
Yeah, he'll either get hurt or he'll be bad, and they'll be like, "Oh, well, like we've given Bryce." Like one of the quotes I read in one of the ESPN articles that they're trying to frame this was like basically like Bryce Young's been like stabbed, and this is stopping the bleeding by getting him off the field, and just trying to let him rest up and get better. I don't know if I believe that.
I don't know if I do either. Know Your Foe continues. The Vikings defense led by Brian Flores. He's scary.
He's a really good coordinator. I mean, he probably should be a head coach still in the NFL.
Third fewest points in the NFL. It's been 2 games. 11 sacks leads the NFL. And they are not blitzing. Apparently, Brian Flores is more of a blitzer in the past. They're not blitzing this year. They are getting home with a 4-man rush.
I mean, you look at who they have. I mean, they've got a ton of talent on this team. You know, you have guys like Stephon Gilmore, Harrison Smith, former Texans that are out there, Cashman and Grenard. Like, and Flores, his issues were never defense. So this is a very good early season test. Actually, it seems that for the Texans is how good is this Vikings defense? It looks very good on paper. And like can you be better than you were last week if you're the Texans? Because last week was a struggle for the most part in that game. Besides Nico and Kaimi Fairbairn, second best player on the team. I'm with you on that one.
Could say that.
Sticking with it.
Defense looked good. Kaimi Fairbairn looked good. Offense still has left a lot on the table. So that is the Minnesota Vikings in a nutshell. He is Joe. I am Paul. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. Do we want to laugh in the Mariners' general direction again about what happened last night?
Yes.
Because in one way, it is good what happened is making the Astros' lives a little bit easier. But there's something else that happened as a result of that dumbassery by Julio Rodriguez that you'll find out about on the other side. Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Mariners 2-2. Solia, the bat almost hit Julio. And Julio's got to get back to the bag. Oh, my goodness. Oh, no. Two incredibly bad base running mistakes by the Mariners back-to-back nights.
That was in Seattle. That was the Mariners back-to-back nights messing up on the bases. This time, though, in the 10th inning of a very close game. So the magic number for the Astros is 6. They are still 5 games up in the AL West on the Mariners after losing 4-0 to the Padres yesterday. So it's great to see the Mariners lose. I would root for the Mariners against the Yankees more often than not.
Mm-hmm.
What's unfortunate about the Yankees winning last night is they are the first team in the American League to make the playoffs.
They are, and they're going to be the 1 seed. I guess Guardians are right there. Gosh, I keep forgetting the Guardians have 88 wins.
They
on
are
the
a
season.
game and a half back, I think, on New York.
Yeah.
The Orioles have really been going through it of late. They've lost 3 in a row. They are 2-8 in their last 10. They are actually playing the worst baseball in the American League over the last 10, believe it or not. The Yankees have won the AL West. And you know what's going to add a little insult to injury? The rumors are the guy who was on the call of that game, so the call that you just heard right there for the Mariners, he's the Mariners play-by-play guy. He might be about to take the Yankees job too. Dave Sims.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Wow.
So he's kind of like
double whammy.
What, are the Mariners just a minor league system for the Yankees to take the best broadcasters from?
Apparently, if you work for the Yankees, you can also retire and then just like screw over the people who've been working their ass off all year.
Whoa. Who are you talking about?
The radio broadcaster who retired.
You don't even remember his name?
No, but he's coming back for the playoffs.
Yeah, John Sterling should be able to return for the playoffs.
No.
How is he screwing anybody over?
Because he didn't do the job. He didn't do the grind.
Yes, he did. He's done it for like decades.
He didn't do it this year.
I can't believe this. You're acting like this guy is such a bad guy for coming back.
It's like if Tom Brady just showed up and just did the Super Bowl.
Yeah, guess what? He's Tom Brady. This guy's John Sterling. He's the most known radio broadcaster there is.
No, you got to go through the
He's
grind.
hilarious too.
You got to do it
got
at least
style.
look, now, am I excited to hear John Sterling
I'm not
call
by
a home
slander.
run on an infield pop-up, basically? Yes,
I am.
am.
I'm not standing for this John Sterling slander. John Sterling's fun.
Hey, he doesn't. He's just.
He's not Michael K.
You're like making fun of him.
I thought it was going to be
him.
a Michael K takeout. I didn't think it was going to be a John Sterling.
The guy's up there in age. He's been doing the Yankees games for a while. He's got a great
Load
voice.
management.
He makes goofy jokes. He's fun. Michael K. boring and too serious.
And that's also fair, but he also, but you got to do the grind if you want
It
to
is
play.
high. It is far. It is gone.
That's a grind right there.
That's actually a pretty good John Sterling, Sean.
Thank you.
Except you forgot to say for the correction. When
And what happened?
Actually, John, that wasn't a home run. Because Susan Waldman is his color commentator.
Yeah,
She sounds just like that.
yeah, she sounds like the
Iago from Aladdin. You're right.
I was gonna say Whitey from 8 Crazy Nights.
Gilbert Gottfried, R.I.P. Anyway, all right. We do this segment every single week for the ratings. It's time to play with the boys. So they got killed on Sunday by the Saints. But hey, the Saints are the best team in the NFL based off of points scored, point differential.
Mm-hmm.
And Alvin Kamara, who in that game scored not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 touchdowns, is the NFC Offensive Player of the Week. So the Cowboys are crowning players as Defensive Player of the Week. I like the generosity.
Yeah, I think sometimes you just gotta help. You gotta help some other guys out. This week you got, Lamar Jackson. He's 0-2. Like, let's help him get back on MVP. Lamar Jackson, a path there.
Is he on your fantasy team?
No.
It sounded like he's on your fantasy team.
He's
the way
not.
you said that.
The Cowboys annoy me. So
They annoy you.
I enjoyed last
Man,
week.
You hate American institutions like John Sterling and the Cowboys.
And I love the worst ones, like Notre Dame and the Bears.
Yeah, the Midwest. Come on. What are we doing? It's all about the Dallas Cowboys and East Coast bias, baby. So as Joe said, they're about to play the Ravens. Micah Parsons says the Ravens are a prove-it game for the Cowboys. Oh, you think? They just got smoked by Derek Carr.
Yeah, it's like, prove it you're not terrible.
You just lost by 25.
Yeah. Mike Zimmer, though, defensive coordinator of the Cowboys, he vows to get their defense back on track. What happens if he doesn't get them back on track? If you make a vow, doesn't that have to actually happen? Otherwise, you're betraying your vows.
Yeah, I do. I don't think you should make a vow like that when it might be your fault they're bad. Dan Quinn that's never happened to Dan Quinn. I don't know that, but I'm gonna say it. I mean, this might be Mike Zimmer's fault.
Saying the word vow carries so much more weight than like promise.
That's true.
Because if a defensive coordinator is like, I promise it gets better, I'd be like, get out of my face, you loser. But if it's vow, it's like, is he gonna like commit seppuku if they don't get?
To be fair, it is the headline that I'm reading.
Oh, okay.
He didn't actually say, "I vow to stop the Ravens on Sunday. I'll be there. I'll be there."
I thought if Lamar Jackson scores 4 touchdowns, Mike Zimmer's gonna get on his knees, pull out a dagger, and just I'm sorry I failed you, and then do that right in front of Jerry Jones.
Here's what Zimmer said. I talked to the defense. We watched film. We talked about things we need to do better, things I need to do better, and we'll keep working on it. My first game here as coordinator was the pickle juice game.
What?
I saw how to fix it after that.
I don't understand the
I'm assuming he's talking about like unscrewing the pickle jar. I have no idea. that is what the headline for that story should have been.
The pickle juice game?
Mm-hmm.
Let's just put it in a search.
Mike Zimmer vows this is the pickle juice game.
Oh, okay. I hear what the pickle juice game was a game between the Philadelphia Eagles and the Dallas Cowboys on September 3rd, 2000. The game is remembered for the Eagles use of pickle juice to help keep the team hydrated and prevent muscle cramps due to the high temperature in Texas that day. The Eagles won 41-14.
Interesting.
Yeah, I was gonna say he has been the defensive coordinator for the Cowboys before, so it probably wasn't 2 weeks ago he was talking about. But
I mean, to bring up the pickle juice game though, as if it's like the iconic lore of the Dallas Cowboys.
But you would think if you're going to bring it up like that, you would win the game.
Yeah,
not lose 41-14. But I guess that's what he's referring. He was there for that.
I've gotten him back on track. Continuing playing with the Dallas Cowboys. Jerry Jones, when asked about pressure on Mike McCarthy to win, he says it's going to come in the postseason. Yeah, I don't know about that. I think you got to win regular season games too. You need some style points in Jerry World.
Well, that's almost where but I think it's almost Jerry saying like it's just expected that they make the playoffs. So like for him to keep his job, he's got to win playoff games.
Well, if they do poorly and they win a playoff game or two, but they do poorly in the regular season, like I don't think McCarthy's job will be safe this time around.
Yeah, if they go 9-8 or the last wild card team and they get revenge on the New Orleans Saints, who are the 4 seed. And then they lose in the divisional round again.
Well, he's definitely out. But I think they could go 9-8 and he could lose in the NFC Championship game and he could still be out. I think if they get to the NFC Championship game, I don't think it's necessarily a guarantee that he keeps his job.
Now we're talking some first take. This is a first take topic right here.
If they have an unimpressive regular season, look, the division does seem wide open. The Eagles don't look good this year, so I don't know.
With Bill Belichick sitting out there, it just feels like anything is possible.
He was sitting out there last offseason, though.
Yeah,
they could have hired him already.
I know.
They should have hired him already, but I think they want to seem like a functional organization. It's probably going to happen. I do think Belichick's there next year. They're Philadelphia. He's taking one of those jobs.
Yeah, I think their Philly is that's the most likely spots for him.
Yeah, I don't really know.
Or the Manning cast.
He is good at the Manning cast. I've been pleasantly surprised. Yeah, Belichick will be a coach next year. I would lean Cowboys.
So there you go, guys. That's playing with the Dallas Cowboys, who play the Baltimore Ravens on Sunday. He is Joe. I am Paul. We got Sean behind the glass. It is Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5 on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. You want to jump in? You know how to do it. 713-780-3776 to call to text. Up next, a little garbage time, the most Philadelphia Eagles fan story you will ever hear, which is saying something. No horse poop was eaten, but it's still pretty good. Stick around.
Hey, don't wait till next year, till 2025, to get back into the gym and start getting healthy. To lose weight, put on some muscle mass. Let's get in there right now. O Athletic is the place to do it. OAthletic.com, O Athletic on Instagram, as we can find them. And they're just over in the Heights at 767 North Shepherd. They offer over 100 classes per week. You can do the personal training. You can always just work out by yourself as well. So whatever you want to get, they got for you at O Athletic. They got the full recovery, the sauna, the steam room, the endless pool as well. Check them out, OAthletic.com. O Athletic on Instagram, and tell them that Joe George sent you by.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Last chance to dance, Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'm surprised that our resident Texas Longhorn fan, Sean Mapes, isn't frothing at the mouth with rage after something that was said about his horns today.
Down.
Joe just did a horns down. Sorry that we weren't able to censor that in time on YouTube, at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. So Texas is playing Louisiana Monroe.
Mm-hmm.
One of many Louisiana schools that confuse me because I'm not sure which one is the real University of Louisiana, because there's University of Louisiana Lafayette.
Mm-hmm.
They're the Raging Cajuns. The Monroe's, I believe, the Warhawks.
Yeah.
There's Louisiana Tech.
Mm-hmm.
There's Louisiana State University.
Yep.
Which is LSU, in case you didn't know that.
McNeese State.
There's a lot. I don't know which is the official Louisiana, like, we're the University of Louisiana.
Lafayette.
Lafayette. Okay.
Yeah.
Really? ULL.
Yes.
Not ULM.
They wanted to just be called Louisiana.
Gotcha. Well, Louisiana Monroe's talking some trash before Texas plays them, despite being 44.5-point underdogs. Louisiana Monroe defensive coordinator Ernest Hill, when asked about Arch Manning, said, couple guys done beat him already, referring to a couple of players that are, I guess, on ULM's squad that played for high schools that beat Arch Manning in high school.
Oh! All right. What's the spread here?
44.5. Texas is the favorite.
Plus 44.5. Let's go.
I also might take plus 44.5.
What time's the game?
But we had 7 o'clock. We had Texas Longhorn and writer for Cron, Leah Van from the Clouds, did some research. Manning lost to these schools in high school: St. Charles Catholic 2 times, University Lab.
What?
I don't know.
University Lab.
It's like a school for mutants.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
Berkeley Prep, which is in Tampa.
Ooh, you know what? Can I tell you a Berkeley Prep story?
Is that the blind school?
No. Berkeley Prep was good. We played Berkeley Prep my junior year. The 2 biggest players on their team, both of whom were 300 pounds, did the most alpha move thing ever. Since they had to use the girls' locker room to get changed, but these guys came into the men's bathroom, which was next to our locker room. The 2 biggest players on their team took the biggest dumps, and they did not flush the toilet.
I love it. Love it.
Honestly,
great move.
We were all so mad. Then we lost to them, making it worse. But years later, I respect it. Anyway, that's my Berkeley Prep story.
Yes.
Continue, Sean.
Yes, Arch Manning lost to them. Again, St. Charles Catholic 2 times, University Lab, School of Mutants, Lafayette Christian 2 times. Leah Van scrolled through the ULM roster. They had no players from any of these schools.
So this guy's just making things up?
I mean, maybe they transferred.
In fact, none of these ULM guys played on high school teams that played against Arch Manning in high school.
So he means
he's just a liar.
At University of Louisiana Monroe, do you think there's somebody that didn't necessarily make the ULM roster, but played high school football and now attends ULM that was on one of those teams that beat Arch Manning? Like, we're really grasping for straws here. Does he have anything?
They played at St. Thomas Aquinas, but are from Kansas, and no.
Okay.
Yeah, they never.
Leah
lost.
Van, shout out to the fact checking there.
Defending her school's honor.
Why would you talk trash about Texas anyway as 44.5-point dogs? This is trash talk. You can't look at it as anything else. But especially when you're talking out of your ass. Are there players on ULM that have lied about where they played?
Or is it a we eat pieces of bleep like you for breakfast kind of thing where it's like, yeah, no, we beat other private school kids. Like we beat a different private school quarterback.
That wasn't Arch Manning.
That was not Arch Manning. But I know your type.
What if he's talking about like middle school?
We just have to keep
like Pee-wee football. Like,
maybe.
Hey, they took down Arch in the 4th grade.
Yeah. All right, Leah Van, get on it.
Like,
where'd these guys go to junior high?
Just DM her right now. Like, hey, you gotta back it up a little bit, man.
Just some research to throw on your lap.
I just don't get why. So Ernest Hill, you brought it on yourself.
Yeah, I don't.
Maybe
Arch Manning ran faster than Tyreek Hill has this year.
I still don't believe.
And he got caught by the cops.
I really don't believe. I actually don't believe that the miles per hour. It's the same thing as the Daniel Jones ran faster than Lamar Jackson.
We can all admit why.
What?
Okay, we see it. We see Arch Manning run.
Yeah.
It's the color of skin. Like, I don't believe it.
Whoa, that's so racist.
I'm just being honest.
Joe, I don't see color. I don't see color.
Yeah, you don't see it? Arch Manning did not look that fast on that play. He looked like he was.
Wait a second.
Yes.
Wait a second. Arch Manning's white?
Yeah.
Oh, did I not tell you the story?
You didn't tell me he's white.
At this game. No.
Oh.
I think I told Dell this. I was at the game. Arch Manning comes in, touchdown, whatever, runs for a touchdown, and there's a older English man that was sitting in front of us. And he just randomly, like in the 3rd quarter, like Arch Manning had been in for a while at this point. He turns around and he goes, "Hey, is this Manning related to the other Mannings that played football?" And we're like, "You won't believe this, dude."
Yes,
he sure is.
That's just a bunch of beans and crumpets, ain't it? Hey, oh, that's wonderful.
I was just like, yeah, he really is.
Oh, man.
All right, let's do some garbage time. This is all-time Philadelphia Eagles fan behavior.
A Philadelphia man pled guilty to making a fantasy football related bomb threat and mass shooting threat.
But because Jalen Hurts isn't good or something?
Matthew Gabriel, 25, of Philadelphia, pled guilty before United States District Court Judge Timothy J. Savage to 2 counts of interstate and foreign communication of a threat to injure. According to the guilty plea agreement, the defendant had an online disagreement with a member of his fantasy football chat group. He learned the member with whom he had a disagreement was going to study abroad in Norway in August of 2023 and submitted an anonymous tip through the internet to the Norwegian Police Security Service, claiming that a member of his fantasy football chat group was going to carry out a mass shooting in Norway.
Oh,
this is insane.
This is like this person should not ever walk the streets again. Put this person in jail forever.
That's just one of the 2 stories. March 22nd, he sent an email posing as another individual to the University of Iowa with the subject line, possible threat. The same person. So he called in a bomb threat and a mass shooting threat on this guy. I'm assuming these guys don't know each other.
Yeah, it sounds like
a
random.
What's crazy is, though, I mean, what are the stakes for this league? Like, what random fantasy football league are you in where you're getting that mad? And I get that he's Philadelphian, so there's that. But like, where you're getting that mad to do that to get vengeance on this person?
Well, honestly, like, okay. What if it's a free league?
I mean, if it's a free league,
wouldn't that just not shock you?
I mean,
it is a free league.
People go nuts playing against strangers, playing Call of Duty or whatever.
Yeah, and you're right.
So, I mean, this is probably a couple. You know what? It's a couple steps bigger than that. Than Joe when he's cussing out 15-year-olds on Call of Duty.
Hey, no. Only in Madden, right?
Only
now.
12.
Oh, Madden.
Oh, okay. Got it.
But yeah, I mean, also when you call Norway for a mass shooting threat, they're like, yeah, we don't really get those. So I looked up.
They did have the one.
I know. I looked up Norway mass shooting, and literally one pops up.
That guy, by the way, the guy who did that, who carried that out, he basically got like 20 years in jail. He killed 80 people. It's insane.
20 years?
And he was like complaining about not having a brand new enough Xbox, if I remember the story correctly. Like, I mean, it is different in Scandinavia, where the Vikings are from. They have changed, let's just say. Continuing through garbage time, we have another unnecessary sports bet. You see this one? Hear about this one?
No.
It's for Kansas State football. Again, these are programs. Like, why are you so cocky? At St. Bill Snyder on Twitter.
You got to be careful how you read this.
I get why he's cocky.
If K-State loses to BYU, I'll shove a beefy 5-layer burrito into a place that you wouldn't traditionally shove it. Not his mouth.
It's normally where it exits.
Yes.
Not his ear, not his nose, not his mouth.
I don't need this one.
Not his belly button.
I don't need this one.
You don't need this one?
It's an anonymous account, so no one's going to be able to figure out who this one is, unlike the Florida State fan who said that he would eat dog poo out of a Dixie cup with a spoon.
The coward didn't do it.
Yeah, Knowles, whatever.
You're going to make that kind of wager. You got to follow through.
Who's Kansas State playing? Do we know?
BYU.
Ooh, okay.
I mean, that's not the...
that is not a lock.
Yeah.
BYU is generally good.
But, I mean, also, Florida State versus Boston College. We would have also said, yeah, that's a pretty good bet to make for the FSU fan.
I don't know, man.
We should have known that Bill O'Brien was going to turn things around quickly.
Yeah. Kansas State is 6.5-point favorites.
I was trying to remember what
That's
conference the Big 12.
Guys, this is like what a Texas fan should do against ULM in response to that defensive coordinator.
I won't do it.
You're not going to do that? Okay. Shows how much you care about.
Yeah, what do
I don't want to waste a 5-layer burrito.
What's the head shave game? Like, what's the? You feel so confident.
No, don't do that.
What's the comp? What's the game?
I don't. They would have to go like 0-12. If they somehow go back in time and lose the games they've already won, then I'll shave my head.
Junior Bronco said you should tweet something like this with Syracuse. No.
If Syracuse doesn't beat Stanford, I will get belligerently drunk at the listener party.
I forgot. You'll actually be able to watch the Syracuse game. You know what? I'm not going to be wearing Hawaiian shirt and short
He
shorts.
thinks the Syracuse game is going to be on the TV, not
Oh,
the
yeah,
Astros
definitely.
game.
Someone will
It's
have
September baseball against the Angels. I'm changing it. I don't care. I don't care. F all of you.
Someone will have a phone hooked up to YouTube TV.
It's the listener party. No, this is me on a Friday night spending time with you, not the listener party.
I mean, I just can't wait for Paul, for his wager when Syracuse takes on Holy Cross next week. That's the one.
hey, Joe, don't lose to Northern Illinois again.
Yeah, I would have made a dumb bet for that game. But you know what? Lesson learned. Won't do that. Glad I never did it.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. Big thanks to Sean, to Joe, to our texters, tweeters, YouTubers, Twitchers, and callers and such. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Thursday. Go Patriots. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He is Blank. I am Branham. The guy over there is Brian. It is a Thursday edition of the Killer Beasts on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. We're jam-packed today. Jam-packed. I'll talk about the Astros returning home. Final homestand of the season. Is it the final homestand of Alex Bregman? We'll see how Tuve doesn't think so. David Nuno of Texags will be joining us. Talk a little Aggie football. Talk some SEC football with Nuno as well. Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports. He's been winning and winning. He went 2-2-1 last week. We didn't lose you money. The Vic might have got you.
He hasn't had a losing week
Vic
first yet.
might have got you. But he's winning overall. He'll hand out some winners at 3:45. Adam Ronis, some fantasy advice for the weekend. Bad Take Boulevard coming up today. and heavy Texans as they get ahead to the get ready for the Vikings on Sunday, and punchable faces on the ESPN 97.5 lineup, which may be the most fun we have on the show today. But a busy show, jam-packed, and I guess we could start with the Astros. If the Astros play a game in San Diego on a getaway day and they face Dylan Cease, was anybody around to see it? That was not a good one yesterday for the Astros offense.
No, ugly again. When you've been onto something with the getaway games. But besides the getaway games, look, they've had 2 out of the 3 games in San Diego where they just didn't hit the baseball, and you look at it and say you wasted a really good pitching performance from Fromber. He pitched very well again and kept you in the ball game, and obviously the one mistake, and then the doors got blown off and basically gave you absolutely no hope in 3 straight at bats, and you went, okay, this one's over with. Let's go home.
Caleb Ort gave up as many home runs as he has letters in his last name. That's what happened yesterday in San Diego. Because ORT's 3 letters, and he gave up back to back.
No, I got it.
Back.
Oh, yeah, I got it.
Just wanted to make sure. I didn't want to talk down to you guys. I wanted to make sure.
His last name isn't Fedorowicz.
Stop now.
That would have been far more damaging if his last name was Fedorowicz.
Yeah, it would have been.
Very true.
It would have been on a spotta, though. Leave him in that long. Look, I mean, it's a World Series contender. San Diego is. Like, people are talking about this as a World Series preview type of series. Manny Machado, who is on a different level when he faces the Astros. He was nuts in this series. Hit 2 bombs yesterday. That the pitch that he hit, the sinker from Fromber, that wasn't a bad pitch. That wasn't first pitch of the at bat. He buries a sinker at the knees. He puts a P right there on the inside corner at the knees, and I think he sold out for it. Hit a home run. I think he was guessing that pitch. He was guessing that spot. Put a great swing on it and crushed it. The home run he hit off of Ort. How in the world did he hit that ball out of the ballpark? That was nuts. That was unbelievable.
He's got ridiculous power, and I think a lot of people sometimes sleep on it. But the fact that he is in such a zone right now, we've seen it throughout the series. I mean, like you said, he's on another level. He's heating up at the exact right moment. And I think people, again, don't hear enough in the West Coast thing where you don't see a lot of their games, don't realize that this team is as close as they are to the Dodgers, but they're a playoff team, and their offense has been the best offense or one of the best offenses in all the categories in baseball for quite some time now. And they're loaded, and they're finally healthy. And, and then when you throw in a Jurickson Profar, who was a journeyman basically the last several years, signed for peanuts, and now he's an all-star, and he's hammering the ball. And you get a guy like Dylan Cease in the offseason, and you look at it, or whenever they got him, and you look at him and say, they've got Darvish and Cease and King and good pitching. They've got a good closer, and they've got a really loaded lineup. That's a really good baseball team.
Yeah, Profar's been in San Diego for a while now, though. Like
this was his first year there.
No. He's been there since like the COVID year.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he was traded at the deadline one time, but he's been on with the Padres since the COVID year.
He's making peanuts, right?
$1 million.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
I wanted him in each of the last 2 off seasons, more 2 years ago than this past off season. But yeah, he's always been a guy who had amazing potential that maybe hasn't lived up to his potential. But this season he's been fantastic.
Oh, so he was free in the offseason. They re-signed him?
I think he's been free the last 2 off seasons.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean he's been attainable. He's been out there, but he likes San Diego. And San Diego, I guess, likes him just enough. From an Astros perspective, I thought Fromber pitched really well. He got himself into some trouble at times. Like maybe it could have been a bigger line score for him. Maybe he could have given up the more runs than just the 1 through 7 innings. But he gave up 1 run through 7 innings. The whole ifs and buts, whatever. I thought Fromber was Fromber.
Yeah, no, look, absolutely. We talked about it even with Hunter Brown. These 2 guys are living up to the billing, the expectations, the fact that you are relying heavily on the top 2 in your rotation. These guys have been doing it. As much as we've been discussing and talking about and contemplating the rest of the rotation and how it's going to play out, Kikuchi's up there too. But the fact that you don't see the hiccups, you do see the domination, and you see both a lefty and a righty at the top of your rotation that look really good. I love what I've seen out of both guys. I have no qualms and no worries about when those guys are pitching.
Yeah, I look at yesterday's game as just you got Dylan Cease, you got beat 2 of 3 at San Diego. All 3 of those games were winnable. The first one was a very tight game, could have won it. The second one obviously was a tight game, went to extra innings, you did win it. Yesterday's game was a pitcher's duel. That was a 1-0 game after 7 innings. They got out of hand in the 8th inning. So I don't really look at that series as like, oh no, the Astros sky is falling. Oh, the offense, I don't love you. Oh no, you can't win it all. Now, part of the reason that I'm thinking that way, and I'm like, cool, like I'm okay with the Astros right now, probably because the Mariners lost again. So like the lead is still at 5 games. If Mariners won the last 2 games and the lead was at 3, okay, probably a different story. I'm probably not talking with as much calmness about the Houston Astros as they return home. But it's a 5-game lead, and you lost 2 of 3 to a really good San Diego team, and all the games were close.
We were talking about it. You didn't want to end up going into the Mariners series that's still sitting there to be played, the second to last series of the year, with a 3-game lead or a lesser than lead. You got 10 games to play. You got a 5-game lead. You got the Angels coming in. You should be in a really good spot, and you should be able to relax because from the other perspective of it, when we were talking a few weeks ago about possibly being within striking distance of Cleveland and New York, those days are over. That's past. That's not. You are in the wild card series one way or another, and you're going to hopefully be the division winner, and you're in a really good spot to do that. So just do what you got to do, handle your business, make sure that there's enough distance when you face Seattle, and you're good.
Yeah, 5.5 back of Cleveland. It's I guess it's going to be kind of good that you're going to enter that Guardian series probably without a chance to overtake them, because the worst thing you can do is sell out trying to get a 2 seed and you fall a game short. And then you put your starting rotation in a tough spot going into the wild card round. So like at this point, yes, I hate that you're going to have to play a wild card series, but also being realistic about it, and the pitching set up against Seattle. Their top 3 pitchers are going to pitch against Seattle. I forget the order would be Hunter Brown, Fromber, and then Kikuchi. So those 3 guys are set up to pitch against Seattle. So that's the good news. Now, leave that series with the division clinched, which it should be. It should be probably not within 3 games of Cleveland to catch them for that 2 spot. Well, then you can set up the rotation for the wild card. I don't want to be in the wild card, but if you know that's your destiny, you know you're going to be in that wild card series, you kind of have to start game planning for what your rotation's going to be for that 3-game series. And they can do that, quite frankly.
And then think about what we were just talking about. The fact that if you can do that and you go into that series and you feel like you should be playing that at home and you're going to have Fromber and Hunter Brown to start that series, you feel like you're really in a good spot. You're in a good spot because of the fact these guys are pitching their best right now of the season, and you're going to be at home, and you feel comfortable that if you got to win 2 out of 3, those are the 2 guys you want on the mound to try and get you those 2 dubs. So, I'm with you. I hope that there's nothing to play for by the time you play Seattle, but they still get their work in, and then you just kind of use the Cleveland series to get some reps for some of the bench guys and rest some other guys, and then just set it all up for the wild card.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line, 713-780-3776. 4488, would you feel the same way about this run of bad offense if yesterday was the season finale? I don't know. Like, I mean, it is Dylan Cease.
Yeah.
It is San Diego. The Astros on getaway days, like, they're ready to get home. That's just who they are. They do that a lot. I guess I would feel a little bit more concerned if it was the last game of the season versus, you still have 10 games left. Yeah, I guess so. I guess I would be. But would I be freaking out like the sky is falling, the room is on fire? Probably not, because the Astros do have a tendency to kind of turn it on. Now, I think this year's offense is bipolar, which worries me. So, like, can a bipolar offense win a World Series? I think it can because of the pitching staff the Astros have. And if the Padres are a World Series caliber team, you just played 3 really tight games against them where the offense for 2 of them was pretty much non-existent, and you still took 1 of the 3. So, like, yeah, I still think they can be a World Series contender, the Astros, even though their offense is bipolar, and the Astros do have a tendency to be able to turn it on.
Yeah, when the games matters the most, even if it's the toughest pitching matchups in the playoffs or you're on the road, they seem to step up. The thing is, to me, the scenario that's painted, if it's the last game of the regular season, did it mean anything? Was there anything on the line? Who are you playing? You're facing a really, really good pitcher in Dylan Cease and a really good lineup. So, yeah, if it was the last game of the season and there were stakes on the line, or you were playing your full lineup and you didn't hit Dylan Cease, sure, I guess there would be a level of concern. But looking at it, I would also say, hey, look, with all those scenarios, you're coming off the road and everything else that I mentioned, I'm just fine with this team, and I'll ride with it going into the playoffs because I believe as long as they're healthy, offensively they're going to be fine, and pitching they're going to be fine.
0794, would you take Brent Rooker on the Astros? Been underrated. Of course I would. Now, like, what does the return look like? So that's the other part of the conversation. I think the A's would be asking for a lot for Brent Rooker. Really good. Yeah, I like Brent Rooker. I'm a fan. He tried to jump. He was in a pickle yesterday, and he tried to He tried to jump and wear it on the crown of the helmet.
Yeah, it was like a soccer header. He tried to just get up there and snap the head at the ball. Clever. I don't think they would have flown with the umpires.
Do you think that would have been interference?
Yeah.
No doubt about it, which is why it drove me crazy with the Yasmani Grandal call a few years ago. Oh, it's not the runner's lane. No, it doesn't matter. If a runner intentionally gets hit by a thrown ball, it's interference. I'm still triggered about that whole argument, as you can tell. 6941, I thought bringing in Ort with only 22 innings pitched this year in such a big game wasn't wise. See, I don't think Espada was managing that game like it was Game 7 of the World Series. Espada wasn't managing that game like it was the playoffs. Espada knew even if he lost that game, he's returning home with a 4-game lead and 10 to play. If that was a big game, must-win game, you're going to your leverage guys. Caleb Ort's not a leverage guy. He didn't manage that game with desperation. Well, why isn't he managing the game with desperation? Because they have a 5-game lead with 10 to play. At worst, it would have been a 4-game lead with 10 to play. I don't blame Espada.
And he's been using his leverage guys in this series on the trip. And so, yeah, for everything you said, plus that, I'm not worried about if he used Ort or not. And I'm not worried about how many innings Ort's pitched because he's had several of really good outings since he's been here. That's why he's still on the roster and still being used. I didn't have any problem with him pitching at all yesterday.
Yeah. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Now, the bullpen's been a little bit beat up lately. Ort gave up as many home runs as letters in his last name yesterday. Presley's been a little bit questionable. Caleb Ferguson's a human rain delay, always a bit stressful. How much are we worrying about the Astros bullpen? Lots to get to today. Adam Moronis, Fantasy Life on Sirius XM. It is Bad Take Boulevard. Texans get ready for the Vikings. Lee Sterling handing out winners. David Nuno at 3:30 to talk some Aggie football, talk some SEC. Twitch.tv/ESPN 97.5. You guys behave. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitter at ESPN 975. Blankers is at Pac-Man Joel. Brian's at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. When do we start worrying about this bullpen? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word for the good people at Vanderford Air. Look, we know that it's hot outside, and we know that other parts of the country, it's fall. It's still summer if you're in Houston, regardless of what the calendar says. And triple digits means you got to be triple concerned with your air conditioning. And that's where Vanderford Air comes in. Because Vanderford Air is the one you should call if there's any concern about your AC units. If you want to get them tuned up and checked out before it gets too late or something breaks down, good idea. If you need something and you need someone fast because something's gone wrong and your AC's on the fritz, that's who you call because they back up everything they do in writing. They give you the estimates and they guarantee every single thing they do. 281-557-COOL. It's the number you should lock into your phone, and it's the number you should remember to use anytime and every time anything happens with your air conditioning. They come to you within 24 hours of you calling them. No questions asked, no waiting on a call list. No, hey, you're 36th in line. No, you call them and they guarantee within 24 hours they'll be out to see you, ready to work on your problem. And then once they get there, everything that they diagnose is going to be put in writing on how to fix it. If it's just a part, they'll give you a written estimate for that. If it's fixing the whole unit, they'll also give you an estimate for that. And then they let you decide. But once you decide, everything is guaranteed. The work that their people are going to do, the temperature that your unit is going to cool, the parts that are used, or the entire new units that are installed, all guaranteed 100% satisfaction or your money back. That's what you want in any company you do business with, service companies especially. Most service companies won't put it in writing. They'll tell you what they're going to do because they can always back out of it. And then once they do the job, they don't want to hear from you again, even if things go wrong. Not at Vanderford Air. They're going to take care of you every step of the way. 281-557-COOL. Save that number, put it in your phone, or go to vanderfordair.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. The fine amount on Azeez Al-Shire is out. Did you see it?
I did not.
Did you see it, Brian?
No, I didn't see it.
Let's go a little bit of Price is Right here. Price is Right. Guess the fine for Azeez Al-Shire, Blankers.
10,000.
Okay, Brian?
50,000.
50?
Yeah.
If you were going to guess that, why didn't you just guess 10,001?
Yeah, I should have prices right.
Because you just lost. You just cost yourself the game. Blankers wins.
Yeah, it's bad game plan.
Yeah, it was really bad game theory. Now, Blankers was really close, though. It was 11,000.
Oh, wow.
11,000. I'm surprised it was that
number.
That's a
kind of
random
light.
number. Yeah.
Very odd. Why didn't you go 1250 or normally it's 1,500,
15
10 grand,
or something,
50,000, 10,000.
I wonder if it's a percentage of the salary or something.
Maybe.
It might be a percentage of the salary that was
could be.
negotiated in the collective bargaining agreement. I don't know for sure, but that's my hypothesis. All right. When do we start worrying about the Astro bullpen?
Well, I think that there's time to be concerned. And I think the time is now, because I think that even as much as, you've been really high on Hader and what he's done this year, there's times, we've seen Hader hiccups, and, the home run ball is still, happening for him. I think he and Abreu are starting to give up hits and put runners on. Abreu's always been a concern of mine in terms of he gets out of most of them, but he does kind of set up his own trouble sometimes by putting runners on base. But then when you get into the Presley situation, it's a much different deal. We still probably have, as much confidence as we need in guys like Hader and guys like Abreu. Presley has looked anything but lockdown type, back of the bullpen type material. He worries the hell out of me and a lot of other people. People were losing their mind because of what Ort did. You're looking at some of the guys like Taylor Scott, who was everyday Tay, but also reliable Tay. That was, one of their best bullpen arms the entire first half of the season. That Taylor Scott has left the building. And now you're wondering what Taylor Scott you're going to get the rest of the way. Neris is another guy. As much as he was who he was the last time he was here, we knew coming in he wasn't that guy, but you were hoping that he would regain some of it. He's been decent, but he's also, scared the hell out of you, including the other night in San Diego, to where that bullpen that you felt so confident in, that you felt like, hey, they're going to peak at the right time, and those last three guys are the guys that no one wants to face. I think those days are gone right now, and I don't know if they're coming back.
Yeah. When do we start worrying about the Astros bullpen? I'll go September 25th as the date that we start worrying about the Astros bullpen. Half those guys you mentioned, though, aren't going to be pitching in the playoffs. Taylor Scott's not pitching in the playoffs, not in a meaningful spot. Caleb Ort's not pitching in the playoffs in a meaningful spot. Neris, maybe.
You don't think Taylor Scott would? I mean, obviously the way he's pitching right now is a different story.
Oh.
But Taylor Scott has been a guy that they've relied on for jams in the sixth or picking up innings here and there.
He might be the fourth reliever that they have to use, but the starter's going to go, they're usually, they have a quicker hook in the postseason, but you have good starters. What inning is Framber Valdez getting relieved? And in what inning is Hunter Brown getting relieved? You say Kikuchi. Even if those guys give you 5 innings, you really only need one other reliever to add to the big three, because you're not pitching Caleb Ort in a game that is tight. You're not pitching maybe Taylor Scott in the 6th inning in a game that's tight. Maybe either he or Hector Neris, I guess. Yep. You're not pitching Caleb Ferguson in a game that's tight in the 6th inning or later. So when you start to kind of reverse engineer what the Astros are going to look like on the mound over 9 innings in a playoff game, and keep in mind, other than the wild card series, which is 3 games in 3 days, but even then, in a game 3 of the wild card series, if Josh Hader pitched games 1 and 2, he's not pitching in game 3. Of course he's pitching in game 3. It's a do or die game. So you can rely more on your leverage guys in the postseason than you can the regular season. You get to the division series, there's an off day between game 2 and game 3. There's an off day between game 4 and game 5. There's 2 off days in a 7-game series if you're fortunate enough to get to a league championship or a World Series. So you can, if your starter goes 5 innings, you got Josh Hader waiting in the 9th. You have Ryan Presley, don't love
That's
that,
what I mean.
waiting in the 8th. And then you have Brian Abreu waiting in the 7th. So the biggest question that I have whenever you start to forecast what does it look like in a playoff tight game, because if you're down 4 runs, who cares if you throw Caleb Ort? You're down 4 runs. It's not really a winnable game. The only question that I really have is who's your fourth guy? Because we know who the big three are. And quite frankly, you probably want your starter to get through the 6th inning. When Fromber's on the mound, give me 6, turn it over to the big three. When Hunter Brown's on the mound, give me 6, turn it over to the big three. Kikuchi, Blanco, same thing. The question that I have, though, the biggest question I have when you're looking at the pitching staff is who has the 6th inning in a tight game? And it probably comes down to, I think it's Hector Neris.
I do too. I think, as much as we had the conversation and I was jacked up when he was coming back thinking that he could be that guy, I wasn't sure that he was going to get it because I thought Taylor Scott was still so good. And now I think that, thank goodness they've gotten a guy that at least that has some experience like Neris that can be a replacement for Taylor Scott. Because I just don't think Taylor Scott's that guy. I think it is Neris. But I also think, to everything that you said, I think that the problem is that I don't feel like they ever really got there fully, but that right now that I don't have the confidence in 7, 8, 9 with your leverage guys the way I would like to have had of like, hey, get comfortable to start to differentiate and determine your roles. We knew Hader was going to be the closer. We heard that from spring training, but then, Presley and Abreu backfoot, which regardless, you've got those 3 guys. They should all be lights out. You should be in a good spot. If it's a tight game, great that we're not going to use the majority of the bullpen. But the 3 guys you are going to use, I still don't feel confident, really comfortable with those guys either because of the fact that we've had some hiccups.
I'll go to battle with Abreu and Hader and have no problem. Like, I'm super confident in Abreu and Hader. Presley, no. But the other 2, yeah, I'll go to war with them. I think that's about as good as a bullpen duo that you'll have in the playoffs. And there's some other really good guys. Clase's a stud. But I'll go to war with Josh Hader and Ryan Abreu. No doubt about it. Ryan Presley does stress me out. Not going to lie about that.
And that's where we also get to the conversation of, does it, I think instead of, I would throw out 7th and 8th, I would figure out the leverage situation. And I definitely feel like you've got to put Abreu in the higher leverage situation than Presley, because Presley has just shown you that he is stressly again. And look, we've been through this before where the regular season, he got shaky. And then all of a sudden in the playoffs, he was really good in the past. I'm not feeling as confident that he's going to figure it out and be a guy that's going to be, shut the door and lock it down when he gets into a ball game. And I believe it really, truly has to be bullpen by committee all the way until the closer role, which I don't disagree. It's Hader's, regardless of how confident you feel or not. He's that guy. But I think you do have, if you're a spotter, you do have to consider the fact that Presley's not a lock for the 8th inning anymore. And he shouldn't be.
I hope so. Because if I were putting together my leverage chart, Hader's at the top of my list. Abreu's clearly the second guy. I would still probably have Presley third just based off experience, but still like kind of holding my breath doing so. And then your 4th reliever holding your breath doing so. I don't think you really have one. It's probably going to be Hector Neris because of the experience.
It's Neris, but I think the only thing that gives me a little bit more hope with Presley is the fact that when he needed a strikeout the other night, he went and struck out Machado. And he got the pitch where he needed to get it up and inside and got him. He struck out a really good hitter that we know has been really hot. But he's also consistently kind of come in and set a fire when he's come in, and the runs have come back to bite him. And so I hope that he gets better as the playoffs go. I hope that Joe Espada isn't back of the baseball card enough to say, well, he's my 8th inning guy. No, no matter what.
The back of his baseball card.
I don't want that.
It was interesting that he pulled Presley in the 8th inning the other night for Hader to get 4 outs. And that it might be something like that too. Like maybe you only need 3 guys to get through 4 innings. So we're talking about a 4th guy. Like if a starter goes 5 innings and now you're looking to eat 4 innings, maybe instead of a 4th man, there was a 4th man. Maybe instead of a 4th man, it's you have those 3 guys to eat 4 innings where it's, okay, Abreu, you give me an inning and 2/3. Presley, you give me an inning. Hader, you give me an inning and a third. Or maybe it's Hader for 2 innings. Maybe it's Abreu for 2 innings one night. Because Espada in the regular season has shown that he's willing. He's even done it with Presley. Presley had an inning and a third the other night. Yep. So, like, Espada has shown the tendency that he's willing to use his leverage relievers for more than 3 outs. So if he's doing that during the regular season, of course he's going to do that in the playoffs. Of course he's going to do that in the playoffs.
And I think he has to. I just think that, you just got to be smart, and you've got to go to the guys that give you the best chance against the best part of their lineup. And I don't care about slotting in per inning. And I think that you're right. I mean, we know that Hader has been a willing participant to go more than an inning. And when he's done it, he's more times than not been effective. Abreu, the same thing. Don't worry about the up down. He finds a way, and he has been effective. Presley is the weak link. So if he gets an inning and you can, get through that, I'd feel more comfortable in a 4 inning situation or scenario when the starter doesn't go 6,
Yeah.
I'd feel more comfortable with the slack being picked up by the other two guys.
Yeah, I'd like to go 6 innings with a starter, turn it over to Abreu and Hader and call it a day. It might be 6 innings and turn it over to the big 3. Who would be your 4th guy? If you're going,
mine's Hector
Neris. It's Neris too, yeah. Probably me as well. 3227, is Presley closer to Neris than Abreu Hader?
Yes.
For me, it's no question. No question.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no question.
And I think that when Neris still throws the splitty, that pitch it can be really, really effective. It's just that his control isn't what it was when he was having success here the first time.
Dab says the 97.5 ruined Ryan Presley. He might be right. Either that or old age. Definitely one of the two. All right, 713-780-3776. David Nuno, Tex Ags, Houston media icon. He'll be joining us next. Talk some Aggie football, talk some SEC football as well. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Let's go straight out to the HRNP guest line, being joined by Houston media icon David Nuno, now, of course, with Texags. We carry the Mike Elko show on the station here, Nuno, as you probably know. He said last night that every single week is going to be a game time decision at quarterback? What do you make of that?
Well, guys, first off, I'm honored. I was on TV for a decade, and I think I'm making my debut on the Killer Bees.
False.
So thank you very much.
That's false. That's false.
I don't think it is false.
Oh, on the Killer Bees. You've been on.
No, I think Nuno's
yeah,
right. Yeah, I'm on Nuno's side on this. We haven't. You have to take that L there, boy.
All right. My bad, Dave. I bad, John.
Yeah, you have. It's been a minute, but I love you guys. And look, what I think it means is we've got to see how this offense moves moving forward, right? Because I love Connor Wigman. I think he's still your starting quarterback, but there's something about Colin Klein's offense that seems to work with a mobile quarterback, and we saw it last week with Marcel Reed. I still don't think Connor has lost his job because he had one bad game in his 10 starts, and it was a bad game. There's no doubt about that. The Aggies should have beat Notre Dame, in my opinion, had they had just average quarterback play on that night. That being said, with the way Marcel Reed looks and the fact that Connor has got this AC joint issue with his shoulder, that sometimes that lingers, I think he is just trying to be a coach, and not saying necessarily coach speak, but prepare the situation for, look, we've got two capable guys, and one of these guys is going to have to get it done.
Dave, what is it with, and we've talked about this in the past, and I'm always kind of perplexed about the fact that A&M has all the tools. They've got unbelievable facilities. They've got money coming out of every orifice, and yet the one position that they struggle with over and over again is quarterback. And it frustrates me because you'd like to see them get over the mountaintop. That they, for the most part, they're putting together top recruiting classes, quality football team, and then the quarterback. And then you see a guy like Haynes King leave, and then he goes to Georgia Tech, and you're like, whoa, that would have been nice in an Aggie uniform this year. I just would love to put the finger on it a little bit as to why they can't get that position right.
Blame it on the offensive line and the development of the offensive line. You find me what program in college football in the SEC that can survive a backup quarterback, a third-string quarterback every single year. Since Kellen Mond was the quarterback, you've seen a revolving door, and the offensive line up until this point has been not a good line. Like you look at 2021, Haynes King goes down. Zach Calzada has to go for the rest of the year. He actually couldn't have played in the bowl game. Had they played in the bowl game, he got hurt. The next year, Haynes gets benched. Max Johnson goes down. Haynes King goes down. Connor Wigman comes in. Last year, Connor goes in. He gets hurt. Max Johnson goes in. He gets hurt. Jalen Henderson goes in, plays well until the first quarter of the bowl game, gets hurt on the very first play. Marcel Reed comes in. You can't win in the SEC on your third and fourth string quarterback. So I think that's part of the issue. Now, there's a bigger issue with A&M not reaching the mountaintop at all. And that, I think, has been a couple of different things. You've had, change of leadership, different athletic directors over the last decade, different administrations. I think there hasn't been the alignment that you need to see. You're starting to see now with Trev Alberts, General Welsh as the president. So you're starting to see that. But if we're talking about just the quarterback play itself, I think it's the offensive line and the lack of the development there that I think with the new offensive line coach in Adam Cushing, I think we're seeing that a little bit differently. And that's why I know that, Connor got hurt this year, but the O-line is making progress. They're owning the line of scrimmage, and that's been the biggest difference.
David Nuno, Texags, joining us on the HR&P guest line. Win at Florida, at the Swamp this past weekend, Bowling Green this weekend. Then you have the SEC Gauntlet. Most of the tough games at home, as far as an SEC schedule goes, which they're all very tough, but as far as an SEC schedule goes, do you think this one's favorable-ish?
I think Texas and Texas A&M have both very favorable schedules. If you're being honest, I think Texas is. Look, nobody knew Michigan was going to be bad this year, so props to them for scheduling them years out. But I think Texas has the easiest schedule in the SEC with Missouri second. A&M is not far off because you're exactly right there, Jeremy. The hardest games are at home. I think Missouri, as good as they are, and they're a top 10 team, and they will be a top 10 team when they come to Kyle Field. I think that is a game that A&M can have if they play the way we saw against Florida. LSU is a question mark to me. A bad year for LSU is a 9-3 team. Is this a 9-3 LSU team? Potentially. They escaped a close one last week with South Carolina, but they have very winnable games. But A&M's a program that right now you've got to look at Arkansas, you've got to look at Auburn, you got to look at South Carolina as games that you have to have if you want to have that kind of season. And look, 8-4 is not good enough at Aggie Land, but you better win those games to be in the conversation for an 8-4, 9-3.
I mean, look, I like Elko, and I'm curious in terms of recruiting, Dave. I know that, he's been there and done that before, so he's been around. He's coming back. I'm just curious on some of these recruits and the fact that as he gets into kind of setting his kind of players for his program, how you like the recruiting class so far. Is this kid Longstreet going to be a guy that's going to fit into the picture in terms of the quarterback position, or are they still looking to add in terms of a 5-star type quarterback, or trying to get another guy or two?
Hassan Longstreet's the number one quarterback in California. He fits what Colin Klein wants to do with this offense. He is a perfect fit. Now, the question is, can you keep guys like that, right? Because now everybody's after Hassan Longstreet, and he's going to be very popular. USC really wants him. But I do think so, because when Colin Klein was hired, that was the number one quarterback he identified. He wanted Hassan Longstreet, and he got him. And Hassan's been all over social media supporting what the Aggies are doing. As a recruiter, I think Elko, he's doing it right now. I think we're currently, depending on what ranking you look at, top 10. And they've lost out on some guys in Texas, because Texas is doing really well. LSU is still always dominant. But they're in the top 10 in recruiting. To me, you have to sell the actual offense now, and not the sizzle of what A&M has been the last couple of years, of a team with all these great resources and the ability to pay an NIL. Now you got to start winning some games. But I think it's going to take a couple of years for that to be established here with Coach Elko. But yeah, absolutely. I think he's a great recruiter, and he's a smash mouth coach. You saw it last week in the Florida game. On that 99-yard drive, what was it? 17 plays, 15 of those plays were run the ball. And I know that's not flashy in today's football, but what it does do is open up a 73-yard touchdown to Cyrus Allen, the ability to have the big play, because you have to worry about that run game.
This year in college football, we view a lot differently, really differently than any other year ever, because of the 12-team college football playoff. I think the Aggies are still very much alive in this, obviously. One-loss SEC team, very much alive. How many SEC teams do you think get in the college football playoff, and what do you think the Aggies have to do to be one of those teams?
It's hard for me to even go there, and because it sounds like I'm drinking the maroon Kool-Aid. A&M's got to prove they can beat Bowling Green.
Come on.
Hey, I think they're going to. But let me go ahead and tell you about Bowling Green, who almost beat Penn State, who was up on Michigan last year, who did beat Georgia Tech. This team plays very well in this atmosphere. They were up on Penn State at halftime and had a chance to win in the fourth quarter. I think A&M's going to win. I guess my point is, the Aggies under Jimbo Fisher, especially the last 3 years, lost games that they should have won. They lost games in the fourth quarter. I need to see this team do that in the fourth quarter at Kyle Field, because they had an opportunity in week 1 against Notre Dame. With 2 minutes left, the game was tied, and it was over. They lost by 10. That's just who they've been. They need to turn off that switch. I think they win this week. I think Arkansas next week is going to be an interesting game, but I still think A&M should be able to win that. They've won, 10 out of 11 against Arkansas since joining the SEC. And then, you've got the Missouri game. If A&M can get through Missouri at that point, if they beat Missouri 5-1 under this mythical scenario, then I think they're in the conversation. My thing for year 1 of Coach Elko, can you be in the conversation November 1st? At least in the conversation. That, to me, would be the right step for this program, where they've been the last couple of years.
Nuno, we miss you, man, but I'm curious. I mean, besides Raheel, the No Layups podcasts, and I don't know, what else do you miss about Houston now that you're in College Station?
Well, first off, I love living in a small town, but I feel like College Station's become like I feel like Sugarland at times, at least the part of College Station that I live in. But I'm in Houston all the time, guys. My kids are overachievers, and they have to play soccer in these travel leagues. So literally, I drive to Houston 3 to 4 times a week for soccer practice with Challenge and HTX. So I'm all over town all the time. So, and my parents are there, and I get to see them all the time. So I love Houston. Keep up the Stros, the Texans, the Rockets, obviously. So I love it. I miss telling Houston sports stories, but I love the passion of college sports.
Nuno, I'm sure you saw this. Dennis Dodd had his top 10 players he's ever seen live and in person, which I think is a little bit of a cop-out, but he did that. Live and in person. Who is the best college football player you've ever seen live and in person?
Best college football player I've ever seen live and in person. Vince Young, Johnny Manziel. I'm going to say those two.
Yeah, those didn't make Dennis's list. David, thanks for the time. We appreciate it. Of course, we're following your work. Love the work that you're doing, and we'll catch up again soon.
Thanks for the invite, guys. Miss you guys. Talk to you soon.
David Nuno, Texags, joining us. Houston media icon. Love Nuno. Last time I saw Nuno was in the NCAA tournament. Whenever Houston played Texas A&M in that overtime thriller.
With the Rockets.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, great dude.
All right. 713-780-ESPN. Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports. All he does is win. That's all he does. Well, last week he tied, but he won the previous 2 weeks. He's won overall on the year, and he's going to win again this week. Lee Sterling hands out his winners next. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, going to tell you about mybookie.ag because, hey, that's the place you want to be if you're betting on anything. You got the NFL game tonight, and you got college football leading into Sunday and Monday with more NFL. You want to put some money down, you want to get some action, you go to mybookie.ag because they've always got different things going on that are going to help you along the way. Got another promotion going on right now. You sign up at mybookie.ag, and depending on what you put into your account for the first time, they're going to put money on top of it up to $1,000 when you use our promo code BET975. Use that promo code whenever you get a chance because you're going to reap the benefits of other kinds of promotions and other ways you can cash in before you even put a bet down. The great thing is they got things like Thursday nights. Make a bet. If you win, you get it. If you lose, forget it. They're not going to get you for the Thursday night bet. That's a fantastic promotion. And they have a loyalty program now with MyBookie Plus, where as you continue to make wagers and do business with MyBookie, you climb up to different tiers and different levels of rewards that you will get. It's fantastic. And when there's no games going on or you just feel like playing casino games, but you don't want to fly to Vegas or drive to Louisiana, you don't have to. You go to mybookie.ag and live dealers are standing by for all your casino games too. Just always remember our promo code, BET975. That's the one that's going to open the doors and get you all the rewards. Go today, go every time. As I always tell you, bet anything, anytime, anywhere. With the only place I tell you to do it, it's mybookie.ag, promo code BET975.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports. Last week, 2-2-1. Won in each of the last 2 weeks. So Lee Sterling up big on the year for you. He's going to win again this week. So make sure you're taking notes. Get out the notepad, whether you're old school, still write them down, or you type them in the phone. Whatever you got to do. Take some notes. Lee, Cincinnati, Houston. We start with the game that's nearest and dearest to my heart. So we'll just kick off with Houston kicking off Big 12 play at Cincinnati Saturday morning against the Bearcats. Bearcats are giving 3 points in this game. What do you make of this Big 12 rivalry?
never thought we'd be saying that, but I don't know if you guys ever, when you're like looking up something, when it's based on conferences, find yourself looking in the wrong conference. Do you guys do that?
No, not me.
Never, Lee.
No,
never.
I
We
never
don't
do
make
that.
mistakes like that.
No, I love the Big
Okay.
12, Lee.
All right. Well, I'm still doing it from time to time, so that's been a problem for me. But this Houston team is going to have to play better if they want to have a chance to win some games. They just not real consistent. Cincinnati, for the first time, look like they are starting to turn things around here. I know Houston played well last week, probably the best, but Cincinnati had a pretty clean game, only one turnover. Their quarterback finally getting some good quarterback play. Their top running back receiver had big games. Henderson, the receiver, 10 catches for almost 150 yards. He might be a tough matchup here for Houston. I just think that maybe right now Cincinnati's a year ahead of Houston. That new 3-4 defense is going to have to create some turnovers. They want to have a chance. I like Cincinnati here, 28-20.
Lee, we were just talking some Aggies football. We know we got some quarterback issues going on there, and Weigman doesn't look like he's going to be the guy for this game against Bowling Green, but they're heavily favored. How do you see this one playing out?
Yeah, Bowling Green, I mean, what they did when they went up to play Penn State certainly was an absolute shocker. So I think Texas A&M is forewarned, and their defensive front was dominant in the game against Florida. But, if they're as heavy run as they were in the last game, it's going to be tough to really stretch out and win some games by wide margins. So Bowling Green, they just eat a lot of clock. They're going to take their time here. Texas A&M looks like for the meantime, until Weigman gets back, they're going to be more of a running team. And, I think they'll win a lot of games. But, the problem is, do you really want to lay that kind of wood here? And we're talking about 23 points against a team that might be one of the top 2-3 in the MAC here. I had Texas A&M winning this game, something like 38-21, but I'll take the 23 points here in Bowling Green.
Oklahoma, Tennessee, SEC rivalry here in this one. A lot of people think the Sooners are frauds. The Vols are giving up 7 points. How do you see this SEC thriller shaping up?
Yeah, the look-ahead line before Tennessee won 71-0 last week was 3 points. So the line has jumped 4 points. It really is no value at all. If Tennessee was at home, I'd probably lay 10 or 14 points. I don't think Oklahoma is great, but this will be Nico's first start on the road. He's had 2 neutral site games. He had that Iowa bowl game and then the neutral site game this year against NC State, and then 2 home games. The 2 games that the Vols played on the road against ranked opponents last year, they lost by 14 to Alabama and 29 to Missouri. Josh Heupel gets to come back, play against his old school, where he won a national title, where he coached, and I think he'll have his team ready here. But I think he's got 2 DBs, 2 cornerbacks that might get exposed here, and tough to win in conference on the road, especially laying 7 points here. I'm going to call for the upset. Wrong team favorite. Oklahoma outright 30-28 over Tennessee.
Let's shift some gears. Lee, let's get to the NFL. Let's look at a tale of 2 different cities, a Buffalo team that, much to the surprise of many, look like a team that is still going to be a contender for the Super Bowl. Josh Allen is doing with his legs, with his arm. They're playing great football. On the flip side, the Jaguars, one of those 3 teams in the Texans division that don't have a win, that don't look anything like they might have been rated preseason. How do you see Buffalo and Jacksonville?
Yeah, on paper, Jacksonville should be much, much better. I mean, they played a Browns team last week that had 100 yards in penalties, was 2 for 14 on third down. If you just looked at those 2 stats, you're like, oh, they're going to win the game here. They still managed to lose that game. And Buffalo's looking for revenge. They lost last year to Jacksonville 25-20. The game actually occurred in England. The Jags home away from home here. But Buffalo right now, you got to love that offense, the way they're hitting on all cylinders, running in, throwing the football. In Jacksonville, something is missing. I like Buffalo here, 30-20.
Houston Texans put their undefeated record on the line going to Minnesota. Also undefeated record on the line. Texans are a road favorite. Road favorites in the NFL, always scary. How do you see it going Sunday for the Texans?
So I actually think that the Texans are probably one of the top 5 teams in the NFL. I think they are the team that can give Kansas City the most trouble. Why? If they can settle and get Joe Mixon back and healthy, then they are going to be a really tough out. The defense, the pass rush, I mean, people say everyone's all over Chicago, but the 37 dropbacks, they either sacked Williams, they either hit him or hurried him. 36 of the 37 dropbacks, which is incredible. I love their linebackers. They may not be the right fit for another team, but the way that they can move and make plays in space, I think that they fit in perfectly with this team here. The only problem here is Sam Darnold. Remember, he played last week against San Francisco. Where did he play last year? San Francisco. He knew the defense. He knows DeMeco Ryans, who was, there before. He knows DeMeco Ryans' defense, and looks like Justin Jefferson will play in this game. And I think there's a better than 50% chance that Jordan Addison plays also. So Sam Darnold may not be the long-term answer, but a couple years ago in 2001, he did start the Carolina Panthers 3-0 straight up and against the spread. So eventually ended up getting pulled for P.J. Walker and Cam Newton. But I think right now, he's playing the best football he's ever played here. Hate to say it, guys. Even though you're a top 5 team, I think Minnesota pulls the upset 23-20.
Ouch, Lee. Now, I want to let you know there's a lot of extra pressure on you this week because our producer, BMAC, is going once again to a casino where he is going to be able to rely on you to pay his rent. You've already paid his rent once. Are you going to be able to do it again? And I think other people are wondering, how can Lee do the same for me? Tell everybody how they get involved with you. You got a free play for them and other things going on.
Yeah, the free play is going to be the Texas UL Monroe game. If anyone wants to get that game for free, let's give it to the first 5 callers. All they need to do is call 800-400-9741. First 5 callers will get Texas and UL Monroe on me. And this is a promotion I get the most emails and calls and DMs from people. It's a world famous Baker's Dozen. 13 games, Saturday and Sunday, just $97. And we've had some 12-1, never gone 13-0. We've had some 12-1, 11-2, and 10-3 records on this promotion. And I feel so sure I'm going to produce a winning record. I've never done this. And I think we've done this probably 20, 25 times, the Baker's Dozen. If I don't produce a winning record, next week will be free. So world's famous Baker's Dozen, 13 games, $97. I've been throwing baseball through Sunday. We're on a 17-5 run in baseball. We're up over 600 units in baseball this season. So everything we've got through Sunday, $97, and we're guaranteeing we're going to have a winning card in the football on the 13 games. How do you get it? Just one place, ParamountSports.com.
Man, talk about a deal. You care about the people, Lee. We love it.
Yeah.
We love it.
I know if I win for them, they're going to want to come on in baseball through the World Series. Football, they're going to join for a month of the rest of the season. So all I can tell them is don't count on getting the free week.
There you go. That's perfect. That's
BMAC
great.
is fired up, Lee. He's ready to go. He's got his pocket full of cash.
We
All right,
appreciate it. Appreciate it, Lee. Had that winning week. We'll talk to you next
All right.
week. Lee Sterling.
See you guys. Take care.
Lee's ready to go to his next city. Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports, joining us, but he's been on fire. He's been on fire to the start of this weekend, and there's not deals like that exist in that space. Brevin Jordan's season is over, by the way. Aaron Wilson reporting that he has torn his ACL.
That sucks.
So Brevin Jordan done for the year.
Yeah, not that he was going to be a massive impact player, but look, he had a depth. Everybody talks about he's a big body, good dude, good athlete. We all remember the touchdown and the speed in the playoffs last year, but you hate to hear that for anybody, especially this early in the season.
Which do you like the most? That he's a good dude or a big body?
Well, I like the fact that he can still play tight end and be a backup for you that can catch the football a little bit, and he's got speed for his size.
I was just curious of the things that you used to describe him. Which of the two you like the most? I'm curious. The big body or the good dude? I like the big body more myself.
I like his big body.
I like the big body. I don't really care if he's a good dude. It's great. It's a nice attribute to have. But of the two, I rather have the big body at tight end than the good dude at tight end.
Yeah.
Personally. But I think he's been more than kind of what you let on, though. Like, he's played a lot of snaps with the Texans. They've used him a lot in 12 personnel. They've used a lot of 12 personnel. He's been a really good blocker. I do think this loss is significant. Is it one that you can't overcome? No. But yeah, it stinks.
Yeah, I like the fact that he can catch the football as a big body, and the fact that he's athletic. It's not just normally the big bodies. Oh, you can block, and occasionally you might get a dump off pass. But he's proven he can catch the football. He's athletic. He's got size, and it sucks that he's out for the year.
Yeah, kind of like he's not really like the prototypical like 6'6" tight end. He's more kind of the shorter dude, but he's built like he's jacked. D'Amico said that he was destined to have a breakout year, and stinks after 2 games. I never saw where he got hurt though. I have to look a little bit closer. I never saw him get hurt in that game.
They never pinpointed it. That's for sure.
All right, who are the best college football players you've ever seen? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Who is the greatest college football player you've ever seen in person? 713-780-3776. I saw this in the prep today. Dennis Dodd, CBS Sports, he's been around forever. He had his top 10 best players that he's ever seen live, which I think is kind of a cop-out. Like, it's, hey, this is the guys I've seen live, and then, well, how about this guy? Well, I never saw him live. So I think it's kind of like a cop-out / you're immune to criticism, or at least you have an excuse. You're probably not immune to criticism. No one's ever immune to criticism, but you have an excuse. His top 10, Barry Sanders at number 1, Travis Hunter at number 2.
Already?
Two-way player at Colorado, Travis Hunter, number 2. He had Tim Tebow at 3, Ndamukong Suh at 4, Reggie Bush 5, Cam Newton 6, Brian Bosworth 7, Ed Reed 8, Tyrann Mathieu 9, and then Kellen Winslow 10. Now, we don't know Dennis Dodd's pool because we don't know who he's all seen live. So I think it's kind of a cop-out. But I tweeted this. It's went nuts. Jason Whitlock quote tweeted it. I'm an influencer. It's what I do. So the question is, I don't know if I want to go live. Do you want to go live? Like the best college football player you've seen live?
Because there are them, but then you have to remember, like, I've been to LSU games. I've been to A&M games. I've been to Texas games. But then you're trying to, decipher, like.
I don't even remember who I've seen live.
See, I saw Wisconsin LSU here, and I saw Wisconsin at a ton of places. So J.J. Watt's obviously on the list because I saw J.J. Watt play his entire Wisconsin career.
Was he, like, crazy at Wisconsin, though?
Yeah, he was. I mean, he was destructive. You could just tell his motor. He always was ramped up, and on every play, and I've told this story before, but I remember because we were affiliated with the Highway to Hell, and there's a certain host there that was convinced this was a horrible pick when they took J.J. Watt.
Which one?
He was situational. Lopez was all over it. Lopez was all over the fact that J.J. Watt was situational and he wasn't going to be that great. And Gavin Spittle, the PD at the time, was like, he got me on the air and said, "You've seen the guy play. What do you think?" I was like, people in Houston are going to love this guy. He has got a motor that won't quit, and he is destructive and all these other things. And, you remember that. I saw his brother play there too. But, I saw Myles Garrett play at A&M, and he's one of the best pass rushers. But I would love to have seen Vince Young. I mean, you saw him play in high school.
I don't know if I saw him play live in college, actually. I did see him a lot in high school at Madison, but he and Courtney Lewis single-handedly going to the state, I think it was actually the regional finals, lost to North Shore. But I don't think I saw him play at Texas live and in person. Of course, watched him tons on TV. So maybe we just say greatest college football players ever. Like for me, it's Case, and the numbers would back that up. Don't roll your eyes at that, Brian. He's statistically the greatest Cougar of all time. He's not the greatest Cougar of all time. He's statistically the greatest college quarterback of all time. I think that if you're talking about recent people, like Vince is very, very high. Like Vince's final year at Texas was on another level. Johnny Manziel won a Heisman. Yep. Andre Ware, a couple people have already texted in, Andre Ware winning a Heisman. So I think it's better to just which college football players do you think were the greatest ever?
Like, I saw Melvin Gordon play at Wisconsin, but I saw Ron Dane. And I feel like Melvin Gordon was a better pro player, but Ron Dane won the Heisman. So seeing Ron Dane win a Heisman at Wisconsin was something that I'll never forget because I never thought I'd see a Wisconsin running back win the Heisman.
And I also think Dennis Dodd's I think he's being favorable to Deion Sanders. If we see a Dennis Dodd, Deion Sanders piece next week, let's remember this. Let's keep that in mind because having Travis Hunter at number 2 is wild.
That's
wild.
Ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous.
So who are the best that you've seen? Lamont says Vince Young 1. He says Marshall Faulk 2, Adrian Peterson 3, and Lamont's taste is impeccable. He's got terrific taste. I'll have Case as my number 1. I'll have Vince at number 2, and then. It's hard not to put Manziel. There. Maybe a Tim Tebow. Tim Tebow was great in college. What do you got?
Well, I have seen Vince Young live, so I can put him on the list either way. But Vince Young would be number 1. I mean, the Texas team was loaded around him. They had a lot of guys go to the NFL, especially in the secondary. But that team wasn't, to me, beat USC without Vince Young. Yeah. Vince Young was the ultimate cheat code that nobody had the answers for. They beat, obviously, Michigan the year before in the Rose Bowl. And there was no one in college football that was going to stop them that year. So Vince Young will be number 1. After that, I hate to put an OU guy second, but Adrian Peterson was as dominant as a college football running back as I've ever seen.
Yeah, he was unbelievable. What's the difference, the texture's asking, between seeing them live and in person and live on television? I guess just the aura that you saw them. Yeah, like a little different, I guess, seeing them live, seeing their speed, seeing their size, seeing them in the flesh. I don't think there's a massive difference, though.
No, but I saw Ricky Williams there's
Ricky
another
would
guy.
Make my top 5.
He was unbelievable in college, and to see him again, kind of what you're talking about, the athleticism with the size and his ability to change directions and have that much speed at the running back position reminded you of the highlights of Earl Like he was just that destructive when he ran, but also so quick.
Yeah, he was nasty.
Yeah,
he was so nasty there.
No doubt.
I specifically remember that interview Blankers did with Lopez. I remember the entire city was upset. We did not take fairly. Blankers came on, said what you said. So, Branham, you're not the only influencer. There you go. Look at Blankers influencing it. You're ahead of your time. Ahead of your time with your influence. 8576, every running back in the Saban Alabama era.
There was a lot.
Derrick Henry was a freak.
Yeah, there was a lot.
Who was the fat boy that got traded for a first rounder twice? Eddie Lacy was a stud at Alabama. He was unbelievable at Alabama. Trent Richardson was unbelievable at Alabama.
TJ Yeldon. There's a ton of guys that were great there.
Every running
Trent
back
Richardson
under
was
Saban.
the big bust with 2 different teams, right?
Yeah,
Colts and
Cleveland
Browns.
See, I think he's the one that's most traded for a first rounder twice. He was the one I was thinking of. But Lacy was great there too.
Oh, Green Bay loved Lacy for the first couple of years, and then, like you
he
said,
was good
he blew
early
up
on.
Yeah, he blew up and became an offensive lineman.
2284. I broadcasted Vince Young's Madison Westlake game. He was insane. He was stupid. He played a little bit safety too, like in critical downs. 8656. Colt McCoy, Texas at Wyoming. I didn't think I'd see Colt McCoy on this list. Alex Smith. He says, I'm a Wyoming grad, seen a lot of great players, but those were the best. Okay, so he's talking about in person at Wyoming.
Texas, it was weird. Texas actually played at Wyoming one year when Colt was there, which is weird.
Weird scheduling.
Yeah, it was very weird scheduling. I didn't expect to see it when it was weird to watch it. But yeah, so I'm sure if he went to Wyoming, that was a cool moment seeing Texas come through.
Yeah, Tavon Austin, he was a stud in college. West Virginia.
We got to mention Reggie Bush at some point.
Reggie Bush, absolutely. Reggie Bush was so good.
Oh my God, no question. I'm curious if Lamont saw Falk play because Falk's from New Orleans. That evidently they played a high school game.
I thought he mentioned Falk.
I say it. I'm just curious where Lamont saw him. And then
I'm not that curious.
Who was Brian? When you from Texas, the defensive lineman that played for the Giants that was all pro. So Sean, he was. Some people say that he might be up for the Hall of Fame at some point, but he actually ended up.
Yeah, I'm blanking on this. Hold on a second.
And I could picture him. But you talk about athletic. I know you're annoyed by this, but
he's wasting a lot of time with a lot of text coming in here.
He's absolutely, from an athletic perspective, I saw him play football, but he played hoops with us one day. He was a buddy with a guy I worked with. I've never seen a man that big and strong at 300 pounds or whatever go up and dunk over like 6
Sean
people.
Robinson, I think.
No, I'll look it up. But he actually was freakish enough to jump over and dunk over people in basketball. So I was like, oh my God.
6419, longtime LSU season ticket holder. So my picks are SEC skewed. No problem there. Tebow, Darren McFadden at Arkansas was on another level.
He was
too.
sick.
He was so
That was
good.
a loaded backfield too.
Glenn Dorsey. And then Patrick Peterson. Peterson was a stud at LSU.
Cam Newton, if we haven't mentioned him.
Odell,
the 1 year he had at Auburn was amazing.
Probably one of the greatest single season years in college football history. Quite frankly. The Odell Beckham, Jarvis Landry wide receiver tandem was filthy. I saw Jarvis Landry catch a kickoff, didn't even return it, just put it on a knee. It was like a knuckling kick, like 7 yards deep in it, like knuckling. Line drive, knuckling kick, just spears it out of the air one-handed. Greatest catch I've ever seen that did not matter. Because he's caught it, put it on a knee, tossed it to the official. Greatest catch I've ever seen that was irrelevant.
Well, he was elite for a long time in the NFL and then just kind of fell off.
He got old. 8950 Keenum, Duck, go Cougs, you're right. Ricky Williams text on this one. Mike Evans. A lot of people say Mike Evans made Johnny Manziel.
That's a good one.
That is a take. That is a theory, which isn't a bad one. I mean, who had better career in the NFL?
And you knew what Manziel was talking about. He always said, I could just throw it up anywhere, and Evans would go get it. And then Baker just said that last week and mic'd up for the Bucks. He's like, Mike makes it so easy. I just throw it anywhere, and he grabs it. He does.
I'll never forget the return match when Alabama went to A&M. There were several plays where Johnny was just backpedaling, just chucking and heaving it in the most wild fashion, and Mike Evans would bail him out every single time and win the jump ball.
Sean Rogers was the D-line.
Sean Rogers.
Thinking about. Freak athlete.
I've never heard of him.
Yeah, he played for Detroit, I believe, too.
And the Giants,
Yeah.
2891 Pat White, Steve Slayton, Noel Devine. So a West Virginia fan,
West
but they
Virginia.
were.
Yeah.
Pat White, West Virginia quarterbacking was a fun team.
That was a fun team, but I kind of knocked them because they almost had a chance to make I think it was the BCS at the time, but they lost to Pittsburgh in the backyard brawl.
Anybody can win that team, but he loves talking about if you never saw Pat White and those guys play.
No, they were great.
Eric Dickerson says 6167, Little Pony XS. He was stud though.
Yep.
I saw Leonard Fournette, Patrick Mahomes live. Mahomes was weird in college, though, because he put up huge numbers and obviously was very talented, but his teams weren't very good.
Right.
Leonard Fournette was a stud at LSU, though.
I'll throw in, I don't know if you guys remember him. I believe he had the only score of the game, which was he returned the opening kickoff for a touchdown against Florida, but Chris Gamble from Ohio State bit of a two-way
yeah.
player.
I remember the name.
Yeah, cornerback, and he was also played some wide receiver. He was amazing.
I'm disappointed, because Jordan Travis is number 2 on this list. Charles Woodson's the OG, two-way guy. I mean, won a Heisman.
Right.
Won a Heisman.
Yep.
Charles
Yep.
Woodson, how is he not ahead of Travis Hunter?
Yep.
3082, Andre Ware, go Cougs. 2 players that stood out to me. 409 Josh says Michael Vick and Peter Warwick. Remember that national championship game?
Yeah,
That might be one of my favorite national championship games.
Florida State blew him out, but Michael Vick was amazing.
They kind of blew him out. They were blowing him out, and Vick got them back in that game single-handedly in the second half. I loved Michael Vick in college. Michael Vick, I don't think is the greatest college player ever. He's probably my favorite non-Cougar college athlete ever, though. Love Mike
Just
Vick.
unbelievably elusive. I mean, just seeing what he could do, and then even on the NFL level, again, where everybody said he couldn't do it, kind of like Lamar before, but he was amazing.
He was the only guy that making watch a Beamer ball worth it.
I mean, Deion was good, too.
Virginia Tech outside of those
Oh,
Michael
yeah.
Vick years is just so boring.
Yeah, don't sleep on Tyrod Taylor, man. O.J. Simpson, Herschel Walker, Bo Jackson, Vince Young, Mike Rozier, Vince Young. Keith from LA says Reggie Bush. Of course you say Reggie Bush, although this time we can accept that. Ronnie Lott, Billy Sims. I'm guessing I'm giving my age away. Did you send that text in, Blakers?
No. Billy Sims was a
Billy
stud.
Sims from what, the 70s?
Yeah, Oklahoma. He was a stud.
Obviously never saw him play, but well aware of who he is and the numbers he put up.
I'm
Cordell
well aware
Stewart.
because every year at the Heisman presentation, he keeps Elliott on Boomer Sooner.
He does.
4539 says Cordell Stewart. Cordell Stewart in college was incredibly fun.
Yeah.
He was ahead of his time. Remember the Hail Mary game?
Yeah. Was he also on the team that got the 4th down?
I don't know. I think it might have been that same year.
I think it might have been. They had some weird stuff going on.
You mean they got
that
the
year.
5th down?
Oh, 5th down. Sorry,
Yeah,
5th down.
they had
yes.
2 4th downs. Well, I guess they could have 2 third downs.
Was it Westbrook that caught the Hail Mary pass?
I don't
from him?
remember.
God, that was an unbelievable.
I think it
finish.
was.
That was one of the
Westbrook.
most legendary finishes in college football history. Starting to think Jefferson and Chase made Burrow at LSU. I mean, Burrow went to a Super Bowl. Denard Robinson, shoelace.
Yeah, that's right.
He was on a cover of NCAA.
He was the
wasn't
very
he?
last one until it came back this year.
Michigan people say next to the hit. Michigan say that
Clowney.
Denard Robinson. Yeah,
Yeah.
Clowney's hit, and then Denard Robinson. All the things he used to do.
Yeah, Robinson was tiny though. Joe Burrow, Mike Rozier, Brian Bosworth. It's a good one. Odell.
Wouldn't Flutie be on that list though? Won a Heisman. Flutie did the other one next to
He had another
Cordell
Hail Mary,
Stewart.
yeah.
That he did it. Phelan pass that they beat Miami.
This guy says, does anyone want to mention a guy by the name of Barry Sanders? He was number 1 on Dennis
Yeah.
Dodd's list. He thought he was the
Yeah, I
best.
didn't see him play, so I couldn't. I didn't see him play in college because he won the Heisman in '88. So
Multiple people are saying Jason Pierre-Paul. I really don't remember him in
I don't
college.
remember. We
Where
played
did
in
he go?
South Florida, I think.
I don't really remember.
I think
don't
it's
know where
South
he went.
Florida.
I couldn't
but
tell you.
I didn't really watch him play.
He'll leave an impression on me. Jamarcus Russell and Jameis Winston. They were great in college. I mean, Winston won a natty.
Yeah.
Like Jameis won a national championship. This texter says Brock Bowers. I don't think he's the greatest college football player of all time. Although he might be saying somebody he saw in person. I saw Larry Fitzgerald at College Station.
Ooh.
He was pretty sick.
He was a freak.
He made a catch in double coverage. That was maybe the greatest catch I've ever seen.
Yeah,
in that game.
he had the hands, the speed, the high pointing. He was fantastic.
Oh,
he was
I
good.
get because Georgia Tech was so hard to watch forever because of the triple option. I got to mention Calvin Johnson.
Oh,
He
for
wasn't.
sure.
I didn't think
Yeah.
he was great at Georgia Tech though.
I mean, he didn't post huge numbers because he had a terrible quarterback that was still a triple option guy. But every once in a while, they would just throw the deep ball up to Calvin Johnson, and it was so fun to watch.
73 said Rudy from Notre Dame. He was good for that one play. He was really good in that one play. Charlie Ward had a great college football
He
career.
really did.
Won a Heisman, right?
Yeah,
he did.
Won the
Yeah.
Heisman. Played point guard on the basketball team. Started too.
Who was the really good Nebraska quarterback when they ran the triple option?
Frazier? Tommy Frazier.
Yeah, he was a stud.
Yeah, and then
they
he
had
had-
some running backs too.
He had the blood clot problem.
Tommy Frazier?
Frazier.
Tommy Frazier might be my first great college football running back.
He was supposed to be such a transitional player, and then he had blood clot problems. He always was pulling muscles, and then he never could end up playing football.
He had some off the field stuff. Am I
No, that
remembering
was
that
his
correctly?
running back, Lawrence Phillips.
Lawrence
Oh,
Phillips.
Phillips was
That was the running. Yeah, Nebraska's running back for that team. I mean, I believe they won back-to-back titles, but
They were so
yeah,
good.
Lawrence Phillips had a lot of off-the-field
That's
issues.
like when I start remembering college football. It's like when Nebraska was dominant.
And Rozier was on those good Nebraska teams too. Mike Rozier that played for the Oilers.
9392 Rocket Ismail. That's a good call.
Yep.
Rocket Ismail was a stud in college. Burrow, Mike Vick had that dog in him. Ha 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 ha. Jamal Charles, Tony Dorsett, Mariota.
2 Pitt guys make the list. Dorsett and Fitz.
Yeah, Fitz was really good.
What was the other guy that had trouble at Ohio State? Lauren that could run.
Oh,
Maurice Claret.
Maurice
There you go.
Claret, yeah. He got caught with machetes and alcohol in
Yeah, I
his
don't know if
car.
I put him on the greatest ever. He had
Because
a
he was a
really
one-year
good,
wonder.
yeah.
He was great as a freshman running back, and then he got all sorts of problems.
He was trying to come out.
He decided he wanted to play two ways and play linebacker for a while. It was,
Did he
it was
really?
a mess.
I don't remember that.
I don't remember that either. And he made several attempts at a comeback, but I never saw him play. And I know it's shocking to you guys, but greatest college football players of all time, Archie Griffin has to be on the list.
Yeah, for sure. Back-to-back Heisman, right?
Yep.
Only one
Only
ever?
one.
Yeah,
Yep.
Eric Crouch was another. I think he was like the next great triple option quarterback in Nebraska.
Yeah, I didn't really think Crouch deserved that Heisman, but Nebraska certainly didn't deserve to go to that title game against Miami.
I'm
but,
disappointed nobody said Jason White.
Yeah,
I'm kidding.
Come
I'm
on.
kidding. Maybe the worst Heisman Trophy
I was
winner
just gonna
ever.
say, yep, that's the one
Him
guy
or
for the
Eric
trivia
Crouch.
question.
Forrest Gump at Bama. Okay, you guys are off the rails. That's enough of this. 713-780 ESPN. Let's get to Adam Ronis, Fantasy Life on Sirius XM with all of the fantasy questions you need answered before the weekend. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, we got another weekend of watching sports. We got a lot of college football. We were just talking about college football and how great it is. And we know that the NFL game starts tonight. And then you've got football through the weekend. Have some people over to the house. And if you do, or you're going to watch somewhere else, think about grabbing some Stella Rosa wines. They're fantastic. You serve them chilled. They'll pace yourself while you're pacing yourself while watching the games. They are refreshing. They go with everything that's going to be served. All the different foods, the snacks, the pizzas, the chips and dips, everything that's served, the wings. They have so many different flavors, and they're all made better with Stella Rosa wines. It's fantastic. They're great. And the best part about it is you can get Stella Rosa wines everywhere at your local retailers. Check your grocery stores, your liquor stores, but stock up on some bottles. And if you're going somewhere to watch the games, bring them as a gift. Or if they're having people over to the house, consider serving that along with everything else that you're serving from a food or beverage position, because they are fantastic. They are refreshing. They're not going to be too much for you to take. They're not going to be heavy, and they're going to taste great every single step of the way. Serve them chilled, serve multiple flavors, and always remember that you need to celebrate responsibly.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
He's blank on Branham. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Let's go straight out to the HRNP guest line, being joined now by Adam Ronis, Fantasy Life on Sirius XM Fantasy. Thank you for taking a few minutes again, Adam, to join us on this fine Thursday. Us being in Houston, obviously, it does not appear Joe Mixon is going to play. D'Amico Ryan's like, hey, we're holding out hope. Kind of what he does, though, kind of holds out hope. How are you handling the Texans' backfield when it comes to fantasy football this weekend?
Yeah, I'm trying to avoid it this week. If Mixon does sit out, it could be Cam Akers getting in there and Ogunwale on the passing downs. But I could see them going more pass heavy this week, especially when you have those 3 wide receivers. So I understand there's so many injuries in fantasy football right now that there might be some people who are desperate. But I try to avoid the backfield for this week in Houston.
Adam, you mentioned the injuries. It's always a concern for everybody that plays, but are there some guys that worry you more so because of the fact that they're on the fence and you hate waiting to the last minute to try and sit them or start them?
Yeah, look, we got fortunate last week with the A.J. Brown situation. We didn't have to wait till the last minute. They let us know, but George Kittle just popped up on the injury report today with a hamstring issue and didn't practice, so you hate that downgrade on the Thursday. I don't know if it's related to last week when during the game he was carted off. They said he needed an IV. But the 49ers situation with Deebo Samuel and George Kittle, that's a problem. And we've seen Brock Purdy, especially with Deebo Samuel out, doesn't perform as well. But it does open up a situation where a guy like Jawan Jennings becomes someone that is a sleeper that you might be able to get in your lineup because the Rams are probably going to provide very little resistance. They have injuries on the offensive line, injuries on the offense, and injuries on the defensive side of the football. So there's always guys that you're going to worry about. Jordan Love, I mean, they said they're going to take it up until kickoff, 90 minutes before game time with Jordan Love. And obviously that has a major impact because if Love is active, all of a sudden your wide receivers that you were benching last week for Green Bay, they become plays if Jordan Love is active.
Adam Ronis from Fantasy Life on Sirius XM joining us here on the Killer Bees. Adam, there's a lot of wide receivers that we drafted high, like DJ Moore and Terry McLaurin, that were depending on rookie quarterbacks. And right now, me, you, Joel, and Jeremy have as many passing touchdowns as the rookie quarterbacks this year, 0. So how are you handling these wide receivers with rookie quarterbacks like Terry McLaurin and DJ Moore?
Yeah, it's been brutal. DJ Moore, I'm going to be patient with. You got to remember, too, the Bears had a couple of tough matchups to open the season against some good defenses. Texans on the road, Tennessee, which is an underrated defense. People don't think of Tennessee as a good defense, but they are. This week, it's Indianapolis, okay? They are so bad against the run, bad in the secondary. This is the week that you need to see Caleb Williams play well and for DJ Moore to thrive. So I'm playing DJ Moore. I'm more worried about Terry McLaurin. I mean, this has been bad here. They are going against Cincinnati this week, but Jaden Daniels just doesn't seem like he could get the ball to McLaurin. So I'm more worried about him. But DJ Moore, I think it will get better. And you got to remember, it's 2 weeks. Essentially, those 2 weeks are like the preseason now with no one playing in the preseason. So hopefully this is the week that we start to see the offense get better because it's numbers across the board. Everyone's complaining, oh, my tight end. Okay, what tight end are you going to get? You have Sam Laporta. You have Travis Kelce. You have Dalton Kincaid. You're all upset with those guys. Who are you going to replace them with? A one-week wonder, a guy that did well last week and then doesn't do well? Same thing with the quarterbacks. Josh Allen had a down game last week. The only quarterback in the NFL through the first 2 weeks to throw for at least 250 yards in both games is Gardner Minshew. That sums up the first 2 weeks of the season.
Going 18th round for free in best ball drafts at the start of the year. I asked about the Texans backfield. What about the Chiefs backfield? Pacheco out 6 to 8 weeks, maybe longer. Brought in Samaje Perine after he was cut by Denver. They have the rookie, Carson the Animal still. They added Kareem Hunt to the practice squad. Is there anybody here worth picking up or playing?
For me, no. Now, people spent high dollars last night in the leagues I'm in. Kareem Hunt in one league went for $484 out of $1,000. The runner-up was $1, so I feel bad for that guy. This week it looks like it'll be Steele and Perine. So if you're in a desperate situation, I think you could use both. If Kareem Hunt is not activated off the practice squad, once he is, then it's going to become a problem. And let's not forget, Clyde Edwards-Helaire is eligible to return in week 5. It doesn't mean he will be activated, but this is a situation where you're not replacing Pacheco with one person. It's going to be multiple. And again, it's another team too that I could see passing more. So for this week, if Kareem Hunt's not active, and you're desperate, you can use Steele or P. Ryan. But going forward, I don't feel good about anyone in this backfield.
Adam, are you surprised at the fact that we've seen basically the offenses from a passing perspective go way down with numbers, touchdowns, quarterbacks throwing for, as you mentioned, less than 250 yards? And do you think that that's going to be a trend, or do you think that eventually everybody's going to kind of settle in and we're going to see the 300-yard passing games, the numbers go up?
I think it will pick up. It's just the defenses are ahead of the offenses right now. It's so difficult when these players are just not participating in the preseason. So many teams didn't let any of their starters go in the preseason, and then, okay, here's game day, let's go. And you could see it. Guys are just not ready for it. It's taking some time, especially with new offensive coordinators, new quarterbacks. You mentioned the rookie quarterbacks, and we've seen pretty much all of them up to a slow start. So I think it's going to start to pick up, especially this week and next week. We do see some low totals across the board this week, but I do think it will get better because I just don't see it continuing like this.
Adam Ronis joining us here on the Killer Bees. Adam, the Saints have been a surprise to everyone, scoring 40-plus in each of their first two games. And I think we all liked guys like Chris Olave, Alvin Kamara coming into the season seemed like a kind of a sleeper here. But Raheem Shaheed in the the out of nowhere Derek Carr streaming play has really surprised a lot of people. Where are you at with the Saints players in fantasy, and how long do you think this wave rides for them in the uptick and explosion on offense?
They're not going to score 40 points every week. I can tell you that. I know you didn't have me on to say that, but it won't continue to that level. But I do think the offense is legit because Clint Kubiak has come in and just changed things. There's a lot more motion, a lot more design plays. You could just see it. I mean, Dallas's defense was atrocious against the run. And Kamara just carved them up. He's always been a good player. He was a guy I drafted in a lot of leagues in the double-digit round. And some of my teams, I can't even get him in the starting lineup. Not saying that's how good my teams are. I have others that are just decimated by injuries where I will get him in. But he was a guy that I liked because every time we've seen him on the field, he makes big plays. But he wasn't playing a full complement of snaps. Now he is. I think Chris Olave, too. If you can buy low on Chris Olave now, do it. He landed at the 1 yard line last week. Had he scored that touchdown, it would have been a bigger day. But if this offense is going to continue to thrive, it means bigger days ahead for Chris Olave. So I think he's an excellent buy low today before he goes off this weekend. They do have a tougher schedule coming up, but Philadelphia's defense, who they get this week, has not shown the ability to stop anyone. So, yes, Shaheed has been relying on the big plays, but you also have to remember that the Saints have backed off in the second half of these two games. They were in control against Carolina. They were in control against Dallas. I think Carr only attempted 16 passes last week. So, yeah, I think the offense is for real. It won't continue at that pace, but Carr is a guy that was still available off the waiver wire this weekend. You can make a case for starting him over some of the struggling rookie quarterbacks right now and some of the quarterbacks that were taken in the 8 to 12 range. And Kamara looks rejuvenated. That is one I missed on. His efficiency was declining last year, but this offense has really opened things up, provided good lanes, and Kamara looks like he has a little bit more juice than last year as well.
Adam, what do you have coming up with the Dub Club this week?
Well, we're giving out picks. Last weekend in the NFL on Sunday went 5-0. So hope to keep that going. Hit me up on Twitter at Adam Ronis. And for your listeners, if they DM me, I'll give them a special discount.
There you go. Make sure you do that. Adam, we appreciate the time, and we'll talk to you again next week.
All right, guys. Have a great weekend.
Make sure you get to him on Twitter. DM him. He'll give you a free pick. Adam Ronis. It's Adam Ronis. It's at Adam Ronis. Ronis. So make sure you follow him on Twitter. Send him that DM. It'll give you a free play. You can catch him on Fantasy Life on Sirius XM Fantasy as well. All right, let's get to Bad Take Boulevard. What are the worst takes of the week? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Week 3 begins tonight, and we're going to throw down some money on this week's games, aren't we? And look, the only one that I endorse is BetUS.com. It's my favorite sports book. It's my favorite casino. It's BetUS.com. Football, of course, is back. We're getting into the thick of the football season, so it's time for you, if you haven't already, to get in on the action. I endorse one sports book and casino. That's BetUS. If you want a game plan to win this season, then check out BetUS. BetUS went large for you this season with a huge offer, a 125% sign-up bonus on your first 3 deposits. That's right, 125% bonus on your first 3 deposits. BetUS offers value other sportsbooks simply do not. Gambler's insurance, crypto bonus, casino bonus, plus they have all the products you need. Competitive odds, parlays, live betting, odds boost, prop betting. When you're ready to lay down your bet, give your bet an edge. Why not combine your sign-up bonus with knowledge? Get that knowledge with expert analysis, picks, and predictions, all on major sports on their very own BetUS TV. Get started today, BetUS.com, or just give them a call, 1-800-MY-BETUS. BetUS, where the game begins. What are the worst takes of the week? What belongs on the list? 713-780-3776. Of course, we have to start in Seattle. Back-to-back nights. They made awful base running blunders that probably cost them the game, and back-to-back nights that probably cost them their season. 2 nights ago, it was Victor Clueless trying to do this.
And they're stealing home. The throw. Got him.
That made 0 sense. You have a 3-0 count, and you're going to try to steal home. 0 sense right there from the Mariners.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Michael K. Absolutely ridiculous. Terrible decision. Terrible take. What are you doing trying to steal with a 3-0 count, 2 outs? Dumb.
I mean, it's not a take, though.
Absolutely, it's a take. It's a take I think I can take home, and he couldn't. He couldn't.
That's such a stretch.
Couldn't. A decision is a take. They're synonymous. I think they're synonymous.
No,
a decision, a take. I think so.
I love clowning on the Mariners, but it's not a take.
I think it is. I think he's taking Chiefs 2 takes. Taking home, and it's a decision. And a decision and a take are synonyms. And then last night, Jay Nimrod getting picked off at third base.
Mariners 2-2. So look out. The bat almost hit Julio. And Julio's got to get back to the bag. Oh, my goodness. Oh, no. Two incredibly bad base running mistakes by the Mariners back-to-back nights.
Poor Dave Sims. He's probably not even going to call Mariner baseball anymore. He's so devastated and sad. So Victor Clueless, Jay Nimrod, you both make the list.
You just made the list.
Moronic base running. All right, there was a caller to the Olaleye Show suggesting they trade C.J. Stroud.
Let's get to Chris. He wants to talk about quarterbacks. What's up, Chris?
Yes, sir. How y'all doing, man?
We're good, man. How are you?
I was just wanted to
Good, good. Man, I want to know, I know this is crazy suicide for a GM and a coach, but what if coaches' teams start moving from quarterbacks like a rookie? Like right now, CJ Stroud, the best things to slice cheese. With his contract up, you could get king's ransom from him. Are you going to pay him $300 million and be stuck with him? I mean, I don't think he should get paid top league. I don't think none of these guys should get paid. Do you think it's crazy to move off from a rookie quarterback if he's hot and just get the trade picks and go forward with your team? And I'll hang up and listen.
There you go.
That's just ridiculous. I mean, he called our show too.
I don't remember that.
He called our show, but he didn't say anything like that. But he said at a certain point when you get a young quarterback, do you think about trading him to get a bunch more assets so you don't have to pay him?
It may be one of the more insane takes I've ever heard.
I kind of understand where he's coming from, though, because whenever a quarterback's on their rookie contract, the chances of winning with that guy are incredibly high. With the exception of Pat Mahomes, no one else has won on their big deal, their big contract, their first big extension after signing that rookie, after having the rookie deal. So, like, he's coming from it from a, okay, rookie scale. You can win with them in that window. There's never been a quarterback in the salary cap era or this new modern day salary cap era, with the exception of Pat Mahomes, that has won a championship after signing that big contract. So if you operate with he's not being Pat Mahomes, you don't have to pay him that big contract. You can get a Deshaun Watson type of trade or a Russell Wilson type of trade or even a Bryce Young type of trade, and you can kind of reload. Where I don't like it is it's so hard to find quarterback in the NFL that I can't do it. But I do understand the logic. I really do.
What years are you throwing into the modern era? Because Matt Stafford won a Super Bowl 2 years ago.
Yeah, Matt Stafford, though, wasn't on his first big contract after his rookie deal.
But he wasn't on a cheap contract.
No, but he wasn't on his first big contract after his rookie deal,
Yeah, but
which was
like,
the parameter.
I know.
And he was on a different team.
That feels like fitting the parameter to fit the argument.
No, it was the one.
It wasn't like he was on a cheap deal.
It was the article that the guy at ESPN pinned that we talked about ad nauseum.
I think we're coming to a really interesting point because of the fact that you see a guy like Trevor Lawrence who got the big contract after his rookie deal, and he hasn't played well lately. And now you got a guy like Brock Purdy, and I really believe that the Niners are going to look long and hard, depending on how far they go and what happens, and think long and hard about how much they're willing to give him. Then it's going to be interesting because a lot of these guys aren't living up to billing, and they're getting the big dollars because they're forced to.
Yeah, I understand the logic. The hang up that I have is it's so dang hard to find an elite quarterback. I'm not giving away an elite quarterback in the NFL because it's just too dang hard. Like other sports, you can get away with this. Like baseball's a great example of this. You can easily do this in baseball, and it makes sense to do this in baseball. I don't think you can do it at quarterback, and I don't think you can do it at best player on an NBA basketball team. I think that's the big exception. But I understand where he's coming from. But I would say it's a bad take. Mel
You
Kiper
just made the list.
today said to eliminate two high safeties. He wants to eliminate the two high safety defense. Pretty much the cover two. He wants to eliminate it.
Such a soft
What a
take.
weird take from Mel Kiper.
So soft.
Noted draft guru.
He's getting killed all over, by the way. I mean, everybody is taking their shots and just drilling him. And they had Chuck Pagano on and all these coaches too going, Mel, what were you thinking? What are you doing? Let's just
suggest the defense can only play with 10 then. Like how many ways can we make it easier for the offense? We already do that every single year with every rule change that's made. You can't play two high safeties? What are you talking about?
Baseball kind of did this, though. Like, if we're going to be honest, they did it with a shift.
Yeah, I'm not following Rod Manfred's example, though.
No. Yeah, Mel Kiper. Stick to evaluating draft prospects poorly, Mel.
You just made the list.
Not the first time. Won't be the last time, Mel. Lance Zierlein's son. He thought Dylan Cease was some rando?
You know what my son said yesterday? It was the 8th inning, and Dylan Cease was just, we know what happened.
Dylan Cease is a beast.
My son goes, Dad, are you watching this? Some rando is just murking the Astros. Like, I said, Mason, he's not a rando. This is Dylan Cease. He's second in the league in strikeouts.
He's got a Cy Young.
I mean, he's 14-11. He's 15-11 now. So in his ERA is like 3.4 or something. So it doesn't look as great, but I was like, yeah, Dylan Cease is really good. Dylan Cease is not a rando.
I like how you use the word murking.
Yeah, that actually kind of wanted to bring me over to his son's side, but yeah.
I don't think this is a terrible take. Like, kids don't watch baseball. Like, kids don't know other baseball players that aren't in their city. baseball's very regional. Like baseball's super regional versus the other, especially the NFL. So a kid not knowing Dylan Cease, I think that's okay.
That's different
The
than him
fact that
saying it's a
baseball is
rando, though.
regional, I think is okay. I'll be honest, I don't watch a whole lot of non-Astro baseball.
But you
Between calling 50 games and watching 162 Astro games, I don't watch other teams.
I do.
I don't
mean,
watch
but you
other
knew who
teams.
Dylan Cease was.
I know who Dylan Cease is. Like I'll look at box scores and
Yeah,
stuff.
exactly.
But
Yeah,
he's
you play fantasy sports.
Lance's son's a kid. Like that's the kids don't know other baseball players that aren't on their favorite team.
Except for the All-Stars, or
Even then,
I think they know the All-Star type players.
they know who Elias Diaz is.
No, but they know who Scooble is.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I mean, this is the first year that Scooble's broke out. Do high schoolers know who Tariq Scooble is? I don't think so.
Probably not unless you're a baseball diehard.
I don't think so. Like baseball's super regional and it's not very popular, especially with young people. That's why Manfred's trying to be cutting edge on trying to make it more attractive to younger kids. But yeah, still Lance's son can make the list.
You just made the list.
And he comes by it honestly. Lance during a live read maybe doesn't know his Houston geography very well.
John Daspit is, if you have something happen to one of your llamas or an animal, maybe you can call John Daspit. I don't know. John Daspit does help with wrecks on the roadways. He helps with explosions. There was a huge plant explosion yesterday in LaPorte out by Dell. And
Dale, by the way, lives in League City. LaPorte and League City. Like, I grew up in the Deer Park, LaPorte area, born and raised there. It's not next to League City. It's not out there by League City.
It's more east than it is south.
Well, I guess it'd be what your definition of close or nearby, but it's like 30 minutes, 20 miles.
I think
I would when I growing up in Deer Park, because grew up about 2 miles from where that explosion was. And by the way, it was not a plant, it was a pipeline, which Lance also messed up. But yeah, I would never consider League City, just around the corner. It's not next to LaPorte.
I think what happened here, though, is Lance is one of those in the loopers that anything southeast of the loop is one giant area. I think that's what happened here. But still, know your greater Houston area geography.
You just made the list.
Lance, you make the list. He and Lance's son come by it honestly. All of the NFL analysts picked the Eagles to beat the Falcons on Monday Night Football. So all of NFL and NFL.com, you make the list. Also, Scott Van
You just
Pelt,
made the list.
who's doing his promo late game, doing his late game promo. Hey, guys, the game's going on, but I'll be on with SportsCenter afterwards. So make sure you stick around. This is what SVP's saying.
We're going to visit with Joe and Troy, show you the key moments of this game, and take you inside the winning locker room, which appears it will be the home seed.
Oh.
We'll see you when this one is done. Joe, Troy, back to you.
SVP, you made the list, man, because they did not win.
You just
They
made the
didn't win.
list.
The Falcons would win.
Yeah, that was crazy. And, I think they're aware of it now because they've been talking about not being unanimous anymore. That was tough.
Mike Greenberg says he could have caught it about the Saquon Barkley drop.
Because it absolutely should have worked. The play call worked. It fooled the defense. Barkley is as open as a person can be, and the ball is as well thrown as it can be. So it clearly should have worked. Look, I never say this because I never put myself. I would have caught it.
All right. Now we've gotten out of control.
What's the bad take here?
Pretty close.
A guy as, let's say, athletically challenged as Mike Greenberg.
How do you know he's athletically challenged?
He is.
He's that. Yeah. By the way, actually, the worst take on this clip is for him to say that he's never said something like that, because he says something like that all the damn time.
Mike will be on with us next Wednesday. We'll ask Mike if he's athletically challenged.
You just made the list.
I would have caught that easily. I have great hands.
Easily.
Yeah, I have great hands. Have you not seen my highlights?
I will say,
I think you're more athletic than Greenberg.
I have outstanding hands.
But in most of those clips, you're stationary. So that's the added.
That's not
element
true.
here.
I'm moving all the time. I'm moving to get in the
You're moving your
area
hand
to
and
catch
arm,
the
but
ball.
you're not. Your feet are stationary.
It depends on the catch. Depends on
I
the
saw
catch.
the highlight reel. You're stationary.
Great hands, though. Great hands. Pep Hamilton, former quarterback coach in the NFL. He's doing something with Chancellor Johnson and DJ Baname on Channel 2. Pep Hamilton had his top 5 quarterbacks in the NFL. And number 5 on his list is Joe Milton. Joe Milton from Tennessee, who was a 7th rounder to the Patriots, who's their 3rd string quarterback. He has Joe Milton as the number 5 quarterback, 25 and under.
Come on.
I'm being dead serious. Why would I make that up?
How the heck? Wow.
He loves his talent. Big arm. He's got Joe Milton as his number 5
Wasn't
QB
Pep on
under
NFL?
25.
Is he still on NFL Network?
I have no idea.
He was getting some work on NFL Network. That should take him off NFL Network. That's terrible.
Joe Milton.
That's terrible.
Number 5. You made the list, Pep.
You just made the list.
That's why he's not coaching anymore. Maybe it's why he's not coaching anymore. Kevin Youkilis was on the Red Sox broadcast whenever they were playing the Yankees, and he was dogging Gleyber Torres.
I saw Gleyber Torres as a young prospect with the Cubs system and just went about the game all the right way and not seeing the same kind of effort and the way he goes about it.
He's going to rip this one on a line deep to right field, and that ball is gone. Torres is 14.
That might be my favorite one of the day.
You know what that reminds me of? We did this about a month ago where Craig Carton started ripping Jazz Chisholm. He started ripping Jazz Chisholm for not trying, and then literally like 2 pitches later, Jazz went deep.
Oh, it's my favorite. I think it's my favorite one of the day. This guy doesn't have the makeup. He hadn't been as good as a prospect. He goes deep. Bomb.
Lost in that clip, though, is he says, this is the only stadium we would have gone out on. That would have gone out in Boston. Bro, the pesky pole, are you kidding me? It's the shortest part of any ballpark in baseball.
Here's a little piece of advice. Let me CJ Stroud to you, Caleb Williams. You should talk the trash after the at-bat. After the at-bat. Don't talk the trash before the at-bat. If you're going to dog a player, dog them after the at-bat, not during the at-bat, before the at-bat, because it makes the possibility of this happening.
Right. Didn't the A's, the female A's TV announcer did something like that too, where we had it on, we had it too, where she was dogging someone just like this too, and they went deep as well.
Don't remember.
Yeah, I thought you pulled it, but I remember that one.
Last one, Rex Ryan. Probably loved when Jose Altuve took off his cleat and his sock the other day, by the way. He also makes the list.
Well, unfortunately, I've seen this Malik Willis play in the NFL, and no way in hell am I taking him. I'm going to take the Colts.
Uh-oh. You made the list, Rex. Who won that football game?
Yeah. You just made the list.
To be fair, because I remember BZ Money.
We can make the list, too.
We need to make the list.
You just made the list.
We use Rex Ryan as the figurehead for us all. Yeah, so Rex
for America,
made the list.
Really. No one picked the Packers.
They beat them. What a weird thing. All right, who has the most punchable face on the ESPN 97.5 lineup? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. A week from Saturday, it's Houston taking on Iowa State. We're getting in the thick of Big 12 play, and Houston has a deal for you. It's a family night special. 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, 4 drinks for just $80. Where else are you getting that sort of family fun for $80? Go to uhcougars.com/tickets. Call 713-GO-COUGS to get those tickets now. But Houston taking on Iowa State. You want to jump on the train now. Fritz going to get this thing going. Beat the Owls this past weekend. Claim the Bayou Bucket. They'll be at Cincinnati coming up on Saturday. And then a week from Saturday, taking on Iowa State. Cyclones playing some good football, too. Should be a good game at TD-ECU Stadium. It's a family weekend and also our Hispanic Heritage game. So it'll be a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, unforgettable moments as these 2 Big 12 rivals go toe-to-toe between the hard-hitting Houston Cougar defense and the Iowa State Cyclones. Again, that family night special, 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, 4 drinks, all for $80, a deal you cannot beat. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets, uhcougars.com/tickets, or call 713-GO-COUGS, 713-GO-COUGS to get your tickets now. Come early, be loud, and wear red.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Yesterday we had a texter texted in. He said, Branham thinks he's right about everything. Bro is a D, very punchable voice and face. And I admit that he's right about most of that stuff. I do think I'm right about most everything. Usually am. The D, maybe. Some people might think that. Punchable voice, that's face. That's fair. But this face, no one wants to punch this face. And then another, I'm a delight. I would be a model if I were taller. And then some other texter said, y'all should have a segment. Who has the most punchable face at 97.5? What a great idea. And we're not above listening to the text line. We're not above listening to the Hive. You have a great segment idea? We're going to take you up on that. We're going to heed your advice. So who has the most punchable faces on the 97.5 lineup? I think the first question we have to ask here, are we going to include producers? Are we going to include producers in this conversation?
Producers they're part of the show.
I think we should include them. Okay, so we're simpatico there. 713-780-3776. Most punchable faces at ESPN 97.5. So let's start the morning show. Let's start with John and Lance. Do you think John has a punchable face? On a scale of 1 to 10, what is the punchable face level for John Granado?
I mean, I don't think John has a punchable face.
On a scale of 1 to 10, you gotta give me a number.
3.
Well, 3. I'm going to give it a 0. John does not have a punchable face. In no way should anybody ever think about punching John's face. If you do, you're not going to end up well. I love John. I want to be John when I grow up. 0. 0 unpunchable face for Granado.
I'll go slightly higher at 1. He does not have a punchable face, but I can't give anybody a 0.
Yeah, I'm not either.
There could always be a moment where you're like, okay, you deserve a punchable face.
Did you hear that, John? Blankers gave you a 3. Brian gave you a 1. They think you have some level of punchability. I gave you a 0. Nada, nothing. All right, Lance. Where's Lance at with most punchable faces?
Again, 4.
You okay? All right. I think Lance has got a more punchable face than John. And I think that a lot of people want to punch his face whenever they read his draft report on them, and they don't like it. It's not favorable. So I think he has a more punchable face. I think it's like at a 6.5. I'll give Lance a 6.5 on the punchable face meter. What about you, Brian?
Yeah, I think that's about right. I'm going to go a little bit lower than you just so I can make sure you're highest on somebody and start that fight. So I'll put it at a 6 on Lance. But I agree, he definitely has a more punchable face than Granado. Granado's just so lovable.
Yeah, he's lovely. He's not.
He could call you awful things and he'd still walk away laughing.
Yeah. All right, Dell. Dell, of course, produces the show, then has his from 10 to noon. How punchable of a face does Dell have?
I think Dell is a 2.
Okay, not a very punchable face for you.
He's got like a baby face. He's got more of a childlike face. I wouldn't want to punch Dell. I'd feel sorry, and I'd also be worried that he was still a child.
Yeah, I like Dell a lot. I think that Dell does have a bit of a baby face as well. I would not put Dell very high on the punch level. I'll give him a 1.
I actually think this is a bit higher. He's a bit of a curmudgeon. A lovable curmudgeon, but a bit of a curmudgeon, a bit of a resting angry face, if you will. So I think this is actually a little bit higher. I think some of the smirks, some of the sarcasm and the grumpiness could put him up around a 7.5.
Wow. So Brian's got the black man as his highest number. Sean Mapes is the producer for Dell, and Sean produces the Gallant George show as well. Where's Mapes at on the punchable face?
I think he's a 6.
Okay.
I think he looks like, he's just the bandanas, but the glasses is kind of like, you're not supposed to punch because I got glasses. But I think he's got that face that looks like, I got you on that one that you'd want to wind up on.
I would ask him to take off his glasses before I punch him square between his eyes. Now, he looks like Roaring Kitty, and Roaring Kitty is like somebody that I do want to punch. Like he's very sarcastic. He's smarter than everybody else. So I'm sorry to do it to you, Mapes, but I'm going to give you a 7 only because you look like Roaring Kitty.
0.
Okay, that's a
he
little
looks more like
there.
Is it Corey? What's the singer rock and roll guy that was Corey Haim?
He doesn't look like, I don't think he looks like it. I mean, he looks like Lance McCullers.
You think he looks like Roaring Kitty?
A little bit,
He
yeah.
looks like Roaring Kitty big time. All right, let's go with Paul Gallant.
That's easily like a 8.5.
Easily?
Yeah.
Why is it easily?
Because he gets the smirks. He has a lot of smirks and basically, and the little chuckles and the kind of head wiggles like, yeah, I got you there, didn't I? And you just want to go, yeah, I got you here too. Boom.
I'm at a 5 with Paul. I find Paul to be very lovable and sweet, to be honest with you. I don't think he has a very punchable face. I think I'm in the minority there, but I'll give it a 5 with Paul.
I'm with Joel. There's a lot of smirks and sarcasm and intentionally, I think, trying to troll and engage people into getting heated and getting in a fight with them.
Maybe that's what I like about him.
I like it about him, but it can also go the other way very quickly. So I'll put it at about an 8.5.
Okay, dang, you're high on Paul. All right, Joe George.
Joe George. Nah, 5.
Okay.
And I think that's high too. But I just feel like I feel sorry for if I wouldn't punch Joe George because I'd feel sorry for him.
Why?
Are you taking pity on him?
Yeah, that's meaner than giving him a punchable face.
He doesn't look like a fighter guy. He looks like,
This is way more patronizing and insulting than saying that you want to punch him in the face.
Yeah. I don't. He always seems to be giggling and laughing, and he's more lovable than punchable.
I'm gonna give him a 6. I think he does have a bit of a punchable face. What is what was it? Beat a mole? Was that what it was called? Whack-a-mole. Like sometimes I see him, I'm like, I want to whack a mole. So I'll give it a 6. He kind of looks like a mole a little bit.
I'm with Joel, and this one is very low. Joe's very lovable. He's laughing and giggling all the time. I'm gonna put this right in a tie with Sean Mapes. I'm gonna put him at a 0.
Dang, 0. All right, Blankers, how punchable is your face?
Oh, 8.
You're an 8. Why do you say that?
Because you look at the football card, and I have resting Joel face, so I do have a tendency.
You should go with resting blank face. That way, it could be RBF.
There you go. Well, whatever it is, I thought you guys came up with that. It doesn't matter because I understand that that's part of the deal.
Wait, you thought we came up with resting Joel face?
Yeah,
that wasn't from me. Well, I can't speak for Jeremy. That wasn't for me.
I didn't do that.
I gave Sam a lot of.
I would have said
you,
resting.
But it wasn't.
Yeah, Sam said she got the stuff from you guys and we got stuff from us for you or whoever.
I was never asked about that. Period.
I was, and I gave intel on you both, but resting Joel face was not one of mine.
Yeah, I didn't.
But I mentioned no, especially doing this show.
Resting blank face.
Always looking like
resting blank face would have been better though.
Yeah.
That way you can use the acronym.
That's true.
As far as me having a punchable face, it's a 0. I am a delight. You look at this face, you want to kiss it, you don't want to punch it. So I'm at a 0. Brian, where is your punchability factor at?
Well, if you ask the Twitchers, probably a 10. So I'll lower it a little bit because Twitch is full of abnormals. So I'll put it about an 8.
Okay, let's get to the text line 8989. Joe George is 100% a 10 for punchable face, and boy, it's Honey Glazed Branham. It's like, who doesn't want to punch a Chicago Hobbit in the face?
Wow.
Jeez. Truest text ever. Branham is never wrong in his eyes and always cuts blank off. I want to punch him as well. So he thinks I have a punchable face. How George 10. Paulie 10. Paul looks like a Fox News pundit. Easily 10. Well, he is Tucker Paulson.
Yeah, he does. He does. Well, anyway, I'm not going to say it.
Brian, after using the word curmudgeon, giving.
Is that how I pronounced it?
I don't. He spelled it funny, so I think you might have.
Okay.
4631. Given the climate today, I can understand you all not wanting to punch Dell. But as a black man, I'm saying punch away. 8 for sure. Brian had him the highest, by the way. 3451. AJ Hoffman. 0002. Granado is a TV guy. Okay. John definitely got a more punchable face. Okay. I don't think there's a question about it. Got to be Paul who has the most punchable face. Paul Gallant easily wins. Joe George has the most punchable face. Most definitely Joe George. Paul, all capital letters with an exclamation point. Punchable face, 100% Paul Gallant, and it's not even close. Lance,
No.
Joe, then Paul Gallant, Paulie G, not even close. Joel's fat dome. Old Paulie G has that punchable face for sure. Pessimistic Chad. And then another same text.
I think we have a runaway winner.
I think Paul won by a mile.
Yeah, no, they won't have to recount any votes here. This is a runaway winner.
No, they're not going to have to. Okay. All right. I'm a little surprised that it was Paul. All right.
Are you?
Yeah, a little surprised. Most punchable face on the ESPN 97.5 lineup, 713-780-3776. Also, we're about to get the greatest Houston NFL run in history. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
0492, Paul looks like that Harry Ellis character from Die Hard. Definitely a punchable face. Most punchable voice, Brian. It's so nasally.
What's the question?
Yeah, well, that's a good point. 4459, not 97.5. But Bill O'Brien is at the top of my list. Laughing face emoji. He does. A little, not so much. It's more the chin. I like to punch him in the chin.
Yeah.
Josh Innes holds the all-time record. It says 1989.
He's on the Mount Rushmore of punchable faces in Houston radio.
This guy says I'd punch Branham twice. Branham looks like a sports media action figure. Thank you. Lay off the bottom and baby oil. I don't get the last part. What does that mean? Does it mean I lather up?
What? Yeah. What is that?
I don't know what that last part means.
It's like a 1980s wrestler thing. I don't know what that has to do
Do
with
I look shiny ever?
No, you never look shiny.
I don't get the last part. 0452, can you provide some context to that, please? Even though you just insulted me. Although the action figure part, I'll take that. 0979, Paul, 2920 says Innes. Branham's voice alone makes him have a punchable face. Branham is a 10 with his dumb little comb over. The Branham train making a late run, baby.
You don't have a comb
Yeah,
over.
but you don't have a comb over, and you're never going to catch Joe and Paul.
I don't know. Branham train's making a late run. I think I got a shot, maybe in the electoral.
Speaking of you said the oil thing, and what was weird, because there was two things, because again, I was watching the Yankees-Mariners last night, the last two nights too. But weirdest thing ever was Michael Caine, whoever was doing color, they were focused on, is it Wolf, the umpire that
Ron Wolf?
No, not Ron Wolf, but it's one of the Wolf. His brother actually played Major League Baseball, but he's got guns. He's like Ed Hockley. They were talking about, does he oil those arms up?
Jim Wolf.
He's like, look at those arms. They had the cameras zero in on his arms for multiple pitches.
They're big.
And they kept talking about it.
They're big arms.
What are we're focused on that?
Must have been a slow game.
And then the finals, no, it wasn't, but it was a close game. And then the final stray was, they were like, oh, the Astros won tonight, and the Mariners look like, that was when the Yankees were up 10. He goes, well, at least we know one thing. One, they won't make the playoffs, and two, we'll never have to see these ridiculous uniforms they're wearing again.
This is it's a weird hijack you got going on right now,
just
Blankers.
Giving you two strays from the Yankees telecast. I'm like, that's New York TV?
Honey Glazed Branham, Joe's 100% a 10. Punchable face and voice. We already said that one, I think. A bunch of people are still taking Jake Asman, punchable face.
Yeah, the
Joel,
only thing,
any thoughts there, Joel?
It's not a bad call.
All I'm going to say is the only thing that might save him is he's got the childish baby face that you feel guilty about hitting.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
He's a little
He's
babyish.
definitely a baby
he looks
face.
like he should be punished and his allowance should be taken away. It
Yeah.
doesn't look like he should be roughed up in the back alley.
Yeah, like you put him over the knee.
That's right. That's exactly right. And then the Red Weasel would get the red buttocks.
Blaine says Hoffman catching strays. They realized he'd kick their butts. I mean, it's a texter. Oh, baby oil is the Diddy story. That's right. I get it now.
Part of those parties he was throwing?
Yeah, you had like 1,500 ounces of baby oil and stuff.
Yeah,
dang, I got diddied. That sucks.
Then he would evidently, all these people that he was like kidnapping to do these things, they'd send him home the next day, and he'd send people to go make sure they got IVs.
That's weird.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Creepy.
Yeah, I try to stay away from that whole thing. I didn't really read up on that as much, but I did see that headline about that. I don't like that. 4631, Branham has grown on me. Don't want to really punch you like I did in the beginning. Thanks. I think what we've learned from the last segment is that the gag show has the most punchable faces. Is that fair?
I think that is fair.
Those were the leaders in the clubhouse.
Yeah. 6403 says John Lopez. So go Houston Sports Radio now. Yeah, I definitely got diddied. That stinks. I don't know if I can recover from this. 100% Brad Kellner, dumb smirk and annoying pronunciations. Punch all day.
Nope, the face falls into that childish baby face.
Oh, Keith has a great idea. We need a Houston radio punchable face bracket.
Well, I know what we're doing next
We
March.
have our March Madness.
Yeah, we have our March Madness.
Booker T won our March Madness championship last year with the Houston, Media Fight Club.
Fight Club, yeah.
The most punchable faces in Houston radio. Well done, Keith. Bravo. That's really well
Took
done.
all this time, and Keith finally made a valuable contribution.
Keith has helped us out. Okay. Dude that used to say stadium. So now Brett Kellner's making a late run.
Doesn't BK have a baby face too?
I think he has a baby face.
Yeah,
definitely has a baby face.
Like I don't think he's ever had a shave, and he's
That's a good point.
He doesn't have a hair on his face.
No.
Booker T does not have a punchable face, says 8437. Yeah, I mean, the reason you're saying that is because you're worried that a guy who fake fights beat you up.
Yep.
Is why you're saying that. People are intimidated of a fake fighter in Booker T, which is weird to me. Why would you be intimidated of a fake fighter?
He's still a strong dude.
He's like 80. I mean, he's strong for being 80 years old.
I mean, you're the one that tells us that he can't run, but you
Well, I say he can't hit a golf ball. Oh, he can't. Oh, yeah, he can't run.
Yeah.
Well, his legs are in tough shape.
But he still lifts and stuff. Obviously, he's strong.
He's strong, but he hits the golf ball 220.
I'm not talking about it. It's how far he can hit you.
He hits
how
the
far
golf.
he can hit a golf
He
ball.
can probably hit me 210. He hits the golf ball 220. Is a fake fighter. I mean, what are we to be scared about here?
Okay,
you just
if
wonder.
he catches you, look the hell out.
0754 for sure. All of the Wheelhouse, 100%. Still catching strays. 8576 says Michael Connor. I wanted to hit him so bad. Why did he want to hit Michael Connor so bad?
I think there's something there because he's a ginger. I think
But so is Jake.
Well, okay. Did you disagree on that one?
I'm not. I've said enough.
So I think you're making my point.
No, I think I'm in good standing with it now. Now I think they would more encourage me than previously.
Yeah, probably so.
Yeah, I think there's just something inherently there with gingers that you kind of want to punch them.
1077. The entire Wheelhouse is a punchable face. Hated that show. Glad you guys are here. You can't be nice to us. We don't like kindness. We like you to be mean and rude and say nasty things to us.
Punch Beard. He'll whoop your ass.
Kaimi Fairbairn has a punchable face. Does he? You think Kaimi's got a punchable face?
I don't.
I don't think so
No.
either. I like Kaimi.
He's also got kind of a baby face.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think he does.
Yeah.
1229 most punchable time spent on Houston radio has got to be Josh Ennis. The early national ESPN radio show before 7 a.m. would like to punch all three of them. Who does that now? I don't even know. I should.
That's
probably not good.
Is that Canty, Chris Canty, and the
I'm not
blonde
sure.
lady?
I don't know.
I think that's Canty's show.
Do you know who does the?
Yeah,
we
I'm
should
trying to
know
think
that
of
as
the name.
employees
It's
of
it's
ESPN
not
radio.
unfiltered. It's something
Yeah,
like
there
that.
is a name to it,
Yeah.
but it's Chris Canty, another guy, and then a blonde lady.
That sounds
I
right.
wouldn't punch
That's
Chris
very-
Canty because Chris Canty looks like he could still do
It was
some damage.
misogynist of you, I think, a little bit. Yes.
Why?
Because you identified her as the color of her hair.
I said some guy. I don't know who the hell he is. I didn't invite. Yeah, and a blonde lady to give you more context.
David Carr, punchable face. You would never say like a blonde guy though, would you?
If there were three guys and you could differentiate them by hair, if I didn't know their name,
We use hair to describe women more than men, though, don't we?
probably
Yeah, I think we do.
brunette and blonde. Yeah.
This guy says David
Ginger.
Carr. I could see David Carr having a punchable face. Like he looks very pretty. He's got Lego man hair.
When he used to do the sideline thing where he'd have his hands inside his shoulder pads and
Yeah.
would just kind of hang them there, it was definitely a very punchable face.
He was the first guy. I heard someone talk about this on our station the other day, one of the other shows, but he was the first guy that went out and said he wore 2 gloves as a quarterback because have you seen where I have to put my hands and how sweaty it is down? Come on, bro. That's punchable.
6941 says Jim Parsons. I want to punch that dweeb every time I see him. Jim Parsons catching
What does that have
strays.
to do with
Jim Parsons
Jim
catching
Parsons,
strays.
the guy from that 70s show or whatever. That
No, he's from Big Bang Theory.
Big Bang Theory.
That's right. But he's from here.
Yeah, he's
You know where
from
he
the
went to?
area.
You know he went to school. Jim
Tascasita?
Parsons, go Cougs.
Oh,
Go Cougs.
yeah. He
U
and
of
Daryl
H
Morey are
alum.
buddies.
Really?
Oh yeah. Daryl Morey loved all the actors and thespians and stuff. And
He liked the who?
thespians. And he would invite them all to games and all the celebs he wanted to be close with, hoping that they would invite him on set. It was crazy.
This guy said he wanted to hit all three of the hosts, and one of them's a woman.
I guess
That just clicked to me.
Because isn't that the morning show on ESPN
I'll
National?
look it up. I'm
This
not
guy,
sure.
this guy, he hits women. He must play running back for the Texans. Gallant would get punched, then talk mad. McCullers for most punchable face. Yeah, I can see that. If we're saying in general, Mel Kiper has a punchable face. Dak Prescott for sure.
It's unsportsmanlike with Evan, Canty, and Michelle.
And Michelle.
So
There you
Michelle would be the blonde lady.
People were texting us unsportsmanlike. I didn't register that was the name of the show. I thought they
I
were
was
talking
thinking
to us.
unfiltered, but I knew that wasn't right. But yeah, it's unsportsmanlike with Evan, Canty, and Michelle.
I said John Lee. John Lee's punchable? No.
Oh, he's
John?
No.
pepper sprayable.
Yeah,
but,
John's got a.
no, yeah. No one.
John is adorable.
Something should be wrong with you if you want to punch John
856
without knowing it.
7'6" definitely would punch PC straight to the forehead.
I love PC, but yeah, he has a punchable face.
Colin Cowherd for sure. All right,
Does he?
we've gotten to this.
PC?
PC.
I love PC. You know that. But
I know. No, I'm
he's
not saying. I'm saying that you don't. Not that you don't like him. I'm saying PC looks like the kind of like you feel sorry for the older guy. I wouldn't punch PC.
No, like he looks like a used car salesman that's popping off and wise and like, all right, man, you've had one too many comments. Here it comes.
Plus, he's like from New York too.
Yeah,
like,
I can see the accent.
You like instilled in New Yorkers. You've been conditioned to kind of like come across as like arrogant and kind of mean and have that Yankee attitude. Not that he is.
Part of it.
Not that he is at all. He's nothing like that.
Kind of looks like your local mailman. I wouldn't punch PC.
Do you know what your local mailman looks like?
Yeah, I do.
Really? Do you have a mailbox or do you have like a mail
We have the
community?
Mail. Yeah, we have the.
I have no idea what my mail.
And we see the mail guy here
like.
all the time in the building.
I don't.
Oh, I do.
I've never seen a mailman in this building.
Oh my God, almost every day.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't even know we had mail delivered here.
Yep.
I especially don't know that we have mail delivered here. All right. We got sidetracked there. We're about to go on the greatest Houston NFL run in history. I said Houston for a reason. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, I want to tell you about my good friend Doc Linville. Doc Linville, best in the business at the NeoGraft procedure, at PRP treatments. Look, he does spa treatments, Botox. He does all kinds of plastic surgery. But the one that I'm personally experienced with is the PRP treatments and the NeoGraft procedure because it got my hair back. Phenomenal the way that they do their work. And we were actually at a listener party, and Doc Linville was there, and he said, hey, Joel, when you got a few minutes, can I talk to you? And I said, sure. And he's like, I want to tell you about the things that I do because I think it can actually help you with your hairline in front. Wasn't even thinking about it, was just basically accepting the fact that what isn't there anymore ain't coming back, and you just roll. But when I sat down and talked to him and he explained the NeoGraft procedure and he explained how easy it is and the results that he's gotten, I was interested. He told me more. I eventually signed up. I got the procedure. I could not be happier because basically the bullet points that stood out to me, which I didn't know, I never knew you never lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head, no matter how bald you go in other areas. And then it also was very interesting to me that he said when you kind of repurpose that hair where you need it, that almost 99% of the follicles that he was going to move are going to be with you for the rest of your life because he's taking them from a spot where they never leave, and he's doing the procedure in such a way that they're going to stay. I was in. I'm so glad that I did the procedure because I saw the results immediately. I got the true value of it all in 6 to 9 months when the hair got thicker and stronger and longer and went in the same direction as the rest of my hair, same color and everything. You can get all the information for free as well. People off the street pay $150 for the consultation. You listen to us, you want to talk to him, all you got to do is go to 975hair.com and it's free. No commitment, no money out of pocket, no signing on the dotted line. You get the questions answered after they tell you about PRP and the NeoGraft procedure, and maybe you could be the next in line to get your hair back. I'm just saying, if you're out of options or you didn't think there were any, check him out. Give him a try. Talk to him and his staff and see if it's something you might consider. It could be a game changer for you. Go to 975hair.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
The fact that Branham's taking a shot at Houston legend Booker T makes me want to punch him in the face now. Or maybe we're playing the long game. Maybe there's some long game storytelling. Maybe at some point you're going to see on the marquee Booker T versus Branham T.
Well, as you said,
maybe there's some long game storytelling going on. 8327.
You got to
maybe
get the
it's
right
some
price.
long. Hey, I mean, everybody's got a price,
And then
but
you
I do
said
need
you
a
could
number.
outrun him.
I can't outrun him.
You just scramble around the ring.
I mean, if it's fake, probably not. Fake wrestling, I wouldn't need to run around. He would protect me with a body slam, and then he'd hit me with the spinneroonie.
Okay.
So, yeah, maybe we're playing the long game here. All right. We're about to go on the greatest Houston NFL run in history. And I really believe this. Now, it is a low bar. Let's go ahead and put that out there right away. It is a low bar. And when I say Houston NFL history, I mean both organizations that have been here. I'm talking Houston Texans from 2002 through now. And I'm talking about the NFL Houston Oilers from 1970 through 1996. If you go with what the Houston Texans, like their greatest run of success, really isn't great. You're probably looking at 2011, 2012, where back-to-back years you lost in the divisional round. You've made the playoffs back-to-back years three different times. 11 and 12 lost divisional round. 15, 16 lost wild card, lost divisional. 18, 19 lost wild card, lost divisional. So all the Houston Texans have to do to match the greatest run in Houston Texan history is like make the playoffs this year. If they go to the divisional round, they've already matched it.
Mm-hmm.
If you go to the playoffs this year, you don't get to the divisional round, do it next year, and you would have surpassed the greatest run in Houston Texans history. So I firmly believe, and I 100% believe that this run that the Houston Texans are currently in, 2023 through present and going forward, will easily surpass anything the Houston Texans have done. Now, if you want to go Houston Oilers, there's two great runs. Great might be too strong of a word, but there's two runs that you probably need to decide which was the better run. 78, 79 through 80. Houston Oilers lost in the AFC Championship, lost in the AFC Championship in 79, then lost in the wild card round in 1980. Good run.
Pretty good.
Good run. Now, there was a longer run that never got to a conference championship between 87 and 93. They made the playoffs 7 straight years, lost in the divisional round, wild card round, divisional round, wild card round, divisional round. So which of the two runs do you think is greater? The 78 through 80, 2 conference championship games, but only 3 straight years, or 87 through 93, never got to a conference championship game, but made it 7 straight years.
To me, I wasn't here for all of that, but just from what you said and the magnitude of making it to a conference championship game, I would lean less years, but 2 conference championship games in 3 years means you were pretty dominant, and that was a pretty damn good football team. I would go that route.
I would too. Give me the peak over the longevity, not to poo-poo on the longevity, because that was a great run. I think it is very, very close, but to kind of give it the edge or maybe even break a tie, give me the peak of the 78, 79, 80 run over the 7 years, never get to a conference championship. You can also say that, was it the Renfro catch that was called out of bounds? Like you get the call there, you go to the Super Bowl. So I'll give that run the greatest run in Houston NFL history. I think this run that the Houston Texans are on right now, last year divisional round, and now building off of that with D'Amico, with CJ Stroud, with this foundation that you have, I think we're going to look at this present run for however long it turns out to be, whether it's 4 years, 5 years, 7 years, 9 years. This present run that we're currently living, and I think we're in the infancy stages of this early run, will be greater than any run we've seen in Houston NFL history.
Yeah, I can see it. I think that, the writing is on the wall there. The fact that they turned it around so quickly, they did things that not many people thought they were capable of doing that quickly, and now it looks like they're even better. I think that the biggest obstacle that you have is the fact that you're in a conference where you have a lot of talent, loaded quarterbacks, and Pat Mahomes. And that's kind of like the Utah Jazz and the Seattle Sonics when Michael was in the league. And you have some of the greatest teams in franchise history for both Utah and Seattle that never got to a title and won it because every single freaking year you got Michael, and they were Western Conference teams. Mahomes is in your conference. That's the one thing that bothers me, because you would think that, you just have to get by Kansas City, and maybe they have a down year. Injuries happen. I get it. But I firmly believe that we are ready to see kind of an Astros-esque. It might not be dynasty type,
No,
but it will be better than what you've said.
See, this is why I don't think it's like a huge hyperbolic statement, is because I don't think that's a tremendous bar. Like, you get to one Super Bowl, it's already a greater run. Like, if we're saying give us the peak of 2 conference championships as opposed to 7 straight playoff years where the furthest you reach was the divisional championship, if the Texans go to a Super Bowl this year, divisional round, a Super Bowl, don't even have to win it, divisional round Super Bowl, I would say is greater than 2 conference title games and a wild card.
Well, plus, and it includes a conference title game, and you won it because of the fact that to get to the Super Bowl, you would have had to done that too.
Sure.
So, yes. So then probably because of that, the back-to-back conference championships is impressive.
Mm-hmm.
But if you go divisional round and then you go all the way to the Super Bowl, including a win in then I think that, yeah, it's right there.
You don't even have to go to a Super Bowl to surpass this run, though. You go divisional round, conference championship game, wild card round. It has now surpassed the greatest run in Houston NFL history. It's a low bar. That's why this isn't a hyperbolic
so you're saying
statement.
They would have to do it again next year too, the conference championship
Not
game?
necessarily. It would just have to be in the window. It would have to be in this run. If they go divisional round, championship round, wild card, never make the playoffs again, that's a better run.
It is. Yeah, because it's longer with more sustained success at a higher level than a lot of the wild card rounds. Yes.
Now, would you consider a run if you missed the playoffs and then add on to it? Like, let's assume the Texans missed the playoffs this year. Divisional round, missed the playoff, conference championship, divisional round.
Yeah, I think you have to, because injuries happen. And sometimes, especially if it's a key player, especially if it's your quarterback, God forbid. But we've seen it before. You could have the best team on paper and the favored team to to win a championship. If you lose your best player or one of your best players and everything changes and it costs you to miss the playoffs, I still would accept it.
I mean, we'd have to, because the Astros have a year in the midst of their dynastic run, 2016.
No one counts 15 as part of the dynastic run, though.
Starts in 17.
You don't consider their run starting in 15?
When people talk about the golden era and the dynastic run, I'd never see 15
I don't
considered.
either.
Now, I get they didn't even get to the ALCS that year, but they obviously should have beat the Royals up 4 runs. We all know what happened. And the Royals are the eventual World Series champions that year. And a lot of the pieces that were there in 17, obviously, other than like guys like Verlander and Bregman, were there in 15. So I do consider a part of the run.
I would argue that it should be. Absolutely. I agree with you. But I don't think most people do. I think people look at 17 as the start of the run.
The argument there would be, to your point, Brian, that if the guys that were there in 15 were there in 16, and then we're all, or for the most part, were there for this entire run, that in football the same way, if you had, whether it's injury or not, but if you had the same core group involved in this run that started, CJ and, Nico and some of the guys on defense, if it starts with last year and they're here for the run and you have a down year for whatever reason, then it's part of the run.
Dre saying, can the Texans win 11 in a row like in 93? See, it doesn't matter to me so much the regular season. Like, we grade seasons based on how far teams go in the playoffs. So I really don't care about regular season record. Now, you have to do something in the regular season to make the playoffs. But do I care about a 12-4 year versus, we can't have that anymore, but do I care about a 12-5 year versus a 10-7 year? Not really. If it ends both in like a conference championship defeat, to me, that's the same caliber year.
The Texans won, 9 in a row a couple of years ago?
They did with Deshaun. Yeah, they started 0-3, 9 straight.
They won 9 in a row, but what did they do? We don't remember it. We don't look at it. We don't say you got to do that in order to get this, because of the fact that they won 9, but they didn't do anything significant.
I think they had the playoffs that year.
They made the playoffs.
I think that was the year they lost to the Colts.
It was, 2018. They lost to the Colts in the division.
It just wasn't enough. It doesn't stick with people the same way. Like, if you win 9 in a row or 11 in a row, but then you win the Super Bowl, now you're talking about a team that everybody's going to be talking about like one of the greatest seasons put together because of the fact that you did both.
I'll also say, if they don't surpass the greatest run in Houston NFL history, which we've defined as 78 through 80, 2 conference titles, wild card, Texter saying that those 3 years they lost to the 3 Super Bowl champions in each of those years, like that probably does add the cherry on top of that. I will go as far to say that if this Houston Texans run doesn't surpass that, we're all going to be super disappointed. Like, if they don't get to in this window, I'm not saying this year, like I'm talking about 5 years, as long as Stroud's here, as long as D'Amico's here, whatever. If they don't get to at least 2 conference titles, we're going to be talking about this period as a waste of talent, didn't live up to the potential, didn't get to where you should have gone.
No doubt. Absolutely. Because I lived through, just like you're talking about Oilers and some of the things that happened before I got here, when I've lived through the Favre era and the Rodgers era, and you got 2 Super Bowls. That's a massive disappointment. That's 40-some years of football with with 2 of the greatest quarterbacks in the history of the game, and you only won 2 Super Bowls.
Yeah.
That's a massive underachievement. You don't want that for this Texans team, because this is going to be the best assemblance of talent, starting with the quarterback and going there, that this franchise has ever seen, and it looks like they're in go-for-it mode.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be this year. Like, it
No,
doesn't have to be
does
this year. Just this run is going to be the greatest run we've ever seen in Houston NFL history. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's take Stephon Diggs' temperature. He didn't catch 2 touchdowns in week 2. He didn't get targeted a whole lot. He's talking to Stroud, who is mic'd up during the game. What did he have to say? Let's take Stephon Diggs' temperature. We'll use the pain scale again, the little kid's pain scale when doing this. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. I never have any pain when I'm talking about the HR&P company we use here. HR&P, Human Resources and Payroll. They're fantastic. We use them here at Gal, as you know, and they're the best. Their help is so useful, especially this time of year. We're currently in open enrollment, signing up for insurance. I have a couple of kids and a wife, so that's always a little bit stressful, but it's not because of HR&P. So if you're a boss, you're an employer, take care of your employees. Get HR&P in their life. They'll be thankful that you did. It's Cougar, owned by my colleague, Go Cougs. Business owners, let them help you, whether it's HR compliance, benefits administration, payroll, onboarding, any of those areas. HR&P can help you. There's no boxes with HR&P. It doesn't matter how much help, how little help, but they're going to customize a plan for what you and your business needs. They'll sit down with you, chat about how they can help you, be at your service, and then they're going to serve. If you have a problem, you have an issue, you want to take a little bit off your plate, HR&P is going to find a way to help. Let them help you. That way you can spend your time and your resources back in the areas of your business that you want to. Stop wasting time on the things you don't like doing, you're not good at. And they also do it in a way that's unique. Technology meets service. They have the best tech. You'll love that. But their service is elite. You're gonna be so satisfied with their service. Guaranteed fulfillment. You'll never talk to a stranger. You'll be talking to someone who knows you and they know your business needs. Give them a call right now, 281-880-6525. Let HR&P customize a plan for you, 281-880-6525, or check them out at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
The University of Houston, go Cougs. They take on Iowa State, the Cyclones, a week from Saturday, September 28th at TD ECU Stadium, a family weekend. It's also our Hispanic Heritage game, a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action. Cougar defense makes it hard-hitting. And unforgettable moments. Family night special, 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, 4 drinks, all for only $80. Where else can you get a family with all the food for just $80? Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS to get your tickets now. Come early, be loud, wear red. We are giving away a pair of tickets right now to caller number 5, 713-780-3776. Caller number 5, you're headed to Houston, Iowa State, and what should be a very good game in the Big 12 a week from Saturday on September 28th. All right, let's take Stephon Diggs' temperature in a moment. First, we got to get to D'Amico Ryans. D'Amico Mutombo. Anytime that he's asked a question about injury, what does D'Amico Mutombo do?
No.
He rejects it. That's D'Amico Mutombo, the head coach of the Houston Texans. He was asked a question yesterday by our dear friend Aaron Wilson, and D'Amico Mutombo, he didn't necessarily like the question from Aaron Wilson.
Yeah, we'll take it day by day with Joe and his injury and see where he ends up at the end of the week. Still, holding out hope that he can make it.
There you go. Nothing burger from D'Amico Ryans. He actually gave you a little nugget on the end. He was feeling bad. He gave you a little nugget on the end. But
not today.
Pretty much rejected it. Rejected it, D'Amico Mutombo. Don't ask D'Amico injury questions, because what's he going to do? We're going to see where we're at the end of the week. Every single injury question. Not in my house. We're going to see where he's at the end of the week. Every single time he's asked an injury question, we'll see where it's at the end of the week, unless it's like season ending.
Yeah, no, and I think that's the way it should be. It's gamesmanship. We know how it works. We know that Belichick was the classic of all classics on doing it, but don't give up more than you have to. I mean, you look around the league and you know that these guys, from a fantasy football perspective, it sucks, but most coaches are going to want to take it all the way up until the bitter end to make defenses and coaches have to do extra work, extra practice, plan for 2 guys, see if that whether it has little effect, no effect, or some effect. That's the way teams should operate. We shouldn't be giving you everything just because you want to know.
No, I agree. I like where D'Amico's stance is on this, but D'Amico Mutombo is fun.
Good. I like
All right, Stephon Diggs. Let's take the temperature on Stephon Diggs using the little kid's pain chart. We're 0, green, happy face, no pain. 10's the angry, red, unimaginable, unspeakable pain, which is a 10. Last week, I think I know I was at a 0.
I was
no
at a
pain.
0 as well.
I couldn't remember if you were 0 or 1.
Well, definitely 0.
All right, so no pain. We were both at no pain last week. Stephon Diggs this week didn't score 2 touchdowns. He had 4 catches, 37 yards, no touchdowns for Stephon Diggs. So let's keep that in mind. Here was Stephon Diggs sitting next to C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud was mic'd up during this game. It's why we got that Caleb Williams audio. Here was Diggs sitting down next to C.J. Stroud, and he said, what about C.J. Stroud's ball?
It was such a friendly ball. No, I got you. No, I ain't believe you for a long time. Why? It's so friendly that I'm like, stop.
He called his ball friendly. Stephon Diggs is saying you throw such a friendly ball. I've never heard that. I've kept up with football for
I don't think
a good amount of time now.
No.
I've never heard somebody tell a quarterback they throw a friendly ball.
No, me either.
Right? That's new.
I believe that's new.
Now, I think it's a positive thing.
Oh,
I think
for
it's like
sure.
you throw a good ball. You throw maybe you protect me. You're not hanging me out to dry over the middle. I think that's what he means.
Because if you listen to some of the other audio from CJ when he was mic'd up, even when a pass was completed, he was like, my bad, bro. I got to put that out in front of you. I got to do those things.
Yeah.
And as a receiver, you definitely appreciate that.
Yeah. So I think that's what he means by a friendly ball. Like you lead me to space. You don't lead me into traffic. You're not getting me killed. So Stephon Diggs seemed to be pretty pleased. He also, it was kind of inaudible at the beginning of that. But whenever he said you throw a friendly ball, he was like, that's what a quarterback does, which is like, okay. Do you not think that Josh Allen throws a friendly ball?
Exactly. I mean,
just wondering about that.
Yeah, I don't know if friendly is the kids' terms, the hip terms today, like fire and in Ohio and all the things.
I don't think fire is the kids' word anymore. Ohio definitely is, but that means bad. If he was like, you throw an Ohio ball,
I know. I'm just
he
saying,
probably want to be traded.
If that's new hip terminology, I'm out. But I think that he's basically saying he loves playing in this situation. And some of the other mic'd up stuff too that you hear when he's hyping up the rest of the team and he's talking to the linemen and the other receivers and things like that. I think he is having a great time, and I think that they're winning, and I think that he is as happy as he can be for this season.
Last year, he went up to Josh Allen and told Josh Allen, "You throw a podium ball." He said that to Josh Allen a year ago. So it's better that Stephon Diggs is saying to Stroud that he throws a friendly ball than telling Josh Allen he throws a podium ball. All right, so pain scale here. 0, no pain. 10, unimaginable, unspeakable. Last week, we were at a 0 as we take the pain level of Stephon Diggs. Where are we this week?
I'm definitely at a 0.
You're still at a 0?
Yeah, I just, again, if I see the attitude start waning, if I see, the stink eyes being thrown out there instead of all the rah-rahs and the claps and the handshakes and the support that he's given to his team and how he's loving his quarterback and the audio that we've heard, then maybe I'll change. But for now, I'm still at a 0.
Yeah, I'm moving mine up to a 1. Now, him saying that you throw a friendly ball is good news. I was on the fence between a 0 and a 1. I almost went back to 0 because he talked about how friendly the ball that C.J. Stroud throws to him. But I'm giving him a 1 based on the production and knowing that Stephon Diggs is in the final year of his deal. So 6 catches, 30 or 6. Well, that's what he did last week. 6 for 33 and 2 touchdowns. This week he went for 4 and 37 with 6 targets. 4 catches, 37 yards. What does that do in the free agent market? It doesn't get you paid. It doesn't get you paid. So, yes, he's talking friendly to Stroud. He's talking friendly about his ball. 4 catches, 37 yards. I have to go to a 1. That's still very good. It's still very good. Very mild, still very good. In between the green faces, still very good, but I'm moving it to a 1.
Yeah, I think we're at a point where we have to at least keep an eye on the yardage total. We have to raise the eyebrow like the Rock at the yardage total because everything's fine and dandy right now. They're winning and he's okay. But if he's continuing to have box scores that are 35 yards, 37 yards, 36 yards, by the time we get to week 15, week 14, I don't think it's going to be quite as happy because he's going to know he's going to miss out on that paycheck. So I'll put it at a 1.5 for now.
Okay.
It's not a big deal right now, but if that yardage total doesn't start to tick up, it's something to watch for the second half of the season.
BMAC again with the highest score for a certain population. Just saying. Yeah, so 0, 1, 1.5. A few people on the Twitter, CJ says no pain. Christopher says 0, which is breaking the rules because it's that's not breaking the rules. That is no pain. So that's no pain too.
We did that last week.
It's 0 to 10. Yeah, my bad. Scott says, say he's doing great. Don't rock his emotional boat. Happy Diggs, happy life. We're treating Stephon Diggs like our wife. Like, do not rock the wife. Happy wife, happy life. Happy Diggs, happy life. Is that how the way we need to be treating Stephon Diggs? Like he is our wife.
I think that was the possible philosophy going into the season. So far, they haven't had to put that project into place and that plan. I don't put it out of the realm of possibilities for later in the season if things go haywire, but for now, all is good.
Yeah. So, and then Dennis calls him a diva, which is not on the list, Dennis. It's 0 through a 10. 0, no pain. 10, unimaginable, unspeakable. It's not diva, Dennis. You broke the ruls. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Oh, they wanted us to do a Texans injury report on the Twitch. So let me pull up the injury report real quick. Thursday injury report. It does look better than it did yesterday. Azeez Al-Shire, Chris Boyd, Nico Collins, and Foley Fatukasi. They're all limited, which is good because Boyd, Collins, and Fatukasi didn't practice yesterday. Lassiter has all of a sudden shown up on the injury report, but he was a full participant. They're just showing that he had an elbow injury. Joe Mixon did not participate again. Not a great sign. Dameon Pierce did not participate again. Not a great sign. Aaron Wilson says that they're getting Cam Akers ready to be RB1 this weekend. Jared Patterson, limited. Juice Scruggs, limited. MJ Stewart, limited. Although Wilson did say that Juice Scruggs is expected to start on Sunday. And then Dalton Schultz went from a limited participant yesterday to a full participant today. So Twitch asked, you get it. We do it for you. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Let's get to the car wreck of the day. What is the car wreck of the day? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
I think this might be my favorite one.
Is it?
I think so.
Did you see? I was reading one of the articles today that Bregman, when they were talking about the intangibles in that, I think it was the Athletic article, and they mentioned that Bregman, aside from like telling Hunter Brown to throw the two-seamer, said that he recommended that they play Wild Thing for Fromber when he was warming up, or pregame music. I was like, what?
That's weird.
Okay.
That's how you get paid.
Hijack is my nomination right now for car wreck of the day.
What is
hijack? You hijacked it.
Yeah, what does
Completely changed the subject.
Fromber's song have to do with talking about
because
Yusei
we talk about the songs that are apropos to Fromber Valdez, like Roller Coaster, because he was up and down, all that. That's how we turned him around.
Yeah.
I don't get Wild Thing for Fromber. He's not really wild.
Yeah, there's a little correlation there. It's not a full hijack. It's like partial hijack. I didn't see that. That's funny though.
Yeah,
Fromber can be a little wild, like with his emotions.
I don't know if I want to
with his command at times.
Like, I don't trust Fromber would take that in good stride though.
True.
I wouldn't want to risk him being insulted by it and then him melting down on the mound.
That's the thing. It's not a wild thing. It's a more an what's going on between his ears.
Yeah, the Baila Este Cumbia, Luis Garcia song was my favorite, but he went and got hurt and screwed that whole thing up. So I think this is my favorite. The way that we tie in the and then boom into the Chattahoochee. I think this is my favorite one. But Astros open the final homestand of the year tonight. Yusei Kikuchi is on the mound. Mariners, by the way, lead the Yankees right now 3-2. So Mariners are 3 outs away from pulling to within 4.5 in the division. Of course, the Astros host the Mariners for 3 coming up this week. What does Yusei Kikuchi do tonight for the Stros?
Let's go.
That's right.
Let's go. let's go. I know 6 is a tough bar for him, but let's go 6 1/3, and let's go 1 run.
The Angels are so stinking bad.
They are. They're terrible.
They're so bad. If the Astros don't win this series, disappointment. He has went 6 or greater in each of his last 3 starts. 7 innings against the Angels, 6 innings against Arizona, 7 innings against KC. You said 6 1/3 and what?
1 earned run.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Yeah,
I'll take it.
for that.
I'll take it. I also think he does it.
I think he can do better.
He's
than
capable of the long ball, though. I'll take the over, but of course we'll take it. I think he goes like 6 2/3, 7 innings, gives up like 2 runs. Kind of similar to his last outing. Because he'll give up a home run. He'll give up a dinger every now and then.
Yeah, but I think that's the one. I don't think. I think
he walked the 8-9 hole back to back last time they faced him. Remember that?
Yeah.
When they both scored?
That's true.
Suarez, Jose
Mickey,
Suarez.
Mickey Moniak, who got him? Someone got him that was kind of random.
I think it was Moniak.
Yeah.
Was it Moniak a lefty on lefty? When Oppo Taco, maybe? Maybe it was Moniak.
You're saying Orlando got the Astros?
Yeah.
Shout out to
Dylan.
Lane.
Did he win an MVP in the past? Jose Suarez pitches for the Angels. 1-2, 6.80 ERA. Only a second start. I wonder if he's more of an opener.
Yeah, because he's been in the bullpen a lot. I think he's faced the Astros a lot, but out of the pen.
He went 4 innings against the Astros the last time that he was pitching. So maybe it's like opener or trying to extend him tight.
They were down and he ate up innings when they yanked it. Yeah.
Oh, so it was in mop up?
It was.
That's right. I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe he actually. I think he followed up an opener.
He did. He followed up a starter that either struggled and a younger guy that got pulled, and then he went 4 innings.
Yeah. So he's starting today. All right, let's get to car wreck of the day. Car wreck of the day. What is your nominee? 713-780-3776. Blankers, what's your nominee for car wreck of the day?
How can it not start with the debacle in Seattle? I mean, how can it not take Julio Rodriguez? Because the more I watch that replay, the more I keep thinking, I've seen guys jump over the bat. I've seen guys take a couple steps back. He almost should have been called out for being out of the baseline because he turned around and ran all the way into the
Can't be out of the baseline if there's not a play on you.
Okay, but he was so far. He was almost like out of the field of play. He was heading towards the dugout almost. It was so like drastic how far he got out of the way that it was sad.
He went brain dead.
Yeah,
he went brain dead.
He was like just jogging back and like.
I don't know what he thought. Like people were saying, well, he thought it might have been a foul ball. I don't think so. I think he literally lost his mind. I think he froze up. I think he froze up and forgot the situation completely.
The only thing I could think of was like he thought there was 2 outs because then
no chance. There was no outs.
I'm saying, but if it was that case, but this was no outs, there's no way you're going to think the strikeout was the last out. I got out of the way of the bat, and now the inning's over.
I think he froze.
That it was just a brain fart.
I mean, obviously boneheaded for him the way he jogged towards the dugout and took his time getting back. It's obviously a boneheaded move. I would say though, I would kind of like to see Major League Baseball put in to where the umpire can basically call time on something like that.
Stop it. That's soft.
You have a bat that comes that close to hitting you.
No.
They should be able to allow you to get back to the bag.
You know what a boss does in that moment? He catches the bat and goes back to the bag. That was so not soft.
Infielders get out of the way of broken bats. Guys running on third base jump out of the way of foul balls.
It's a dead ball situation.
No, it's not.
If the bat is thrown your way and you have to leap out of the way, you should be able to get back to the base.
It's not a dead ball
How is it a dead ball situation? The ball's live. He strikes out. The runner from first could be stealing.
The ball's not in play. So it should be a dead ball. You're allowed to get back to the base.
It's the wussification of America. That's what I'm hearing. Seattle just won, by the way, 3-2. So the Astros leads 4.5 games. Need a win today to keep it at 5. I will also nominate the Seattle Mariners because you have Victor Clueless 2 nights ago, and then you had Jay Nimrod yesterday. How do you win a division with Clueless and Jay Nimrod? You don't. Can't do it. Can't do it. I'll also nominate, since you nominated that, Detroit Lion fans. They got Dan Campbell's address.
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah.
He's selling his house for security reasons, you idiot fans. Let people have privacy, please. Come on. Don't be weak and soft and a loser like that. All right, what are you nominating, Brian?
I'm going to nominate, well, I guess I'll give 2 nominations. One to myself for apparently mispronouncing curmudgeon earlier.
I didn't hear how you said it.
Yeah, I didn't think I mispronounced it, but I guess I did, according to the texters. I'm also nominating, I don't know if you guys saw the story, but there's a Philadelphia man who's going to face up to 5 years in prison because he got in an online argument with someone in his fantasy football league who apparently lives in Norway. And he decided to call in a mass shooting and bomb threat hoax because he was mad at this guy in his fantasy football league. And he's now been arrested and possibly could serve 5 years in prison.
Is this Tommy Pham?
No, it's not Tommy Pham. He upped Tommy Pham. He went more than a punch to the face. He apparently called like a Norwegian embassy and said this man in his fantasy football league was going to commit a mass shooting and tried to get him arrested and said he got arrested instead.
Now, you should pay your league dues without being asked.
We don't know that's what this is about.
Could be. I bet you it is. Why else would he be doing that?
I don't know. It just says that they had a disagreement.
Maybe it's over fat budget.
It's got to be something financially.
I think it's got to be financial.
Yeah.
It's got to be financial. A couple from the text line. Car wreck of the day is Lance's kid for acting like he knows baseball and not knowing who Dylan Cease is.
I don't know.
He's murking the Astros is what he said.
Snacks knows. I think he's more of a diehard NBA guy.
Couldn't tell you.
Yeah, actually, the clip was too long to play, but Lance actually says like he knows everything about the NBA, but he's not really
big basketball guy.
He's just now getting into baseball.
Josh from Seabrook, car wreck of the day. Whoever said that living in League City is near LaPorte and Deer Park.
Also, Lance.
It's like saying that you live near Baltimore when you're in a DC suburb. You're 30 miles away. So a couple of Zerlines are nominated for car wreck of the day.
Yeah.
And then 1509, can I nominate these bad words that hack into banking institutions? Ugh. This is not fun trying to get your own name back. Who the heck wants my trash credit? Yeah, scammers, hackers, that's a special breed. I had people scamming my Panda Express a year ago.
That's right. Panda points.
Yeah, I got them back.
Good, I know.
Got the Panda, but I can't pay on my Apple Pay on Panda anymore. They locked out my payment. So now I have to go order there, show them the QR code. It just takes a little longer because the food's not waiting for me. It's a little annoying. First world problems. All right, what's winning?
Mariners.
Mariners,
I'm
unanimous?
fine with Mariners, yeah.
It's not just last night. It's got to be the whole combo platter.
Combo platter.
Yep.
Victor Clueless and Jay Nimrod. What's the dynamic duo? The dumb duo of Victor Clueless and Jay Nimrod. Congratulations. Right. Hopefully that's all you win because they won a baseball game today. 4.5 games. All right, that does it for us. Thanks to Brian, the hard work. He's Blank on Branham. Talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Good night.